Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Dazed Girl Murder Case. It is 3 o'clock of a bright autumn afternoon, and in grim contrast to the brisk air and brilliant sunshine outside, we look into the foreboding office of the astute and dreaded Mr. Chameleon at police headquarters. Attracted by the beauty of the day, he steps to the window and gazes at the street below, when suddenly his door is flung open, and the Commissioner of Police hurriedly enters, saying...
Chameleon, let me give you this quick.
Yes, Commissioner?
I'm sending Detective Arnold in with a dazed, hysterical girl who says she just saw a ghastly murder committed.
What?
Yeah.
I saw it, that horrible knife. The blood.
Easy, miss. Take it easy.
That's all she'll say, Chameleon, the knife and the blood. Oh, Miss Wren, this is Mr. Chameleon.
The knife. The blood.
I'll leave it to you, Chameleon. Maybe you can get something out of her. Bye.
You look like a girl in need of a friend, Miss Wren. What do your friends call you?
Eileen. But I have no friends. The only one I had. I saw murdered this afternoon. It was my guardian, Glenville Ferguson. Oh, he was so kind. He couldn't believe there was wickedness in anyone.
Eileen, start at the beginning and tell me exactly what happened.
Well, Mr. Chameleon, I was in my guardian's study this afternoon, sitting across the desk from him when he said...
Eileen, dear, you're making me very happy. I know you're getting better. You'll soon be the girl you were when you came to me.
Yes, but I still keep seeing murder in this house.
Oh, Eileen, don't get back on that track again. It's just what we're trying to cure.
But I tell you, I beg you to listen. Your own sister, Mrs. Lambert, she's going to kill you.
Elizabeth going to kill me? Nonsense.
She's bringing people to this house to murder them. I've heard the screams, the terror of it.
Well, at least she's not murdering anybody now. She's baking a loaf of bread.
Oh.
And any minute she'll bring it in here, hot, and give each of us a piece.
How's this for homemade bread, Glenville?
Oh.
Make your mouth water? Oh, you here too, Eileen?
You haven't cut it. That knife on the tray.
Eileen.
I'm going back to my room.
Eileen, don't. Stay.
Watch out! Jump! She's coming behind you with a knife.
At last, Glenville, at last. The time to kill you has come.
No! Oh.
Help! And I ran out of the house, Mr. Chameleon, and came here to police headquarters. Oh, the knife, the blood, the way she laughed. It's drumming in my ears. It's driving me mad.
Detective Arnold, Dave, quick, get the car. Come along, Eileen.
Here's the house. Here's the house, Mr. Chameleon. I'll give you my key.
Now, let me open the door, Eileen.
Here's the room, Mr. Chameleon, where my guardian was murdered.
I don't see a body here, Dave.
Not a sign, Mr. Chameleon.
That's what she does. She murders people and destroys their bodies. I know. I know.
Eileen, where were you? I've been looking everywhere for you.
Keep her away from me, Mr. Chameleon. She's the woman. My guardian's sister, Mrs. Lambert.
Easy, Eileen. There's nothing to be afraid of now.
Who are these men, Eileen?
I'm Chameleon of the police. This is Detective Arnold.
The police? Why are you here?
To investigate the murder of your brother, Mrs. Lambert. Where is his body?
His body? Why, Glenville. Glenville.
Yes, Elizabeth? Did you call me?
No. No! Oh, it can't be. I saw you murdered.
she's fainted, Elizabeth.
I'll run up and get something to give her.
I'd prefer that you give her nothing, Mrs. Lambert.
What?
Dave, you pick up Eileen, please. Put her on the sofa in the hall.
Right.
Mr. Chameleon, I've taken care of Eileen ever since she came here a year ago.
For the present, the police are going to take care of her, Mrs. Lambert.
I have no objections. But I can't understand your attitude. The girl is insane.
I wonder.
She's not insane, Elizabeth. Eileen's only subject to hallucinations, Mr. Chameleon. They'll soon pass over.
Hallucinations and insanity are one and the same, Glenville.
She came to police headquarters in an hysterical state.
Insane state, you mean, Mr. Chameleon?
And reported that she saw you murder your brother this morning.
That doesn't surprise me, Mr. Chameleon. Strange it should you, a famous detective. Is Eileen's the first case of insanity you've ever met with in your career? Besides, my brother, the murdered man, is standing right here.
Mm-hmm. So he is.
Well, I should think that's what would surprise you.
It would. If it weren't for that big splotch of red on the carpet behind the desk.
Where?
It's not blood, Mr. Chameleon. I knocked over a bottle of red ink when I dusted my brother's desk early this morning.
What's that, Elizabeth?
I forgot to tell you, Glenville. Besides, Mr. Chameleon, what great mystery is there in a bit of red ink on a carpet?
It's not a bit, Mrs. Lambert. It would take a quart to make that big a splotch.
What if it's a gallon? Does red ink indicate murder to you? I'm beginning to think you're as insane as Eileen, Mr. Chameleon.
Who knows? Anyway, please leave the room, Mrs. Lambert.
Why, I won't.
I want to talk to your brother alone, Mrs. Lambert. Please leave.
Don't make a scene, Elizabeth.
Very well. I'll leave. But let me tell you, Mr. Chameleon, my brother is as insane as Eileen.
Strange, Mr. Ferguson. When you said don't make a scene to your sister, it flashed across my mind she would have made a wonderful actress.
Oh, that's what she was. And a great one, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh, I don't recall ever seeing her.
It was in South Africa. That's where I come from. Elizabeth was an idol there.
You didn't follow the profession yourself, did you?
Heavens, no. I was in business, import and export. But I've lived in America some 20 years.
Uh-huh. Tell me about Eileen. Now, she says that she is your ward.
It was a surprising thing, Mr. Chameleon. I knew her father years ago in Pretoria.
Oh, so she comes from South Africa, too?
Yes. I'd almost completely forgotten her father when I got a cable from his lawyers saying he'd died and made me Eileen's guardian.
Uh-huh.
That was a year ago. And on top of the cable, in popped Eileen. We all loved her on sight.
Your sister, Elizabeth, doesn't indicate that.
Oh, well, she's highly strung, temperamental, always the actress. Mr. Chameleon, you know, but at heart she's kind and devoted, just like my son is.
Your son?
Yes. Tragedy for him. He married Eileen before...
Your son is married to her. Does he think that she's insane?
Yes, he and my sister. But I don't. I know she's not. She began getting temporary hallucinations when she learned the real truth about her father. Somebody told her.
The real truth about her father?
From believing that he was a rich and respected man, she learned he was a dangerous criminal. He was actually killed in a bank robbery.
And Eileen did not know that until after his death?
She was at school in Switzerland at the time. Some kind friends kept it from her. When she found it out, she...
They developed the hallucinations that you speak of?
Yes. That my sister Elizabeth lures people to this house, murders them, and does away with their bodies. It's horrible. But she'll recover, Mr. Chameleon. I know she will.
Mr. Glenville, do you notice an odor of acid in this house? I believe I do.
I was wondering what it was. What do you think it can be?
I don't know yet. It might be something pretty terrible. Let's wait until we find out.
But what...
Very glad to have met you, Mr. Glenville. I shall tell you when I know. Goodbye. Oh, Dave, you're still here in the hall waiting for me, eh? Well, you're looking brighter, Eileen.
Yes, she came out of her faint pretty good, Mr. Chameleon.
You don't think I'm insane about what's going on in this house, do you, Mr. Chameleon?
No, Eileen, I don't. Come along. Dave Arnold and I will put you up in a hotel.
No, I can't leave my guardian, Mr. Ferguson. She'll kill him.
All right, if that's the way you feel. But I'll be back. I'm going to find out what's going on in this house. All right, Dave, let's go.
Hey, what is all this about coming back here, Mr. Chameleon? That kid's nuts. We're out on a dud.
We're coming back, Dave, tonight. Probably to dig up the body of a murdered person from under the garage that connects with the library.
What?
A body that's probably being eaten away in a buried acid tank. Or maybe there's more than one body.
Holy mackerel.
Dave, did you notice how long that man has been walking up and down in front of this house?
Oh, that one-armed guy.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, it slipped me. He was at the door asking to talk to you.
Oh. All right, I'll talk to him.
Okay. Hey, mister. This is Mr. Chameleon.
Thank you, Detective Arnold. I don't want to intrude, Mr. Chameleon, but I think I can help you.
Yes? How?
By informing you that Eileen is not insane. She knows precisely what she's talking about. If you permit anyone in that house to put across to you that she is mad, you'll be making a frightful mistake.
You seem to know a great deal. What's your name?
When the proper time comes, I'll tell you. In the meanwhile, think of me as the man who knows.
Oh, listen now.
Incidentally, the next time I turn up, it will be when you need me most. Goodbye, Mr. Chameleon.
Hey, how do you figure that bird, Mr. Chameleon?
I think he's exactly what he claims, Dave. A man who knows a lot. And who'll turn up again at the right time.
Well, it looks like this is turning out to be a pretty dirty case.
We've never been on a West one, Dave. All right, let's be off to headquarters. I want to pick up a couple of our boys to dig up under that garage tonight.
Well, everything's set, Mr. Chameleon. Got a couple of the boys waiting with shovels ready for digging. When do we start?
Well, it's 9 now, in about half an hour, Dave. You better take a couple of charges of dynamite along. We may have to blow up the concrete floor. I hope we don't, though.
Some kid just left this letter for you, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh, thank you, Foley.
What is it, Mr. Chameleon?
I'll read it, Dave. Dear Chameleon, I've always admired you, so I'm giving you a tip-off. The parties you suspect are fixing to murder Eileen Wren in the bushes about 200 feet down from the 110th Street entrance to Central Park at 9:30 prompt tonight. Be there and you'll bag them all. Signed, a friend.
It's that bird who called himself the man who knows. He's out to get you, Mr. Chameleon. Don't go.
I'm going. And alone, Dave. Take your boys out to the mystery house and start digging. I'll meet you there later. This is the spot, I guess.
Hi, Chameleon.
Yeah.
So you fell for my billet doux. Smart cop.
Well, bless my soul. Sandy Hauser.
Gotta feel pretty proud, Chameleon. I'm getting $5,000 for bumping you off. Drop that gun. Drop it.
Why, that's very easy. I don't need it, Sandy. I've got 3 cops standing behind you.
What? You dirty double-crosser. You murderer, Chameleon. You've killed me.
He's dead, all right. Oh, poor dumb Sandy. You shouldn't have looked around. Chameleon calling Central Headquarters.
Foley talking, Mr. Chameleon.
I just killed Sandy Hauser near 110th Street in the park. Pick up the body.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
And send a detail to surround the house where Detective Arnold is waiting for me. Get word to him that I'll be there right away.
Gotcha.
And put out every tracer on the force to get the lowdown on a man named Glenville Ferguson, and especially his sister, Elizabeth Lambert. Bye, Foley.
Mr. Chameleon and the Dazed Girl murder case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Dazed Girl murder case. It is a few minutes later, and we see Mr. Chameleon whispering to Detective Arnold as they quietly enter the garage, where he has said he believes the bodies of murdered persons will be found. And we hear him say,
Have you unearthed anything yet, Dave?
The boys are still digging, Mr. Chameleon.
Uh-huh.
Putting the earth on top of sacks to keep everything nice and quiet.
Good. I think they hit it now, Dave. Quick, everybody. Put on those gas masks. Those acid fumes may be deadly.
Hey, boys, put on these masks.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, quietly lift the top off that vat. It's loose.
It's a vat, all right, Mr. Chameleon. But I don't see anything in it.
Fish around the bottom, boys, with those grappling hooks. Good thing you brought them.
It's part of a body, Mr. Chameleon.
There's not much left of it, Dave. Seems to be in pieces. Keep on dragging the bottom.
Okay.
There comes a skull.
Keep moving. We want to get out of here without being caught if we can.
It's the rest of the body. Practically nothing left of it.
Well, there's not much for us to go on. I may be able to get some fingerprints, though.
Maybe.
All right, gather it up, Dave. Rush it to the laboratory. We can at least get the approximate height. And there's a bullet hole through the skull.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
Come along, Dave.
Help! Help!
That sounds like Eileen.
Quick, Dave, come! What's going on here?
He's trying to murder me, Mr. Chameleon. Keep him away.
Who are you?
I'm Jim Ferguson, this batty dame's husband.
Glenville Ferguson's son?
I'm not married to him. He's not my husband. I loathe him. Oh, don't let him touch me, Mr. Chameleon.
I told you she was nuts, Mr. Chameleon. I don't have to murder her to get rid of her. She'll kill herself someday.
I'm not married to him.
Like to see the marriage license, Mr. Chameleon? I'll get it out of this drawer.
Look out, Dave. He's got a gun.
Sure. And I'll kill you before I'll be arrested on a crazy girl's word. I'll kill you anyhow. My Aunt Elizabeth told me you were after me. No.
Did you shoot him, Mr. Chameleon? I was just getting set when...
No. The shot came through the window, Dave. It's lucky he's not dead. We need him in our business.
But who fired the shot?
I think that the man who calls himself the man who knows. He said he'd turn up when I needed him most.
Oh, what next?
Look in that drawer. See if there is a marriage license there, Dave.
Holy mackerel, there is. Look at it.
Oh. Well, seems to be in order.
I never married Jim Ferguson. He's a loathsome creature.
What's happened here? I heard a shot. Oh, this insane girl killed my nephew, Jim.
He's not dead, Mrs. Lambert. Just a flesh wound.
Glenville, come here.
What is it, Elizabeth?
This insane girl, Eileen, shot Jim.
Eileen is not insane, Elizabeth, and I don't believe she shot him. Are you all right, Jim, my boy?
We're taking him to headquarters for treatment, Mr. Ferguson. Dave, you help him along, please.
Chameleon's lying, Father. He's arresting me.
You have no right to arrest this boy.
No, Mrs. Lambert. I found a body in an acid vat under the garage of this house.
I told you that girl, Eileen, was insane, Glenville. Oh, what has she been up to? This girl is behind everything, Mr. Chameleon. She's always shrieking about murder.
I'm taking Eileen to headquarters, too, for safekeeping. Come along, Eileen.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Good night, Mrs. Lambert. And Mr. Ferguson.
Oh, what a night, Mr. Chameleon.
You come over here, Dave, please.
Yeah?
I'll take these people in. You stay here. Take every radio out of this house, and then call headquarters.
Uh-huh.
Have every radio station broadcast that Mr. Chameleon is urgently in need of the party who called himself the man who knows and does. And ask him to come to my office in the morning.
And Mr. Chameleon's message bore fruit, for next morning we find him in headquarters with the man who calls himself the man who knows And we hear this man saying,
As I was saying, Mr. Comedian, my name is Talbot, and I am a police officer from South Africa.
And you are positive, Mr. Talbot, that the acid-soaked body we found was Elizabeth Lambert's husband, and that she murdered him when he traced her here?
Certainly. She was purposely trying to drive Eileen mad. She knew Eileen had actually seen her murder her husband. And I'm positive Elizabeth Lambert forged the marriage certificate between her nephew, Jim Ferguson, and Eileen.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it was forged, all right.
She knew Eileen, far from being poor, had inherited one of the biggest fortunes in South Africa, and she proposed to get her hands on it. She made Eileen believe her father was murdered and was a criminal. She did that to shatter that young girl's mind.
Elizabeth Lambert didn't tell me that story, Talbot. Her brother, Glenville Ferguson, told me. But our reports show him to be strictly on the up and up.
Then his sister put him up to telling you. He doesn't know what's going on half the time, Comedian.
Did it ever occur to you that Eileen's insanity might be feigned and that she's our murderer?
Oh, that's impossible, Comedian. What about the body you fished out of the acid vat? It matches the Lambert woman's husband, doesn't it?
It may be a plant of Eileen's. But I know a way to find out, Talbot.
Oh, how, Comedian?
A trigger man hired by someone in the murder house tried to spot me last night, and I killed him. I'm going to disguise myself as one of his pals, and I'm going to confront our suspects as his successor and offer to bump myself off for $5,000. The one who accepts is the murderer.
Well, that's an idea, Comedian.
You go out with us, Talbot?
I wouldn't miss it for £1,000, Comedian.
So, later in the day, we see Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as Bill Tosco, trigger man, in the Ferguson home. And as he speaks in the voice of his disguise, he says,
What's my proposition? My pal got bumped trying to bump Chameleon. I'll take the same chance that he did for $5,000. I can get Chameleon. I know my way around.
Don't fall for this, Aunt Elizabeth.
I'm not, Jim.
If you don't, lady, I turn you to the cops myself.
You're a murderess, Mrs. Lambert. But if you give this man money to kill Mr. Chameleon, I'll warn him. I saw you kill a man myself.
Eileen, be quiet. Don't listen to this girl, Tosco. This girl's insane.
You told Chameleon she wasn't, Glenville Ferguson. I got that through the grapevine.
Give him the money, Elizabeth. Don't go up for murder.
Well, well, Ferguson, so you're the one. Cover him, Dave. Shoot to kill if he moves.
Mr. Chameleon.
Right the first time, I'm Chameleon.
Listen, Chameleon, I didn't kill anybody. I told my sister to pay you off to keep her out of a scandalous
Keep
mess.
him covered, Dave.
Yes, sir.
This is outrageous, Mr. Chameleon. My brother wouldn't hurt anybody. You're as crazy as this girl.
Not so crazy that I failed to see that red ink on your carpet, Mrs. Lambert. And not so crazy that I didn't get the flash you and your brother were trying to drive this sweet girl mad by simulating a murder before her eyes. Handcuff Elizabeth Lambert, too, Dave. Haul them both in.
Just don't move, Elizabeth. I'm pretty handy with this gun.
Well, Talbot, Mr. The Man Who Knows, who do you think was right in this case?
I think we both were right, Mr. Comedian.
Yes, it seems so. Well, let's have dinner together tonight. I think I owe you one. Okay, Dave, that's all. Charge them with first-degree murder. Tell them about the charms of the electric chair on the way to headquarters.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the Man of Many Faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Frank Hummert, from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. It is directed by Richard Leonard, with music by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Howdy, Saib.
Morning, Harry. How's that bus of yours? Still all in one piece, huh?
Well, as far as you can tell in one look, it's all in one piece. But I wouldn't want to have to pay $1 for every nut and bolt it's dropped from Valley Junction to the main highway.
Well, you ought to get the company to buy you a new bus, Harry. The drivers in the city get new buses.
Folks on my route wouldn't know me if I was to turn up with a new bus. How's business, Si?
Oh, good. Always good this time of year. Have a store full of people nearly every day from sunup to sunset. Sort of glad it's a little slow now.
Yeah. You was out taking a little ride near my place yesterday, wasn't you, Si?
Come to think of it, I was.
Yeah. You don't recollect who you saw out in the orchard with me, do you?
No, don't think I do.
Well, now, that's being mighty smart of you, Si.
Huh? Don't exactly get what you mean, Harry.
I mean exactly what I said. You're being mighty smart, not recollecting who you saw out at my place yesterday.
I don't remember seeing anyone.
Yeah, well, now, that's just the thing to remember if anybody asks you. Because if you remember you did see somebody, and if you know who he was, why, there's no telling what'll happen to you. You know what I mean? So long, Si.
The telephone. That's what I'll do. Operator, this is Cy Gardner at the general store in Valley Junction. Get me the city, will you? I want to talk to a fella named Boston Blackie.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
How many more miles to Cy Gardner's store, driver?
Well, I tell you, Blackie, my run from the main highway through Cross Creek and Indian Holler and Valley Junction, that's where Cy's store is, it's 18 miles and 3/4.
Yeah?
That's per bus. But as the crow flies, it's only 6.
Only 6, huh?
Yeah.
Well, next time I think I'll come by crow.
But bus or crow, Blackie, what's taking you to Valley Junction? Ain't there enough excitement for you in the city, or is it too much?
Well, I had a phone call from Cy Gardner yesterday afternoon. Said he was in some kind of trouble. I would have used my car to come out here, but it's in the garage.
Well, it's just well you didn't use it, Blackie. After this bumpy road, like's not to be in the junkyard, where this bus of mine ought to be. Cy Gardner in trouble, eh?
Well, he sounded as if he were.
Sure is mighty peculiar. Why, I've known Cy Gardner for, 18 years come green-up. He ain't never been in any trouble I heard of. But then, of course, Cy's the sort of fellow that keeps his trouble to himself, Blackie.
Pardon me, sir.
You speaking to me?
Yes. Did I hear the driver refer to you as Blackie?
Uh-huh.
That's Boston Blackie, of course.
Yes?
Well, allow me to introduce myself. I'm John Jeffrey Wells, president of the Farmers Finance Corporation. Traveling on business, of course.
How do you do?
I didn't expect to meet anyone so famous on the bus to Valley Junction. But, of course, when you travel, you never know whom you're going to meet.
No, you never know whom or what you're going to meet either.
Yeah, that's one of the interesting things about travel. One of the reasons I like to travel, of course.
Coming into Cross Creek. Anybody that wants out at Cross Creek gets off here.
Well, looks as if we're picking up another passenger, and a pretty one, too.
Another of the interesting things about travel, Blackie.
Of course.
Is this the bus to Valley Junction?
Yeah, sure is. As long as it's going in this direction, it's going to Valley Junction.
Okay. How much?
Oh, you pay when you get off. Next stop, Indian Holler.
Okay, if I plant myself next to you, mister?
Sure, go ahead and plant yourself. Just don't grow on me.
Well, I can tell you aren't from the stick.
A handkerchief in the breast pocket means a lot, doesn't it? Well, my bandana's at the cleaners.
Yes, you have an answer for everything, don't you? Well, don't try to give me an answer for this, because it isn't a question. We're getting off the bus right around this bend in the road, Boston Blackie.
Really? Who says so?
Take a look at the two of us, me and this gun. Both of us mean business. Come on, Blackie, we're getting off this bus now. Hey, driver.
Yeah?
Stop the bus. We're getting off.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I don't...
Blackie, don't be stubborn. I'm reasonable, but my gun is restless. Well, what have you got to say?
Driver, stop the bus.
Okay, if you two want to get out in the middle of nowhere, it sure ain't none of my affair. Passengers get on and off where they want. Says so in my franchise.
So long, Mr. Wells.
Look here, Blackie. If there's something I can do, I'll be glad to help you, of course.
No, thanks, Mr. Wells. This is just an example of what we were saying about travel. You never know what's going to happen next. What do we owe you, driver?
Why, $1.20 for you, nothing for the girl, I guess.
Okay. There you are. If you see Cy Gardner in Valley Junction, tell him that I'll be there, all right, but a little late.
Yeah, I'll tell him.
Well, now what?
Now, thanks, Blackie. Thanks so much for getting off the bus.
Don't thank me. Thank your gun.
I'm sorry I had to do that, but I just had to make sure you got off with me. Oh, I'll put the gun away. How's that?
It's better, but still not so good. What do you want?
Come on, let's walk up and get my car. It's parked near here, and I'll tell you on the way. My name's Marjorie Cleland.
Nice name, but it means nothing to me.
Look, Blackie, I want you to listen how I got myself in a jam.
I'm listening.
Well, now, you've got to help me, Blackie. The reason I got on that bus is because I knew you were on it.
How'd you know that?
I was inside Gardner's store when he phoned you. Told you what bus to take and when to take it.
So that's the background for us on a bus, huh?
Yes.
All right, let's have it. Okay, listen, sirens.
Yeah. Look, police cars, and are they rolling?
And we better start hopping. They're not slowing down for anything. We better jump for the bushes.
Bushes are ruining my stockings.
Well, that's nothing to what those police cars would have done to them and you. They didn't even see us.
My best nylons, too.
And my best friend is the reason you ruined them.
What?
Inspector Faraday of the Metropolitan Police was in the first squad car.
Those were city police?
Yes, men from the Homicide Bureau. Wonder if they're going to Valley Junction or just late for a picnic. Well, I'll find out pretty soon. Let's have your story now, Marjorie.
I don't think I'll bother you with it, Blackie.
Why not?
Oh, I don't know. I just changed my mind. Okay, get moving, Blackie.
Oh, no, not a gun again.
You wouldn't want me to prove it was a gun.
I'll take your word for it. What happens now?
Now I'm getting in the car. But you're going to start walking.
Not me. I'm allergic to footsteps.
I think you'd be more allergic to lead. Start walking, Blackie.
Just been around the village, Inspector Faraday.
Yeah?
No one in Valley Junction heard the shot that killed Gardner.
Thanks, Coogan. No one heard the shot, huh? Well, that could be. The sheriff figures Gardner was killed about 4 hours ago, so I guess everybody in town was taking a noontime nap, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. Have we found anything in the store to hint why Gardner was killed?
It's a simple case of murder in the act of robbery, Coogan. Gardner's safe had been opened, and his cash register's empty. I guess we'll just...
Hello, Faraday.
Blackie, you.
Yes, Faraday, me. Or what's left of me after walking practically all the way from Cross Creek to Valley Junction.
Walking? You look as if you've been crawling.
Oh.
Through a dust bowl, too.
Never mind about me. What are you here for? You decided to go back to the farm where you belong?
I'm here on business for the sheriff.
What's the matter? Doesn't the sheriff want to be reelected?
There's been a murder here, and the sheriff asked me to handle it for him because this county's never had a killing before.
Don't tell me, Faraday. I know who the victim is. Cy Gardner.
That's right, but how did you know?
Because Gardner called me up yesterday, and he told me he was in trouble. When was he killed?
About 4 hours ago.
Doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense?
I was on the Valley Junction bus until a girl named Marjorie Cleland invited me to get off. I had the idea that she got me off that bus as a stall, but that was only 2 hours ago.
Look, I talked to everybody on that bus when it got here. And if you'd pay less attention to pretty girls and more attention to what you start out to
skip
do...
the lecture, Faraday. I still think that girl is connected with Gardner's murder in some way or other.
Gardner was killed by someone who robbed him. It's that simple. Now, come on, I'll drive you back to town. Guggen.
Yes, Inspector.
Lock this place up good and tight so nothing is touched before I send a special investigator out here.
Right, Inspector.
Come on, Blackie, I'll drive you back to town.
No, thanks, Faraday. I think I'll stick around. I'm going to find that Marjorie Cleland again.
Look, will you quit wasting my time? Come on.
Tell you what you can do, Faraday.
What?
I saw a rooms for rent sign about 5 miles down the road. You can drive me that far.
Why do you want to stay? Do you like it here?
No, but I would like to find out who didn't like Cy Gardner.
Oh, driver.
Oh, hi, Mr. Wells.
When do we make our next stop?
Well, let's see. We left Valley Junction an hour ago. Next stop's Northville. Be there in about a minute or so.
Thanks. By the way, I noticed the police questioning you back at Valley Junction.
Yeah, they sure did. Poor Cy Gardner. They questioned you, too, didn't they, Mr. Wells?
Yeah, they questioned everybody on this bus. Though why they questioned us, I don't know. We were going toward Valley Junction, not away from it, as a murderer would be doing.
Yeah, I guess that's so. Poor Cy Gardner.
Nice fella?
Oh, the best. Well, I'm glad the police didn't hold us up too long.
Yeah.
Like to keep this bus on schedule.
Yeah, of course. Who did it, Harry? Who killed Gardner?
I don't know, Biggie, but I didn't, if that's what you're thinking.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. In fact, I was thinking you did it. Well, all out for Northville. Passengers for Northville, all out.
There's the rooms for rent sign. Stop here, Faraday.
All right, Coogan. We'll let Blackie off here.
Right, Inspector. Thanks for the lift, Faraday. I'll solve a murder for you sometime.
We'll wait for you, Blackie. There might not be a room. Then you'll have to walk all the way to the main highway.
Don't bother. I understand it's fun sleeping in a hayloft anyway.
It must be. The mice never complain.
Yeah?
You have rooms for rent, don't you?
I'm particular who I rent to. Who are you?
Boston Blackie.
Well, I have rooms for rent, but not to you.
Well.
What's the matter, Blackie? Did she like your references?
Go ahead and laugh, Faraday.
How could I help laughing when she slammed that door in your face? Come on, get in. I'll drive you to town.
No, I'm staying, Faraday. Only this time by request.
By request? What are you talking about?
The 3 words on this little slip of paper right here that the woman just gave me. Maybe she slammed the door in my face, but look what she wrote on this piece of paper.
Huh? Let me see it.
Now, I'm sure you can read it, Faraday. It's just 3 simple words. It says, "Don't go away."
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Blackie receives a phone call from Cy Gardner, storekeeper in the rural town of Valley Junction. But en route there by bus, he is met by Marjorie Cleland, who promises him a ride in her car, but changes her mind, pulls out a gun, and forces him to walk. Blackie arrives in Valley Junction to learn that Gardner has been murdered. He feels the girl had something to do with the killing, tries to rent a room in a farmhouse, and is refused. But the woman owner passes him a note telling him to stay. As we return to our story, Marjorie Cleland is in the farmhouse talking to the owner.
You were a smart cookie, Mrs. Davis, setting Blackie away just like I told you. Somebody hepped you up pretty good, didn't they?
It was that gun you were holding that made me say what I did to Blackie.
That's what I meant. You were smart. Hey, this isn't a bad joint you got here. This is the kitchen, isn't it?
Yeah. Is the kitchen so difficult to recognize?
Well, gals like me don't ever have to know what a kitchen looks like. Where's your telephone?
We don't have any.
What?
Nearest one is down at Cy Gardner's store at Valley Junction.
But the police have that store padlocked since Cy got knocked off. Now what do I do?
I'm sure that's no concern of mine, young lady, but I have my chores to do, and I'm going to do them.
Oh? This I gotta see. Hey, what was that?
What was what?
Noise at the back door. It sounded like somebody fooling with the lock.
I didn't hear a thing.
Oh. Must be getting nerved. Well, go on, Mrs. Davis. Go ahead with those chores. You were...
Hello.
Nobody at the door, huh? It's you, Blackie. This gun...
Come get her, Blackie. I've got her arm.
Thank you very much. I'll take that gun, young lady. I've got it. There we are. Thank you.
How did you know to come back here after the stain sent you away, Blackie?
She held a gun in back of me, Blackie. That's why I had to tell you to go away when you knocked at the door.
I figured that from the note. Well, Marjorie, what goes on? What's the score?
You're supposed to be smart. Figure it out.
Okay. Let me see. You got me off the bus so that you could keep me from getting to Gardner's store. Then, while I was talking to you, the police cars came by, heading in the direction of Valley Junction. How am I doing?
The mouth is moving and words are coming out, but they don't mean a thing.
I think they do. Yeah, I'm beginning to like this now. When the police cars came by, you knew they'd get to Valley Junction in a hurry, so there was no reason to keep me away. You didn't want anybody there, did you?
Why don't you turn around? I don't want to yawn in your face.
Oh, I'd like to fetch her a slap where it would do the most good, Blackie.
Not now, please. I want to get on with this. I think you wanted the bus to reach Valley Junction before anybody got there. And the reason could be that you and whoever murdered Cy Gardner are working together.
What do you mean,
talking
Blackie?
about?
Yeah, this is making sense. The murderer dropped something at the scene of the crime, realized it later when he was away, and then had to get back to Valley Junction before the murder was discovered, and had to make sure nobody got there first. But Faraday didn't find whatever he left. So I'm going back there right now. You. Where are the keys to your car?
Here they are. Catch.
Thanks. You're being very cooperative. It's being smart.
Try driving the car and see what happens, Blackie. There isn't a spark plug in the engine. I took them all out and hid them. Thought maybe you'd try something fancy.
Cute kid.
Why don't you try forcing me to tell you where I hid them?
The idea sounds like fun, but I've got work to do, right? Mrs.
Davis.
Mrs. Davis, where's your telephone?
Oh, I don't have any, Blackie. The nearest one is at the Gardner store.
Oh, fine. How do I get there?
Oh, that bus you were on comes back this way in about an hour.
That isn't too bad. I'll wait. I tried walking there once, and I didn't like it.
But the bus driver will be going in the opposite direction, Blackie.
That's what he thinks. And if the driver doesn't want to turn around, we'll find out how he likes walking.
Hey there! You in the bus! Stop, will you? Stop!
Yeah? What is it, Blackie?
Turn the bus around. We're going where you just came from.
Oh, sorry, I can't do it, young fella. This bus runs on a schedule.
Subject to change without notice. I'm getting in. Yeah. Now close the door and swing the bus the other way.
I guess maybe you're looking for trouble, Blackie. Well, I'm glad to convenience you that way. I'm going to knock you halfway.
Are you kidding? Yeah?
Oh.
More people are getting hurt in cars these days. Oh, well, I guess I can drive this thing to Valley Junction. Only I shouldn't have hit this guy so hard. Now I've got nobody to talk to. Yes?
Mr. Boston Blackie?
Yes. Did you get the call through to the city?
Yes, sir. We're ready now with Inspector Faraday at police headquarters.
Well, you're ready and I'm ready, so what are we waiting for?
Just a minute. Go ahead, Inspector Faraday.
Hello?
Hey, Faraday, this is Blackie. I'm up here at Gardner's store in Valley Junction.
Good. Stay there.
Now, don't get cute. I've been trying to reach you for an hour. Where have you been?
I've been feeding the pigeons in the park, but I saw a couple of squirrels and they asked for you.
It's a good thing they didn't get too close to you, or you'd never have come back. Faraday, listen to me, will you? I've found something here at Gardner's store.
You found a padlock on the door and the windows boarded up. How did you get in and why did you?
Because I thought there was some kind of a tie-up between this place and the bus trip I took. I was looking for something here in the store, and I found it.
What was it?
Part of a cufflink. It's right here on the counter, right beside the telephone. And, guess what else there is here?
Why should I guess?
You ought to know. 3 bags of what you're going to. Seed.
What you're going to
But, skip that. Faraday, I want you to do something. Look in your files and see if you can find someone who looks like that John Jeffrey Wells character. That cufflink belongs to him. Now, hurry.
Hurry, he says. If I listened to you, Blackie, I'd be hurrying the rest of my life.
Good. Then it wouldn't last so long.
Oh, that why I do these things.
Hang
Maybe,
up the
Blackie, one of
phone,
these days I'm going to
Blackie.
stop doing what you ask
Hang
me
it
to
up,
do.
or I'll give it to you right here.
Hello, Wells.
You'll be doing exactly what you
Want
do
me to
best.
hang up
And
the
that's
phone, huh?
nothing. Are you
Okay.
listening to me?
Did you have a nice chat with Inspector Faraday?
Oh, as nice as usual.
I didn't mean to eavesdrop, Blackie, but I was standing in the doorway, and I overheard everything you said, of course.
Does everybody in this neighborhood carry a gun? What's the matter, Wells? Don't you want me to know what Inspector Faraday is going to find out about you?
I can tell you everything Faraday can tell you.
But will you?
Why not? Don't move, Blackie.
Well-
I'll tell you what Faraday's going to find out. But it's not going to do you any good.
Uh-huh. Just knowing you killed God, won't make me happy. I'm such a curious fellow, I always want to know why.
I'll tell you why. Because he recognized me.
Any crime in that?
I went to prison for a crime once. I didn't like the place, so I left it without benefit of parole 15 years ago.
Well, you've been in hiding a long time, haven't you?
I've been hiding as an important and legitimate businessman for 15 years. But when I came to visit my brother the other day, Cy Gardner saw me and recognized me. I had to kill him to keep him from talking. And I robbed the store as a cover-up.
You came here to visit your brother?
Yeah, me, Blackie.
Oh. So, Mr. Wells, you and the bus driver are brothers. Don't tell me Marjorie is your sister.
No, Marjorie's a girl from the city I hired for the occasion.
What occasion?
The occasion of your arrival in Valley Junction.
You knew I was coming?
Oh, yes. And on what bus, too? See, I was listening at the window when Harry here talked to Cy about recognizing me.
Oh, I see. Or do I? You didn't try to keep me away before the murder. It was after the murder. Was that because you knew you'd dropped this cufflink?
Uh-huh. And I wanted to get here before you did.
I get it now. When Marjorie saw the police cars go by, she realized there was no use in stalling me. Too bad the police locked up the store after they left, or you could still have picked up the evidence I found.
Well, instead, I'm picking you up. Bus all ready, Harry?
Yeah, it's ready, Biggie.
Oh, Biggie, is it?
Yes.
Or do I still call you Mr. Wells?
You won't call me anything in a little while. Harry, we're taking a special passenger for a special trip to the main highway.
Yeah, a special delivery.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot to both of you. Nice of you to give me a lift.
I hope you like it, Blackie, because it's the last thing you're going to get from anybody. Harry, can't we make better time? It's 2 hours since we left Valley Junction.
You want me to skid off the road and pile up in a ditch, Biggie? The rain's made this road slippery as weak molasses.
Take your time, Harry. I'm in no hurry.
No, I guess you ain't, Blackie. But I got news for you. Another mile and we're at the highway.
1 more mile. Your last one, Blackie.
Of course. But why are you bothering to take me all the way out to the highway to kill me, Wells? I could have died just as dead in Valley Junction. And it's so peaceful in the country.
Too close to home back there, Blackie. We're going to knock you out, put you on... Sirens, Harry. I hear sirens.
Yeah, so do I.
If you hadn't been so busy talking, you would have heard them before. Look at what's coming around the turn up there ahead, a police car.
They won't want us. They've had no reason. Just slow down and they'll go by.
That's what I was going to do, Biggie.
Really? Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm yanking the bus into this ditch.
Hey, let go of that wheel. Take your head off that wheel.
That bus was pulled into the ditch on purpose, son. Look out. Biggie might be in there with a gun.
He's in here with a gun and a bump on his head, Faraday. Relax.
Mikey, you all right?
Yes, as long as you don't take my driver's license away from me for this. I dumped this crate into the ditch.
Nice going. But look, it's a lucky thing for you. There was something wrong with that phone in Gardner's store.
There wasn't anything wrong with it.
There wasn't. So how could I hear everything you and Biggie said after he made you hang up?
How? You remember those bags of seed I told you were on the counter next to the telephone?
Yeah, so what?
So instead of hanging up the receiver, I just leaned it against one of the bags so you could hear what was going on. Biggie thought I hung it up when he told me to.
Well, I checked our files and found Wells was Biggie. Now we've got him and his brother. But where's the girl?
Probably still at Mrs. Davis's rooming house. Oh, she'll be a cinch to pick up. Look, Faraday, you better open the door and get inside this bus.
Get inside? What for?
You don't know what for?
No.
You're soaking wet. Well, at last you proved it, Faraday.
Proved what?
You don't even know enough to come in out of the rain.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. As a loyal native of San Francisco, Mike Shayne would like to solve all his cases right inside the city limits. However, this is not one of those times. Right now, Mike and his assistant Phyllis Knight are a 2-hour drive east of the city by the Golden Gate. Also right now, Mike is on the long-distance phone talking to, you guessed it, Inspector Faraday.
No, Faraday. Moccasin Hill. It's a little town on the highway east of Stockton.
Oh, I remember it now. That's where rich old man Kilgallen died last month.
Right. They said his house was haunted and somebody frightened him to death.
Yeah, that's what his daughter said. She tried to get us to investigate. Listen, Mike, you're not getting roped into that, are you?
Inspector, right now I'm sitting in the chair where they found the corpse.
Oh, Mike, you're not dizzy enough to think a ghost killed him. It was heart failure.
Maybe. I've just been talking to the daughter. It looks like somebody's been trying to give her the business, too, like dropping a flower pot on her head.
So you call long distance to tell me that?
No, Inspector. Look, I want you to find out if a Mr. John Himes of Boston, Mass. was in San Francisco 4 weeks ago. One of your boys can check the hotels, trains, and airlines.
John Himes, Boston. Well, it's a waste of time, but for you, Mike, okay.
And look, phone me back at Moccasin Hill 193.
Got it. Oh, Mike.
Yeah?
Don't look now, but I think there's a ghost behind you.
What? Oh, that guy.
Mike, the inspector giving you the Bronx cheer, Mike?
Yeah, darling. Oh, Miss Kilgallen, one thing more about your cousin, John Himes. Did you two ever quarrel about your father's estate?
Why, no, Mr. Shayne. There's no reason for you to suspect John. He's the only other heir, but he'd never kill Father or try to remove me, I'm sure of it.
Besides, Mike, he lives in Boston, 3,000 miles away.
But he makes frequent visits to the coast. Miss Kilgallen just finished telling us that.
I'm sorry.
Well, what do you say we have a look around the house now, huh? I want to know where the ghost hangs out.
Well, as I said, Mr. Shayne, they found my father here in the living room, in the chair you were just using.
Mm-hmm. What's this next room?
Father's hobby room. Oh, he kept his photographs and guns and hunting trophies in here.
Oh, jeepers. He had plenty of them. Deer heads, mountain lions, fox.
And they're terribly old. Father wasn't strong enough to hunt in his last years. He had to content himself with his guns.
Mm-hmm. Well, the collection covers a whole wall. You know, it's funny, but this room seems much more worn and older than the living room.
It is. Granddad built the house back in the 1860s.
Hmm?
The other rooms were added on around it.
Wow.
Father tried to keep the old part as it was.
Mike, look.
Hmm?
Look, here's a souvenir of early California.
Yes.
A poster giving the schedules of the Wells Fargo stages.
Really?
Yes, Moccasin Hill was right on the old stage route. Oh, that long pistol you see above the fireplace, that was used by Black McGill to hold up the stages.
Oh?
Hey.
Hmm?
What in heaven's name is that?
Sounds like a lost soul, doesn't it?
Oh.
Scared me the first time I heard it. It's just an owl in the chimney up in the attic.
Atmosphere, Angel, atmosphere. Every well-run haunted house has an owl in the attic. Now, Miss Kilgallen, I was just noticing the odd shape of this room. Half of the ceiling is so much lower than...
That's because Father tore down the partition. On the other side, it was a secret room. We had several secret rooms, just like a movie set. Last year, Father tore out all the sliding panels and made them into perfectly honest rooms.
Well, your granddad must have been a queer old duck. Somehow I can't picture a girl like you living in this curiosity.
I don't intend to. Especially not after Father's... Well, anyway, it's too far from college.
Miss Kilgallen, you said you were away at school when your father died, huh?
Yes. I'll sell the place as soon as I get a fair bid. I don't know. Maybe Cousin John will take it. He wrote me that he'd like to if I'd sell for $20,000.
Oh, well, that's ridiculous. It's worth much more than that.
Which is why I suspect Cousin John. Well, now come on. Let's go outside again. I want to take another look at that busted flower pot.
All right. We can go through the terrace door here.
Look, Mike. Who's the old character in the straw hat?
What? Hey, wait a minute. He's sweeping up the flower pot. Hold on,
Oh,
partner.
here's the gardener, old Dick.
What's he? You talking to me, young
Yes,
feller?
Yes, sir. Just leave the pieces of the flower pot right there, huh? We want them for sentimental reasons.
Well, Miss Kilgallen always told me to keep things spruce.
It's all right this time, Dick. You weren't here yesterday, and you don't understand.
By the way, sir, how long have you been gardening here?
3-4 months, I reckon. You wanting a handyman?
No, I was just wondering. Do you, know anything strange about this house? I mean, like being haunted?
Of course it's haunted. You don't know who by, but I vomit ain't no place I'd hanker to live. I told Mr. Kilgallen.
Did he think it was haunted?
Of course he did. The hants got him, too. They'll get everybody. You just listen a spell. You'll hear footsteps without no feet and moanings and things.
That's true enough, but they're not from the spiritual world.
Let me see. The flower pot fell from this balcony directly overhead.
Yes. It couldn't have just happened. The pot was too big and heavy to jiggle off the railing.
Yeah, but you saw no one push it.
I wasn't looking up. It was warm yesterday afternoon, and I was watering the geraniums here. Just as I stooped over, it came down crash.
2 seconds earlier, it would have crushed your skull. I think I'll climb these stairs and give the balcony a once-over.
Hey, you be careful, Mike. Don't push another pot down on us, huh?
You're giving me ideas, my darling.
Mike, get out!
What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
Mike! Oh, Mike, are you hurt?
Baby, that was a close call. If I hadn't grabbed the railing...
Well, Mike, the steps just gave way under you. They're rotten.
No, Angel. No, sir. They were meant to give way. Look at the underside of this next step.
Huh? Mike, why, that's sawed halfway through.
Yes, evidently the ghost of Moccasin Hill wants company.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike Shane and Phyllis Knight in their adventures. As your car gets older, its bearings wear down. The bushings enlarge and the joints and fittings loosen up and rattle. This means that lubrication becomes increasingly important in relieving friction and protecting worn parts against extra shock and strain. And since even the latest cars are now almost 4 years old, no one can afford to take a chance on a careless grease job. That is why the Union Oil Minutemen take such pride in stop-wear lubrication. Each job of stop-wear lubrication is performed so carefully and accurately, it is guaranteed in writing. When your car receives stop-wear lubrication, you can be sure that only the finest high-quality greases are used throughout. And you can also be sure that each fitting and bearing will be thoroughly lubricated according to the manufacturer's specifications. While your car is on the hoist, the Minutemen will inspect out-of-sight points and check them for danger signs. So, ladies and gentlemen, for smoother, safer driving, ask your Union Oil Minuteman for stop-wear guaranteed lubrication. Stop-wear is an exclusive process available only at Union Oil Minuteman stations. Remember, stop-wear lubrication is guaranteed. Mike and Phyllis are still searching through the ancient house on Moccasin Hill, stalking the ghost who throws flower pots and designs collapsing staircases. Right now, they are interrupted by a new arrival.
Why, Mr. Patton, won't you come in?
Thank you, Miss Kilgallen. I happened to see your car in the driveway, and I thought I'd stop in a moment.
I'm glad you did. Oh, I want you to meet some friends. This is Mr. Shane and Miss Knight from San Francisco.
Oh, how do you do?
How
do you do, sir?
Patton? Mr. Patton was my father's attorney. He's handling the estate.
Yes, it's in that regard, Miss Kilgallen, that I'd like to talk to you. Could we go into the living room?
Certainly. You too, Mr. Shane and Miss Knight.
All right. I thought it might be better if we talked alone.
Oh, I have no secrets, Mr. Patton. And I think Mr. Shane may want to ask you some questions about Father.
Strictly in the line of duty, Mr. Patton. I've been retained to investigate Mr. Kilgallen's death.
Well, my dear girl, you're wasting your money. Your father died of heart disease.
Perhaps, but what was it you wished to see me about?
Oh, yes, Miss Kilgallen, I've thought it over, and I'm now prepared to offer you $22,500. I think that's a generous sum indeed for this property.
I'm sorry, Mr. Patton. You know that Father put over twice that much money into the place, and it has historic value.
May I ask why you want to buy it?
Why, that's obvious, sir, to live in. It won't be easy to dispose of with her father's death and certain rumors about the property. I think I'm doing her a kindness.
I'll answer it.
These rumors, Mr. Patton, did this girl's father tell you anything that would bear them out?
Well, Mr. Kilgallen was an ill man, sir. He had a rather morbid turn of mind, of course.
It's for you, Mr. Shane, San Francisco.
Oh, that's Faraday. Excuse me, please. Hello, Inspector. You did? Well, a pat on the old back, my boy. Uh-huh. Right now? Okay, hold him there. Or better still, bring him out here. Oh, I see. Then I guess he's out of reach by now. No, No, nothing much, Inspector, except that you almost lost your best pinochle partner. Well, the ghost pulled a staircase out from under me. Don't worry, I'm watching out. But thanks for trying, Faraday.
No hits, no runs, no ball game, huh?
Mr. John Himes was registered at the Palace Hotel at or about the time the old man died. He also registered there just 2 days ago.
Mike, you were right.
And checked out this morning. Destination unknown.
Oh.
Even so, I'm sure you're wrong, Mr. Shane.
Well, Miss Kilgallen, I take it you're rejecting my offer?
I'm afraid I must.
Well, very well. It's been a pleasure to meet you, sir.
Thank you.
And Miss Knight.
Thank you.
Oh, I almost forgot. I found you a new gardener. His name is Fred Norman. I brought him along with me. He's right outside.
But I can't fire poor old Dick.
You won't have to for a day or two. I'll need both men to help me on a little job.
Oh, very well. You'll find Fred waiting at the back door. Good day.
Good day, sir.
Mike, what are you up to? What job? Are we staying here?
Not so loud, honey. I haven't any job for him, but I think Mr. Patton has.
Oh, you mean this new gardener is a spy, huh?
I mean. Well, we'll give him something to prick up his ears about.
Okay.
Miss Kilgallen, I want a tape measure, the longest you can find, please.
What on earth for?
Something tells me your ghost haunts a very secret room. We're going to find that room by yard, feet, and inches.
Oh, darn it. I dropped it again.
Well, hold on to it, honey. It's a tape measure, not a snake.
Oh, quiet. I'm tired, Mike. We've spent over 2 hours measuring this house, every room, every hall, every closet. We haven't found a thing.
Well, the hall is 53 feet long. Now, Miss Kilgallen, what did we find in the living room?
Let's see. It's on this other paper. It says here 30 feet.
30 feet. And the gun room next to it?
14 feet each way.
That totals 44 feet plus 1 foot for the wall. That's it. Yeah, see, there's 8 feet missing.
Fine. How do we get into this secret room? By pickaxe?
Come on, into the gun room.
But, Mr. Shane, Father knew all our secret rooms. He had them all open.
Well, he didn't know about this one, or maybe he just lost count.
Okay, now, honey, you take the far end of the wall, and I'll start at this end. There's got to be a hidden spring or something. Now, pound every inch of the woodwork.
All right.
It doesn't sound hollow.
Well, that's why nobody suspected it. Come on, use some muscle, honey. You're just playing patty cake.
Listen, Mike Shane, I haven't got calluses on my knuckles. Oh, Mike.
Huh?
Mike, this panel, it moved.
What? This is it, kids.
It only moved an inch or so.
I'll pull it open. There you are.
It's dark as a coal bin inside.
I'll strike a match.
Good.
Now we shall see what we shall see.
Look. Isn't that an old table and a chair?
Well, what's more important, a candle. We can get some real light.
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, honey.
It's dusty in here.
Well, sneeze the other way. You almost blew these off the table.
Blew what off?
These papers here. Newspaper clippings. Oh, they're so old, they're brown.
Well, what on earth are they doing in here?
I don't know. They're printed in old-fashioned type. Must be 60 or 70 years old. Hold on. Miss Kilgallen, what did you say the name was of that stage robber?
You mean Black Miguel?
Yeah. Here, read this. Maybe this will mean something to you.
Driver Billy Pringle reported to the sheriff that on Wednesday night his stage broke down at Moccasin Hill. Pringle took the express box to the Kilgallen house.
Hey, that's your grandfather.
I remember hearing some sort of story.
Go on reading.
During the night, Black Miguel assaulted the driver. As he attempted to flee with a small fortune, Mr. Pringle shot and killed him. The express box, however, was not recovered. The authorities are now searching.
You know, this sounds like something out of Treasure Island.
You can say that again, honey. Here's a diagram with everything on it except dig at the foot of the crooked pine tree.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, that paper's almost new.
Well, it would have to be. The handwriting is my father's.
Well, then he did know about this room.
Yes, and he must have spent plenty of time in here. Candle drippings all over the table.
You know, there's something funny about them. You notice how heavy the dust and grit is on the table? Yet when I rub my finger over the wax spots...
There's no dust on them. They're fresh.
Yeah.
It's Shane.
Shh. It's the living room wall.
Somebody else wants in.
Blow out the candle. We're leaving.
I don't see anybody.
Wait till I push this panel back.
Mike, you're not going to use your gun.
Come on, follow me into the living room. Quietly. Hands in the air, mister.
Huh? What?
Well, Fred Norman, the gardener.
Get that gun away. You ain't got no call of...
We heard you pounding that wall.
What if it was? Fella can knock the ashes out of his pipe, can he?
Yeah, but you're a gardener. What are you doing in here?
I was looking for my skill gown. I wanted to know about the rose bushes. But I guess I don't want to work here at all.
What was that?
The front door.
Hey, don't you answer the door in this house?
That's Faraday.
Inspector Faraday. Well, since when is Moccasin Hill your bailiwick?
Oh, I guess I'm just an old maid. Got to worrying about your neck. Not that I wouldn't like to bust it myself sometimes.
Well, I'll save it for you, just for you, Daddy.
Here, here.
No, all kidding aside, Faraday, there's something going on here which ain't done with mirrors.
I'll say not. We found a secret room, papers telling of a stagecoach robbery 70 years ago, a map of where the treasure's buried.
Plus rapping noises, hot and cold running spooks, anything you want, we got it.
Yes. Has your cigarette tasted different lately?
No, we mean it, Inspector. Somebody's putting on a spook act to frighten people away from here, even if it means killing people.
Somebody wants the old express box, and he's willing to kill people to get it.
Yeah, right out of this morning's comic strip. Ghost turns out to be an expired with a peg leg.
All right, we'll take our word for it. Come on, we'll show you the secret room. Now watch. I'll press this wall panel here, and...
Well, I'll be...
See, Inspector?
Stoop as you go in, or you'll bump your noggin.
Any light switch in here?
Now, there's a candle on the table. I'll light it.
Well, you weren't kidding.
No, not the strip. Now, here are the papers I was talking about.
Mike.
Hey, wait a minute.
The papers. Mike, they're gone.
All right, come on now. We mean business, Fred. Come on, hand over those papers. We know you got them.
I don't know nothing about any papers, and I don't know nothing about any secret room.
You're lying. Patton brought you here. He hired you to steal them for him.
What's more, you ain't no gardener. Old Dick can tell you that. Don't know a shovel from a hoe.
I'm leaving right now. I wouldn't work here for no kind of money.
You're staying right here. You're not to leave this property, you understand?
Maybe I won't, or maybe I will.
Don't trust that feller. If it's all right with you folks, I'll kind of follow him around, keep my eye on him.
Good idea. But let him do anything he wants. He'll tip his hand yet.
But I don't see why you didn't search him for the missing papers.
It's useless, honey. He's smart. He's already hidden them somewhere.
Seems to me, Mr. Shane, this is all beside the point. I wanted you to find out if my father was murdered.
Afraid that's impossible for any detective, miss. No one saw him die. He's been dead for days when he was found. Coroner only made a rough guess when it happened.
I think we can establish the time, Faraday. We were looking at the old gentleman's diary. It's here on the desk.
Father was very religious in keeping up his diary. He wrote down everything he did.
The final entry was made on the 17th of last month. Here it is. Quote, rained all day. Afternoon spent cleaning and oiling all my guns. Had to fix the pin on the Derringer.
That's a pistol, isn't it, Mike?
Mm-hmm. It's a short barrel, heavy caliber, darling.
Just a minute. The Derringer.
Oh, what about it?
Well, Father always kept it on top of the bookcase. It's gone.
Probably forgot to put it back after he fixed it.
Yes, but getting back to the diary, these are his last sentences. Heard the noises again. It laughed and moaned. Next time it happens, I'll... And there he stopped.
Right in the middle of a sentence.
Oh, that front door. You'd think this was a housewarming.
As I see it, Faraday, the old fellow heard something again. He stopped writing, got up, went into the living room to check up. Whatever he saw or heard stopped his heart. He was found in the chair by the telephone.
I thought you were acting for me.
Hey, what goes on?
Well, I'm just as surprised as you are. This is John Himes, my cousin.
The fellow from Boston.
Well, sir, I'm very happy to meet you. My name is Mike Shane.
Oh, yes. Mr. Patton said you were investigating, looking me up.
I understand you were in California last month about the time Mr. Kilgallen died.
Yes, I was.
And you're here now. Why?
On business. I came up to see Patton about buying this property. I wrote to my cousin and to him as her attorney and made an offer. Now I find Patton is trying to buy the place himself.
And, in case you didn't succeed, Mr. Patton, you hired Fred Norman, the fake gardener, to steal those papers from the secret room.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Himes, what is your interest in this property? We understand you live in Boston.
Well, my firm is transferring me to San Francisco. I'd like to have a country home.
Just what is your business?
I can see you're suspicious. Perhaps you'd rather look at one of my cards.
Well, it wouldn't hurt.
Here you are.
Thank you. Investment banking.
Michael... Inspector, could I see you alone a moment?
Can't it wait, honey?
No, it'll just take a minute.
Oh, all right. Excuse us, please.
Come on, let's go into the living room, huh?
You look as wise as the Sphinx, Phil. You solved the case?
Mm-hmm. Maybe. Now, this is it. I was standing right next to Himes, Mike, when he took out his wallet to give you that card.
And?
Well, there was an envelope tucked into a pocket of the wallet. Airline tickets. But the name written on the envelope said Gene Powers.
Gene Powers?
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't add up, honey. The girl introduced him as her cousin. She said John Himes.
She said. Do we have to believe her?
I'm going to phone headquarters. Gene Powers may have a record.
No, no.
What's that?
Oh,
Heavens!
It's outside. Come on, quick.
the front door's open.
Yeah.
Mike, look. Mike in the driveway.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, cross off one suspect.
Ooh.
Attorney at law, Stephen Patton.
And add another. I just saw somebody on the balcony.
Who? Who did you see?
Ellen Kilgallen.
We'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in just a moment. If you ever had a jack slip when you were changing a tire, you get a pretty forceful demonstration of how much a car weighs. Now, all that weight rests directly on the wheel bearings, and as you travel, those wheel bearings must revolve rapidly and still support the heavy weight of the car. Because of this concentrated pressure, and because they're also liable to damage from brake dust, grit, and water, front wheel bearings need the best possible lubrication. Failure to keep these bearings properly lubricated may result in expensive repairs, requiring parts now hard to get. Your neighborhood Union Oil Minuteman knows this. That's why he takes such pains to do a thorough job of lubricating front wheel bearings. First, he washes out all the old grease and dirt with solvent. Then the bearings and races are individually cleaned until they are dry and shiny. Finally, the clean, polished bearings are replaced in the races. Then, with special equipment, every surface is snugly packed in a thick coating of Union Oil wheel bearing grease. Then your front wheels are all set for months of well-lubricated, easy rolling. The cost for the entire service of your front wheel bearing assembly is nominal. So for safer, easier driving, just stop in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil's front wheel bearing service. Thank you. A second man has died at the strange old house in Moccasin Hill. While Phyllis telephones for the local police, Mike and Inspector Faraday are in the gunroom questioning 4 uneasy people.
Now we know what we're talking about. One of you here in this room killed Steve Patton because he knew too much or because he was double-crossing you.
Miss Kilgallen, we'll start with you. What were you doing upstairs on that balcony?
Why, I heard the shot and I ran out to see what happened.
Oh, that's no answer. When we left this room, you and your cousin were with Patton. Now, why did you go upstairs?
To get Father's old watch for John. Father left it to him in his will. Does that satisfy you?
Maybe. And you, Mr. Himes, where were you when the shot was fired?
Why, I was following Ellen upstairs to get the watch. Is there anything wrong with that?
No, I guess her cousin is entitled to the heirloom. But not a guy named Gene Powers.
What? Oh, so that's it. Sharp eyes, Mr. Shane.
The credit goes to Miss Knight.
Well, it's quite innocent, really. Gene Powers is a friend of mine, and he had a plane ticket for New York tonight. He couldn't get away, so I'm using his priority.
We'll check on that. You, Fred Norman.
I was in the kitchen eating. Can't send a man to jail for swiping a chicken wing.
You were watching him, Dick?
Yes, sir.
He wasn't even in the room.
Oh, I was watching you through the hall door, just waiting for you to do something.
Okay. Now we're going to ask all of you to empty your pockets. Each one put his stuff in a pile on this table.
What for?
We're asking the questions. Start digging.
I know what you're up to. Looking for the gun that killed him.
No, the murderer saved us that trouble. He put it right back where he got it. The Derringer there in the bookcase.
Why, yes, it's back.
All right, Mr. Himes, now let's see what you've dished out.
Handkerchief, penknife, billfold, notebook, small change.
And you, Dick?
Oh, I ain't got much. Old oil rag, a knife, a busted pack of seeds, and 4 bits.
Fred?
Handkerchief, knife, pencil, and some money.
Yes, too much money for a gardener. $50?
Well, that's Patton's money. He bribed him.
Obviously. Any pockets in your dress, Miss Kilgallen?
No. If you tell us what you want, I'm sure.
All right. Now, after the 3 of us ran out and found Patton, we did a quick circle around the outside of the house. We tried to come back in through this terrace door. It was locked and the key gone.
That's odd. We used the door a little earlier.
Yes, so did the murderer a little later. Fired a shot from the terrace, ducked back in, locked the door, and went to another part of the house.
I'm sorry to spoil the game, kiddies.
What?
But is this what you want?
The key.
I found it by the door.
Well, what do you know?
It had slipped under the carpet, Mike.
All right, folks, you can put your stuff back in your pockets. Oh, too bad, Mike. It almost worked.
But it did work.
What?
In a way we hadn't counted on.
Now, wait a minute, Mike. You know the killer?
Positively, darling. The confession is right on top of that table in the secret room.
I don't get it, Mike. There's nothing on this table.
Just a candle, dust and grit and splotches of wax.
That's all, Angel, but it's enough to convict the murderer.
Oh, folly, Doddle. Nobody ain't ever hanged a ghost. Take more than a smart, big city detective.
Well, I can't believe the motive. I don't think there's any buried treasure.
It's quite possible, but Patton and his killer thought otherwise. They wanted no one on this property while they were hunting. So, the haunted house routine.
But how could Mr. Patton be so cold-blooded? Father's friend and attorney deliberately scaring him to death.
Well, he probably didn't intend to go that far, Miss Kilgallen. Hey, come on, Mike. Who gave Patton the tit for tat, huh?
All right. Now, as you notice from these candle drippings, somebody spent plenty of time at this table going over the papers about Black Miguel in the express box.
Father, we found that diagram in his handwriting.
And somebody else in just the last day or so. Somebody who emptied his pockets onto this table, perhaps searching for a pencil and notepaper.
Mike, there's a limit to crystal gazing. You can't...
Can't I? Brush your hand over the tabletop. That's it. Now, what have you got in your palm?
Dust and grit.
All right, now pick out some of that grit and eat it. Go on, it's not dirt.
Seems to me... Yeah, I'm sure I've tasted this before.
Yes, in restaurants, on rolls. It's poppy seed.
Oh, this is the end.
And in whose pockets did we find a broken package of poppy seed?
Hey, Dick's, the gardener.
You're all right. Maybe I was in there. I used to play in this house when I was a kid. It was all busted down. I knew every inch of it. That don't spell nothing.
Oh, it does. You were very careful not to tell us about this room, not even Mr. Patton.
You're right, mister. Patton hired me to watch Dick and you folks. He figured Dick was cheating.
That ain't saying I killed him. Nobody can say that.
A dead man's diary can, Dick. The day Mr. Kilgallen died, he wrote that he cleaned all his guns, including the old Derringer.
You mean there are only 2 sets of fingerprints on the gun?
Yes.
Kilgallen's and the man who fired it.
Yes, Dick. That's exactly what I mean.
You know something? That was very sweet of you, Faraday, coming clear out to Moccasin Hill just to be Mike's bodyguard.
Yes, sir. And driving us back home in a police car sure beats that bus trip. Was doggone nice of you, Faraday.
I got the sentiment. Maybe I just wanted to sell a couple of extra tickets to the policeman's ball.
Oh, we need those. As a policeman, Mr. Inspector, and as a detective, Mr. Shane, there's one thing you did in this case which I don't understand.
Only one? Miss Knight, you are improving.
Smarty. You and Mike knew you could catch old Dick by his fingerprints on the Derringer, so why'd you bother to look for a missing door key and Mike act so big and brainy about the poppy seeds?
Honey, never put all your money on one horse. We were both afraid Dick had already wiped his fingerprints off the gun, but we didn't tell him that.
Time was a-wasting, and it was a good shortcut.
Uh-huh. Just as I thought. The big city boys had to crack it fast before the local hayseeds took over the case. And your glory.
Why, Phyllis, how can you say such a thing?
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis with Joe Forte. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil. Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Just a moment, please. Hey, boss, Mr. Tom Wilcox wants an appointment. How about 1 o'clock?
Archie, no appointments today. I intend to pot some dendrobium offsets.
1 o'clock will be fine, Mr. Wilcox.
See the Tom Wilcox who was acquitted yesterday of the murder of that singer, Keith Hansen?
Mr. Wilcox, are you the Tom Wilcox who... Oh, you are? I see.
What does he want with me?
Mr. Wilcox, why do you seek Mr. Wolf's services? I see. Well, our fee is $1,000 with a retainer of $500, okay? Oh, yes, Mr. Wolf will see you. What's that? Hey, what was that? Hey, Mr. Wilcox.
Archie, stop shouting, hey.
He whispered someone was at the window. Then I heard a shot, and he dropped the phone. Boss, I'm afraid we've just lost a client.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout, and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
This episode is one Nero Wolfe refers to as a slight case of perjury. It all started with a phone call from Tom Wilcox and the ensuing shot, which I was sure had brought our newfound income to an early end. Anyway, there was the shot and... Hello? Mr. Wilcox? Hello? Well, boss, I've certainly waited long enough for him to come back to the phone. We may have just lost a nice bankroll.
Nonsense, Archie. Other clients will rescue us. Now for a cold bottle of beer, Archie.
We're almost out of beer. I better get over there and see what happened to Mr. Wilcox.
The beer first.
Nero Wolf's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Oh, Wilcox, you all right? Well, was that a shot? It was, huh? I'm glad it missed.
Tell him to come right over here.
Yeah, you dug the slug out of the wall. Well, come right over. Boss, the police never found the gun that killed Keith Hansen.
No gun was found.
Wilcox said he thinks he was shot at with a .32. He dug the bullet out of the wall. The murderer of Hansen must now be after Wilcox.
If Wilcox is telling the truth.
He was acquitted. The society gal, Mrs. Patricia Park, established his alibi, said she was with Wilcox at the time the murder was supposed to have occurred.
I read the papers, Archie.
Where's last night's paper? Wow, boss, look at her picture. Ooh, she's a honey.
Archie, will you get me some beer?
Well, if you move your arm 6 1/4 inches, you can't possibly miss it. Mr. Wolf, this is Tom Wilcox, our new client.
How do you do?
Archie, the red leather chair for Mr. Wilcox.
Mr. Wolf, I'd like your aid in finding the murderer of Keith Hansen.
Indeed. Why do you suppose you were shot at this morning?
I gave a statement to the press last night, which was printed this morning, saying that I was going to seek out the killer of Keith Hansen. The killer obviously wants me stopped. Here's the bullet, a .32, I'd say.
Why did you go to Keith Hansen's apartment on the day of his death?
I went there to tell him to stay away from my sister. We had a fight. The manager came and stopped us. I told Hansen I'd kill him if he didn't lay off. The manager heard this. Then I went home.
What time was that?
About 8:30. The police claimed I returned to Hansen's apartment and shot him. I couldn't prove I was at home all night. It was going rough for me until Patricia Park testified she was with me at the time when the crime was said to have been committed.
Why didn't you tell the police in the first place that this Patricia Park was with you?
Well, that's the whole trouble. She wasn't.
What?
Her claim that she spent the hours from 9 till midnight with me was a lie. In fact, I'd never met the woman in my life.
Have you contacted this Patricia since your release, Mr. Wilcox?
Yes, but she refuses to see me.
Archie, phone Mrs. Patricia Park and tell her that she must see you at once for her own good. Time is of the essence.
And what else can you tell me, Mrs. Park?
Mr. Goodwin, I haven't anything more to say than I've already said.
All I want is a simple answer as to why you lied about being with Tom Wilcox.
Well, Tom Wilcox is a very fine man, but he isn't telling you the truth.
Did you commit the murder and succeed in establishing your own alibi by swearing you and Tom Wilcox were together 10 miles from the scene of the crime?
I did not.
Do you own a gun?
Don has one around.
Who's Don?
Don's my husband.
Oh, is he here?
I doubt it. He's never here. Spends most of his time at the bookies, throwing away every cent he can get his hands on. I've had to cut his allowance to practically nothing.
Doesn't he work?
No. He studied medicine, but gave it up. He was an illustrator for years, but gave that up when his eyes were burned in a plane crash.
Mm-hmm. Where's the gun?
It's in the desk. It used to be in here.
What caliber?
I don't know.
Where were you at 10 o'clock this morning?
Why, I think I was with the cook.
Someone fired a shot at Tom Wilcox this morning through the window.
No. Oh, no. Archie, please don't continue with this investigation, please.
How well did you know Keith Hansen?
Not very well, but enough to realize he was no good. Mr. Goodwin, if you'll drop this case, I'll give you $1,000 cash.
Not interested. But I am interested in learning why you lied, why Tom was shot at this morning, and why you should try to bribe me.
You must stop for your own sake.
How will it benefit me to step out of it?
The killer tried to stop Tom Wilcox. You might be next, and he may not miss this time.
Go on. Why have you been protecting Wilcox?
I believe Tom Wilcox was innocent. And I didn't want him to be sentenced to die, so I lied at the trial.
He told us today he'd never seen you before.
That's true. But he looked so innocent, so clean and good and decent.
That's not very believable. If you don't think Wilcox killed Hansen, who do you think did it?
Please believe me, Archie. I don't know. I tell you.
Hi, sis. Hey, what's the matter? Are we intruding?
Oh, hello, Marge. Brad, come in. This is Mr. Goodwin, my sister and brother-in-law, Marge and Brad King.
How do you do?
Hello. What gives, and who's Mr. Goodwin?
A private detective, Marge. I've just explained to Mr. Goodwin that I wasn't with Tom Wilcox at the time of Keith Hansen's murder.
Pat, why did you tell him that?
Mr. Goodwin, I hope you will not use this knowledge against Pat.
Did you all know Keith Hansen?
Yes. And my husband and Keith went to school together.
Keith, Don, and I were on the same polo team.
Where were you at the time of the Hansen murder, Mr. King?
He and Don were attending a horse show at Madison Square Garden. Marge and I didn't want to go. We stayed here.
Where were you at 10 this morning, Mr. King?
Why, I had an appointment with my dentist, Dr. Flagg, Rockefeller Center.
And you, Mrs. King?
I was shopping. Ilsa's salon, a sale on dresses. Why all this questioning?
Marge, someone tried to kill Tom Wilcox this morning.
What?
May I use the phone, Mrs. Park?
Yes, of course. First door to your left.
Suppose you try to find the gun.
Marge, that gun is missing from the desk.
I haven't seen it.
Do you know the caliber, Mr. King?
32, I think.
It must be in the house.
For your sake, I hope you find it.
Nero Wolf speaking.
Archie, boss.
You should have reported long ago. She must be very pretty.
Pat Park admits she lied. She claims now she was with her sister, Marge King. Marge and her husband, Brad, have alibis, and all have alibis for this morning. I'll check them before I return.
Where were they the night of the Hansen murder?
Well, Brad and Don Park, that's Pat's husband, were at the Madison Square Garden horse show. Pat and Marge were together here at the house.
Impossible to verify the Madison Square alibi at this date. Check all the rest and come home for lunch. It's Oysters Rockefeller.
Has Inspector Kramer arrived yet?
He has, and left the police records on the Hansen murder. He has taken the bullet Wilcox brought to be checked at ballistics.
Good. Pat had a .32 caliber gun in the desk in the library. It's now missing.
Indeed.
And, boss, Pat just offered me $1,000 to quit the case. When I refused, she said if I didn't lay off, something might happen to me.
Oh, dear me. That would be most upsetting, eh? After lunch, I want you to visit the late Keith Hansen's apartment. Bye.
Before you join the others, Mr. Goodwin, I want to talk to you.
All right. Close the door, Marge.
Pat didn't mean anything when she offered you money, Archie. And she wasn't threatening you, honest.
I'm convinced. Why the pressure?
Well, why don't you sit down? Here, by me.
Okay. What's on your mind, huh?
Archie, I can add another 1,000 to what Pat offered. Wouldn't that be enough, Archie? I can give it to you right now. Brad will write a check.
Does Brad want me to stop, too?
He said you couldn't be persuaded.
Every one of you seems to have had a reason for killing Hansen. None of you apparently liked him. Now, be a good little girl, Marge, and stop trying to act like a Delilah. If you're innocent, you have nothing to worry about.
You're stuffy. I hope you do get hurt.
Thanks a million. Now let's join the others. Well, Pat, did you find the gun?
I can't find it anywhere. Oh, Mr. Goodwin, this is Don Park, my husband.
How do you do?
How are you?
Have you seen the gun, Mr. Park?
Not for ages. You're a detective, eh?
Yeah. May I ask where you were this morning about 10?
Why? Frankly, I was at my bookies.
Where's that?
I can't tell you.
But I'll call him and you can check it.
Were you and Brad together at all times during the horse show the night of Keith Hansen's murder?
No. Brad wandered away a couple of times, and I saw some people I knew.
You know how it is. We'd meet at intervals.
Archie, you're wasting your time. None of us is guilty. I made a fool of myself, that's all. Tom Wilcox was such a decent man that I hated to see him have to pay for taking Keith Hansen's rotten life.
If a man's guilty, why should you butt in? You never use your head.
Pat is one person who thinks of others before herself.
Marge, forget it.
Now you've got private detectives snooping around. What are you after, Goodwin? Who are you working for? Why don't you let my wife alone? The case is closed, isn't it?
Maybe.
Don, this just makes it more interesting to Mr. Goodwin.
As a matter of fact, I think you all know more than you're telling. I still think Tom Wilcox killed him. And there's only one reason why Pat should protect him.
Don, that's enough.
Nice, happy family, suffering all the torments of a guilty conscience. Is that it?
What are you trying to do, Mr. Goodwin? Get your nose poked?
Not exactly.
If not, you'd better leave.
Okay, Mr. King, I'll run along. Mr. Wolf will be anxiously waiting to hear about this. So long.
Pat Park's cook verified her alibi for 10 o'clock this morning, then. What about the other alibis?
Well, Brad's dentist said that he didn't get to Brad until about 10:30. His appointments had run over. He wasn't sure if Brad was there at 10 or not. The nurse was out at that time. Marge's alibi is no good. And at Mob at Ilsa's, the saleswomen wouldn't have known their own mothers. Don's alibi checks if we can take the word of the bookie.
Don and Pat, then, are the only ones who have alibis that checked, huh?
That's right. Are these the reports Inspector Kramer brought?
Mm-hmm.
Keith Hansen's body showed obvious signs of battery. Lips were swollen and lacerated, clothes disarranged. Knuckles of the right hand were skinned, nose fractured. Major contusion over the right eye. The eyes were closed. .32 caliber bullet was embedded in the left chest wall. Wow, what a battle.
I am of the opinion that Hansen was battered by two different people. I think someone arrived after Wilcox was thrown out by the manager, and this someone gave Hansen another beating.
Really, boss?
Come, let's have dinner. Then you must get over to Hansen's apartment.
Boss?
Yes, Archie. What have you found at Hansen's place?
Well, the desk yielded one thing of interest. Keith's address book. And Marge's name is in there. Apparently, he'd known her before she was married, when she was Marge Van Cott.
I see.
Her married name, King, was added in a different colored ink. Pat's phone number's there, and, of course, Don's and Brad's office numbers. There are a few bills, but no letters, no clues.
Sure?
Boss, I've combed the place, and there's no... Hey, wait a minute. I'll call you back. Who's there?
Archie, you know I dislike the banging of doors. Sign of ill breeding. Archie, what happened to you?
Target for tonight, Archie Goodwin.
Your forehead's bleeding. You better have Fritz fix it.
Well, my head can wait. Some guy certainly surprised me at Hansen's. Creased me on the forehead. Good thing I snapped off the lights. He emptied his gun at me. We scuffled and he got away. And then I dug his slug out of a chair. I think it's a .32. But look at this, boss. A little round piece of glass. Found it on the floor.
It's very small, very smooth, and concavo-convex in shape. Half an inch diameter.
Watch crystal?
Don't think so. The edges are too smoothly ground. I'll examine it under a magnifying glass.
I'll get it, boss. Oh, hi, Tom. Come in. It's Mr. Wilcox, boss.
Archie, hey, what's happened to you?
Somebody tried to scalp me.
Good evening, Mr. Wilcox.
The red leather chair, Tom.
Archie, please finish your report. Did you notice anything else of importance at Hansen's apartment?
Is that where this happened?
Yeah. Well, there were dozens of gals' photos scattered around.
Photos, eh? But no letters, Archie?
Not a one.
There must be some letters, Archie. Love letters. Wherever we have girls' photos and telephone numbers, I assure you they're bound to be love letters. That is what we must find. But then we'd have a motive.
Yeah, but where do I look, huh?
Go to Hansen's dressing room at the Club Diablo. I have just phoned the place. A female singer is substituting for Hanson, but she won't arrive until supper hour. Mr. Wilcox, accompany Mr. Goodwin, if you please. Keep your eyes open. I need the boy.
Then you do love me, boss? Come on, Tom. Let's look at this Club Diablo.
Well, I fixed it up with the stage doorman. Here, this is Hanson's dressing room.
What a layout. This dressing room's fancier than most of the Met stars get.
Hanson fixed it up himself. A bar, refrigerator, hot plate, television set. He could live here.
Some of this stuff could be the new girl singers.
I don't think so.
Well, let's get to work, Tom. Take the drawers in his dressing table first.
What are we looking for, Archie?
Mr. Wolf says the motive. He means letters. There's nothing here. Nothing in the desk. New singer must have cleaned it out for her things.
Nothing in the books.
Don't pass up that refrigerator.
Nope, empty. Hey, there is something here. Back of the ice cube trays. Come here.
Oh, wow. Mr. Wolf said there had to be letters, and so there are letters. Lots of them. Hey, here's one from Marge. And another. And look here. Really confidential letters from a dozen society gals.
There's something else in the back.
Bank book. What do you know? A singer like Keith didn't make this much.
No, that kind of money didn't come from crooning.
This guy Keith was really shaking these babes down.
Archie, someone's coming. Listen.
Quick, behind the door and grab him. Douse the lights.
Run, Marge, run!
Hold it, Tom. Well, it's you two.
You dirty rat. Higgin woman.
Tom, what are you and Archie doing here?
The letters. Archie, you found them.
Archie, please, give me those letters.
Don't touch. I'll just put them safely away in my pocket. Besides, you didn't write all of these.
Give them to me. At least give me my letters.
I'll tell you what. You go on home and stay there, and we'll leave it up to Mr. Wolf. Tom, take him outside. I want to use his phone.
Come along, ladies. Let us oblige Mr. Goodwin. I'll meet you at the stage door, Archie.
Right. Hey, the lights. Who's there?
Put the phone up, Goodwin.
Who are you?
Archie, what happened? Are you hurt? Here, let me help you.
I'm all right. I guess. Ooh, my head. Did you see anybody?
No, I didn't. I shouldn't have left you.
Turn out the lights before I saw him. He whispered. Got away with all the evidence. Where are the girls?
I sent them home in a cab.
Well, let's get over to Mr. Wolf. This is tough luck. If I'm not mistaken, his next move will be to have a little get-together with all concerned. Come on.
Archie, the door, our guests are arriving.
Excuse me, Tom. Come in, Inspector Kramer.
Goodwin.
Good evening, Inspector.
Well, Mr. Wolf, got the killer? You said you'd hand him over to me this evening.
In time, Inspector. You know Tom Wilcox, of course.
Mr. Wilcox.
Evening, Inspector.
What about the ballistics report, Inspector?
The bullet was shot from the same gun that killed Hanson.
And that gun, I am certain, came from the home of Pat and Don Parks. Marge and Brad King also had access to it. I have one more bullet here, Inspector, one fired at Mr. Goodwin. I am sure it was also shot from the same gun. However, it isn't important now.
Isn't important? It almost cost me my life.
You can make it into a charm if you wish. Inspector Kramer, before our other guests arrive, I must tell you that Mrs. Park lied on the witness stand. She was not with Tom Wilcox at the time Keith Hanson was murdered. In fact, they were absolute strangers.
What?
Sit down, Inspector. 4 other guests are due to arrive any moment.
Yeah, who are the other guests?
Patricia and Don Park, Marge and Brad King. One or all is involved in the Hanson murder. Archie, do any of these people wear spectacles?
Nope, none of them.
You know why this person killed Hanson, Mr. Wolf?
First of all, Hanson was a blackmailer. The girl Marge was the current victim. The letters Hanson held were the threat. I'll explain later.
Well, then Pat must have thought that Marge killed Hanson to get the letters, and she lied on the stand to save Tom's life because she believed Tom was innocent.
Where's this Marge King? I'll have her picked up.
Sit down, Inspector. Archie, I believe our guests are arriving now.
Come in, come in.
How are you?
Good evening. Archie, chairs. Inspector Kramer, Patricia and Don Park, Marge and Brad King, and this is Tom Wilcox.
We've met at the Club Diablo this afternoon.
All right, Mr. Wolf. Which one is it?
Patience, Inspector. One of these 5 people is the murderer of Keith Hanson, a killer.
What is this nonsense?
Please sit down. Mr. Wolf speaking. Go ahead, boss.
Any one of you had sufficient motive to have committed the Hanson murder. Not one of you has established a bona fide alibi. You who are actually innocent must tell the truth, or you shall all suffer as accessories after the fact.
Mr. Wolf, you're wasting your time.
Marge, several years ago, you were secretly married to Keith Hanson. It lasted but 1 week. You gave Keith the money to get a divorce from you at Mexico. He didn't, which made you a bigamist when you married Brad. Keith was all set to blackmail you. He knew your husband, Brad, was wealthy.
Marge, is this true?
Yes. Oh, please, Brad, I thought he got the divorce.
If I'd known that, I would have killed Hanson myself.
Maybe you did kill him.
One moment, Inspector. Patricia, you lied on the stand to protect Tom Wilcox here because you believed your sister Marge was guilty of Hanson's murder. Why did you believe her guilty? Were you at the scene of the crime?
Marge, it's time to tell the truth and clear all this up.
You won't be satisfied until you're in jail. Will you shut up?
Quiet, please. Go ahead, Marge.
All right. Keith Hanson was shot from the bedroom while I stood talking to him in the living room.
You went there to buy back your letters?
Yes, Pat drove me to his apartment. There was no place to park, so she said she'd drive around the block until I came out. That's why she's never been sure whether I killed him or not.
That's right. Because I feel I might have shot him if I'd been in your place. Because of what Hanson did.
What was it he did?
Keith Hanson demanded $10,000 in exchange for the letters. Pat loaned me the money, so Brad wouldn't know.
What? Is that true, Pat? You loaned her $10,000?
I got to Keith's apartment about 9:30. He looked awful. He obviously had been in a fight. The room was mussed up and his nose was bleeding.
Yes, go on.
He went to the bedroom to get the letters and came back saying they were gone. I didn't believe him. Keith said he knew who had taken them and he'd have them back by morning. He grabbed the money from me and put it in his pocket. He was just about to tell me who took the letters when there was a shot from the bedroom door. Keith Hanson fell to the floor, but I didn't see anyone. I wanted to get my money from his coat pocket, Pat's money, but I couldn't touch him. His staring, wide-open eyes were horrifying. I ran.
Poor baby, why didn't you tell me?
I think you're lying, young lady. You took the gun from your sister's desk, and when Keith Hanson didn't produce the letters, you deliberately shot him. You didn't even offer him any money. You kept it yourself.
No, I didn't. Oh, Pat, don't believe him.
Inspector Kramer, she's innocent. I know who did it.
Oh, no, Brad, stop. Oh, Brad, what do you say?
All right. Break it up.
Yeah, so do I know, Brad. That's why you left the horse show. I've thought you were guilty all along.
All right, Inspector. Now you know.
I don't get this, boss.
Inspector, ladies and gentlemen, please. First, which of you had some medical training?
Medical training? Well, Keith Hanson and I both went to medical school. Why?
That is most enlightening, Mr. Park.
Marge and I were nurses' aides during the war.
Then perhaps you can interpret this medical phraseology for me. These few lines from this little medical book. Archie, hand it to Dunpop. Will you read it, please? Top of page 75.
It says the form of pernicious anemia commonly found in the human is...
Now, Don, hold your hand over your right eye and read on.
What? Also common to the many lower...
Now, cover the left eye and read with the other.
What is this?
Go ahead.
Many lower animals and this light isn't so good.
Step close to me. Yes, thank you. Mr. Park, here is the contact lens for your right eye. I am sure you've been tremendously handicapped without it all day. Inspector Don Park is your murderer.
Don't move, Park.
Keep away, I warn you. Drop that gun, Park.
Well, I got his gun. There you are, Inspector. He's all yours now.
Okay, come on.
Okay, Goodwin. But I'll get out of this.
You trapped yourself, Don, by your contact lens. It dropped from your eye during the scuffle with Archie in the Hanson apartment this afternoon. And the gun Archie just took from you is undoubtedly the murder weapon. And the gun that fired the bullets at Wilcox and Archie today.
Hey, Tom, are you all right? There's blood on the side of your head.
Just grazed my scalp. You and I must have hard heads.
Well, that's that. Thanks so much, Inspector, for dropping in. Come again, won't you?
This was a rough day's work, boss.
Some beer, Archie, please.
Right. Hey, what was that business about the medical training?
Marge said the body of Keith had staring, wide-open eyes, preventing her from touching the body. But the police found the eyelids closed. How did they get closed?
Well, he must have bothered Don, too, and he closed him. His medical training.
Right. A layman would never touch the eyes of the dead. Marge couldn't, not even to get back the $10,000.
Here's your beer. Why did Don do all this, boss?
Obviously, he learned of Hanson's blackmail scheme and was trying to force him to agree to split Marge's $10,000. Don was quite startled a minute ago to learn that Pat, his own wife, put up the money. However, when they heard Marge arriving, Don stepped into the bedroom, found Marge's letters in there, and must have hidden in the closet.
And then as Keith Hanson was about to speak Don's name, Don shot him and took Marge's money. Of course, he planned to carry on a blackmailing of Marge himself, thinking the money would come from Brad.
Yeah. And you are warming that beer with your hot little hands. Pour it, please.
There you are.
You've had a rough day, beaten twice and lost to interesting women. Tonight you may open your bedroom window. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Gladys Williams was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman production, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Mary Lansing, Gene Bates, Paul Marion, Barney Phillips, Ken Peters, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Lost Heir. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names, and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like MI-31, for example, Rexall's popular mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. Full-strength MI-31 kills contacted germs in seconds. Its zippy, tangy quality leaves a happy aftertaste. For a reliable yet refreshing mouthwash, use Rexall MI-31. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall Family Druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. Dick's special guest star tonight is what was your name again?
I'm sorry, but I really can't tell you.
You can't tell me. Well, Rexall brings you Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Wow. Morning, Mr. Diamond.
Morning, Charlie. Oh, fix me something, will you?
Like that, huh? You look pretty good.
Oh, you should have seen me when I got up. Both my heads were hissing each other.
I'll fix you my special. You snap right out of it.
Well, take it easy. I tried snapping out of it this morning and scattered myself all over the room.
You relax for a minute. Just getting to work?
Yeah. Helen gave a party last night. I think it turned out to be the finals of the roller derby. Ever swallow a roller skate, Charlie?
Once on a dare, a mouse.
Oh.
Sorry.
Charlie!
Gotta mix it.
Oh, that's a horrible machine to have in a bar. Some poor guy's liable to end up with shell shock.
Here. Hold your breath so you don't change your mind.
What's in it?
In your condition, that is a very touchy question. You just drink it, you'll feel better.
Okay.
No fudging all the way.
Charlie!
All the way? What are you, chicken?
Oh, I knew it. You snitched this stuff from a fire extinguisher.
Tastes terrible, don't it?
What are you going to thaw me out with, a chisel?
Now, I know it ain't that bad.
No? A mortician would pay good money for the formula.
Well, look what came in the front door.
Hmm? Oh, yes, sir.
Pardon me, but I'm looking for someone.
There's nobody here but me and Mr. Diamond.
Here's a picture of him. Has he been in here?
Oh, lady, a lot of people come in here.
No, I mean this morning.
Mr. Diamond's my first customer.
Oh.
Something wrong, miss?
I've just got to find him. I don't know where to look.
What made you think he'd be in here?
I'm trying every place that's open. I lost him in this block someplace.
Lost him?
Well, he just disappeared.
Who is he?
My husband.
Oh.
I stopped to look at some hats in a window. I started talking about how pretty they were, and the next thing I turned around and he was gone.
You called home?
We're living at a hotel. He hasn't shown up there. I've called everyone I know in New York.
You're from out of town?
Yes. Oh, I'm so worried.
Well, honey, from this picture, your husband looks old enough to find his way around. Why don't you go on back to the hotel and...
You don't understand. My husband had quite a shock earlier this morning, and he was acting strangely.
So you figure he might have gone looking for a drink?
I don't know what I thought. It isn't like him to wander off like that. I'm so worried.
Well, if you're that upset, why don't you go to the law? Missing persons.
I thought about that, but I can't.
You can't go to the police?
I can't explain why. It just wouldn't be good.
Would you mind a completely new remark?
What?
Haven't I seen you before, Miss...
No.
Nice name.
Mr. Diamond sees a lot of people. Used to be a cop himself.
Oh.
Private detective now.
Private detective?
Seems to me I've seen your husband someplace before, too. Is this an old picture?
Yes, I carry it around in my wallet. Are you really a private detective, Mr.
Diamond, Miss...
Like Sam Spade?
Well, no. Sam drinks and runs around with women. I lead a rather sheltered life. Steady, Charlie.
Mr. Diamond, I'm really frightened. I'm sure something awful's happened to my husband. Will you help me?
I might, if you tell me two things.
What are they?
Why you can't go to the police, and if you can afford $100 a day in expenses.
Oh, I can afford the money.
You should have answered the first question first. Now I'm almost tempted to forget the last one.
But I can't go to the police.
Dear, when people can't go to the police, it worries me. Your old man got a record or something?
A record?
Well, I've seen both of you someplace. You sure you aren't working some kind of a racket?
Oh, now, lady, take it easy.
I lose my husband. I come in here for help, and you think I'm some sort of a criminal or something.
Look, dear,
I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. I don't want to go to the police, and it has nothing to do with breaking the law.
Shame on you, Diamond. Here, lady, here's a handkerchief.
Thank you.
Look, I'm sorry.
No, you're not. You're terrible.
Oh, please. Look, I'm in pretty bad shape myself. Okay, I'll help you.
Wonderful, Mr. Diamond. Where can we talk?
Hey, she turns him off like a hydrant.
You'll help me?
Oh, yes. $100 a day in expenses.
Certainly.
Get her.
Yeah. You sure you didn't dip into one of Charlie's specials?
I don't drink.
This isn't drinking. It's like diving into an active volcano.
Where can we talk?
One of the booths.
Good. I don't want anyone else to know about this.
You mean after this build-up, I ain't even going to hear what it's all about?
Come on, dear. Relax, Charlie. Have one of your specials. Who knows? You may be the first one to reach the moon.
Is this booth all right, Mr. Diamond?
Just fine. Now sit down, dear, and tell me all about it.
Well, there's really not much to tell. I took my husband to an appointment this morning.
What kind of an appointment?
I can't tell you.
And you can't tell me your husband's name?
No.
Not even his first name?
Well, I guess I could tell you his first name. It's Richard.
Richard?
Yes.
You can't tell me any more?
No.
You want me to find him, and you want me to trust you?
If you will.
Will you trust me?
Yes.
Then I'll try and find Richard, but I'll need some help.
I'll try.
No, please. I'll need some outside help.
Who?
A policeman.
Oh, no, I told you.
And I told you. You want me to trust you? Okay, that's what I'm going to do, but you got to trust me, too.
But the police...
If you and your husband aren't in trouble with the police, you got nothing to worry about.
But the police...
Not the police, a policeman. One man.
But he'll find out why Richard disappeared.
Well, don't you want to know why?
I know why, but I don't want anyone else to know why.
You don't want anyone else? You know why, but you... Oh, don't let me do this to myself.
I just want to find him.
Okay. I promise the policeman won't say anything. I'm trusting that you have a good reason for not telling me any more than you have, but to find a man, this man in the picture, and an old photograph at that, to find this man needs a lot of doing. Checking hospitals.
Hospitals?
Now, don't start crying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
When you've got to check hospitals, morgues...
Morgue?
Look, dear. You wait here.
Oh, no, I'm going with you.
Good girl.
Charlie, thank you for being so patient.
A pleasure, miss.
Shall we go, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah. And, Charlie...
Yeah?
I'd like to thank you, too.
Anytime.
Your hospitality and good manners are only equaled by your loyalty and perspicacity.
Huh?
All in all, you've been a living doll. Being a person who lives out in left field most of the time myself, I realized that these little disturbances in my life were pretty average. So with cute little Anonymous tagging along behind, I left Charlie's fancy bistro and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station and the good Lieutenant Levinson. When we walked into the squad room, we bumped right into the one thing that science had been working 24 hours a day to find a cure for. Well, good afternoon, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, how are you, Diamond? Hey.
Oh, unpucker, Otis. Mrs. X will think the lieutenant uses you to unstop sinks.
Mrs. X? What kind of a name is that?
You want to meet the lady? That's the name.
Mrs. X?
How do you do, Sergeant?
Oh, hey, ain't I seen you someplace before?
Otis, haven't I seen you someplace before?
Now, what are you talking about, Shama? Sure you've seen me before.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, but this is nothing. Stick around him for a whole day sometime. Come on, let's see the lieutenant.
I'll see you later, Mrs.
Yes, Sergeant. It's been a pleasure.
Otis.
Yeah?
Your eyes are hanging out so far they cover your badge.
Oh.
Hello, Walt.
Hi, Rick.
Yeah. This is Mrs. X, Walt. Dear, this is the mighty arm of the law, Lieutenant Levinson.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
How do you do, Mrs. X?
Oh, let's not go into this thing again. The young lady prefers to be known as Mrs. X. Now, Walt, I want you to do me a favor.
Yeah, young lady, haven't I seen you someplace
before? Yeah, Walt. Even Otis is with us on that one. I said the same thing when she found me in Charlie's bar. Now, the young lady's lost her husband, and I'm going to help her find him. Here's his picture. See if you got anything.
Oh, yeah. Are you sure I haven't seen you?
Walt, we'll solve that one later. The picture. Go make like a policeman.
Okay. She got a record?
Lieutenant.
Oh, well, I never forget her face.
He's been trying to ever since he got Otis. Now, come on, Walt. Get a report for missing persons. Check the hospitals and the morgue.
The morgue.
Lady, please.
It's a habit. Honey, we got to do these things just in case.
But you think he's...
Give me that picture. Lady, please. Now. What's your husband's name?
She can't tell you that, Walt.
What do you mean she can't tell me that?
I can't.
Now, you look, Diamond. If this is one of your...
His first name is Richard.
Richard what?
That's something I really can't tell you. I wouldn't have told Mr. Diamond the Richard part, but it just sort of slipped out.
Now, wait, what are you two trying to do to me? You come in here and ask me to locate this guy in the picture, and you won't even tell me his last name?
Look, Walt, I promise you'll do me the favor without the questions. The young lady seems to have a very good reason for not wanting to give her name or her husband's. Now, all I want you to do is check the morgues.
What's the matter with her?
She wants her husband.
Yes, I want my husband.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
It's always a pleasure when a customer herself tells you why she likes your product. And last week one said to me,
You know why I really prefer Rexall Milk of Magnesia? It's because one bottle won't be so thick I can't even pour it, and then the next one thin and watery. Somehow Rexall Milk of Magnesia always seems to be just right.
well, ma'am, that's because every bottle of Rexall Milk of Magnesia has to meet an exacting standard of viscosity, or it can't wear the Rexall label.
What do you mean by viscosity?
It's the degree of thickness or pourability in a liquid. Rexall conducts scientifically precise tests on every batch of Rexall Milk of Magnesia to be sure it meets this constant standard of viscosity. And that's not done just to please you with its consistency. What's much more important, it means you'll always get uniform dosage from every bottle of Rexall Milk of Magnesia.
And I thought it was all an accident.
Oh, no, ma'am. There are no accidents behind the fact. You can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, I checked, and no one that looks like this guy is in any of the more usual places.
Well, that's fine. Now let's start looking for him where I lost him, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, swell. Well, Walt, we really just stopped by to say hello. Killing time, you know.
Sure.
I appreciate everything you've done, Captain.
Lieutenant.
Of course. Thank you very much. But now Mr. Diamond and I have to go and find my husband.
Richard.
Yes.
I think you'd better wait a few minutes.
What for?
Yes, we've got to hurry. I've got to find my husband before the 8 o'clock plane leaves this evening.
You're leaving tonight?
You didn't tell me that.
Well, Richard has to be in California by tomorrow morning.
Got a little job to do?
A very big job, Captain.
Lieutenant.
Well, what do you want us to wait for?
Because I've got Otis checking on this girl, this Mrs. X.
Oh, no.
Walt, you promised.
I promised nothing. You assumed.
Oh, you're a fine buddy.
Buddy schmuddy. You might be taken in by her sweet innocence, but not me.
You double-crosser.
Mr. Diamond, you promised.
But I didn't, lady. I just checked the morgues. Oh, now you shut up.
Walt.
Well, I never.
I've seen this girl someplace, Rick, and I've got a sneaking suspicion she's wanted.
Wanted?
You can't cross me like this, Fatty.
Wanted?
Won't tell me her name, huh?
No.
Won't tell me your husband's name, huh?
No.
Then you're hiding something.
Yes.
Yes?
Why, yes, meaning of course.
Now you stop that, Rick.
Rick. Is your name Richard, too, Mr. Diamond?
No, my friends call me Rick.
You ever in Chicago, lady?
Of course.
Of course.
O-F-C-O-U-R-S-E.
You
meaning...
stay out of this. You run around with Tony Capone when you were in Chicago?
You talking to me?
I'm talking to her.
Well, I'm glad. Tony never gave me back my elk's tooth.
Well, I don't know why you're talking to me, Captain. I never gave Mr. Capone an elk's tooth.
It's Lieutenant, dear. You got to stop promoting him. You'll get a swell head.
Oh, you rat!
You call me Lieutenant?
No!
Gee, don't scare me like that. I got something on this picture you gave me.
Her husband?
Yeah. Hello, Mrs. X.
Hello, Corporal.
Otis.
Yeah. You won't like it, Lieutenant.
I won't like what?
What I got on this picture.
Something's happened to Richard.
Now, take it easy.
Well, what did you find out? I'll tell you whether I like it or not.
Well, I sent it down to the boys in the morning.
No! Oh, now look what you've done, you mallet head.
Well, gee, what did I say?
You said more. Oh, no.
Now, honey, listen. This morgue is where they keep photographs.
Oh.
Well, what did they come up with, Sergeant?
She sure looks pretty when she cries like that.
Otis.
Well, I shall quote from the report. Person in said photograph resembles one Richard Diamond, private detective.
What did you say?
Come to think of it, you do, Mr. Diamond.
I shall continue. Member of the New York police force for 7 years. Height 6'1", 190.
80.
The general conformation of the head. Note. Right ear...
Otis, shut up.
Oh, it gets real interesting. You didn't tell me about getting mixed up with that fan dancer back in 39, Diamond.
I was simply interested in starting an ostrich farm.
Otis.
Yeah?
Do you think that picture looks like Mr. Diamond?
Kinda.
Thank you, Patrolman Lovelow.
Patrolman?
Yes, and if I ever catch you wearing a sergeant's stripes again, I'll put you on a beach so far out that I'll have to fly food into you. Now get out of here.
Sergeant Levinson.
Lady, please, it's Lieutenant.
Well, I don't care what it is. I think you were just horrible to that nice little policeman.
Is that right?
It certainly is. And I'm going to write a letter to the governor about you.
Now, wait a minute.
And what's more, I'm going to tell him what a horrible, mean, impolite person you are.
But
I come in here with Mr. Diamond, and simply because I won't tell you my name, you accuse me of being a mop.
Mop?
Yes, mop. One of those gangsters' girls.
Moll.
Yes. And just because everyone thinks they've seen me before, I'm accused of all sorts of things.
But, lady,
No telling what's happened to my poor, wonderful husband.
Lady, please, lady.
You big bully.
Yes.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Can Sergeant Loveloon have his stripes back?
Yes.
No, thank you very much. Come on, Mr. Diamond. We've got to find Richard. Goodbye, Major.
Well, I was in it up to my neck. Any other time, a client like Mrs. X would have scared me right into 4 months of hibernation. But she was such a cute little screwball that I just had to go along with it. We took the picture that looked something like yours truly and started making the rounds. Starting with the last place Mrs. X had seen her husband, we showed the picture to every shop owner within a 4-block circle, but no one had seen him. Mrs. X kept checking with the hotel, making me stay at a good distance so I couldn't hear the conversation. But no one had seen her husband. We ended up right back where I first ran into her, Charlie's.
Wow. Find him?
No.
Look, dear, why don't you check again with this place that you and your husband went to this morning for his business appointment? Maybe you went back there.
Well, I guess I could try it again.
Phone in the back on the wall.
Thanks, I'll call him.
No luck, Diamond?
No. How do I get into these things, Charlie?
When someone wants to give you $100 a day in expenses, you get into them. Phone.
Brilliant deduction.
Hello?
A little lady will get it.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah?
It's for you. Captain Levinson.
You been promoted?
Several times in the last hour.
You think he's heard something about Richard?
Might be. Yeah. What is it, Fatty?
I thought you might be there.
What made you think of Charlie's?
Well, it's pretty obvious you had a hangover.
Well, maybe I stuck a bicycle pump in my nose and pumped up my head just to get a laugh out of Otis. You'll have to do better than that.
You told me you met the girl at Charlie's.
Shrewd.
Is it something important?
Honey, just relax. I'm getting to it.
But if it's about Richard...
The girl there?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Well, I don't know if it means anything, but we just got a report from the Johnson Sanatorium.
Johnson Sanatorium. Never heard of it.
Over on 84th Street.
The missing husband?
I don't know. The report fitted his description, but who knows from that old photograph.
Well, it's worth checking. What's the address?
644 East 84th Street. Seems they found this guy wandering around the streets.
Johnson Sanatorium, 644 East 84th Street, huh? Did he give his name?
Amnesia, loss of memory. Seemed to be suffering from shock. Thought I'd let you get there first. Felt kind of sorry for the girl when I realized the story might be kosher.
Okay, Walt, I'll check it. Thanks.
Meet you there.
Well, honey, that might be... Hey. Charlie.
Yeah?
Mrs. X, where'd she go?
Took out of here like she was shot out of a gun. Something wrong?
When are you going to stop asking stupid questions? Well, that tore it. Mrs. X was probably on her way over to the Johnson Sanatorium and with a good head start. So I went out and grabbed a cab for 84th Street and kicked myself a dozen times for getting mixed up in a situation like that. Why not forget the whole thing and get some rest until my head returned to a normal circumference? Answer: because I'd wasted a whole afternoon looking for the missing husband and hadn't even got a retainer.
Yes, sir. Is something I can do for you, perhaps?
I'm looking for the man you reported as...
Hello, Rick.
Oh, Walt. Have you seen Mrs. X?
I just this minute got her. She's been and gone.
What about the guy you got the report on?
Took him with her.
The young lady came in, took a look at the man, claimed it was her husband, paid his bill, and left.
You let him go like that? I thought the man had amnesia.
Well, yes, he was suffering from some kind of shock and had temporarily lost his memory.
But you just let him walk out of here with...
Rick, let him finish his story.
The minute the man saw the young lady, he snapped right out of it. She said they had to hurry to catch a plane or something, had a lot of packing to do.
Did she give her name?
Yes, he signed the release.
Here, let me see it.
Now, take it easy, Rick. It's signed Mrs. Richard Diamond.
She used my name?
Is that your name?
You're darn right it is. She leave any address?
Phony, I checked.
Oh, swell.
I'll cover the airports if it'll make you happy.
Oh, it'll make me very happy. She did nothing for my hangover. She didn't pay me 1 red cent for my trouble, and I think I may be getting hives. Oh, I'm going over to Helen's and have a complete nervous breakdown.
How do you feel now?
Oh, I'm all right, Helen, dear, but my ulcers just had a parade.
Any word from Walt?
No.
Miss Helen,
Yes, what is it, Francis?
a young lady at the door for Mr. Diamond.
I'll get it.
I'll bet you will.
Wow.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Now, look, I've got something to say
I
to
can't
you.
stop to talk. My husband's waiting in the car, and we have to catch a plane.
Now, you look,
I want to thank you very much for all you've done, and I want to apologize for running out on you.
But your husband...
He's fine, thank you. He just lost his memory for a while.
Now, I'm not
I
gonna...
haven't got time to tell you anymore. We've got to catch a plane.
But you...
Oh, I said that. Here's an envelope.
But I...
It explains everything, and there's something in it for you.
But you can't...
And here's something else because you've been so wonderful.
But...
I hope if you ever get to California, you'll look us up. Goodbye, and thank you again for everything. You're wonderful. Bye.
Well,
Hmm?
all right, Blue Eyes. What was that all about?
Oh, no, that was her. She. The girl.
The girl.
Mrs. X.
What's that?
Hmm? Oh, it's an envelope. Said it would explain everything.
I hope it does, especially that fond farewell.
Oh, that. She was just being grateful.
Yeah. Go on, open the envelope.
Pardon, Miss Helen. Now it's the phone. Lieutenant Levinson for Mr. Diamond.
I better tell him about the girl.
You'd better read what's in that envelope.
Hello, Walt.
Rick, that dame phoned Otis. Asked where she could find you.
Oh, that's how she found the place.
Yeah, the melonhead told her you might be over at Helen's. Gave her... She's been there?
Just left. And she left an envelope that she said would explain everything.
Well, what did it say?
I haven't read it.
Well, read it. I want to know what this is all about.
So does Helen.
Well?
$500.
The explanation?
What about the letter?
Well, it says, Dear Mr. Diamond, I know that I've caused you a great deal of trouble, so I wish to take this opportunity
To thank you for your patience and understanding. As for an explanation, well, here it is. But I count on your discretion and hope that you will keep my secret. This morning, my husband and I went to a doctor because I hadn't been feeling well. We discovered and were overjoyed to find out that I was going to have a baby. Immediately, I informed my husband that I had decided to give up working until after I had the baby. The realization that I wasn't going to make any more money for the rest of the year was too much for him. The shock made him lose his mind, and he just wandered off. Although he has recovered his memory, the thought of having to support us both for the rest of the year has left him nervous and despondent. So I'm taking him back to the coast to the family psychiatrist.
I wish to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all your kindness and help. Signed,
Sign who?
Rick!
Helen, what's wrong?
He's fainted.
What?
He looked at the signature on the letter and just flopped over.
Well, what about the signature?
It's signed June Allison?
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Whenever you have a headache, remember this about Rexall aspirin. When taken with water, the 5 full grains of pure aspirin in every Rexall tablet are ready to go to work for you even before they reach your stomach. Yes, whenever you have a headache, remember that about Rexall aspirin. Ask for it at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember always, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. June Allison appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and will soon be seen co-starring with Dick Powell in the MGM motion picture Right Cross. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, and Bob Sweeney. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, was transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Bill Bendix leads The Life of Riley again Friday on NBC.
Would you hand me that, please? Thank you. Now, let's see. Survey, survive, Susanna, suspect. Here we are. Suspense, meaning held in doubt, expressing doubt, the state of being uncertain, undecided, or insecure, state of anxious expectation or waiting for information, such as to keep one in suspense, therefore delay acquainting him with what he is eager to know.
Suspense. An hour of suspense now. A full 60 minutes at this time. And with the distinguished actor-director Robert Montgomery as your host. Tonight, our star is Howard Duff, famous wherever radio is heard as Sam Spade, detective. And as Spade, he will appear in The Candy Tooth, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed by William Spear.
This is Robert Montgomery. My pleasure and privilege it is to be here during this hour each week as a sort of guide, philosopher, and fiend, an accessory before and after the facts of crime and punishment, which calculatedly fill our minutes with suspense. This evening, before we chat a little about the private life of America's favorite private eye, let me, on behalf of Mr. Spear and all of us, thank you sincerely for your wonderful letters and telegrams expressing appreciation and interest in this new full-hour presentation. It's wonderful fun to have 60 minutes to play with in radio drama. In our new double-strength, king-size format, we plan to bring you radio plays based on complete novels and on theatrical productions and pictures. Many of the best writers of this literature, James M. Cain, Dashiell Hammett, Raymond Chandler, Graham Greene, Eric Ambler, and Agatha Christie, have been happiest with a more spacious canvas upon which to display their characters of passion and purpose. With a full hour for our theater of thrills, we can give these authors a full stage on which to have their people play out their lusts and desires, their temptations and frustrations, their frantic fears and villainous triumphs, their descent into black and terror-laden bewilderment. Sometimes we find ourselves locked in the tortured brain of the scheming criminal. At other times, we know the dread of the hunted and hapless victim. But always the basic ingredient of suspense is not mechanical gadgetry, not the detectival piecing out of fingerprints and convenient clues, but always the basic ingredient is people. For people give us emotion, and emotion marks the high drama that cold logic can never achieve. Nowhere will you find stranger people, motives, and situations than those that pass through the door of a little office in San Francisco's Post Street. The lettering on the door reads, Samuel Spade, Private Investigations. Once it read Spade and Archer, but that was before Miles Archer stopped a bullet and plunged Sam Spade into the greatest detective adventure of modern times, the search for the Maltese Falcon. It was literally a shot heard round the world, for it brought into prominence the name of Dashiell Hammett and the so-called hard-boiled school of crime detection. Since then, the fictional private eye has become a national institution. But Sam Spade still rules the roost. In book sales, in motion pictures, the Maltese Falcon has been filmed 4 times now. And now on the air, every Sunday night, in The Adventures of Sam Spade, starring Howard Duff and produced by our very own Bill Spear. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce to our suspense audience now a young star from my home lot, Universal International, in the role with which he has become so closely identified that most of his fan mail is addressed to Sam Spade. Howard Duff.
Thanks, Bob. I'd like to go on record right now as saying that any checks I may sign with the name Sam Spade will be accepted at your own risk.
The detective business has been pretty good lately, I hear. How much did Sam make during 1947?
Effie would know. But no matter how much it was, it won't change Sam. He'll still do business at the same old stand in a rickety office building on Post Street where the elevator seldom ever works and the janitor never ever works.
As a matter of fact, I got into my Philip Marlowe pants this morning and did little Spade work on Spade myself. Don't stop me if I'm wrong, but here are some of the facts. F-A-X, facts. The way I dug them up. Age? Nobody talked. History? Mysterious, but was probably a Pinkerton man to start with. Height? 6 feet and a small chunk. Weight? Enough muscle to go with his height. Hair? Dim-out blonde. Eyes? Yellow-gray. Unmarried. Lives alone in a small furnished apartment within walking distance of his office. Is economical to the point of, never takes a cab where streetcars can get, and has been known to walk where they can't get. Secretary, Effie Perrine. The only person who really knows what makes Sam tick when he wants her to. Otherwise, he's a lonely man who trusts no one, lives alone and loves alone, and expects others to like it. Have I left anything out?
Nothing you left out, Bob. Something you put in. It's not true that I don't trust anybody. I trust everybody. All my clients are honest until I prove them otherwise.
Maybe that's what's kept you in the private eye business all these years.
That and the strong hatred that I have.
Hatred?
Yeah, for time clocks and the hours between 9 and 5. That's why I went into business for myself, and that's what keeps me there.
Then you regard it as a business, Sam, and not as an adventure.
Well, when you break an arm in an adventure, the cost of setting it is not tax deductible. In a business, it is.
Yes, I see. How many cases have you had? And do you think all private dicks are clever?
Well, I've had so many cases I can't remember them all. About being clever, I once knew an operative who, while looking for pickpockets at Santa Anita Racetrack, had his wallet stolen. He later became a lieutenant of detectives in Glendale.
Sam, tell me, what was the most surprising thing that ever happened to you?
The most surprising thing that ever happened to me was in 1936 in Washington, D.C. I met a young lady on a bus who did not remark that my work must be very interesting.
Well, that's very interesting.
Thanks a lot. But I guess my most exciting caper since the Maltese Falcon was the hugger-mugger over the candy tooth. Usually when I wind a caper, I call Effie just to let her know I'm okay before I hustle down to the office to dictate my report to the client. But this time it was 4:30 in the morning before I could get to a phone. The reason was that I was in jail. Wake up, Angel. You're home in bed, not at the office.
Sam, is that you, Sam?
Mm-hmm.
What time is it?
4:30 in the morning.
Are you up already?
Effie, pull yourself together. Get dressed. Hustle down to the city jail.
Oh, Sam, what happened?
Well, that's what I got to get on the record now while I'm still alive to do it. Grab a taxi and hustle on down. Bring a book, pencils, the encyclopedia that has the letter K in it, and any old $20,000 you got laying around.
Sam, where am I going to get pencils at this hour?
Oh, Sam, I hurried just as fast as I could. There was no taxi around. What are you doing in jail?
My apartment's being redecorated. Did you bring your book?
Well, of course I did. And pencils, too. But you're here on a murder charge, Sam. Whatever could have happened
Take it down,
to you?
Effie.
But, Sam, what did
The
you
San
do?
Francisco Homicide Bureau. Attention, Detective Lieutenant Dundee. Date, fill it in.
I will.
From Samuel Spade, license number 1375596. Subject, the Candy Tooth Caper. Dear Dundee, I don't know all the answers, not yet. But what I do know is going down on paper while I'm still alive to get it there.
Oh, Sam.
The scenario runs something like this. This morning, a telegram came to my office. It was addressed to Samuel Spade, Esquire, and it was signed Casper Gutman. Gutman, the fat man. So far as I knew, Dundee, when you closed your books on the Maltese Falcon capers 7 years ago, Gutman was entered as dead. First, I thought the telegram was somebody's idea of a joke. But when I read it through the second time, I knew it was no joke. There's nobody else who thinks or talks or writes like Casper Gutman.
My dear Mr. Spade, you will no doubt receive with mixed emotions the news of my imminent reappearance in the city of the Golden Gate. Hence the companion dispatch of a telegraphic draft in the amount of $1,000, which you are free to convert into coin of the realm. This trifling sum, sir, is merely a token of my esteem for a man of many resources and nice judgments, and for it I do not require any specific service. However, if you feel so disposed, sir, you are free to accept my considered advice in the matter of an invidious pair of rogues, to wit, one Lawrence Laverne, DDS, and or Hope Laverne, whose charms and aliases are far too myriad to enumerate in this necessarily abbreviated communication. Should either or both of these persons approach you, beware the hidden tooth. Believe me, sir, they are untruthful, unreliable, and totally devoid of all moral sensibilities. I count upon you to make no commitments to them or anyone else until you've heard my proposition. This I hope to lay before you when I arrive in San Francisco this very evening. Dear Joel sends regards. I remain your obedient servant, Casper Gutman.
Casper Gutman, the fat man. I know, Dundee, you figured I didn't get hurt much the last time I tangled with Gutman over the Maltese Falcon. But that's because you didn't know Bridget O'Shaughnessy as well as I did. As well or as warmly. Well, I figured if Gutman was still in the land of the living, let him come. This time I wasn't going to get hurt in any way. There couldn't be two Bridgets. Nevertheless, I ate a can of spinach, which I found on Effie's desk. Then I sat down again, facing the door. Nothing much happened for almost 10 minutes. I was still trying to dig the meaning out of Gutman's double talk, and I'd gotten about as far as his warning about a hidden tooth when Effie ushered a man into my office.
Mr. Spade. Well, I must say that you are indeed a pleasant surprise, but pleasant.
You've said it. What can I do for you?
My name is Laverne. Lawrence Laverne.
How do you do?
I shall spare you the tiresome details and plunge right into the problem. Oh, dear. At the Hotel Royal George, there is a mildewed cretin, but mildewed, registered as Mr. Herman Julius. Oh, a really frightful person.
Very frightful, huh?
Oh, the kiss of death department. The only thing about this creature that has any charm is a four-toothed lower bridge in his right jaw. Now, Mr. Spade, I want you to get that bridge for me.
I'm sorry. It sounds as though you're saying I want you to get that bridge for me.
Precisely.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Because he refuses to pay me for it.
You're a dentist?
I prefer to regard myself as a dentist sculptor. I created this bridge for Mr. Julius with infinite pains. And now he refuses to pay me. I ask payment, and he accuses me of acting without charm.
Mr. Julius wouldn't happen to be a very large, fat man?
Oh, contraire. Skin and bones. Well, Mr. Spade,
I'm afraid you come to the wrong man, Mr. Laverne. What you want is a lawyer to sue him.
Sue him? Months of legal wrangling? Oh, no. Oh, no. I intend to be vindictive about this. I am by nature a very gracious and charming person. But now let him beware. I shall have that bridge from Herman Julius, even if you must knock him down and wrench it from his jaw.
Uh-huh. You tried knocking him down yourself?
Oh, I could never even bring myself to perform extractions. I always send those patients to less sensitive dentists.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid you'll have to find yourself a less sensitive private detective.
Oh, dear. Well, Mr. Spade, what would you advise me to do?
Mr. Laverne, I would advise you to get out of California before Walt Disney sees you.
Well, good day, sir. I would like very much to have you in my chair someday. Might teach you some manners.
Beware the hidden truth.
Hello.
Hello. Please sit down, Miss...
Thank you. Laverne. Hope Laverne.
Miss Laverne?
Yes.
What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for my brother.
Missing?
Well, yes and no. I mean, he's been gone since yesterday, and I'm terribly afraid he'll get into trouble.
Oh? What kind of trouble?
Well, you see, it just isn't easy for me to talk about this, Mr. Spade.
Well, now, Miss Laverne, suppose you just lean back in that chair, close your eyes, and...
Yes, thank you. Yes, it's easier like this.
I thought you'd like.
My brother's name is Lawrence. He's a man of 52. He's not well. I mean, he gets spells, and he acts peculiarly. He suffered a nervous breakdown some years ago, and he spent most of his life in sanitariums.
Where are you from, Miss Laverne?
Kansas City. During the past year, Larry was in a rest home in Palo Alto, and I arrived 2 days ago to take him home. Yesterday morning, Well, I don't know how it happened, but he's gone.
These spells you mentioned, what are they like?
Oh, well, he assumes different personalities. His favorite seems to be that of a dentist. He becomes obsessed by the thought that he's done some work, a bridge or something, for someone who refuses to pay him. He'll walk up to a perfect stranger and create a scene. He's been arrested a few times, nothing serious, public nuisance. Mr. Spade, I'm afraid that he'll be put away if he's arrested once more.
I see, and you want me to look for him.
Then he hasn't been here?
Why'd you think he'd come here?
Oh, that's another one of his tactics. He goes to a private detective, hires him to either follow a man or get back the work he thinks he's done. Dental work, you know.
But what made you think he'd come to me?
Oh, well, not you, particularly. But since yesterday, I've tried almost every private detective in San Francisco. No one has seen him.
Who'd you talk to?
I beg your pardon?
These private detectives, who'd you see?
Oh. Well, there was a man named Graham and one named Marlowe, Philip Marlowe.
Excuse me. Would you like a drink?
No. Thank you.
Marlowe speaking.
That's Spade, Phil.
Hiya, Sam.
Phil, you got a rumble on a missing brother named Larry Laverne?
Yeah. Gal was in early this morning. Brother's some kind of a screwball.
You meet him?
No, hasn't been around yet.
Thanks, Phil. See you.
Why did you do that, Mr. Spade?
It's doing things like that have kept me alive and in business all these years. That was Marlowe. Your brother hasn't been to him.
I told you that.
But your brother has been here.
When?
A few minutes before you came in. Can't see how you missed him.
What did he tell you, Mr. Spade?
Pretty much as you outlined it.
About the dental work. And some man owing him money.
Yeah, some man named Julius. Herman Julius, he said. You know him?
I never heard of him. He's probably just another figment of Larry's imagination. Mr. Spade, I'm terribly worried about Larry.
I got that impression.
Will you try to find him for me?
Can you give me any idea where I might start looking?
Well, I think I know how Larry's mind works when he's in the midst of one of these spells, and if you find this Mr. Julius, you'll probably find Larry close by.
So you want me to find Mr. Julius first?
Oh, well, I only thought it would be simpler checking on this Mr. Julius' movements than on Larry's unpredictable whims, you see. Don't you think that makes good sense, Mr. Spade?
Miss Laverne told me she was staying at the Pickwick Arms, and I said I would call her if I found her brother, and she said, thank you very much, and I said, it's nothing, just part of the day's routine, and then she kissed me and left. After lunch, I strolled over to the Royal George Hotel. Duke, the housekeeper, gave me a rundown on Mr. Julius. A quiet, nervous little man who'd sealed himself up in his room for 2 days, eating out of room service. I didn't have any trouble finding the hacky who'd driven him away when he checked out. He gave me the address, and 20 minutes later, I was mounting the front steps of a greasy rooming house on Sacramento Street. I twisted the rusty bell on the door, and a long, sharp nose that could only belong to a landlady stabbed out at me.
What you want?
I'm looking for a man named Herman Julius.
Don't have no Julius here.
Well, maybe he gave some other name. A little skinny guy with a foreign accent.
You the Lord?
Take me to his room.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Now. Well, step inside. Up the stairs.
Home?
Never seen him go out. Ain't but one door. Watch that step second from the top. It's busted. Don't want no lawsuits.
It's the third.
Said he was a refuge. The Nazis was after him. Another flight. Never knew he was in a tangle with the Lord. Smell that?
Certainly do.
Cooking in the rooms. I got a rule, too. Sneaking electric plates, they do. Runs up the bills. Buzzards. Here's his room. Mr. Julius! Mr. Julius! Mr. Julius, you second there? They drink, some of them. Then they don't cook in their rooms. They drink. Get DT, some of them. Oh, go on in and get him. I don't want no part of it. Oh, these things.
I didn't see who it was right away. His face was the color and consistency of crushed strawberries. I helped him up and over to the wash basin in the corner of the room. With his face washed, he looked a little better, but he still looked like Larry Laverne.
Oh, am I ever glad to see you? I thought it was them coming back to kill me.
Did you find Julius?
No. Got away, the wretch, down the fire escape as I came in.
Who did this to you, a big fat man?
Oh, to tell the honest truth, Mr. Spade, I never even got a good look at him. He was all over me before
Who's
I even
Julius? What's in his bridge work?
Oh, I'll tell you everything, but please, first, let's get out of this horrid room. Oh, it smells like cabbage.
Larry Laverne was tougher than he looked. After the going over he'd gotten, you or I would have been hospital-bound, Dundee. But he did a late take. We were on the way back to his hotel, walking toward Market, when he crumpled in the middle like a sack of flour. I grabbed him and held him upright, looked wildly around for somewhere to park him. We were standing in front of a newsreel theater. I bought 2 tickets and piloted him inside. We sat down. I undid his clutch on my arm and concentrated on the screen. The subject that followed the football game was some big Oriental celebration somewhere in India or someplace. A very fancy parade with white elephants.
Kandy,
Raj, and all
Ceylon,
the rest
the
of it.
famed white elephants
Oh,
of
no.
the Orient get their annual airing as crowds of devout Buddhists gather to do homage to some of the strangest relics in the modern world. Here in Kandy, the Mecca of the Buddhist religion, pilgrims gather from near and far. Indian Rajas, Burmese officials, and Chinese dignitaries in ceremonial dress prostrate themselves before the
can't
jeweled
stand this.
casket containing the most sacred object of the Buddhist world, legendary relic of Buddha himself. As the Orient goes wild in jubilant celebration, temple dancers of Kandy perform for the crowned heads of the Orient.
Take me out of here. I can't stand it, Uncle Man. I tell you, stark raving man.
Take it easy. You're annoying the customers.
You brought me in here on purpose. You're trying to drive me crazy, but crazy.
Easy.
Listen to me.
2 men
If
holding
one
up
more
the sacred
elephant walks
relics
across
are
that
high
screen,
priests.
If that man says that one word, Candy, just once more, I won't be responsible. I tell you, I won't be responsible.
All right, Larry.
Take me
this
out
is
of
the
here.
end, but the end. Now you got me doing it.
An
Come on, let's get out of
impressive
here.
ceremony indeed.
I promise you, Mr. Spade, all I need is just one night's sleep and I'll be a new man.
Yeah.
Why, I haven't even dared to take 40 winks since I arrived in this town for fear those monsters might murder me in my bed.
Yeah, I know. It's tough. Sit down.
So this is your apartment?
That's what I laughingly call it. Living room, bedroom, icebox. Here, have a drink. Me too.
Oh, thanks. Oh, did I ever need that?
Help yourself to the bottle.
I don't touch alcohol as a rule, but after what I've been through...
Well, now, drink all you like. You deserve it.
Oh, thank you. Well, I hardly know where to begin. It's also strange. And there I was in Lisbon, Mr. Spade, the only English-speaking dentist worthy of the name in the entire diplomatic colony. Well, you must have read in the papers about Dom Constantino's tomb being violated. It was the scandal of the season. Oh, it's so horrible, Mr. Spade. I just can't talk about it.
Here. Try a little more of this. Settles the nerves.
Oh, I just don't know how I can ever thank you. Ever since I hit this berg, I've been feeling like the forgotten... Pardon. Man.
Yeah, you were saying something about a tomb being broken into. In Portugal, this was?
Yes. Well, you know, the draft board just took one look at me. And...
I know what you mean.
So I just stayed on in Lisbon. And, well, you know how people gossip, having patients of all nationalities and all that, you know?
Yeah, I get it. Between the Nazis and the Allies, you were quite a social line.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Don't get the idea I was a spy. Oh, no. But sometimes people had things that could be hidden in a hollow tooth, and like that, bridge work, you know? I think I told you I'm not so much a dentist as a dental artist.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that fat Mr. Gutman brought me this tooth, you see.
Gutman?
Yes, Mr. G and that Joel Cairo person that was with him. Well, they brought me this tooth. Oh, a horrid yellow old thing, practically a fang. They wanted to put in Mr. Julius Bridge. Paid me £1,000, can you imagine? Then when I learned what they had done, well, it made me positively ill. This practically sacred old tomb in the cathedral, they'd broken in and literally torn out a piece of his jawbone.
Whose?
Why, Dom Constantino's.
And who's Dom Constantino?
Oh, the Portuguese viceroy. It didn't hurt him any. He's been dead 500 years if he's dead a day. Oh, dear. I'm as tight as a tick. This liquor is getting to me.
And it was. I thought he'd open up some more, but I overplayed the bourbon. Half a bottle later, he passed out. I flopped on the sofa and tried to get some sleep for myself, but my dreams kept getting in the way. I had newsreel dreams in Technicolor. I dreamed that a white elephant with a face like Caspar Gutman was leading a parade down Market Street. The howdah that was strapped to his back looked like a dentist chair. Herman Julius was sitting in it, but this face seemed to be blanked out. Joel Cairo, wearing a surgeon's gown and a turban, was drilling Julius's tooth. The crowds were throwing diamonds and rubies from the peanut bags they were carrying, and Gutman vacuumed them up with his trunk. That was when the bells started ringing in the Buddhist temple that had been built on top of the Mark Hopkins. Yeah.
Mr. Spade.
Yeah?
Mr. Spade, I need your help.
Who's this?
Hope Laverne, please, Mr. Spade. I'm terrified.
Where are you?
I'm in a drugstore at 5th and Mission.
Near the bus depot?
Yes, please, come at once, Mr. Spade.
Well, can't you come here?
I can't. I don't dare go into the street.
All right. Wait there. I'm on my way. I took a quick gander at Laverne, saw he was still out cold, slipped into my topcoat, and left the apartment. I figured it would take me 11 minutes to hustle over to 5th and Mission. But I never got any further than 50 yards from the front of my building. I sensed him behind me, wheeled suddenly, bumped him into a doorway, held the thumbs of his hands gripped tightly in my fists. Stand still or I'll tear them off.
Let go. I'll kill you.
Don't move and it won't hurt.
You filthy beast.
The boy twisted suddenly and violently, and I heard the crack of his left thumb breaking. He swallowed a scream, dashed on into the deserted street. I went after him, turned into the alley, and caught the butt of a gun behind my right ear. I don't know how long I was out, but I do know I came to at least 3 hours too soon. I needed much more rest. I opened my eyes, steadied a swaying ceiling, and then I heard his voice.
Well, sir, this is indeed a jolly reunion.
It couldn't be, but it was. Caspar Gutman, the fat man of the Maltese Falcon caper. Looking at the unholy trio there in the room, Joel Cairo, the little Levantine, still as oily and smiling as ever and still fragrant. Marvin, a sullen, white-faced, hollow-eyed youth as near Wilmer's double as anyone will ever see. And Gutman, spruce as ever in his black cutaway coat, black vest, and gray striped trousers. You'd have thought nothing had happened since then, not even the war. The grayness at Cairo's temples only made his baby face look more babyish. And about Gutman, nothing was different except his watch chain. A curious jewel-encrusted ornament dangled from it, shaped like a claw.
You seem surprised to see me, sir. And no wonder. It's always disconcerting to encounter a ghost, especially such a substantial ghost. A lot of water has gone under the bridge since last we met, eh?
Under the bridge?
Yes, which brings us to the subject at hand, the bridge.
My head aches. What about the bridge?
First, we'll talk a bit. After all, this is quite an occasion, sir. Reunion of old friends, eh, Mr. Spade?
Yeah. Tell me, did you ever find the Falcon, if you'll excuse the expression?
Your eyes are resting on all that remains of that fabulous bird, sir.
Yes, that trinket on his watch chain. All that remains of the Maltese falcon.
Remark you, sir, what part of it survived. The claw. You believe in omens?
Right now, I'm ready to believe almost anything.
Indeed, sir. Well, no need for dissembling. We're old and wiser, I trust, than in the days of the Falcon. Suffice it to say, the unsavory and bloated object which the police dredged up from San Francisco Bay and identified as myself was some other poor soul. Wilmer, I am happy to say, remembered the debt of gratitude he owed me, and at the last moment agreed to be a party to the very necessary little deception. That is, since they had him cold, as you detectives say, for the other killings, he might as well confess to murdering me. He did so in exchange for my agreement to take care of his family in a financial way. An investment, by the way, which has paid rich dividends.
How's that?
Oh, indeed. Oh, well, thanks to it, I now have Marvin, Wilmer's younger brother.
I thought I noticed a family resemblance.
Shut up.
Oh, yes, poor Wilmer. He was like a son to me, like a son.
Well, it didn't stop you from making him a patsy.
I detest killing Mr. Spade. I cautioned Wilmer time and again, but he was so headstrong. A mere boy.
You better caution this punk, or he won't last to take any raps for you.
I'll break his head
now,
wide
Marvin.
That dirty shamus lays another hand on me. I'll kill him.
No, Marvin. Joel, take Marvin into the other room. Explain to him that Mr. Spade and I are very old friends.
Casper knows best, Marvin. Come with
And
me.
now, no nonsense, you two now.
Someday I'll kill him. Marvin, Casper will be angry.
Oh, dear. Hot-headed. Runs in that family.
Yeah. Well, let's have it, Gutman. What are you after this time?
My dear boy, you misjudge me. It's true I had Marvin check up on you, but only because of your association with Miss Laverne. No matter now. I'm weary of the chase. All the way from Candy, What did the girl tell you?
She asked me to find her brother, a dentist named Laverne.
You believed her story?
No.
Most unscrupulous woman. No veracity, no regard for truth whatsoever. Her true motive? Merely to make trouble for me and my friends because of her association with Kemidov. Aye, the Russian's hand again, Mr. Spade.
Kemidov. Did I ever meet Kemidov?
You'd hardly forget if you had. In short, here is my proposition. Another $1,000, coin of the realm, sir, for which you will refund whatever money Miss Laverne gave you and send her packing.
The bidding starts at $10,000.
Ooh. You drive a hard bargain, Mr. Spade. Very well. I'll meet your terms.
I told you the bidding starts there.
And where does it stop?
Half or whatever the caper nets you. I deliver Julius, you do the rest.
Well, between you and me, Mr. Spade, I'm not as affluent as I once was. The Falcon pretty well wiped me out financially. Considering the time and money I've already invested in trying to track down the weasel Julius.
What's in Julius's bridge work?
And if I don't choose to tell you?
Then it's no dice. Think it over, Gutman. Either I'm in all the way for half, or I deliver Julius to the other outfit.
And that is your final dictum, sir?
Take it or leave it. Either you're in or you're out.
Good night, Mr. Spade. I trust you will call me on the telephone when you reach your diggings and tell me that you've changed your mind. No hard feelings.
The fog was clearing, and only a few white wisps of it were clinging to Twin Peaks when I walked home that morning. It was too late to worry about Hope. Or did she phone for Gutman to decoy me out so that I started walking faster? As I climbed the stairs to my apartment, I heard a door open on the landing, and the slot of light that stabbed out from it showed me it was my door. The light came from behind whoever had opened it, and I couldn't see who it was at first, only that it was not Larry Laverne. I took the last flight 4 steps at a time.
Hello, Sam.
Dundee, what's happened?
Come in and see for yourself.
What I I saw for myself, I wish somebody else had seen for me. Hysterical Larry was lying on his back on my bedroom floor. His eyes were wide open, and he had a crooked grin on his face. A very crooked grin. Whoever had killed him had wrenched his jaw out of place.
I'm not saying you killed him, Sam. I'm only asking you who did.
Don't be a child, Dundee.
Why was he killed?
No statement.
What was he doing here? Who is he?
The name he gave was Laverne. I let him flop here because he was afraid to go home.
Afraid of who?
A man named Casper Gutman.
What?
Yeah, Gutman.
Quit stalling, Sam. Gutman's dead and you know it.
You bury him, Dundee?
Sam, I believe you mean it.
Where Gutman's concerned, it doesn't pay to kid around.
What's he after now?
The bridge work out of a man's mouth. The man's name is Julius.
What's in this Julius bridge work? Maltese Falcon?
Something like that.
I'm sorry, Sam. That's not good enough. I'll have to take you in.
So you took me and you booked me. Bail was set at $20,000. You saw to that. You figure there's only one operator who'd put up that kind of money to spring me, and that's Casper Gutman. I hope you're right. Period. And the first part, at least, of sob story.
But, Sam, what is in Herman Julius's bridge work?
Laverne told me it was a tooth Gutman stole out of a skeleton in an old Portuguese catacomb.
What's so valuable about that?
I don't know.
Could be a jewel inside of it?
No, it's not Gutman's kind of game. Besides, the thing that made poor Laverne blow his top in that newsreel theater was something more like an elephant tusk.
Oh.
Where's that encyclopedia? Did you bring it?
Oh, yes, I did, Sam. Yes, I did. Wasn't I smart?
Look it up.
Look what up?
Candy with a K.
Oh. K, car, can. Oh, here it is. Candy. K, isn't that funny? City, capital of Central Province of Ceylon, located near the center of the island north.
Spare me the geography.
Well, the railroad from Colombo. Noted for its waterfalls and stuff.
Yeah.
That isn't. The city surrounds an artificial lake and is sacred to Buddhists for its temple of Maligawa, which enshrines the tooth of Buddha brought, according to legend...
What? Let me see that.
Don't grab.
Let me see. It's sacred the Buddhist for its temple of Maligawa, which enshrines it. Effie.
What's the matter, Sam?
The tooth of Buddha.
Sam, you don't think that's what's in Herman Julius's bridge work?
If it was, Gutman would be after him.
But how did he get to Portugal?
If it did, Gutman's the man that could track it down.
Sam, you sure of that?
No, Angel. No. The only thing I am sure of is this. When the Maltese Falcon laid an egg, it hatched a flock of vultures, and they're all circling right around my head.
Well, cheer up, Sam. You won't be in jail long. I'll bring you a cake with a file in it.
Angel.
No, devil's food.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Howard Duff, our star, appears as Sam Spade, with Joseph Kearns as Casper Gutman, in William Spears' production of The Candy Tooth. Tonight's study in suspense.
In just a moment, we will return with the second half of The Candy Tooth. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and Robert Montgomery.
At the point at which we interrupted Sam Spade's narrative just now, things were at a pretty pass.
A pretty pass indeed.
A pretty pass. Sam wound up with the body of the dentist, Larry Laverne, in his apartment. The girl, Hope, waiting for him in the bus station. Casper Gutman, the fat man, waiting for an answer to his ultimatum that Spade produce the tooth or else.
Me in city prison under $20,000 bail, and the fabulous Candy Tooth still chumping on two-bit hamburgers in the bridge work of a very elusive man named Herman Julius.
Yes. And?
Well, after I dictated my report to Effie on what had happened until then, she left, and I laid down to think. Lieutenant Dundee and I had agreed that I should spend the night on the pokey. He figured that the 20-G bail would draw only one man to put up that much moolah to spring me, Casper Gutman. Along about 9 in the a.m., the turnkey unlocked the door of my cell. I followed him out to the desk. The $20,000 were there, but no sign of benefactor, benefactress, or Samaritan of any type. The bond was in my name. I signed my release and walked out. Across the street was parked a long black limousine with the curtains drawn. I started for it when a voice at my elbow checked me.
George Singer Spade.
Si.
I'm Dom Constantino de Braganza. His I who have put up the $20,000.
Is that so? Well, thank you. Now, why?
I desire a service. My card, senor.
Dom Constantino. Wait a minute.
You seem to know the name, eh?
Yeah. For a guy who's been dead 500 years, you don't look too bad.
Oh, thank you. You are referring, of course, to my illustrious ancestor, Dom Constantino, the first Portuguese viceroy of India, who indeed had been dead since the 16th century. It's on his behalf I speak to you now.
What can I do for him?
Restore the tooth which was wrenched from his skull by a pack of unspeakable ghouls who violated his tomb in Lisboa.
You think they're in San Francisco?
Let us not be naive, senor. The contemptible little dentist Laverne was killed in your apartment. Therefore, you must know the whereabouts of the other ghouls.
I know so many ghouls, senor. You'll have to be more specific.
I refer to a fat pig named C. Gutman and an odorous little camel named J. Cairo, and most especially to a woman of the female sex by name H. Laverne.
You want them or the tooth?
Both. Not one without the other.
No, it'll take a little time. They haven't got the tooth.
You know where it is?
In the bridge work of a man named Julius.
Oh. That then explains the dentist and the diabolical manner which they employed in smuggling the tooth out of Lisboa.
Now, you go on home and you stay there until I call you, huh?
Senor, I respect your judgment.
Thank you.
You will find me at the Hotel San Rafael, and for the retainer, you may consider the $20,000 bond as yours.
Wow.
Adios, senor.
Adios. Be careful crossing streets.
Adios.
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 Adios, Dom Constantino.
Adios.
Yeah, adios.
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 Mr. Spade. Sam, get in.
You, got a hack license, Miss Laverne?
Oh, please don't, Sam. I know this car's ridiculous, but I don't dare use taxis or be seen on the street. What did that man tell you?
What happened last night when you called me from the bus station in such a panic?
Why didn't you come?
I went to see the fat man.
You saw Gutman? Did he mention me?
You didn't make that call last night to get me out of the apartment so that somebody could get in and kill Laverne.
Oh, Sam.
Then why did you call?
Because I found Herman Julius, and I'm driving you there now.
We didn't do any talking after that. She sat very close to me. There was plenty to talk about, but we didn't do any talking after that. I was vaguely aware that we were driving across to Oakland, and a few minutes later we pulled up in front of an apartment building. We took the elevator up to the 9th floor.
This is it, Sam. 9B.
Nobody home.
Oh, he's in there, Sam. I know he is.
Mr. Julius. Mr. Julius.
Go away. There's no Julius here.
Oh, that's his voice.
Mr. Julius, I've got to talk to you. It's very important. If you don't open the door, I'll have to...
I'd kill myself. I'd kill myself.
He will, Sam. He will. You've got to stop him.
Go away.
Julius! Wait a minute!
No.
Wait! Don't!
No,
It was the 9th floor he started from. Poor, frightened little Herman Julius was dead on arrival. By the time we made it downstairs, the street was cluttered with cops. I grabbed Hope by the arm, hustled her around the corner to a rented limousine, and told her I'd call her later. My next stop was the fat man himself.
Well, sir. So you reconsidered. You found Julius.
I know where he is.
And your terms, sir. What are your terms?
100,000, cash on the line.
Oh, out of the question, Mr. Spade.
No cash, no tooth.
You found another buyer?
Yeah. A man named Constantino de Braganza says the tooth belongs on the head of his ancestor by a previous marriage.
Oh, acquaintances are very droll. And what else did he say to you?
That he'd double any bid that you made on the tooth.
My dear fellow, have you any inkling, any remote idea of the value of that tooth? No? Well, I'll tell you, sir. But let me warn you, if I tell you, and you do not then produce the tooth...
Yeah, let's get on with it, Gutman.
Yes. Let's sit down, sir. How much do you know of the 16th century history of the Orient?
About enough to fill that tooth with.
Capital joke, sir. I shall give you a little more. Enough, say, to fill an elephant tusk.
I'm listening.
Well, sir, when the Portuguese invaded India in the 16th century and established the city of Goa, there were three main empires in the Orient, namely China, India, and Burma. And the rulers of all three empires sought to rule the world. No. Legend had it that in order to become lord of the world, a monarch had first to be the possessor of 7 gems. That's gems spelled with a J, sir. Yes, gems. This is no fantasy, I'm telling you, Mr. Spade. This is actual history. 7 gems. And what were those 7 gems?
You tell me.
The first 6 do not concern us, Mr. Spade. A golden wheel, a white elephant, all easy to come by for an Oriental monarch. But the 7th, Mr. Spade, the 7th.
What was that, a tooth?
The tooth, Mr. Spade, the tooth. The sacred tooth of the great Lord Buddha himself. That remained in the temple of Maligawa at Kandy, on the island of Ceylon. Now, many kings sent armies to capture it, but all were defeated by the fierce Brahmins who stood guard at the temple gates. And so, we come to the year 1552.
It's about time.
Now, in that year, the Portuguese viceroy, Dom Constantino de Braganza, landed near Jaffna with a force of 1,220 men and defeated the king's legions in a savage battle. He returned to Goa with his victorious army and the tooth, which he retained as his personal pride. It was not long before the Burmese king, Bayu by name, sent an emissary to Dom Constantino, offering the modern equivalent of £1 million sterling as ransom for the tooth.
How'd it get to Portugal?
Oh, hear me out, sir. Hear me out.
All right.
Well, before the transaction could be consummated, the Portuguese archbishop called on Dom Constantino and, in the name of the Inquisition, demanded the tooth. After some delay, Dom Constantino, under threat of torture, delivered a tooth into the archbishop's hand, and that tooth was publicly destroyed, the archbishop grinding it into powder with mortar and pestle and scattering the residue upon a fire, that the tooth might be utterly consumed. Shortly after this, Dom Constantino's personal physician, after drawing a tooth, now mind you, a tooth, from the viceroy's head, died under very mysterious circumstances. We may safely infer that the substitute tooth which he drove into the viceroy's jawbone, after the primitive fashions of dentistry in those days, was the Kandy tooth, put there for safekeeping until Dom Constantino could resume negotiations with Bayan Naung's emissary. But before that could be accomplished, Dom Constantino was stricken with the plague, carried aboard ship, and home to Portugal, where he died. He was entombed with the Kandy tooth still in his head. Now, the manuscript which fell into the possession of the Russian Kemidov, and later into mine, but I shall not go into unnecessary detail,
Of course not.
was Dom Constantino's deathbed confession, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that the real Kandy tooth had reposed for more than 4 centuries, not in the great temple at Kandy in Ceylon, but in a Portuguese tomb.
Yeah, well, I think I can take it from there. You still haven't told me what my percentage is.
Well, my dear boy, if your percentage were 1/10 of 1% of what can be realized on that tooth, you could retire to a life of sloth and luxury for the rest of your days. For the restoration of the true relic, there is no limit to what the Buddhist world could and would pay. Gifts and tribute paid to one temple alone exceed $11 million a year. Now, my boy, you begin to comprehend something of its value?
I'll still settle for cash.
Very well, then. $10,000.
It's a deal.
You understand, Mr. Spade. Now that you have my secret, the affair must be gotten over quickly, for good and all. If it is not, believe me, this time I shall not bargain with you for my life. You shall bargain with me for yours.
After I left Gutman, I called you, Dundee, and found out by a clever ruse where Herman Julius's body had been sent. You told me. Then I hustled on over to the mortuary. As I walked in, a hushed young man wearing a hushed cutaway and a hushed expression greeted me.
Good evening, sir. I'm Converse Etheridge. Can I be of service?
Thank you. I've come to pay my last respects to an old friend. Can I be alone with him for a few minutes?
His name?
Julius. Herman Julius?
Oh, yes. His widow is here, sir. Mrs. Julius.
His widow, huh?
Yes, she's inconsolable. Perhaps, as a dear friend of the departed, you might give her words of comfort. Please go in.
Thank you. A little woman in black was sobbing quietly to herself. She turned around when she heard me come in. Her eyes lit up with hatred, and suddenly she grabbed something from her pocketbook and held it at me. It was a .45, and her hand was shaking.
Yeah, this time I will do it. Always before I didn't have the heart. Always hating bloodshed. But this time, yeah, this time!
Nick, Frau Julius. Freund.
You are not one of them.
No, I'm a detective. I want to punish the people responsible for your husband's death.
Yeah, I believe you. This gun. I was going to follow poor Herman. There didn't seem to be any reason for going on.
Tell me something about yourself and your husband, Mrs. Julius.
Ah, it's an old story now. Years of separation in different concentration camps. Bribery and bribery. Then my children and I, we were finally released. Came to this country. After 2 years, Herman wrote us from Lisbon. We knew soon he would be with us. But even though the war was finished, they had lost. Still, they went after Herman Julius. He knew the Nazis were behind him all the time. And even here, in this country, he did not dare come to me.
Mrs. Julius, you see, those people that followed your husband this time weren't Nazis. They weren't even after him. They were after something he was carrying. In Lisbon, didn't he go to a dentist named Laverne?
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah,
didn't Laverne put an odd-shaped tooth, kind of yellow, into his bridge work?
Yeah.
So he smuggled the candy tooth out of Portugal, and he never even knew it.
Oh, well, it does not matter now. Oh, Herman is dead. Surely they will leave his poor broken body in peace.
I doubt it very much, Mrs. Julius.
No, surely they will.
That's why I want to make a request of you. You see, others have died besides your husband because of this thing. More will die unless you do as I ask you.
Oh, to stop terror, any terror. I will do anything, Mr. Spade. Anything you say.
I told her what I wanted done, and she agreed to do it. Then I started on my part of it. I called Gutman at the St. Mark and told him 11 at my apartment. Then I called Dom Constantino at the San Rafael. Hope and I got there around 10:30. Go on in, Angel.
Well, this is where you live, Sam?
Where I sleep.
Must be lonely for you.
Sorry, no vacancy.
Sam, listen. There's so much I want to tell you about myself.
I'm listening.
Well, listen. Just before the war started, I was engaged to marry a man named Kemidov in London.
The Russian, yeah. Gutman mentioned him. Something about an old manuscript?
Yeah, Kemidov had stolen it. In India, it was very old, and Kemidov said that the information in it made it worth more than the Maltese Falcon. It was in Latin.
Mm-hmm. How'd the fat man get this manuscript away from Kemidov? So you, double-crossed Kemidov and took the manuscript to Gutman.
Sam, before they get here, I've got to tell you something. No matter what happens, I want you to know this.
Sure, I know. Say it, Angel.
Don't torture me, Sam.
I like to hear it, Angel.
Oh, Sam, I love you so much it feels like hate. It feels like I...
Go on. Hate me, Angel.
Darling. No. No, don't answer it, Sam.
Relax, Angel. You'll be okay.
Sam?
Yeah?
Only you, Sam. All I want out of... Only you.
Just stay on third, Angel. I'll bat you home safe.
You see, sir, I have a punctual man.
Come on in, Gutman.
Look, the same apartment, the same colors, everything the same.
Yeah, the same rat race, Cairo. Hello, Marvin. Killed anybody since lunch?
You want me to give it to you, Shamus? Oh, please, Marvin. No unpleasant talk. Mr. Gutman, please tell Marvin.
In here, gentlemen.
Yes, Marvin. Mr. Spade, I'm sure, regrets the unfortunate... Well, and what have we here?
You all know the lady?
You see, Mr. Gutman, you see, I told you. Now he's dealing with her. Oh, this is
Shut up, you hear me? Shut up.
Don't talk just like that. I'm jumpy. I don't feel good. I don't know what I'm
You shut up, too.
Always fighting, violence, unpleasantness. I am getting too old for this.
Now, Mr. Spade, to the business at hand. You have the tooth.
I want some answers first. Did you have our dentist friend Laverne killed?
No.
Did Marvin kill Laverne?
No.
Cairo?
No.
Nobody killed Laverne. He died of old age.
Have you asked the little lady there?
Sam.
Gotta ask you, baby.
Oh, Sam, how could you?
Answer me.
No, Sam, you know I didn't.
Well, it doesn't matter. I got my pigeon picked to take the fall.
Oh, I don't feel so good.
Now, Marvin, retain yourself. No violence. Well, sir,
That's it. Sit still.
I have a package from the Avalon mortuary for Mr. Spade. Oh, hello, sir.
Yeah, let's have it.
Mrs. Julius said to tell you...
Yeah, thanks. Well, Gutman, this is it. This little package. The candy tooth.
The tooth, at last. Give it me, sir. Give it me.
Oh, Mr. Gutman, it's all over. We've got it. We've got it.
We have. Come, sir, no more teasing.
Put those fat lunch hooks down before I chop them off.
I rather thought this wasn't all. What now, sir?
I told you there was another bidder. And here he is.
I would advise you not to reach for your gun, Mr. Spade.
You're pointing that gun at the wrong belly. The fat man's inside. Mr. Gutman, Mr. Cairo, Dom Constantino de Braganza of Portugal.
Portugal, indeed. It's the Russian.
Kemidov.
Do not be so formal, Hope, my darling. You may call Mr. Gavanovich.
All right, let's get off the Kopek. We're all here.
You see, Mr.
Mr.
Gutman.
Spade, you are an unmitigated cad, sir. You all along this man was an imposter.
That was the name he gave me.
Well, what matter? There's enough for all.
Watch yourself, Mujik. Mr. Spade, you'll please give me that package.
Now, Marvin, now!
They both had their guns into each other at once, practically. Kemidov fired first, but Marvin didn't fall. He spit out his chewing gum, then he squeezed the trigger of his .45. They both looked more surprised than anything else, but they were both very dead before they fell down.
Marvin. Dead. As dead as Kemidov. Oh, well, it was worth it. You know, of course, it was he who killed Laverne.
I told you I had my pigeon picked for the fall.
By gad, man, you are a winner.
Poor Marvin. He looks so dead.
You can have the package now.
Oh, yes. The tooth.
He seized the package with his fat little fingers. They were trembling so he could hardly undo the strings. He tore the outer wrappings, exposed a small metal jar. He looked at me and wrenched the lid off it. He dumped the contents onto the table.
The tooth, what is it? There's nothing here. Ashes, sir, ashes.
That's it, Gutman. Ashes. The tooth is there, along with the rest of Herman Julius. He was cremated this afternoon.
Cremated? The tooth, it was cremated.
No, it cannot be, no.
But it is the truth. Oh, you idiot. Again you are the idiot. Why do I stay with him? Why?
Well, come, Joe. Shall we stand here weeping and bemoaning a curious quirk of fate? Or shall we defy all fates? Were we not well underway to finding the Romanov scepter when this charming lady detoured us with her romantic notions? Come. What say you, Joel, eh?
You mean we
yes,
go to...
Yes, Joel, to Samarkand.
Mr. Gutman, do not say it. He is listening.
Yes, a wise precaution. Then we go, eh?
Yes, Mr. Gutman, yes, we go.
Adieu, Mr. Spade. Oh, sound. It's like the stage of the Old Vic at the final curtain of Hamlet. Alas, poor Marvin, I knew him well. Oh, well, many slip twixt the cup and the tooth.
I let him go, Mr. Montgomery. I knew there was nothing on them that Dundee's boys could make stick. I thought twice before I let Dundee take Hope Laverne, but we both agreed it was the smart thing to do. And what do you suppose Effie said when I said, period, and a report?
Oh, say, for once you came out ahead. $20,000. Oh, just think of the things we can do. Pay all the bills, the year's rent on the office, have that awful old leather chair reupholstered, and new ribbon for my typewriter.
Effie, about that typewriter ribbon.
Well, maybe I can get along on this one for a while, but, Sam, I do think we should get my mother's earrings out of Moisha's pawn shop.
Effie, I know this is going to be a terrible blow to you, but...
Sam, what did you do with the $20,000?
I put it up for bail.
Bail?
Yeah.
But that was the $20,000. And you're released so you get the money. It's very simple, Sam. You just go down and ask them for it.
Effie, you see, you don't understand these things. Now, bail is a very complex legal technicality. You see, you put up a bond, and then you...
Sam, how much was the bail for Hope Laverne?
Yeah, that's what I mean, Angel.
Oh, Sam, you're such a child. You'll never see her again. She was Just using you.
I'll take it, Effie. Hello.
Angel.
Hello, kitten.
Sam, I'm free. Shall I come over?
Well, I'll always be waiting for you, kitten.
Me too, Sam.
Kitten, indeed. C-A-T. Kitten.
What's that, Angel?
Oh, forget it, Sam. I just get
Can't
carried
figure
away.
me out, eh, Angel? Well, I'll tell you. I've lived without faith, and I've lived without charity, but I've just got to have...
About here is where I say, oh, good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
This is Robert Montgomery. I'm sure our suspense audience agrees with me when I say that whenever it is, it can't be too soon to have Sam Spade back with us again in a full-hour adventure on radio's outstanding theater of thrills. Incidentally, our producer, editor, director on these weekly full hours of suspense, Bill Spear, joins hands with Dashiell Hammett to bring you the adventures of Sam Spade each Sunday night on this network.
Thanks for the plug, Bob. I have a basket full of thanks to my friend Howard Sam Duff, the kind of actor a director lights candles for, and to wonderful Lorene Tuttle, who plays Effie each week, and to Joseph Kearns, who is the Casper Gutman of them all, and to all you other ornaments to your profession. Kathy Lewis, Wally Mayer, Jay Novello, Jeanette Nolan, Jack Edwards Jr., Sidney Miller, Hans Conried, and Bill Johnston. And, of course, as always, to our musical director and conductor, Led Gluskin, and to the composer of our original scores, Lucien Morawek.
And our special thanks to Bob Tolman and Jason James, who wrote The Candy Tooth, and who were voted by their fellow mystery writers of America the Edgar Allan Poe Award for Sam Spade, the best detective show on the air.
And to the Wildroot Company, our gracious sponsor of SAME, for this courtesy and cooperation in making tonight's Spadery available. Now tell about next week, Bob.
Next week, we will bring you another great American master of suspense, the author of The Postman Always Rings Twice and Double Indemnity, James M. Cain. It's a full hour of Mr. Cain's very wonderful novel, Love's Lovely Counterfeit. This is Robert Montgomery, who will welcome you once again next week to radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Don't forget, next week at this same time, a full hour of Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for Edmund O'Brien as
Johnny Dollar.
This is Carl Bush, Johnny.
Yeah, Carl, what's new?
We've currently got a marine insurance headache down here. I don't know if you're interested, but your commission would be fat. I called you because I had a feeling you know Singapore. Is that right?
Yeah, I've been there on a case, and it'll have to be a fat commission to get me back there.
The policy is for $300,000. It covers a cargo that's being delayed out there, a time clause.
What reason do you have so far?
Mechanical trouble on the ship. One breakdown after another.
Accidental, sabotage, or both?
That's what we want to learn. Come on down after lunch and talk it over.
Edmund O'Brien in another adventure of the man with the action-packed expense account. America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Tri-State Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Yankee Pride matter. Expense account item 1, $1.50 cab fare to your office.
Maritime insurance is a bad gamble at best, Dollar. Looks like we're on the short end of this one.
That I know about. I bet on Notre Dame last Saturday.
You aren't alone. This is a cargo of tin bound for a West Coast plant that's under government contract. Armament. Bearings, I think.
Oh. Well, that's where that time clause you mentioned fits, huh?
Right. They got a deadline, so they insured themselves. The way it stands, if that ship doesn't leave Singapore in a week, we start losing 2% a day on 300,000.
You have an office in Singapore?
Yes, but we haven't gotten any satisfaction from them. I don't know. That far away, you're out of touch.
What's your man's name?
Here, name's Ells, Vincent Ells. Here's the address.
Yeah. Well, I guess I can get the rest of the dope from him. I'll get out of here as soon as I can get space.
Good. Nice seeing you, Johnny. Let me know when your plane leaves. I'll send you a bouquet of bourbon or something.
Expense account item 2, $1,280 airfare and incidental expenses between Hartford and Singapore. In the perverse way of shipping airlines, we arrived with one of Malaya's heavy, muggy dawns, coasting in over haze-hidden native villages, the island-studded harbor, and finally settling on the big field. I finished customs by 9, napped in my room at the Hotel Europe till 10, and I was in Tri-State's office by 1 p.m.
I'm happy to meet you, Mr. Dollar. Sit down. I trust you had a pleasant trip out.
Well, it's a little too long to be pleasant, Mr. Ells, but those airline people do everything they can.
Yes, you've been in the East before?
A few times. Now...
Then you know that the unexpected is more or less commonplace here.
Say, what are you driving at?
It's possible that you've come on an extremely dangerous mission, sir.
Oh?
On the other hand, perhaps it's only coincidence. One of my adjusters has been killed.
He was working on this case?
Yes, I'm afraid he was.
What have you done about it?
I turned the matter over to the police.
Did you mention the situation, the delayed cargo?
I did, but I rather think that they categorized him as an individual rather than as an insurance adjuster.
Who was he?
A young Chinese, Kufo Sun, an intelligent chap. I discussed the matter with him the morning previous to his death. That was 2 days ago. He told me he was going to visit the ship in question, the Yankee Pride. The men on board said he never arrived.
You don't think his death was a coincidence, do you?
Instinctively, no, but it's true that death isn't rare in some quarters here.
So I've heard. Hey, did this boy of yours leave a family? Anyone I can talk to?
His parents were killed in the last unpleasantness, but there's a brother. They shared quarters.
I'd like to have the address.
Of course. It's in 10 Coolant Street. Here you are. I won't bother directing you. Any rickshaw fellow will know where it is. But I believe he's employed by a Dutch concern. Wouldn't be at home till evening.
That'll work out. I want to go talk to the chief engineer of that ship first anyway.
Yes, I suppose you'll have to go. I only beg of you to proceed with great caution. The ship is down at the east docks.
I'm in the sack. Come in.
Sorry to bother you, Chief. What's the matter with you?
Blasted fever. Seems like this climate brings it back.
Malaria?
Yeah. What do you want aboard?
My name's Dollar. I was sent out here by the company that's insuring your cargo.
What about it?
Well, they're going to start losing money if this ship doesn't get started home in a few days.
Well, there's nothing they can do and nothing I can do. I have a bearing flown to me from Hong Kong. When that gets here, I can pump water into the boilers, and not before.
What do you think about all this mechanical trouble you've been having?
What do you mean?
Well, has it all been legitimate, or could it have been sabotage?
Sabotage? Now, who'd do that?
I don't know.
Well, it hasn't been sabotage. Bearings go and generators foul up without any help. Ask me, I've been nursing them for 15 years.
When do you expect the stuff from Hong Kong?
It's hard to say. People don't work the same out here as they do in the States.
Well, I'll fly up there myself after your bearing if it'll get you out of here on time.
Look, mister, I'm not in any shape to figure out anything now. I'm sick. I'll try and talk to the captain about it. Come back tomorrow. Will you?
Uh-huh. Sure, Chief. I know. That fever's rough. After dinner that night, I rickshawed towards the address of the dead Chinese adjuster. I crossed over the Singapore River, which winds through the city to separate the native and European quarters, and entered Ben Coolant Street. was jammed with its people outside to take advantage of the breath of coolness that comes with night.
We're here, Tuan.
Good. Which door?
I point.
Good.
You go some other place, Tuan. I wait.
All right, you wait.
Here you are.
Are you Mr. Koo?
Who asked?
I'm an American. I want to talk to you about your brother.
I will not talk. Why do you come here?
I'm working for the company where your brother worked. I came all the way from America. Why won't you talk to me?
You speak the truth?
Yes, I have no reason to lie.
You come then. You heard in America about my brother?
No, but I'm here in Singapore to do the same job he was doing when he was killed. I wondered if there was some connection.
Connection?
Was he killed because of what he was doing or for some other reason?
I do not know. I did not know what he was doing.
Are you telling the truth?
Yes.
What are you afraid of? Why did you tell me you wouldn't talk about your brother?
I do not want to die.
Why would you die? Did someone tell you that you would if you talked about it?
Yes. I cannot tell anything because I know nothing. That he will not believe.
Who? Come on, you can trust me. I promise you I won't mention a word of this.
He who came here before the police. I told him that my brother and I speak of other things, not work. But he made promise that I die if I speak to police.
Who was this man? Did you know him?
No, I have never seen him.
Was he Oriental or Occidental?
English. He would do low work, I think. The work of frightening people for some other.
And you're sure your brother didn't say anything about his work the night or day before he was killed, huh? Anything about a ship named the Yankee Pride?
Nothing. I have spent many hours remembering his last words to me. He spoke only of one new thing. A woman. With Forsoon, there was always new woman. With this one, he was filled with pride and excitement. She was Malayan. Perhaps she brought him death.
The man that threatened you, did he ask you about her?
He asked me everything that had been talked of, but I was frightened and did not mention her.
Do you know her name or where I can find her?
You will keep the secret?
I won't even mention that I've met you.
What will you say?
Well, I'll lie about when I got here. I'll tell her I talked to your brother that night before he died.
Her name is Randi. There's a place of an Arab in Malabar Street. It is called Billy Parker. That is where he spoke of finding her.
All right. I'll see if I can.
Please. Korsoon's death is a very heavy sorrow. But my death is in the future. Do not come back. To speak further of this would be to waste the future.
I won't come back, Mr. Cole. Thanks for the help you've given me.
Goodbye.
I wait one. You go other place now.
Yeah, I go other place. Malabar Street. Billy Parker. You know that?
I know, all right.
I didn't bother to go back. The crowd surging around the door I'd come out was enough to tell me what had happened. The future that Mr. Koo had been so anxious to protect had just ceased to exist.
In just a moment, we'll return to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Edmund O'Brien. But first, are you ready to sing it again tonight? You'll find a whole hour full of the day's popular music sung by Eugenie Baird, Alan Dale, Bob Howard, and the Riddlers. You'll hear the tuneful riddle songs that lead to Sing It Again's Phantom Voice treasure trove. $5,000 in cash and $10,000 more in wonder prizes. Be listening again to Sing It Again tonight when it comes your way on most of these same CBS stations. The Phantom's a puzzler, but some CBS listener will win that $5,000 in cash. And now with our star, Edmund O'Brien, we return you to the second act of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Telephones are still at a premium in the native quarters of Singapore. I wanted to report what had happened to Vincent Ells and tell him where I was going and why. So I tried to find one, but couldn't. The joint called the Beeley Parker was a mixture of nationalities, languages, and tobacco smoke. I spotted two Occidentals as I went in. They ignored me, so I ignored them and elbowed a place at the bar.
Hello, boss. What do you drink?
Any scotch?
Oh, yes, sir. Got good scotch.
I'll take one. Don't mix it. Yeah, I'm looking for a girl named Rondi. She here tonight?
Rondi? You go table. She serve you, boss. You pay her.
Right.
Rondi! Rondi! You come quick.
Hi, I'm Randy. You brought a drink for me. Is all right?
I'm glad you did. Sit down.
Why did you ask for me?
Well, a friend told me about you.
You sound American, are you?
That's right.
I know some Americans.
Did one teach you to speak English? You speak very well.
No, they do not teach me that. I learned from missionary school in Penang. You are surprised?
I didn't know it showed.
Everybody is surprised that Randy went to school. Some American friend told you about me?
No, he was Chinese. His name was Ku Fo Soon.
Ku Fo Soon. He is no friend of mine. He's poor clerk. He told you about me?
A couple of afternoons ago. Said he was coming here to meet you.
He wanted to meet me, all right, but I did not want to meet him. He made fool of himself.
That would be easy.
What did he say about me?
Oh, that you were beautiful. That he was looking forward to seeing you.
He said that because he was lonely. I know about men. Is that why you think of me tonight? Because you are lonely?
As a matter of fact, I am.
What is your name?
Dollar, Johnny Dollar.
You tease me.
Well, I'll admit it has a ring to it.
No. I tease you. I know the name. In Penang, my father worked for a steamship line with that name. Are you in shipping business?
No relation. Shall we get rid of the scotch?
How do you say? Bottoms up.
Okay.
I think I like Ku Fo Soon better now.
What do you mean?
Because he told you about me. I get tired of these people. I like to talk to you.
Randy, you come work.
Oh, work. Will you wait for me?
Wait for you?
Only a little while. Then I stop work. You come to my house. We can talk some more. Please, you wait.
Rondi, are you lying to me, or don't you really know that Ku Fo Soon is dead?
He is dead? I only knew him that one time. Not as well as I know you. How should I find out? Why should I lie to you?
Because the chances are that you're the last person to see him before he was killed.
How do you know that?
Because he was on his way to meet you, and he never came back.
There are many places to go in Singapore.
Yeah, but it all keeps returning to you or that place. Fu Soon's brother was shot right after he told me about you.
I did not know he had brother. Johnny, I do not want to talk to you like this.
I gave the name of the place to my rickshaw boy. Somebody overheard it. And the shooting took place right after we left. Why would somebody want to keep me away from you?
Nobody wants to keep you away from me. You are frightened?
Ah, well, that's past. If they'd wanted to kill me, they would have by now. Why did you bring me here?
I thought you understood. You are in trouble. Why don't you tell me? To listen to you, I would help you.
Forget it.
That would be better. I will help you forget, too. I'll make a drink. Pie. You like pie?
Sure, anything.
Do not think about your dead friends, John. You cannot help them now. You think of me.
What else? Easy now. Easy. Sorry to interrupt. Hey, keep your pistol on him, Roy. Right. While I find out if he's got one.
He's not armed.
Ah, well, you should know, dearie. Well, now, ain't you going to get up?
I don't see why I should.
Because we're going for a little drive, that's why you should. Are you coming like a gentleman or otherwise?
Roy! Yeah? Oh!
Well, Dollar, what do you make of this? You go to sleep in a river shack? You're not careful now. Stay on your feet. And you wake up on the threshold of a blasted mansion. Here, give me a hand, Roy. He can't hold his feet yet. All right. You know, you're an important man, Dollar. But don't get big-headed. There's them that's more important. Major, here we are.
I'm in the library. Come along.
Right you are. Go on, straight ahead.
What on earth have you done to him?
He was quite violent, sir.
Here, help him to the chair. I'd hoped this wouldn't happen, Mr. Dollar. Let me look at you.
Don't bother. You'll get a foot in the face if you get close enough. I promise you that.
Oh, I see. It's obvious that you fancy yourself a difficult man to deal with. But let me share a simple truth. You will accomplish nothing here until I allow you to.
Those are strong words.
I have the power to support them. I know all about you, why you're here. My chief engineer will see that the Yankee pride does not move until I give the word.
And when will that be?
When I am ready to leave for Mexico.
You're crazy. That ship isn't going to Mexico.
Oh, yes, it is, Mr. Dollar. Because I have paid well for passage there.
You don't buy ship's articles. The Yankee pride says she's going to San Francisco.
One can buy anything with sufficient funds. The simplest are the petty official signatures needed to make these changes. You'd be amazed at how easily eyes are blinded and ears deafened. You don't agree with me?
Up to a point.
I understand. You think that I brought you here for the purpose of bargaining with you? There's no need for that.
Why am I here?
Because I enjoy my power. And at the moment, I'm fighting you and your stumbling, idiotic methods.
You're proud of your own? What kind of power did it take to bring off the murders of the Koo brothers? I'm not impressed.
You will be. I'm going to let you go on with your investigation because you're a harmless pipsqueak.
Thanks.
How much money will your company lose by further delay?
2% of $300,000 for each day over schedule.
Well, please convey to them my thanks. And tell them I shall cover their loss. They won't attempt to prosecute. You may go. Earl and Roy will drive you wherever you wish them to.
I retreated to my hotel room. But I knew one thing about him and thought I knew something else. His name, as spotted on an envelope on the way out, seemed to be Major Ralph Dixon, and I had a strong feeling that his weakness was his strength and vice versa. The man was power mad. In spite of my exhaustion, frustration didn't let me sleep too well through the rest of the night.
Good morning. Mr. Ells here.
This is Dollar.
Well, I'm glad you phoned. I worried about what might happen to you last night.
Well, don't think for a minute that it didn't happen. What do you know about a Major Ralph Dixon?
Ralph Dixon?
Yeah.
Why, nothing. Who is he?
Well, he boasts that he's the man behind our trouble. He's crazy, and I really mean that.
Oh?
He claims that he's bribed everybody concerned with the Yankee Pride sailing, including port officials.
Mr. Dollar, you sound serious.
I believe him. Look, you have better entree here than I have. Would you see that you can learn something about the ship's papers being changed to include a Mexican port?
Oh, there was no Mexican port. I know that.
Well, he says there is. And see what you can Learn about his visas and passport. And you might even check customs. He's holding the sailing up for something.
I say, what are you going to be doing?
Well, I'll start at the other end. I know my way around the bottom. Hello, Randy.
I did not run away, did I? I knew you would come back here.
You aren't afraid of me, but you will be. Right now, you're afraid of the Major, and I don't blame you. 2 men were killed to keep you and the rest of his pawns afraid.
Yes, I'm afraid of him. Many people are.
You and 1 or 2 others are going to have to protect him by taking the blame for those 2 murders. You know that, don't you?
Said there would be no trouble.
That was before I came to town. I say there is going to be trouble. Because I'm going to turn you in. And the Major is so powerful that nobody will believe you when you tell the truth. You will pay for it all.
I believe that.
Well, don't you want to help yourself if you can?
Why? You know his power.
Not like you do, and I don't want to. I think he's crazy. And if I have to, I'll kill him.
What can I do?
Tell me what's behind it.
Gold. From an inland sultanate who is afraid of invasion. They send their gold out when they can. The Major is making the arrangements.
How much, do you know?
I've only heard. Almost 100 million.
American standard?
Yes, American. It's been delayed in its journey here. What can you do against power like that, Johnny?
If we can get high enough, we'll break him. The man I'm working with on this is checking every official the Major claims to have paid off.
How do you know that?
What do you mean by that?
You are speaking of Mr. L?
That's right.
He is only a human being. He is as greedy as any of us. I do not think he is asking questions.
He's been bought, too, huh?
Yes.
You, the captain, the engineer, officials, L.
You too, Johnny. If you were wise.
Did they tell you to say that?
It does not matter. Yes, they did. They told me to warn you.
I'm glad to hear that.
Why should you be glad?
Because it means he's afraid of me. What else were you supposed to tell me?
Only about Mr. Els.
Yeah. Mr. Els is as good a place to start as any. A check on the tri-state office told me that Els had left for home, so I followed him there. It was a cottage set back from the street. No one answered my knock. Through the veranda window, I could see why. Vincent Els was sprawled on the floor, a pistol just beyond his outstretched hand. On the way to Major Dixon's, I stopped at my hotel long enough to get an automatic out of my luggage.
Well, what are you... What's the meaning of this?
I just left Vincent Els' house.
Oh, yes. I've been advised that the poor man took his own life. Perhaps you can profit from his act.
I think I can. What happened? Did he turn on you?
Let us say that he didn't appreciate his position with me. He miscalculated my strength. Naturally learned there was nothing left for him to live for. How have you fared?
I've done all right. I've finally realized that there's only one way to stop you.
Oh? And what is that?
To kill you. Have you thought of that?
Oh, see here. I'm a man of influence. You'd not be rewarded, you'd be prosecuted.
I think you're a man of influence only in your own mind. Your influence is due partially to money, but more to fear. Els turned on you and you killed him. The girl Rondi would if she weren't afraid.
Ah, but she is.
She wouldn't be if you were dead. I want you to come with me.
And where would we go?
Down to the police commissioner, where I want you to list every bribe and killing you've been involved in.
Ridiculous. I have an appointment at the club. You'll pardon me, I'm sure.
I know about the gold, Major.
Oh, you do you? What do you propose doing about it?
I'm going to stop it.
You?
Don't try to leave, Major. Major!
Stupid little fool.
I didn't kill him. As it turned out, I didn't have to. Police investigation of the shooting brought out all the truth. The gold was confiscated when it arrived, and after 3 days of questioning, I was released. Remarks? You may lose 2 days on the Yankee Pride schedule, but to balance that, you also lost Mr. Ells, an agent you can do without. Expense account item 4, $300 miscellaneous. Expense account item 5, same as item 2. Expense account total, $2,686. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, stars Edmund O'Brien in the title role and is written by Gil Dowd with music conducted by Alexander Courage. Edmund O'Brien may soon be seen in the Paramount Pictures production Warpath. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Bob Sweeney, Tudor Owen, Bill Johnstone, Wally Mayer, Jack Crucian, and Ben Wright. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bob Stevenson inviting you to join us next week at this time when we'll again bring you Edmund O'Brien as...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
There's Saturday night fun with the younger married set when Lucille Ball and her favorite husband come along later this evening on most of these same Columbia stations. Now stay tuned for Vaughn Monroe's Caravan, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, where Hopalong Cassidy rides every Saturday night on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder. As all of you know, Mr. Chameleon is known in the police as Chameleon, the man of many faces, who appears in various impersonations to track down his prey. The audience always knows who Mr. Chameleon is, but the criminal he is tracking down seldom does. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon and the case of murder and the man who saw too much. Our story opens at twilight in that lively section of New York City where Broadway crosses Columbus Circle. Already electric signs are flashing in the dark and the sidewalks are swarming with hurrying forms. And lost in that crowd is the figure of a man, stalking another man like a panther stalking its prey, until suddenly the air is shattered by a cry of pain and terror.
I've been stabbed! I've been stabbed!
Oh, no. Oh, how ghastly. Wilfred, did you see that?
Yes, I saw it. And I saw the man who stabbed him.
Oh.
Catch him! Catch him, somebody! The man in the gray suit! Don't let him get away!
What's happened?
It's murder! A man's been stabbed to death!
Somebody said a man in a gray suit did it.
And sometime later, at Central Headquarters in the office of the police commissioner, the commissioner sits talking to Mr. Chameleon, the great detective who is known and feared throughout the underworld. The commissioner is saying...
And that's all we have to go on, Chameleon. Some unidentified man who was with a woman cried out that a man in a gray suit did it.
Well, that's something, Commissioner. Maybe the two witnesses will come forward and give us a more complete description of the killer.
Yeah, but you know how people are. Scared to death to get involved in a thing like this.
Certainly the killer wasn't lacking in nerve, stabbing a man to death in the early evening on a crowded street.
And a man like Carl Lynch.
Yes. We belong to several of the same clubs. Carl Lynch was a wealthy bachelor high up in the banking business. Patron of the arts. Killer had his nerve to strike him down right under the nose of the police.
Well, that seems to annoy you, Chameleon.
Well, certainly it does. See, it's 3 hours since Lynch was murdered. The witnesses really should turn up very soon. For their sake, they should come to the police. The longer they stay away, the more dangerous it is for everyone.
Wilfred, don't you think we should have gone to the police instead of putting it off this way? So silly of us to come to the theater, darling. I can't keep my mind on the play, and neither can you.
Oh, it's a very good play, Millicent. The cast is excellent, especially that one actor, what's his name, Roger Appleby, who was just on in the first act. He was really remarkable.
Stop it, Wilfred. You don't fool me for 1 minute. You're just as nervous as I am. I don't even like being alone in this theater box. I'd rather be in the orchestra, surrounded by people.
You have got the jitters, haven't you, dear? All right, we'll leave during the next intermission and go straight to the police. Can't tell them much, but at least I could identify the murderer if I saw him. Feeling better?
Much better.
So am I. This intermission should be over in a few minutes. Meanwhile, let's relax and... Oh, Millicent.
What's the matter?
Have you a pin in your evening wrap? Something just pricked my arm.
Oh, no, there's no pin.
Well, there must be. It was a sharp, quick stab. And I feel so strange, so drowsy, as if... Oh.
Wilfred! Wilfred! Oh, help!
Hello. Yes, this is the police commissioner. What? Where? The Garrick Theater?
What is it, Commissioner?
Who is he, do you know? I see. Okay, send Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold over there. Okay, I'll call you back. Well, this is quite a large evening, Chameleon. A second murder in a box at the Garrick Theater.
Any tie-in with the murder of Carl Lynch up at Columbus Circle?
Not at first glance. Lady Millicent Hay, you know, the famous English beauty?
Oh, yes, of course.
Well, she went to the theater with her fiancé, a chap named Wilfred Crane. It seems he was attached to the American Embassy in London. Well, anyway, he died in the theater box, just like the... Chameleon, are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening. Commissioner, a play called Salt of the Earth is playing at the Garrick Theater.
What about it?
I just remembered Carl Lynch had money in that play.
Well, you'd better get over there, Chameleon. I'll leave orders that nothing is to be touched. No one is to leave the theater until you arrive.
Mr. Chameleon, is Wilfred really dead?
Yes, he died instantly, Lady Millicent. Someone must have hidden behind the curtains of the box here and jammed him in the arm with a hypodermic needle.
Oh.
The needle was filled with a deadly poison.
But why? Why?
Were you and Mr. Crane the persons who witnessed that other murder in Columbus Circle late this afternoon?
Yes, we were. Wilfred and I were discussing it just before he died. We intended to leave during the next intermission and go to the police.
Well, you should have come to us immediately. Anyway, there is your answer. Your friend was killed, Lady Millicent, because he saw too much.
But, Mr. Chameleon, I saw that murder, too.
Yes, I'm well aware of that fact. Where are you staying?
At the Millbrook Hotel.
Oh, that's fortunate. That's one of those small, exclusive places.
What do you mean?
Lady Millicent, from now on, you must not be alone, not even for 1 minute. I'm sending one of our women detectives home with you. Madeline, come in here, will you, please?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Madeline, this is Lady Millicent Hay, Miss Madeline Evans, who happens to be a detective like myself.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Madeline, you are to go with Lady Millicent to her hotel. You're to stay in the same room with her night and day.
Is that really necessary, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, it is, Lady Millicent. If you want to remain alive. And Madeline, remember, no one is to be admitted to Lady Millicent's hotel suite except myself. Is that clear?
Perfectly clear, Mr. Chameleon.
Right. Where's Dave?
Right outside in the corridor. Detective Sergeant Arnold, Mr. Chameleon wants to see you.
Okay, thanks. Say, Mr. Chameleon, the manager of that show, Ted Martin, is awful anxious to talk to you.
Oh.
And the actors are getting very indignant about being kept waiting backstage.
Well, I'll get around to them as soon as possible. Dave, I want you to accompany Lady Millicent and Madeline. Now, you're to take up your post outside the Millbrook Hotel. Now, I believe there's only one entrance. Is that right, Lady Millicent?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Good. Now, Madeline is going upstairs with Lady Millicent, Dave, and you are to keep an eye on that entrance. All night, if necessary.
But, Mr. Chameleon...
Dave, believe me, I know exactly what I'm doing. Nothing is more important than keeping watch over Lady Millicent.
You look tired, Chameleon.
Commissioner, I am exhausted. Did you ever try talking to a group of actors, each one giving vent to his personal brand of histrionics? Take my word for it, it is very wearing.
Any definite leads on either of the murders?
Oh, so many leads that they completely obscure the scent. All I'm sure of is that all roads lead to the Garrick Theater.
Whom did you talk to?
Well, first of all, Ted Martin, the theater manager. He's the brother of Lou Martin, the actor's agent. And right from the start, he hit the nail on the head when he said to me,
Mr. Chameleon, you've got a tough job ahead of you. If you get anything out of these actors, I'll eat my hat. I've managed a lot of shows, but I've never known such an outfit for jealousies and feuds and just plain trouble.
Well, isn't that usual in your line of business, Mr. Martin?
No, it's not. That's a legend built up by the public. Most actors aren't difficult. Well, not too difficult, anyway. But this company has been in a turmoil from the start.
Due to what?
Carl Lynch, I'm sorry to say.
Oh?
I hate to speak badly of a dead man, but from the day he put money in this show, there have been fireworks. Within a week, Mr. Chameleon, Lynch had incurred the bitter enmity of 3 people.
Who?
First of all, Roger Appleby. He's an actor whom Lynch had demoted from one of the leads to a minor part. His salary was cut, too, and Roger needed the money desperately.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, Hess Markle, the stage manager. He has a bad temper and is, well, shall we say, unstable. Lynch once got him fired from a previous show.
You tried to get him fired from this one?
Correct, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh.
Thirdly, our little ingenue, Sally Holmes, who for some reason Lynch persecuted. He was consistently rude to the girl. Everything she did was wrong.
Is she a pretty girl, Mr. Martin?
Yes, very pretty, and a very good... Who is it?
It's me, Ted. Me and Sally.
Oh, come in, Lou. Mr. Chameleon, this is my brother, Lou Martin, the agent. Lou, this is the famous detective, Mr. Chameleon.
No kidding, the guy that disguises himself so that nobody knows him. How do you do it, chum?
How does an actor act?
Oh, say, that's a thought. Same principle, hmm? Say, how would you like me to book you into television?
Suppose we wait until I solve Carl Lynch's murder and the murder of Wilfred Crane.
Sure, that'll up your price. Which reminds me, Mr. Chameleon, I want you to meet Sally Holmes.
How do you do, Mr. Chameleon?
Well, how do you do? And you are very pretty, Miss Holmes. But you cannot leave the theater.
How did you know that was what we wanted?
Listen, she's got a radio broadcast, an 11:30 broadcast.
Sorry. No one leaves this theater until I finish questioning all of you. Remember, there's been a murder committed.
Yes, he's right, Lou. We shouldn't have asked.
So we shouldn't have asked, but there's no harm in asking. Okay, chum. And don't you forget, Lou Martin says you've got a future in television.
You know, Mr. Chameleon, you might just as well have let Sally Holmes go. I'll bet you dollars to donuts you'll get nowhere with your questioning.
You're mistaken, Mr. Martin. Someone in this theater murdered Wilfred Crane, and I am going to find that murderer.
Well, let's wait and see. You know, theater people are very loyal to one another. You have to be an insider to really know what goes on here.
And he was right, Commissioner. They all protected one another. I was the outsider, the common enemy. But that is going to be changed.
How do you mean, Chameleon?
Well, I'll take that, Commissioner. Hello.
Mr. Chameleon?
Hello, Dave. How goes it?
I was just wondering, do you want me to stay on guard here at the Millbrook Hotel? I don't suppose you do. Where shall I go next?
The devil are you talking about? Of course I want you to stay.
But what for? When I saw you leave with the Lady Millicent Hay...
Dave, wait a minute. Is this some sort of joke?
Why, no. You walked out of the Millbrook Hotel about 15 minutes ago with Lady Millicent Hay. You got into a car?
That's enough. Go upstairs immediately to Lady Millicent's room and see what's happened to Madeline. Then report here immediately. I haven't been near the Millbrook Hotel. Commissioner, someone kidnapped Lady Millicent. They impersonated me.
What?
Now, only an actor could have done that. Can you imagine that? An actor disguising himself as me instead of my disguising myself as an actor. Because that is what I fully intended to do. And that's what I am going to do and break this case wide open.
Mr. Chameleon and the case of murder and the man who saw too much continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the case of murder and the man who saw too much. It is later that night, and in Mr. Chameleon's office at Central Headquarters, a distraught Madeline Evans is saying bitterly,
I'll never forgive myself, never, Mr. Chameleon. But that man's voice on the telephone sounded just like yours. He called up from the hotel lobby downstairs, and when the doorbell rang...
You stepped into the hall and were promptly struck on the head and knocked unconscious.
Yes. He dragged me into a closet, and then he must have knocked on Lady Millicent's bedroom door and convinced her he was you.
And she went with him. Now, the murderer of Carl Lynch has already done away with Wilfred Crane, the first witness to his crime. Now he's got the second witness, Lady Millicent. Madeline, you realize that she is in terrible danger. She may already be dead.
Yes. Yes, I know, Mr. Chameleon.
Well, this tells us one thing about the murderer, however, narrows down the field.
What do you mean?
Well, the person we're tracking down, certainly an actor. Clever one. So good at impersonating me that Lady Millicent actually went with him. That man I want to see. As Lew Martin said, he should have a future in television. Well, so should Rupert LaRue.
Rupert? Who's he?
Rupert LaRue, Madeline, is an old Shakespearean actor with prominent teeth and long gray hair. And since I won't have time to let mine grow, I'll have to wear a wig.
Mr. Chameleon?
Mm-hmm. And I'll carry press clippings, too. The printing department's taking care of them now. While the police are scouring the city looking for Lady Millicent, I am going to haunt the Garrick Theater and get a good look at that actor, Roger Appleby, and the stage manager, Hess Markle, and anyone else who might have impersonated me. But Mr. Appleby, forgive an old-timer like me for being a bit skeptical, but I've had years and years of stage experience. Did I show you my notices from...
Yes, you did, LaRue. Many times.
Sorry. But frankly, it's so ridiculous. The police suspecting you of impersonating Mr. Chameleon, that detective. Why, you couldn't possibly get away with it.
Well, I could if I wanted to.
Really? How? As one artist to another, just how would you go about it? As I was saying, Mr. Markle, when I toured in Othello, or am I boring you?
Oh, that's okay, LaRue. I'm just kind of all in. Those dumb dicks started questioning me again today. I've got the notion I posed as that detective Chameleon.
Oh.
What's the matter? Quit it, will you? I don't let anyone laugh at me. Quit it.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me. I didn't mean to scare you like that. I got a bad temper. Anyway, I could take off Chameleon if I wanted to. If Roger Appleby could, I could.
But Appleby is a first-rate performer.
I'm glad you think so. But let me show you something. Let me show you just how I'd go about it if I were going to take on the part of Chameleon.
To the greatest artist of them all. To a truly great artist. To a superb performer. To...
What are you doing in here?
Oh, Good evening, Mr. Martin.
Oh, it's you, LaRue.
I hope you don't mind my waiting in your office.
No, sit down. You seem to have become a fixture around this place.
Thanks to your kindness, Mr. Martin. You are a prince among theatrical managers.
I'm also known along Broadway as a soft touch. Let's see now. You wanted a job, didn't you?
Anything, Mr. Martin. Anything at all.
Maybe my brother, Lou, the agent, could get you into radio.
No, sir. Not that. Never that. Never that. I promised myself that I would never stoop to radio, but anything else, even if it's a bit shady.
Such as what?
I'm not saying that you would do anything shady, Mr. Martin. Some theatrical managers are known for slightly crooked deals. But let him, without guilt, cast the first stone.
Mr. LaRue, may I see those press clippings of yours again?
You may indeed, sir, certainly. Here they are.
Thank you.
Yellowed with age, I'm afraid, but mine own.
They seem to be on the level.
On the level? My dear Mr. Martin.
Mr. LaRue, suppose you come back tomorrow. It's quite possible I might be able to get you a job as well as a doorman or something similar. Will you do that?
With pleasure. Shall I come here to your office?
Why, yes, if you'd like to.
I'd like to very much. I never get tired of looking at those fascinating photographs on the wall. No trace of Lady Millicent, Dave, is that right?
Not a sign of her, Mr. Chameleon. For all we know, she's...
No, Dave, she's still alive. She must be. Poor Madeline's sake. And I think I know where she is. I think I know who managed to impersonate me and get away with it.
Well, they must be good.
Yes, that's the point, Dave. That's the theory I've gone on. Must have been a very clever actor to have fooled you and Madeline. Well, here's the address. If I don't come out in half an hour, you know what to do.
Suppose you're mistaken.
If I am, Dave, I'm afraid we won't find Lady Millicent until it's too late. Now make yourself scarce. I'm going to ring the bell.
Okay, see you later, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes?
Good evening. Is Mr. Ted Martin home?
Why,
This is his apartment, isn't it? I know it has an outside entrance.
Yes, this is his apartment. Is he expecting you?
He should be. You're Sally Holmes, aren't you? I saw you in the show at the Garrick Theatre.
Oh, did you? What did you think of it? The show, I mean.
A pleasant trifle. Where's Mr. Martin?
Right in here in the living room. But what did you think of my performance?
Who is it, sweetheart? What the... Say, what are you doing here, LaRue?
Mr. Martin, didn't you expect me? I thought you said tonight. Oh, of course, you didn't expect the young lady to be here.
What?
Now, wait a minute.
Would you like me to come back later?
Who is this character, Ted? And what business did you have with him that you didn't want me to know about? Who are you?
Rupert LaRue. Perhaps you've heard of me. I toured the Middle West in...
1700, I'd say. And you still haven't told me what business you've got with Ted.
He hasn't any, Sally. He's been hanging around the Garrick Theatre.
And I told him if there were any odd jobs that I could do for him, I'd be only too happy to, even if they were a bit shady. So we reached an agreement.
What about?
Are you crazy?
What about, Mr. LaRue?
About Lady Millicent Hay.
What's that?
I understand her continued existence is becoming a burden. I'm afraid I wasn't supposed to discuss that in front of anyone.
Say, what are you up to? What are you up to, LaRue?
Leave him alone, Ted. You're not to touch him until I finish talking to him.
Can't you see he's lying?
About what? Lady Millicent? Is that a gag?
Shut up.
Don't you dare to speak to me like that, Ted Martin. I thought you weren't very anxious to see me tonight. No wonder. You had plans that didn't include me. Mr. LaRue, what were you going to do about Lady Millicent?
Well, take care of her, I suppose, and then take her someplace else. To some girl's apartment, I think.
What?
Sally, he's making this up.
Why, no. Oh, is this the young lady who'd been getting money from Carl Lynch before he was murdered? Dear, I'm afraid I've spoken out of turn. I really had better go.
You're not going anywhere, LaRue. Oh, don't look at me like that, Sally. Can't you see this is a trap? I told this man nothing.
Then how could he know? How could a broken-down old ham like this LaRue...
Miss Holmes, the trouble with the theater today...
Oh, shut up! How could he get this information unless you'd given it to him, Ted?
I have no idea, Sally. But I'm going to find out.
But of course you told me, Mr. Martin. You said this young lady had been blackmailing Carl Lynch, and because you loved her, you protected her. But you become alarmed after Lynch's murder, so you wanted to get out from under.
And frame me for the whole thing. Is that it, Ted? You were going to kill Lady Millicent and plant her body in my apartment. Who's that?
I think you know who it is.
Ted, don't let him hurt me.
Who is she talking about, Mr. Martin? Your accomplice? The man who really murdered Lynch and who posed as Mr. Chameleon? Is that who's coming down the hall?
Well, hi, Sally. Hi, Ted. And who's this old creep? What's your name, chum?
My name is Chameleon.
What?
Chameleon?
And you, Martin, neglected to tell me that you were an actor before you became an agent. Not only an actor, but a famous impersonator, as I learned through your brother Ted here.
Ted, you dirty rat, what did you have to tell him that for?
Oh, he didn't tell me. But his office walls are covered with photographs. Half of them addressed to you, describing you as a great artist. I'm flattered, of course, that it took a great artist to impersonate me successfully.
That still doesn't prove anything.
Sally spilled the whole story, Lou. She gave it away that we intended to kill Lady Millicent.
And Ted told Chameleon that we'd been blackmailing Lynch.
No, Sally. Carl Lynch's canceled checks made out to you told me that, and that cover-up, that elaborate pretense of persecuting you. Poor Lynch, he was like a lot of other suckers in this town. He fell for you, Sally, and then the Martin brothers moved in and blackmailed him. Only Lynch threatened to tell the police. So he died. Am I right? Or was it Sally here, disguised as a man, who did the killing?
No, it was Lou. He stabbed Lynch, and then later he killed the witness. That man, Crane.
Sally, look out!
All right, put them up. I'll use this gun if I have to. Don't move, Lou. Ted. Sally, you hurt?
No, the knife missed me.
I missed you by an
inch.
inch.
You shouldn't have thrown that knife, Lou. You use knives better at close range. But at least you've given me the murder weapon. I wondered where that was. And now, will you show me where you've hidden Lady Millicent Hay?
Mr. Chameleon, when you walked into that room, it was like a miracle. I thought no one would ever find me.
Well, no one thought of looking in the exclusive apartment of a successful theater manager and a successful blackmailer, I might add, Lady Millicent. It seems that Ted Martin and his brother Lou had been blackmailing for years, using Sally as bait. You were fortunate that they didn't kill you immediately, but they were worried as to how to dispose of the body. As a matter of fact, I believe Ted Martin fully intended to use old Rupert LaRue as a means of getting rid of you.
Well, thank heavens Rupert LaRue was really you, Mr. Chameleon. Anyway, I'm deeply grateful. And you too, Miss Evans.
Oh, please don't say that, Lady Millicent. It was due to my inexcusable carelessness and stupidity that they were able to kidnap you.
Well, now, she's being dramatic. She's caught the acting fever.
That's a fine thing to say, Mr. Chameleon.
I thought I'd get a rise out of you, Madeline. But that's better than letting you feel guilty, because you shouldn't. You know, the best of investigators have been trapped occasionally. And never forget, Madeline, that in our profession, eternal vigilance is the price of success. And of not being conked on the head.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the Man of Many Faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Aggie, here's your food. Sister, can you hear me? Open the slot in your door.
Go away, Martha. I don't want any food.
But you have to eat. Open the slot.
All right. It's open.
I hope you've still left room between the boxes in there for me to push the food through.
Go ahead and push it through. There's room for the food to get through. But you can't get in here.
I won't come into your part of the house. Have I ever tried?
If you do try, I'll kill you. This is my house. The money's mine, too.
You love that money more than anything, don't you?
I gave up marrying to get the money. Father willed it to me. If I'd never married. And you haven't married either because you want the money when I die. Don't you? But my money is going to someone else. And you ought to know who.
Yes, I know all about that. Aggie, I'll need a few dollars again. You won't go out of the house, and I have to bring you things to eat.
If you weren't afraid of what would happen to you, you'd leave me here to starve, wouldn't you?
Aggie, we've lived in this house together for 25 years, and I've never failed to bring you your food.
You want my money, that's why. You want this house. Well, it's mine. You hear me?
Oh, Aggie, won't we ever leave here? Must we live with this filth all our lives? Are we going to die among the boxes and barrels and rags and papers?
I like the house the way it is. It's safe. It's dirty and musty and damp and it smells. But I like it. I like it. And I hate you. Now go away. Go away. And don't ever talk to me. Go away.
I'll bring you some food again day after tomorrow. Keep well, dear sister.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
I realize I'm a complete stranger to you, Blackie, but I'm sure you're familiar with the house I'm talking about.
I certainly am. What'd you say your name was? Oh, yes, Crane. Well, Mrs. Crane, I think the Rogers Mansion is one of the most famous eyesores in the city. You say you heard one of the sisters moaning this afternoon?
Yes, Blackie. I was coming home from the grocery store. Oh, it was loud moaning, too, because, you know, the windows are boarded up, but I could still hear it. It was eerie.
Well, you shouldn't have come to me, Mrs. Crane. You should have contacted the police.
Oh, no, I want nothing to do with the police. Nothing to do with them. But I was sure if I came to you, you might investigate. You could creep into the house at midnight.
I have no right to break into the Rogers home just because you heard one of the sisters moaning, Mrs. Crane.
Oh.
But I'll do what you should have done. Call the police. At what time did you hear this moaning?
Oh, about an hour ago. And it was so mysterious.
Well, if one of the sisters is in trouble, I don't suppose it's too late to help them.
Oh, isn't this exciting, Blackie?
Not very. I suppose you don't want me to mention your name to the police.
Oh, I'd rather you didn't. It's more mysterious this way.
Oh, fine.
Hello, Faraday speaking.
Hello, Inspector. This is Blackie.
Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Faraday. This isn't for your department, but I thought you might want to contact the right one.
What?
There may be trouble in the Rogers Mansion.
There may be. There's been trouble in that house for 25 years. There's been nothing but trouble in there since those two sisters locked themselves in.
Well, one of them might be in trouble, Faraday. I happen to know someone heard moaning in the building a couple of hours ago.
Moaning, huh? Say maybe one of the old girls is dying.
That's what I think, too. You better contact the emergency squad and maybe get out there yourself.
Don't tell me what to do.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. But pick me up on your way out, will you?
No use, boys. No one's going to answer the door.
I guess we'd better bust the door down, eh, Dugan?
Sure. Bust it down and get sued by the Rogers sisters? No, thanks. I got a wife and kids at home. I need my job on the police force.
Well, here comes Faraday from Homicide. Maybe he's got an idea.
How are you, Inspector?
Hello, Dugan. Oh, who's the lad with you, Inspector? A rookie cop?
Thanks, Robert. I'll see you later.
No offense meant, Blackie. You know that.
Say, Blackie, how about you opening the door for us? You're pretty good with locks.
What's the matter? Nobody answer when you knock? No, doesn't seem to be anybody home, Inspector.
Have you heard any moaning?
No, Blackie, not a sound.
Huh. Faraday, maybe we'd better force our way in.
Without a warrant?
Well, if I open the door, you can always go in to investigate. After all, there was moaning in the house a little while ago.
Yeah, I know, but
maybe if we look the other way, Inspector.
I guess we better. All right, boys.
Okay.
Look, what's that across the street?
I don't see anything.
How can you be so dumb, Dugan?
Maybe it's catching, Faraday.
Shut up, both of you. Hurry up, Blackie.
Door's open, boys. I trust no one looked, because how I open locks is my secret.
No one looked, Blackie. It was... Holy mackerel.
What do you know?
Look at the junk piled up there inside that door.
What is this place? A home or a warehouse? Well, we can't get through that pile of junk.
I think we can if we crawl. Here's a sort of a tunnel under the junk. Follow me.
I'll go right behind Blackie, boys. You better leave one of your men here, Dugan.
Yeah, okay. Right. Frank, you stand guard. You come with me, Carpenter.
Right.
Hey, what was that?
I tripped over a wire in here and loosened those boxes. Must have been a booby trap.
Blackie, you hurt?
Do I sound it?
No, but it's so dark in here.
Hey, Blackie, what did you run into that time?
Sounded like he knocked over a pile of junk.
Hey, Blackie! Blackie! Inspector Faraday!
Inspector!
Holy mackerel, Carpenter, go for help. Blackie and the Inspector sound like they've run into trouble.
Can you get out this way, Faraday?
Yeah, I think so, Blackie. Brother, what fell on us? The whole house?
No, but a room full of junk did. Guess I was knocked out for a while.
I know I was. Where are we now?
We're out on the other side of the pile of junk we'd first crawled under.
Hello! Hello!
Hey, that's Dugan's voice. Hello!
Faraday?
Yeah?
You all right? Blackie with you?
Yes, we're both all right. Where are you?
The other side of the house. We couldn't get through that way after everything fell down.
You find anything where you are?
Nothing but more junk.
Well, keep looking over there. Blackie and I will see what we can find over here. Meet you later.
Okay.
Here's the door, Faraday. Shall we try this direction?
Yeah, might as well. There's nothing but barrels and boxes on either side of us.
Oh, nuts. Locked.
Yeah.
Turn away, Faraday.
Okay. Brother, you sure made that fast.
Oh, it was just a simple door lock. Well, I'll be. Another door. And locked.
And more junk.
Well, keep looking at the junk.
Look, it's so dark in here, I can hardly see anything anyway.
Hey, at least we're coming to where it's lighter.
Yeah, but the junk is getting heavier.
There's another door. Look, Faraday. There's a sliding panel in it.
Slide from this side?
No, from the other.
All right, go ahead. I'm not looking.
Well, we've come all the way to one end of the house, Faraday. There's a window and... Uh-oh.
I see it too, Blackie. She looks dead.
She is, too, Faraday. From a blow on the head. There was moaning in here, after all.
The woman probably didn't die right away.
I guess that's the boys.
Yeah, Dugan and Carpenter must be coming this way, and they're having trouble, too. I wonder which one of the sisters this is.
This was Aggie, the older one, according to the pictures I remember. This is the one who owned all the property and had all the money.
Oh, yeah. The one who never came out of the house. Well, when we find the other one, what's her name, we'll,
I think her name is Martha, isn't it? Oh, here comes Dugan. Maybe he's bringing Martha with him.
Well, if he is, our case is closed. This woman was murdered. Her sister is the only one who could have killed her.
Holy mackerel. I've never seen so much junk in one house in all my... Hey, is that woman dead?
Yes. Did you find the other sister in your part of the house?
No, but we've been through an awful lot of junk trying to get here.
The other sister isn't in the house?
Not unless she's about a foot square and hiding in one of these boxes.
I know why, too. Blackie, coming up here, you said a woman told you she heard moaning in this house. Why didn't you bring that woman with you?
Because while I was talking to you on the phone, she skipped out.
Oh, no, she didn't. You didn't bring her with you because
I know what you're thinking. She called herself Vivian Crane, but I think if we find her, we'll find not only the missing sister, but this mystery's missing link.
Paper, mister? Yeah, I have one over here. Okay. Paper. Paper, lady?
Yes, please.
Aye. Here they are. They're all late. Paper. Get
Hello,
the
son.
paper, mister?
No. You know what this badge means?
Yeah, you're a cop, huh?
Uh-huh. Faraday's the name. Are you Robert Perkins?
Yeah, that's me.
I want to talk to you, son.
Yeah, but I haven't done anything.
But someone else has. You're just about to benefit from it. Close up this stand, son.
Hey, I can't do that.
One of the Rogers sisters was killed this afternoon. She left her entire fortune to you.
Yes, who is it?
Telegram from Mrs. Perkins.
Oh, I thought you were one of those reporters. I'm sick and tired of talking to newspapermen.
Mrs. Lawrence Perkins?
Yes, where's my telegram?
Oh, there isn't one, Mrs. Perkins, but there's my foot inside the door.
Oh, another report.
No, I'm Boston Blackie.
Oh, get out of here.
What? After just this minute getting here?
I don't want to answer any questions. Everybody's been asking me questions today, ever since the police discovered Agatha Rogers' will. You want to know why that Rogers woman left everything to my son.
That's it.
Well, she was in love with my late husband before I married him. Now will you get out?
If you'll just answer one...
You first,
Oh,
son.
now the police.
Well,
oh, dear.
Faraday.
Blackie, do you have to beat me to everything?
Well, I don't have to. I just do. Who's the boy?
Mother, this policeman says I've inherited a lot of money.
That answers my question.
Yes, you have, Robert. But we're not going to accept it. I won't let you take money from that crazy old woman.
But, Mother, I...
No,
Look,
Robert,
Mrs. Perkins.
Of course you can.
Martha Rogers is missing. Do you have any idea where she might be hiding?
Listen, I'll have you understand we're not in any way connected with the crazy Rogers women. Never saw either of them. Now get out of here.
That means you, Faraday.
And you, too.
I see what you mean.
Well, we've got no search warrant. Let's go, Blackie.
Mother, why are you so
Quiet, Robert.
Come on, Faraday, let's go.
I'm way ahead of you.
Goodbye, Mrs. Perkins.
Goodbye, and don't ever come back.
Mother, I wish you
Robert.
would...
Well, Faraday, I suppose you know what to do next.
Of course. Sure I do. What?
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Aggie and Martha Rogers are two recluse sisters who have lived alone in a junk-filled house for 25 years. A woman who calls herself Vivian Crane goes to Boston Blackie and claims she heard moans in the house one day. Blackie and the police break into the house to find Aggie Rogers dead, killed by a blow on the head. But Martha Rogers is missing. In her will, Aggie Rogers left the entire family fortune to Robert Perkins, a newsboy. But Robert's widowed mother says she wants no part of the money. As we return to our story, two detectives are on the Sea Island ferry looking for the missing Martha.
They're going to search the Rogers home we busted into yesterday, Carpenter. You think they'll find the missing sister?
I wish they would, Dugan, or I'm going to get picked up for staring at middle-aged women. We've been riding this ferry for hours, and I've been eyeing them all day. Fine job for a couple of cops.
Yeah, we would have to be looking for a dame in her 50s, wouldn't we? Holy mackerel, why couldn't Martha Rogers be 19?
I know what you mean.
Holy mackerel, Carpenter, look. Huh? There's a dame starting to jump off the ferry. Let's get her.
Hey, I noticed her looking down at the water.
Yeah, and then up at us. Yeah, let's grab her, quick.
Oh, no, lady. Oh, no, you don't.
Holy mackerel, Carpenter, we're going to be too late.
Oh, no, we're not.
Get her. Gotcha, lady.
Go on. Let me
Yeah, I'll give you a hand, Carpenter.
It's okay,
go,
Dugan.
please.
I got her.
Let me jump. You don't right. No.
Holy mackerel, Carpenter. You know who this is?
I got an idea. She's Martha Rogers. Now, will you
lady.
stop struggling if I let you go, lady?
Oh, yes. Yes, I might as well now.
Okay.
Makes you say you might as well, lady.
Oh, because you know who I am and the police are looking for me. I called myself Vivian Crane, but I'm really Martha Rogers.
You killed your sister, didn't you, Miss Rogers?
No, I didn't, I tell you. I didn't. She was dead when I got home.
Yeah, that's your story. Dugan, any sign of Blackie yet?
No, but I'm watching for him.
I want him in my office as soon as he gets here.
He said he'd be right down when I called him.
Good. Now, look, Miss Rogers. Why did you go to Boston Blackie with a story about hearing moans as you passed that house?
Oh, because I didn't want to go to the police. I was afraid the police would say I killed her.
Well, you did kill her, didn't you?
No, I told you. I found her dead.
What had you been doing before you came home and found her?
I'd been at the grocer's. Ask them there. They'll tell you I was there.
I don't have to ask them. I checked, and I already know you were there. And I know at what time, too.
I was there at noon. I didn't get home till, 1:30 or 2.
Yeah?
I bought a great many things. Oh, so many. And the store was crowded. Very crowded.
Here comes Blackie, Inspector Faraday.
Well, thanks, Dugan. Come on in, Blackie.
You found the missing Miss Rogers, I hear.
Yeah, and I want you to have a look at her. Is this the woman who came to you and told you she heard moans in the Rogers house?
That's right, but she called herself Vivian Crane.
Oh, I had to, Blackie. I didn't want to get mixed up with the police.
Yes, so you told me.
Blackie, she's got an alibi for the time Maggie Rogers was killed.
Of course I have. I've done nothing wrong. Well, it was foolish to try and run away, but now I'm rich. You'll have to let me go free. I get all of Aggie's money now.
You don't read newspapers, apparently, so you wouldn't know about your sister's will, huh? Faraday, don't release the news that you found Miss Rogers.
Huh?
And as for you, Miss Rogers, I'm afraid you're due for disappointment, and the rest of us are due for a surprise. Robert.
Yes, sir?
This is the room where Aggie Rogers was murdered. You say you've never seen this room before?
I've never been in this house before, Blackie. Never even in this neighborhood, have I, Mother?
Oh, of course not. I don't know why Blackie insisted on bringing you here.
Right now, I don't know either, Mrs. Perkins.
Blackie, my son didn't kill that Agatha Rogers.
He had a good reason to want her dead. In fact, he had thousands of reasons, all dollars.
Blackie, I didn't kill that woman. I never saw her in my life and never even knew about her. And I certainly didn't know she was going to leave me any money.
Blackie, I never told him Aggie was in love with the man I married. I didn't want him to know about the Rogers girls or about any of this or anything.
Well, he knows all about it now. Let's go into the next room. Be careful where you step, Robert.
Oh, be careful.
Why?
Well, one false step and a barrel of junk falls down on you. This way. This passageway between these barrels. Careful.
Right.
Don't wander away, Mrs. Perkins.
Well, I won't be far. Let's get this over with and go home.
And to think people lived in filth like this. Oh, gosh, I did it.
Robert, I told you to be careful. Are you all right, Mrs. Perkins?
Oh, certainly. You can see I'm all right. Oh, Robert, now really, you're so clumsy.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't his fault, Mrs. Perkins. This whole place is booby-trapped.
Look at this.
But let's keep moving.
Ridiculous women they must have been. To have a house all littered with junk like this. Blackie, let's get out of here.
We'll get out, Mother, but I can't get through this stuff too. Oh! What's that?
Just another booby trap. I stepped on that one.
Oh, my.
Well, we're almost out. It's getting dark. We'd better call this off till tomorrow.
Oh, now must you drag my son through this horrible place again? What were you looking for, Blackie?
All I'll tell you, Mrs. Perkins, is that I've found it.
Blackie, if Mother and I aren't being held for anything, why have we had to sit in Inspector Faraday's office for so long?
Sorry to inconvenience you, Robert. We're waiting for Faraday to bring in a certain woman. Oh, here they are now.
Come on in, Miss Rogers. Maybe this time you'll talk.
But I told you everything. Everything. This is Miss Rogers, the missing sister, Blackie?
Yes, Mrs. Perkins. But the police withheld the news at my suggestion.
All right, Blackie. Here's Miss Rogers. Now, what makes you think facing Mrs. Perkins and her son will make her talk?
I'm sure what's about to happen will make Miss Rogers talk, Faraday. But I'll have to talk first.
Now, go ahead, Blabbermouth.
Miss Rogers, have you ever seen these people before?
No, I haven't. Should I have?
Well, this is Mrs. Lawrence Perkins, the woman who married the man your sister Aggie was in love with.
Oh.
And this is her son. By the terms of your sister Aggie's will, the entire Rogers fortune went to Lawrence Perkins at his death to his heir. The boy here is his heir, Robert Perkins.
You mean my sister left all her money to this boy?
All her money and all the Rogers property. You didn't know that, did you?
No, I didn't. I didn't. I thought...
You thought that everything would come to you. That's why you killed your sister, didn't you?
No, I didn't kill her. I mean...
Miss Rogers, there's no question about it. Aggie Rogers was murdered for her money. If you thought the money was coming to you, you had a motive for killing her.
Oh, no, Blackie,
Now, let me finish and maybe make you feel better, at least for a moment. Robert here says he didn't know the money was coming to him. But he may be lying. Robert.
Yes, sir?
You had a motive for killing Aggie Rogers, too, you know.
But I didn't kill her, Blackie. I'd never been in that house until this afternoon, and I didn't know the money was coming to me.
He might be telling the truth, Blackie.
I think he is, Faraday. And I think Miss Rogers is telling the truth, too. Well, partly, anyhow.
What? Just whose side are you on?
The right side, Faraday. And with Robert and Miss Rogers eliminated as suspects, only Mrs. Perkins is left.
What? Oh, well, now you're being utterly ridiculous.
I'm being utterly logical, Mrs. Perkins. First of all, as Lawrence Perkins' mother, you might have known that he was going to inherit from Aggie Rogers.
Well, how could I have known that? Those two women were crazy living in that filthy, cluttered home.
Maybe they were crazy, Mrs. Perkins, but one of them was very clever. Clever enough to kill the other and almost get away with it.
Well, then don't look at me. Look at that woman there. She's Martha Rogers.
Oh, I only said that. I'm not Martha Rogers.
I quite agree with you, Mrs. Crane. You aren't Miss Rogers.
Look, what's going on here? If this woman isn't Miss Rogers, who is?
Mrs. Perkins is Martha Rogers, Faraday.
Mrs.
Perkins
Rogers
is Miss Rogers, sister of Aggie Rogers, and she's the killer of Aggie Rogers.
Oh, well, you have no reason to believe I'm Martha Rogers. This is only guesswork.
It's awful good guesswork, though. But there's another thing that convinces me that you're Martha Rogers.
Oh, there is?
When I took you and your son through the Rogers home, who touched off booby traps? I did, and Robert did.
So?
So, I knew Robert here hadn't been in the house before. He touched off several booby traps. So did I. But you, Miss Rogers, because you are Miss Rogers, failed to set off a single trap.
It is impossible to move around that house without setting off a trap, unless you know your way around. Blackie, I hate to admit it, but I think I've been holding the wrong woman.
I'm telling you that I'm Mrs. Perkins, widow of Lawrence Perkins, and this boy's mother.
Yes, you are, Mrs. Perkins. But you're also Martha Rogers. But don't worry. Even if you have led a double life, you can be punished only once.
Hey, Dugan.
Yeah?
Remember last night when we were on this same ferry?
Holy mackerel, do I? I'll say I do, Carpenter. That woman tried to jump overboard and then tried to tell us she was Martha Rogers.
Smart dame. When she heard Martha Rogers was missing, she got the bright idea that she'd be Martha Rogers and collect her sister's dough.
And if you ask me, the smart dame was that real Martha Rogers.
Because she killed her sister? What's smart about that?
Well, holy mackerel, it was almost genius.
Yeah?
For 25 years, she's been known as Mrs. Lawrence Perkins. Nobody knew she was Martha Rogers, too. She never lived in the house with Aggie. Just came 3 times a week to bring food.
Well?
She knew she wasn't getting any dough as Martha Rogers. But as Mrs. Lawrence Perkins, she was getting all the dough through her son. She tried to throw us off by pretending she didn't want the money.
Listen, if you ask me, Dugan, the only smart person is Robert Perkins. He didn't do anything but tell the truth, and he got Aggie's dough.
Holy mackerel, that's right. But while we're handing out bouquets, let's toss one to Boston Blackie. Brother, did he trap that murdering sister?
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Rexall MI31, for example, America's popular all-round mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. Full-strength MI31 kills contacted germs in a matter of seconds, yet will not harm delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. What's more, Rexall gives you a full pint of MI31 at the same price as smaller quantities of other leading brands. Ask for Rexall MI31 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you transcribed another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. If you have a little corpse in your home, swap it in for something useful.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes?
I'd like to hire you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, bless your little heart. $100 a day in expenses.
My name is Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law. Would you mind coming right over to my office?
Will you have a retainer ready?
By the time you get here.
Where is here?
758 East 45th Street.
Just sign the check and I'll stamp in the amount with my track shoes.
Then I can expect you.
You can even clock me. Who knows? You may witness the first 4-minute mile. I quickly bounded over to the sink, pulled out a bundle of soaking laundry, grabbed a straight razor that looked like it had been used to hack out shrapnel, applied the Brillo to my overnight beard, and 20 bloody strokes later I observed myself in the mirror. Wounded, sire, but not dead. By 11 o'clock, I was standing in the reception office of Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law. I looked for the secretary, but none was to be seen. Then the door of Mr. Waldron's inner office opened, and a man about 6 feet tall, sporting a heavy black beard and thick horn-rimmed glasses, stood facing me. I suppose you're Mr. Waldron?
Yes. Take this chair, if you will.
Thank you. Now, what's your trouble?
Oh, not mine. My client's. You see, I'm supposed to give you $100 as a retainer until you speak with my client this evening.
Before you wave the bills around, tell me something about your client. My ethics get so double-jointed when someone shows me money.
My client is a she.
Well, you certainly present the beginning of an interesting argument.
Her name is Miss Mary Bellman.
Miss?
28, blonde, showgirl, very attractive.
So she killed 30 members of the volunteer fire department. I like tough cases.
She's in fear of her life, Mr. Diamond, and since I'm her attorney, she called me and asked me to hire a good detective.
You said Miss Bellman was in fear of her life. Somebody trying to kill her?
I think it best to let Miss Bellman tell you. She has all the facts. Here's her address, and here's your retainer. She expects you at 8.
It was close to 12 when I got back to the office and spotted my landlord nailing up my door. His eyes dropped blushingly down to his waist when he saw the 2 months' back rent in my hand, and he hurriedly explained his carpenter work on my door as a delayed April 1st joke. I paid him off as the last board fell and then left the building and went to my flat on 53rd Street to take it easy until that evening. By 7:30, I was dressed in my best suit, the gray one that stands out from the rest because the rest are one brown gabardine that even a starving moth would gag on. Suddenly, I remembered my dinner date with Helen. So I put in a fast call and told her butler, Francis, that I'd be a little late. Then, promptly at 8 o'clock, I walked up to the door of Miss Mary Bellman, prospective client.
Yes? Who is it?
Richard Diamond.
Oh.
Come in. Have you got it?
Well, I don't know. Got what?
Look, how about the envelope, huh?
Envelope?
John said it would be in an envelope. But if you don't have it in an envelope, just Kindly give it to me. Then I'll fix us a drink.
Well, maybe you better fix the drink first.
This is some kind of a joke. Oh,
What's the matter?
what are you doing here?
Who? Oh! Everything happened so fast, I didn't even have time to guess what it was all about. Someone belted me with the Chrysler building, and I went down like a loose ski in a snowslide. As I hit the floor, I felt a pair of hands pull open my coat and relieve me of my .38. The floor fell away, and I dropped into a deep black pit that smelled something like a dirty carpet. When I finally came around, it was like squeezing myself out of a starched diving suit. I got my eyelids apart, and there, standing in front of me, were two very good reasons for wanting to go right back to sleep.
Oh, he's coming around, boss.
Good. I want him to see it when I give it to him.
Oh.
Slap him around so he comes to in a hurry.
Sure. Come on. You. Wake up. Wake up. You hear me?
No, okay.
Come on, sit up.
All right. Oh, my head.
It's going to be your stomach in a minute. Full of slugs, you dirty, no-good gumshoe.
Oh, well. Oh, Louis Hall, huh? You slugged me, Louis?
Why'd you kill her? Huh, Shamus? Why? Why?
What?
Mary. Look at her, Shamus.
Oh, where? Holy smoke.
Yeah. My pretty Mary. Tell me why you shot her, huh?
You think I shot her?
You're going to die anyway, Diamond. In a minute, I'm going to kill you. But I got to know why you done it to Mary.
What makes you think it was me?
Is your gun in it? You got an empty shoulder holster. Well, that's your gun, ain't it?
Yeah.
Sure. Well, this is the gun that shot Mary. One slug gone. See, the slug's in her.
Oh, you got the wrong boy, Hall.
Oh, knock him off, boss. He's lying. He done it.
Shut up.
Oh, sure. I killed the girl, then slugged myself, hoping that someone would come in and pin it on me.
Boss, I think you're the...
Yeah.
Anybody in there?
What's that?
The U.S. Marines.
Keep it quiet.
Okay, Otis, use your pass key. If that doesn't work, use your head. Okay, Lieutenant.
Lieutenant, the cops.
Come on, Tony. We're getting out of here.
Great, but what about the Shamus?
I don't want to knock you off if you didn't do it, Diamond, but I'm going to find out. Then maybe we talk more.
Let's go.
Right, out the back way.
You mallet head, you've tried everything but your button hook.
Well, I guess maybe we better bust it in, huh?
Okay, give me a hand. Put your shoulder against the door. Now, 1, 2...
Hello, Walter.
Diamond, what are you doing here?
I came to see a client.
We got a report on a homicide. Where is it?
In the other room.
Take a look, Otis.
Yes, sir.
How did you get mixed up in this, Rick?
That's a pretty good question.
Lieutenant,
Yeah?
it's a dame.
It's the dress and high heels. He spotted them right away.
Who is she?
Name's Mary Bellman. Hey, who called you to come over?
I don't know, but we traced the call, and it came from a phone booth right next door to this building.
How long ago?
8:15.
Right after I got slugged.
You got slugged.
Thoroughly.
Otis, go call the coroner.
Right.
Let's see. One shot came right out between the shoulders.
Yeah, when I came to, I could still smell cordite.
Well, where's your gun, Rick?
Well, right now, it's with Louis Hall.
Louis Hall, the gambler?
Yeah, the guy who owns the Ace High Club. When I came to, Louis and one of his boys were getting ready to kill me for killing the girl. He waltzed out of here when you showed, took my gun with him.
Maybe he knocked her off.
Maybe. Anyway, I think whoever did it used my gun.
I still don't see how you figure in this deal.
Well, a character by the name of Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law, called and told me to come by and see my recently deceased client.
Come on. Let's see what we can find out about a Mr. Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law.
Well, I was in it up to my earlobes again. Walt had Otis put out a pickup on Louis Hall in his torpedo. Then we climbed in the squad car and headed for the offices of Raymond Waldron. On the way over, I told Walt what had transpired since that morning. 1, Waldron hiring me for Miss Bellman, saying he represented her. 2, seeing Mary Bellman in the strange way she had greeted me, as if she expected me to have an envelope for her. We got to the building, found the night watchman, went in, and in 2 minutes we were standing in front of the door marked 402.
Isn't there usually a name on the door of an attorney's office?
Usually. Maybe that's why I saw it there this afternoon. Now, let us in, will you, Pop?
Sure, boy, but there ain't nothing to see. We know Mr. Waldron's not in, but we want to look around.
Sure, boy. Look as much as you like. Reception room?
Where's the furniture?
Pretty dull looking, huh, boy?
Well, What about the inner office?
No sense going in there. It's as naked as this.
Well?
It was all here this afternoon.
Was there someone in this office this afternoon, Pop?
You think the boy's lying? Sure, like he said, some lawyer fella. Had all the furniture moved out, run out on a week's rent, too. Landlord's in an oxygen tent.
You're listening to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, brought to you by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall family druggist. Right now, here's a lady with a problem for him.
Every summer, it's the same thing. My children either eat their meals so fast or fill themselves with all kinds of cold drinks and hurry-up snacks. And then we have our usual siege of what I call summer stomachs.
Well, ma'am, a lot of mothers have that same trouble. And a whole lot of them have solved it with Rexall milk of magnesia.
Why, how's that?
Well, it's a quick and effective way to neutralize excess acidity and a remarkably gentle laxative. What's more, because of its special formula and exceptional purity, Rexall milk of magnesia has almost none of that unpleasant, earthy taste.
Would say the children will like that.
And because it's Rexall, ma'am, you know it's laboratory tested. All you have to do is follow the tested instructions on the label.
Well, from now on, I'm asking for Rexall milk of magnesia.
At Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now, back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Mr. Raymond R. Waldron had skipped, furniture and all. We thanked Pop, went downstairs, climbed into the squad car, and Walt checked in with the precinct. He put a tracer out on Waldron and learned that Lewis Hall and his henchmen were yet to be found. The coroner's report of the dead girl, Mary Bellman, confirmed the obvious. Death by 38, the slug having been found in the wall. Ballistics had a full report and were waiting for the gun to show up. It was 6-2 and even that Louis Hall still had it and that it was mine. On the way over to Hall's nightclub, Walt told me that Hall had been going with a girl named Willis, Jean Willis. And he was a little surprised when I told him of Hall's recent interest in the late Mary Bellman. It seemed that Jean Willis and Louis had been an item for nearly a year. In fact, she was working as a headliner in his nightclub.
What a dive.
Yeah. Better not leave the doors open too long. The smoke will run out and the walls will fall in.
I'm going to see what I can find out about Louis Hall, Rick. You want to try looking up Jean Willis?
Meet you back at the bar.
Rick, I'm on duty.
Well, who said you got a drink? You've got on shoes, but you're not walking.
Oh.
A table, sir?
No, thanks. Now, where can I find Jean Willis?
Your friend?
I might be.
I'm afraid Miss Willis...
Oh, my goodness. I dropped $10.
So you did. Looks a little messy. I hate to see you dirty your hands, sir, so I just keep it and you can go wash up. Huh? Washroom's right next to Miss Willis' dressing room. Right down that hall.
I'll see that you're decorated by the Department of Sanitation.
Who is it? Hey, who are you?
Name's Diamond, honey. I'm a private detective.
Good for you. I hope you're happy in your work. Now beat it.
I'm looking for Lewis Hall.
He's out. Down the street somewhere.
Having your initials tattooed on the soles of his feet, no doubt.
Look, wiseacre, blow or I'll yell and have a couple of boys show you the fastest way out of here.
Honey, before you do, I think there's something you ought to know.
Yeah? What?
You open that pretty mouth of yours and you may end up swallowing a fist.
Oh, yeah?
You know a Mary Bellman?
What?
Know her?
Yeah, she works here. She ain't showed up tonight. Something happened to her?
What makes you say that?
Wishful thinking.
Oh. You used to be Louis Hall's girl, didn't you?
Yeah, until she came along. Now, look, what is this? What's going on? What do you want Louis for?
You really don't like Mary Bellman much, do you?
Yeah. She's all right.
What would you say if I told you someone put a bullet in her tonight?
What?
Where's Louis, Jean?
Somebody took care of the little... Well, what do you know? Good. If Louis did it, I'm real happy. Because he found out what kind of a... No. I don't know where Louis is, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Now get out of here.
Okay. But the law may be around to see you.
Dandy. Now beat it.
Do me just one favor, will you, Jenny?
What is it?
Don't move. I want to remember you just as you are.
Why, you crummy.
You moved. Well, I went back to the bar just in time to see Walt look around the room like a shoplifter on bargain day. Then he slipped the bartender a bill and donned a stiff belt with the speed of an alcoholic 30 seconds before prohibition was to set in.
Good evening, Lieutenant. That was a dirty trick.
I just saw the girl got nothing but a fast shuffle.
I couldn't find out anything about haulers. Boy, either.
Well, get your breath and let's get back down to the station and think about this thing.
Let's go.
Hiya, Lieutenant.
Hello, Pink Eyes.
Huh? Oh.
Anything on the dead girl?
Here's the report.
Thanks.
How are you, Shamus?
Fine, Otis, fine. Still under contract to the Museum of Natural History?
That ain't very funny.
Wait till they pick up your option and try to collect your head.
Shut up, you two. Listen to this, Rick. This lab report says Mary Bellman was the one-time girlfriend of John Webb.
Oh, the John Webb I sent up on an embezzlement rap 8 years ago?
The same. He got out a month ago.
Say, wasn't he suspected of being in on that Aetna payroll holdup?
Yeah, but we never could prove that one on him.
The dough was never recovered either.
No, but the roll of bills and the dead girl's pocketbook checked with the numbers on the bills from that holdup.
Walt, I'm getting an idea. When I sent Webb up, he was pretty unhappy. Made a lot of threats to me. You got the serial numbers from that holdup?
Here's the whole list.
Well, check them with this money.
Your own dough? Okay, but I don't get it.
Otis, did you find out anything on Raymond R. Waldron?
The guy that was supposed to be the attorney?
Yep.
He ain't no attorney. He ain't even with the state bar, and I can't even find a Raymond R. Waldron in the phone book.
Rick, where'd you get these bills?
They check.
You bet they do. Where'd you get them?
Raymond R. Waldron. Gave them to me when he hired me. Otis, go get a picture of John Webb.
Right.
You think Waldron and Webb are one and the same?
Waldron had a beard and wore glasses. It's been 8 years since I've seen Webb.
Hey, it fits. If Webb is Waldron, he's got a motive. For one thing, he'd love to frame you.
Yeah, but we're going to have a hard time proving Waldron is Webb without fingerprints.
Not only that, we're going to have a hard time just finding him.
Here you are, Diamond.
Thanks, Otis. Give me a heavy lead pencil, Walt.
Right here.
Get him, some artist.
Oh, shut up, Otis, shut up. Now, let's see. There's a beard. Put some glasses on him. There you are.
Well?
Raymond R. Waldron. Or John Webb with glasses and a beard.
I'll put out a jump.
Oh, wait a minute, Walt. I got an idea. Let's pull a real old stunt, huh?
A real old stunt would be a cinch for us.
Let the papers print a story that Mary Bellman is not dead.
Webb must have made sure.
Look, I didn't say that I was positive that Webb did the job. Louis Hall was standing with my gun in his hand. Gene Willis hated Mary Bellman for stealing her boy Louis, and we're loaded with suspects.
Well, she did only have one bullet in her, and there is a possibility that she could have knocked herself off.
Oh, stop sitting on your badge and call the papers. Say that Mary Bellman is in Bellevue in a serious condition. That due to an anonymous phone call, the police found her and rushed her to the hospital.
I know, and she's expected to recover consciousness at any moment.
Right. Otis, how would you look in a blonde wig?
Huh?
Come on, I'm going to put you to bed.
Lieutenant!
Walt called in the reporters on the police beat and gave them the story. Then went over to Bellevue and set it up with the staff. All the rooms in one section of the second floor were emptied, and we took over 207. The boys came over from the station with the blonde wig, and Walt and I slapped it on Otis and tucked him away to go Betty by. A screen was put up in the back of the room, and Walt and I sat down behind it to wait.
I've got 6 of our boys dressed as interns on this floor and a policewoman on the switchboard. McCarthy is making like the night physician. If anyone tries to see Mary...
Bless her little heart.
He's to show 'em up. Tell them they can't stay long. The minute anyone shows, they'll call us on... Oh, that might be it. Yeah?
A girl, Lieutenant. Nice looking. Wearing a big mink and carrying a handbag.
Right. Girl.
Gene Willis.
Might be. Be here in a second.
Keep well behind this screen.
You can only stay a minute. I'll be outside.
Thank you, Doctor. Mary?
She's digging into her handbag.
Let's take her.
What?
Let's have the bag, sister.
Take your hands off of me.
Hang on to her, Walt.
What's the meaning of this?
Ah, you always carry a gun, Jeannie?
She was going to kill me.
Who's that? That ain't Mary.
She was going to kill me, Lieutenant.
Shut up, Otis, or I'll give her back the gun.
You can't pin anything on me.
I think we can, baby.
Holy cow. More company. Yeah?
You can't do this.
Dear, shut up now.
Yeah. Okay.
More company?
Yeah, Hall and his gorillas. Said they were around.
Louis. Oh, no.
Honey, I
no.
warned you.
Keep it down,
No.
lady.
I won't let him get caught. I don't want him to get caught.
Shut her up.
I don't want him to get caught.
Sorry, honey, but I have
don't want
to.
him to get caught.
Okay, lift her over behind the screen.
All right.
Yeah.
There.
All right, let me back there.
Who's making noise?
You can only stay a minute.
Okay, Doc. You stay out here, Tony.
Right, boy.
Mary. Mary, baby. I'll get the guy who done this.
All right, Louis.
Who's there? The police, and you're covered.
Okay.
Try anything, and the guy on the bed will start shooting.
The guy in the frame.
Give me your gun.
Then, Mary, she's...
She's really dead, Louis.
I guess maybe I wish too much. I ain't smart. Here's your gun, Shamus.
You had the right gun, all right, but the wrong boy. Here, Walt, give it the ballistics.
We got Jean Willis over behind that screen. She came up here with some crazy idea of protecting you.
Janie, she think I done it. Yeah, the crazy kid. She ain't got no...
It's getting crowded. Yeah?
What's going on?
Trying to run down a killer, Louis.
Okay. A guy just came in.
Wearing a beard?
No, he asked what room Mary Bellman was in and then left some flowers, walked out.
Oh, we better get that girl out of here. Get her out in the hall.
All right. Come on, honey.
Oh, Louis. Louis, I didn't mean to.
I'll give you a hand, Lieutenant.
Hey, Lieutenant, the fire escape. Somebody out there.
Oh, Louis, I only wanted to help you.
Quiet. Don't move, anybody. Maybe without the light, he won't see us.
Look out. He's going to shoot from there.
Get the light.
Who got him? I didn't even have time to get my gun out.
I didn't. I was too scared.
Well, I thought he'd at least get in the room.
Lieutenant, you okay?
Yeah, keep everybody out of here.
Where'd you get the other gun, Louis?
I only give you yours. Remember, Shamus?
Let's have that one, Louis.
I done what I said I was going to do. I don't know who the guy is, but I guess he's the one that killed Mary.
Can you see the guy, Rick? Is it Webb?
Yeah. Alias Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law and very dead. New outfit, Helen, baby?
Uh-huh. You like it?
Make a silkworm lose his mind.
I fixed some sandwiches. Thought you could eat them in here in the study.
Oh, beats the kitchen. How can I see what I'm eating? A moth would crack up if he had to land by one lousy candle.
Thought it was kind of romantic. Soft lights, music.
Oh, honey. My rural stomach has been neglected all day. Food should make it happy.
I hope so. Hard day?
Yes. What's this? Oh, very toothy. Peanut butter and caviar. You make them?
Of course. Oh. Yes?
Walt, Helen, Rick there.
Feeding his face. Wait a minute, Walt.
Now, Walt.
Here's the way it breaks down. Waldron, or Webb, decided to kill 3 birds with one stone.
Oh, the big pig.
He wanted you for sending him up. He wanted Mary Bellman because she was blackmailing him. Seems she threatened to tell the police that he was the one who got that payroll.
Oh, that's why she asked for an envelope. She thought I was bringing the payoff.
Yeah.
Well, Louis Hall was the 3rd bird.
For stealing Webb's girl while he was doing time. That's it.
You've been a living doll.
What are you eating?
I think this one's cheese and liverwurst.
How are you going to sing?
I hadn't thought about it. Me.
You'll never make it.
Don't bet on it.
I will bet on it, a double sawbuck.
I know you haven't got it, but you're on.
Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. I hear a polka and my troubles are through. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-dee. This kind of music is like heaven to me. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. It's got me higher than a kite. Hand me down my soup and fish. I am gonna get my wish. Hoop-de-doo in it tonight. When there's a trombone playing, I get a thrill. I always will. When there's a concertina, I always smile, 'cause that's my style. When there's a fiddle in the middle and it really is a riddle, plays the tune so sweet that I could die. Lead me to the floor and hear me yell for more, 'cause I'm a hoop-de-dooing kind of guy. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. I hear a polka and my troubles are through. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-dee. This kind of music is like heaven to me. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. It's got me higher than a kite. Hand me down my soup and fish. I am gonna get my wish. Hoop-de-doo in it tonight.
Honey, go to that phone. All right, Fatty, what do you got to say now? Didn't think I could sing with a mouthful of liverwurst.
It was worth the 20. I bet you feel awful.
No, but I'm sure glad I wasn't eating spaghetti.
Why?
Well, I strained so much on that last note, I would have knitted a T-shirt for my tonsils.
Dick Powell will be back in just a moment. And now, once more, here's your Rexall family druggist.
It's the time of year for a friendly warning about sunburn. Remember that overexposure may cause serious and painful burns. But in case you do get a sunburn, I want you to know about Rexall Gypsy Cream. You'll actually be amazed at the immediate cooling, soothing relief you get with Rexall Gypsy Cream. And what's more, it's not a messy ointment, but a quick-drying, greaseless liquid, easy to apply, harmless to clothes. Ask for Rexall Gypsy Cream at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Ladies and gentlemen, last year a great part of America's security went up in smoke. When traveling this summer, you can guard against forest fires by following these few simple rules. Crush out all cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in two before throwing them away. Drown all campfires twice before leaving them. And always find out the law before using fire in wooded areas. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires. Good night, everyone.
This program was transcribed. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. For the woman in 10 with sensitive skin,
there's Caranome hand cream.
Statistics show that 1 woman in 10 has an extra sensitive, extra tender skin. And for that woman,
there's Caranome hand cream. For like all Caranome beauty aids, Caranome hand cream is hypoallergenic, pure, mild, safe for most sensitive skins. It softens, beautifies, protects.
Remember, for the woman in 10 with sensitive skin,
there's Caranome hand cream. Only one of Caranome's beauty aids, designed especially for women with sensitive skin.
Ask for Caranome at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Hear Juvenile Menace on Dragnet tomorrow night on NBC.
Yes?
Package for Mr. James Grant.
For me?
You Mr. James Grant?
Yes?
It's for you. Okay, sign here.
But I'm not expecting a package.
And I'm not expecting it to snow tomorrow. But it might. Somebody sent you a package, so you got to sign for it. Here.
All right.
Here's a package. Well, don't be scared of it. Can't be a bomb. It's too skinny.
Say, there's a note attached to it.
That come with the package. Read it later. Sign for it, will you, so I can scram?
Oh, sure. Here. There you are. And this is for you.
Say, thanks, Mr. Grant. You didn't look like you were going to be good for more than a dime. So long.
Goodbye. This package feels as if it has a phonograph record in it. It is a phonograph record. Note says play this at once. All right, I'll play it at once. Label says Tommy Way and the orchestra. Ought to be good. Well, now let's hear what this sounds like. It
Sit
should
in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
What
the red leather one there in the center of the room. Hope you took my advice. Because, you see, I want you to be comfortable. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. This record lasts just 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Sometime within that 2 minutes and 15 seconds, you're going to die.
What?
Please don't get up from the chair. It won't do you any good.
Oh, I'm going to get out of here.
Don't run for the door.
I'll
It's
get out through the
locked.
window.
Not the windows, James. How terrible to fall 18 stories to your death when you can die so comfortably in that nice, big, soft, red leather chair. What's the matter, James? You unhappy about something? Why be unhappy?
Oh.
What's so terrible about the knowledge that you're going to die? Going to die. Going to die. Going to die. Going to die.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
$7.19, Blackie. Here's Miss Helen Martin's house.
Well, Mary, I certainly didn't expect any help from you after we got past the 100 block.
Oh, I can read numbers, if they're big enough.
Want to come in with me?
After what I've heard about Miss Helen Martin, I think I better.
All right. But you don't really think she needs protection from me, do you?
I think you might need protection from her. And that's my job, self-appointed.
And who's going to protect you?
Don't you worry about me. I can't solve Inspector Faraday's murder cases, but I do know how to handle a beautiful girl.
You probably practiced on you.
Blackie, did that come from you?
It was just a bribe, so you'll behave yourself when we meet Miss Martin. Here we are.
Hey, you certainly found that doorbell in an awful hurry. You've been here before?
No, but I've rung doorbells before. I'm an experienced man, you know.
Yes?
Miss Helen Martin?
Yes. And you must be Boston Blackie.
Well, it isn't exactly a must, but it's my name. This is Miss Wesley.
How do you do, Miss Wesley?
How do you do?
Won't you come in, both of you?
Thanks.
You'll have to excuse the looks of my place. It's practically a one-room affair.
Oh, for goodness sakes, it's
I'm
all right.
really sorry the place is in such a mess, but I've been dressing. This is my dressing room, bedroom, and living room. Sit down if you can find an empty chair.
Oh, thank you. We aren't late, are we?
Oh, good heavens, no. Dinner isn't until 8:30, and it's only 8 now. It's only 10 minutes to Jim's place. My fiancé has told me so much about both of you.
Not too much, I hope.
You might think so. Jim raves about you. I've been after him for months to have you over for dinner so I could meet you.
Well, he phoned me this morning, and here we are on our way to dinner. That is, as soon as you're ready.
Oh, I won't be long. You know, I never really believed he knew you two.
Well, I've met him only once or twice.
And I haven't seen him in months. Are you about ready, Miss Martin?
I should be. I've been dressing for 2 hours. I'll be right with you.
All right.
Hey, did it suddenly get a little darker in here, or am I seeing things?
You're not seeing things, Mary. And what you're not seeing is the lighted bulb in the dressing table lamp right there. Because it just went out.
Oh, I feel better.
There's an extra bulb on the bookshelf there, Blackie. Would you put it in the dressing table lamp, please?
Sure. Mary, get that bulb on the bookshelf there, will you, for me?
Sure.
You see it?
Couldn't miss it. It's the only thing on the bookshelf that doesn't have a publisher's name on it.
Funny girl.
I'm a smart girl. I just don't get a chance to prove it when you're around. Here you are. Catch.
Thank you. Now for the old.
On with the new. Miss Martin, the new bulb is in.
And I'm ready to go.
Swell. Let's be off to dinner and a pleasant evening at the home of Mr. James Grant. Well, Jim, here we're... Faraday.
Blackie.
Inspector Faraday. Did Mr. Grant invite you to dinner, too?
Quiet, Miss Wesley. Blackie, can I ever go anywhere
down
without...
on the floor. It's Jim.
It was James Grant. He's been shot to death.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
We
All right,
can't.
now, the three of you. I want to know what you know about this. Who's this woman?
She's Helen Martin, Grant's fiancée.
Jim dead. I can't believe it.
Now, Miss Martin, come on over here on the sofa and sit down and don't worry.
All right, Blackie. What are you doing here?
I intended to eat here, Faraday, but I can tell you I'm not going to now.
What do you mean, eat here?
I mean, Mary, Miss Martin, and I were invited here for dinner tonight.
By who?
It isn't who, Faraday. It's whom.
All right. Whom invited you?
In that case, it isn't whom. It's who.
Who? Who cares? Did Grant invite you to dinner here?
Yes. He phoned me this morning about 9 o'clock. And you know, I'm amazed. Grant has been dead less than 12 hours, and you're already working on the case.
A little more talk like that, and I'll be working on you.
Look, let's forget our differences for a minute. Grant was a friend of mine. Got any idea who killed him and when?
I have no idea who killed him, but I do know when. He was shot about 25 minutes ago. A tenant in the apartment across the hall heard the shot and called the police.
Just 25 minutes ago? And you're here already? Faraday, you're not only on the ball, but someone's rolling it. No suspects, though?
One. Grant's brother, Bill Grant. I understand he was seen coming into the building a few minutes before the shot.
Well, where's Jim's brother now?
I don't know. He's disappeared. But I got a police dragnet out for him. We're watching every train, bus, and plane. That's the best I can do. I'll find that brother.
Maybe. Anyhow, I'm going to look around the building. So you got yourself a suspect. Bill Grant, huh? Oh, brother.
He isn't in this car, Rollins. He's not even on this train.
And he'd better be in this car, Smith. Uh-oh, look, Smith.
Huh?
That seat over there.
That's Bill Grant, all right.
All right, let's grab him. Come on, the train's starting to move.
Quick, he sees us.
Yeah, but he doesn't see us soon enough.
Hold it, Grant.
Huh?
Won't do you any good to run.
What do you fellas want with me, anyhow?
You know what we want. We're from police headquarters. And we want to talk to you about the murder of your brother.
And why you decided to leave town all of a sudden.
I didn't kill him, honest, I didn't.
Nobody said you did. Get the conductor, Smith, and stop this train. We're taking this guy to headquarters. Mr. Matthews, I'm Boston Blackie. You're the superintendent of this building?
Yes, I am, Blackie.
You have any idea who killed one of your tenants this evening? You know who I'm talking about, don't you?
Yes, I'd be a fool if I said I didn't. You mean Mr. James Grant in 6G?
Yes. Look, Matthews, I happen to know a little something about you the police would like to know. A friend of mine named Shorty told me that you have a strange habit of leaving apartment pass keys where they can be found by some friend of yours.
Huh?
Don't play dumb, Matthews. You know what I'm talking about. The apartments of this building of yours are being robbed. You're not robbing them, but you're giving the pass keys to a person who is.
What are you getting at?
I'm trying to make a deal with you. You tell me what you know about Jim Grant's death, and I won't tell the police what I know about your little racket.
Okay, Blackie. It's a deal. Only, I can't talk here. I'll get in touch with you if you'll take care of me.
You'd better, or I'll take care of you. All right.
Oh, hello, Jack.
May I come in, Helen?
I guess so.
I hope so. I just heard on the radio that your boyfriend, Grant, is dead.
Did you?
Mm-hmm. Great thing, radio. Now, maybe you'll come back to me.
Jack, please, I don't feel like...
Look, honey, with Grant out of the way, we ought to celebrate.
Jack.
Sure we should. You wanted to be Mrs. Jack Adams a few months ago before this guy Grant threw you off your trolley. Well, now we can go ahead with our plans.
Jack, please, I don't want to.
Look, baby, you don't have to put on the old act in front of me. We wanted Grant out of the way, and now...
Get out of here.
What's the matter with you?
I said get out of here.
Why? Because I'm glad Grant's dead? Well, so are you. You didn't want to marry him. You wanted to marry me.
Get out of here and leave me alone. You've got to believe I love Jim Grant.
Do I? I'm sorry, Helen. I don't love you enough to believe that.
Hello?
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Where are you?
In my apartment.
Oh, good. You all right?
Am I all right? Sure, I'm fine.
Yes, but something's the matter. What is it?
Nothing much. It's just a dead body lying across my bed.
What?
You heard what I said.
Oh, my gosh. Who is it?
This will surprise you, Mary. It's the Uh-oh. There's someone at the door.
Who?
Well, it won't be the killer, I'll guarantee that. I'll call you later, Mary.
Yes, but Blackie, just a minute. Be careful, will you?
Sure. Don't worry. I'll call you back in just a little while.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Yes, what are you...
All right, Blackie, come along.
Rollins, I'm glad to see you.
Maybe you won't be, Blackie, when you know why I'm here. Faraday wants you at headquarters.
All right, but first I'd like to...
First, you nothing, Blackie. Look, I've got 6 men here with me. 6 men, count 'em, 6. And Faraday said not to let you say anything, do anything, or get anything before we brought you in.
But, Rollins, there's
a nothing, Blackie. Come along nice and quiet now, or you'll be sorry.
All right, Rollins, you win. I'll come along nicely and quietly. But you're the one who's going to be sorry.
Now, back to Boston Blackie. Jim Grant invites Blackie, Mary Wesley, and his own fiancée, Helen Martin, to dinner. When the trio arrives, they find Grant has been shot and killed. Grant's brother is later picked up by the police while trying to get out of town. Matthews, the crooked apartment superintendent in Grant's building, tells Blackie he might name the killer, but later Blackie returns to his apartment and finds a dead body across the bed. Before he can tell anyone about it, he is hauled off to headquarters. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Faraday's office.
All right, Blackie, read this. And Rollins, get ready with that recording machine.
All set, Inspector Faraday.
What's this all about, Faraday? Say, I've got something to tell you.
Later. That stuff I want you to read is a copy of what we found on a phonograph record in Grant's apartment. It's a voice telling him he's going to die.
Smart voice.
Yeah, and it's got to be the killer's voice. So I'm looking for a voice to match it. Because when I found a voice to match it, I found my killer. Maybe it's you. You ready to read?
Ever since the 3rd grade, Faraday.
All right, Rollins, turn on the machine. Let's make a regular Blackie's voice.
All set. Start reading, Blackie.
All right, here goes. Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair. Formal fellow calls him James.
Just read what's on the paper, Blackie.
Oh, but I want to give a performance. Sit in that chair. The red leather one in the center of the room.
That's enough. That's enough, Rollins.
Okay.
We'll play it back later.
Am I the first to make one of these auditions for you, Faraday?
No, you're the last. I haven't played them back yet. But I had Grant's brother, Bill, and Matthews, the superintendent, and Jack Adams, Miss Martin's former boyfriend, all make records.
My, your list of suspects has grown. Too bad your brain hasn't. Listen, I've got some more news for you. Now...
Quiet, Blackie. Rollins, let's hear the record we found in Grant's apartment first.
Yes, sir. All right, here it is.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair. The red leather one there in the center.
That's enough, Rollins.
Yes, sir.
Now let's hear Blackie.
All right, here's Blackie, Inspector.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
That's enough, Rollins.
Yes, sir.
Kill it. Blackie's not the one we want.
I'm not, Faraday? Well, in that case, let me try one of my other voices. Sit in that
That's enough,
chair.
Blackie. Rollins, let's hear the brothers' record now.
All right, here you are.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
No, that's
the red
not
leather
the right
one in
voice.
the center of the room.
Turn it off, Rollins.
All right, it's off.
And so are you, Faraday.
Quiet. Rollins, let's have Harry Matthews' voice.
All right, here he is.
Sit in that chair, James Grant. Sit in that chair.
That's it.
The red
That's
leather
it. Rollins,
one
turn it
in
off.
the
Yes, sir.
room.
That's the voice, all right. Exactly the same as the voice on the original record. I let all 3 of the suspects go. But, Rollins, you go out and pick up Matthews. If you can find him.
Never mind, Rawlins. I can tell you where you can find Matthews. And I don't think you'll have any trouble picking him up, either.
Why?
Because I've been trying to tell you for 10 minutes that Matthews is lying across a bed in my apartment. And he's dead.
Something I can do for you, sir?
This is Jack Adams' office?
Yes.
I'd like to see Mr. Adams, please.
Who's calling?
Bill Grant, James Grant's brother.
Well, just a minute. I'll see if he's in.
Yes?
Mr. Bill Grant here to see Mr. Adams.
Bill Grant. Tell him I'm not in, Madge.
All right, thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Grant, but Mr. Adams isn't in.
But I know he is.
But I...
And this gun in my hand says I'm going in to see him. You too, sister. You're coming in with me, so you won't have a chance to call the police.
But
Come on, get going.
Of course. This way.
That's better.
This door here.
You open it, and walk in ahead of me.
All right. Mr. Adams, this man...
Madge, I told you...
Keep me out, I know, Adams, but this gun told her differently.
All right, you're in. What do you want?
You, for killing my brother.
I didn't kill him.
You had reason to, didn't you? He took Helen Martin away from you.
Sure he did. But if I killed everybody who took a girl away from me, I'd have a string of murders to my credit long enough to...
Say, there's nobody outside, so... All right, you put down that gun. Put it down, I said.
Hey, what are you... Thanks for knocking that gun out of his hand, mister, whoever you are.
I'm Boston Blackie. Are you Jack Adams?
That's right.
There's no one outside, so I thought I'd just step in here when I heard voices. Who's the fellow who had the gun on you?
Bill Grant.
Oh, you're Bill Grant.
Yes, and this fellow Adams killed my brother Jim.
You think Adams killed him, huh? Well, the police thought for a while that maybe you'd killed him.
Well, I didn't.
You were in his apartment just before the shot was fired.
Yes, I was in the library when I heard the shot. I ran in and found Jim dead, and then I got out of there.
Odd you didn't call the police.
Well, I didn't dare. I knew the police would find out that Jim and I weren't too friendly. I thought it best to just disappear.
Tell me, Grant, did you know Harry Matthews was involved in the robbery of the apartments in your building?
Yes.
Did you know it too, Adams?
Who's Harry Matthews?
Never mind. That answers my question. Grant, how long have you known Matthews was involved in those robberies?
Not long. About 2 weeks, I guess. Helen Martin, Jim, and I were talking about it the other night. Helen said we ought to turn him in. Jim said no. I said we should stay out of it, too. Not get involved.
Your brother's apartment was never robbed, was it?
No.
I didn't think it had been.
What do you mean?
Nothing, Grant. Nothing at all. Miss Martin, I stopped in to tell you I think I know who killed Jim Grant.
You do, Blackie? Who?
His brother, Bill.
Oh, no.
Yes, since the death of Matthews, the superintendent, I think Bill Grant is the only one who could be guilty.
Why do you say that?
Well, Jim and Matthews were killed by the same person, I'm sure of it. Matthews was involved in the robbery of the apartments in his building. Someone who knew that killed Jim and forced Matthews to make the murder recording.
Oh, it was Matthews who made the record.
Yes, the police proved that with auditions.
Well, why couldn't Jack have killed them?
Because Jack didn't know about Matthews' little racket, so he'd have nothing to threaten Matthews with.
Oh, yes, of course.
You were suspected, you know.
What?
But you couldn't have killed Jim. You were here getting dressed at the time Jim was killed.
Why, you know where I was, Blackie. I imagine I'd been here dressing for, well, I think it was almost 2 hours.
Yes, so you said. And Jim had been dead only 25 minutes when we got to his place.
Yes. And we were here for some time together, remember? You had to change a light bulb for me.
Yes, I remember. Oh, say, I just thought of something.
What?
When I went into my apartment, Matthew's hat and coat were in my living room, and his body was in my bedroom.
So?
So, I don't know why I never thought of this before. There's a home recording machine in my bedroom. Matthews was probably in my bedroom making a record, confessing everything, and naming Jim's killer when the killer came in. Or he might have made the record already, and his killer didn't know it.
Then the record would still be there, wouldn't it?
Yes. And I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm going downtown, pick up Faraday, get up to my apartment, and get the record that's going to get Bill Grant.
Look, Blackie, how much longer do we have to sit here? Your apartment's bad enough with the lights on, but in the dark
It's a perfect trap for Helen Martin, Faraday.
I think you're crazy, Blackie. If she came up here and killed Matthews, she'd know you didn't have a home recorder in your bedroom or anywhere else.
She came up here looking for Matthews, not for furniture, Faraday.
Well, maybe so. But I still say I shouldn't have come up here when you telephoned. She's not the one.
I say she is. She said she'd been dressing for 2 hours when Mary and I arrived. I don't think she'd been there for 5 minutes.
Why not?
I told you why not. When I changed the light bulb that went out, it wasn't even slightly warm. I didn't think of it at the time, but a bulb that's been burning for 2 hours is going to be red hot.
All right, Blackie, but...
But nothing, Faraday. It's only 10 minutes from Miss Martin's house to Grant's apartment. She could have killed him, been at her house when we arrived, and then gone back to Jim's with us, all inside of the 25 minutes' time between the shot and when we arrived.
Well, maybe so, but that's cutting the...
Shh. Here she comes. Quiet.
All right. That's not... Shh. That's not a woman?
Shh.
Who is it?
I don't know yet. But whoever it is heading for my bedroom.
Let's grab him. Snap on the lights.
All right.
All right, you stop where you are.
Who's there?
It's Jack Adams.
So, Jack Adams couldn't have been the killer. But Helen Martin had to be, huh, Blackie?
What are you talking about?
You know what he's talking about, Adams. Wish I did. I had you figured innocent. I don't know why. But it looks as if you killed Jim Grant and Harry Matthews.
You're crazy. I didn't kill anybody.
Then why are you here?
I can't tell you.
Well, I can tell you. You're here to get a record off the recorder in my bedroom. A record that will convict you of murder.
No, I was here to get a record, but I didn't know it had anything like that on it. I didn't kill anyone, I tell you. I just came up here to get that record for Helen.
Helen Martin?
Yeah, she told me what to do, but she didn't tell me why.
I'll tell you why later. I'll tell you now, though, that when Helen Martin made an errand boy of you, she almost made a chump of me. Yes?
Package for Mr. Boston Blackie.
For me?
You Mr. Boston Blackie?
Yes.
Okay, sign here.
But I'm not expecting a package.
And I'm not expecting it to snow tomorrow, but it might. Somebody sent you a package, so you got to sign for it. Here.
All right. Oh, say, there's a note attached to it.
That'd come with the package. Read it later. Sign for it, will you, so I can scram?
Oh, sure. There you are. And this is for you.
Hey, thanks. One more tip like this, and I can retire. So long.
Goodbye. This package feels as if it's a phonograph record. Strangers should feel like that because that's what it is. Huh. And the note says, play this at once. All right, I'll play it at once. Wonder what this is, anyhow. It might be,
Sit in that chair, Boston Blackie. Sit in that chair.
It's Mary.
Yes, sit in that chair and be comfortable. Because you are about to die. You are about to die of shock. Because I don't have to ask you any questions about this case, because I know all the answers. Helen Martin killed Jim Grant because he found out who she really was. She was really Mrs. Harry Matthews, and she was the person who was actually robbing the apartments in Jim Grant's building.
Uh-huh.
And Helen killed her husband because he made the record thinking it was just to scare Jim Grant. Actually, the record was to make the police think that a man killed Grant. When Matthews found out Jim had actually been killed, he came to your apartment to tell you about his wife. She killed him to keep him from telling and raced back to her apartment so we could be her alibi. Don't you think I'm smart, Blackie?
Brilliant.
And don't you think so, too, Inspector Faraday?
No. You just got all that information from reading Helen Martin's confession.
Oh, Inspector, you promised you wouldn't say that. Now you spoiled everything.
Why?
I wanted Blackie to think I was so smart that no matter how hard a problem was to solve, I could never get stuck. Never get stuck. Never get stuck. Never get stuck.
That came from upstairs, Bill.
Yeah, come on.
No, wait, listen. Someone's coming.
Mr. and Mrs. North. Starring Richard Denning and Barbara Britton. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Brother Danny. A police car cruises down Burgess Street. Riding in it are Detective Sergeant Marty Lucas and his partner Harry Maddox. Lucas and Maddox of the 42nd Squad. Burgess Street, Lime Park, Stuyvesant Circle is their beat, and they know every inch of it. They were born here, raised here, and still live here. From every blazing neon sign over every shabby store to every shadow in every dark corner, they know it all.
Oh, 11 o'clock. Man, isn't this shift ever going to end?
Who cares?
Boy, oh boy, aren't you doubled over with laughter tonight. What's eating you anyway, Marty?
Nothing.
You need a little nightlife, boy. Hey, look, how about having a couple of beers when we knock off?
No, thanks.
Ah, come on. I'm going over to Helen's and count the wedding presents. You should see the loot, and the wedding's still a week away. Come on, how about it?
No, thanks, Harry.
Marty?
What?
Hey, you're not sore about anything, are you? I mean, sore at me or Helen?
What makes you think that?
I don't know. You've been clouding up to rain for the last month.
Oh, for crying out loud, Harry, will you please stop? Hey, wait a minute, Harry.
Huh? What's
Pull
up?
up. Nightlight's out in Bruner's garage.
Yeah.
Well, let's have a look.
Maybe it just burned out.
Maybe. Here's the office door.
Hey, didn't burn out. Look.
Yeah, Jimmy. Come on.
I'll grab the light.
Okay. Hey, a window.
Yeah, out in the garage.
Come on, let's get him.
There he is, Marty. Going out the side window.
Hold it, you. Stop or we'll shoot.
Yeah, he's gone.
Come on.
Hey, Marty, there's another one in here.
Where?
Hey, you might be back. Careful, Harry. Watch yourself.
Oh, don't go yet, Bill. It's just a little after 11.
Yeah, let me at least fix you a nightcap, Bill.
Well, all right, but make it a short one.
I'll do it, Jerry.
You? Oh, Pam, dear, you've never mixed a drink in your life.
Well, that doesn't mean I can't. You stay there and talk to Bill.
Well, okay. Now, as I was saying, Bill, this manuscript I'd like you to read was written by a retired police captain in the little town. Yes, Pam?
Which glasses do I use?
The ones on the middle shelf there. Well, this police captain had written a terrific...
Jerry?
Yes, dear.
Do I put the ice in first or last?
First. As I was saying, this police captain
Jerry?
wrote... Yes, dear.
Do I put in one jigger or two?
One. Oh, now, where was I? Oh, yes, this police captain has written about two guys...
I told you I could do it. Now, what were you two talking about while I was gone?
I was telling Bill about the police captain who... Oh, well, it isn't much of a story anyway. Hello. Lieutenant Wagon? Just a minute.
Thanks, Jerry. Hello? Oh, yes, Inspector. Who? Where? Yeah. Yeah, I'll get right down there.
Oh, what is it, Bill?
A detective on the 42nd Squad was killed breaking up a robbery in a garage on Burgess Street. Now, look, Jerry, I came over in a cab. Could you run me down there?
Well, of course, Bill.
Did you know the man who was killed, Bill?
Well, slightly. His name was Harry Maddox. And we thought the guy getting away through the window was the only one, Lieutenant, but there was another one behind us. Over there on the other side of the garage. You're lucky you didn't get it in the back, too, Lucas.
Yes, sir. Hey, Bill.
What? Well, Jerry, I thought Pam and you had gone.
Well, we were just leaving when a Miss Chandler arrived.
Helen, here?
Yeah, and someone from your station called her. She's in the office.
I want to see her.
Wait a minute, Sergeant. We asked her if she had anyone she wanted us to call to be with her, you know.
Well, she hasn't anyone here. She's only been in town a few months.
So she said, and she shouldn't be alone, so Mrs. North and I suggested she come home with us.
Well, that's swell of you, Mr. North.
Well, come on, let's go see her. See you later, Bill.
Right, Jerry. Helen.
Oh, Marty. Oh, Marty, they won't let me see him.
He's gone now, Helen.
I'll bring my car around to the door, Sergeant.
I'll come with you, Jerry.
Car's down this way. Well, come on down.
I'm sorry.
What in the world were you thinking about so hard?
The way Sergeant Lucas looked at Miss Chandler.
Hmm?
Darling, he's in love with her.
Oh, Pam.
He is, Jerry. I'm sure of it.
Ma, will you leave me alone? I said I don't want any breakfast.
But you can't go to school.
Leave me alone.
Johnny, what's the matter with you?
Nothing. I'm just not hungry. Marty isn't home, huh?
No, and I'm worried. He usually calls.
Forget it. He's a big, brave cop.
Danny, Marty's your brother, and you
Sure, I know. Blood's thicker than water and all that stuff. Well, here comes New York's finest now. I gotta blow. I'm going out the back way. See you later, Ma.
Marty?
Yeah, Ma.
Where you been all night? I've been worried.
I'm sorry, Ma. I should have called. Got some coffee?
Yes.
Thanks. Ma,
Yes?
Harry Maddox was killed last night.
Killed. Oh, Marty.
Now, look, Ma, don't use this to tee off on me again about quitting the force. I know the speech by heart. Look what happened to Dad. It might have been me last night instead of Harry, and some night it will be me instead of the other guy.
And it will, Marty.
Please, Ma, let's not go through it again. Not now.
For 15 years, I spent every day waiting for your father to come home, wondering if he would come home. I'd watch him put his revolver in this drawer. And then one night, I had to put it away for him.
It's been cleaned.
What?
Dad's gun, it's been cleaned, and just recently there's oil in the barrel, still fresh.
Well, Danny must
He was
have...
told not to monkey around with Dad's gun.
Yes, I know. I'll speak to him again.
I'll speak to him myself.
All right, Marty. Now, please, let me fix you some breakfast. Just a bite.
Okay, Ma, I'll go wash.
I'll have it ready in just a minute.
Ma,
What?
Danny go out to the movies again last night?
Red, it's me, Danny.
Come in.
You seen the newspapers?
Yeah, I seen him.
Every cop in town's looking for us.
Including your big brother, I suppose.
Why'd you do it, Red? Why'd you plug him?
Shut up.
You could have gotten out of there without killing him. I shouldn't have let you have the gun. I should have...
Shut up. Now listen, you little punk. You gotta hang on to yourself. You understand? You gotta do just like I say.
Okay, Red,
Put the gun back.
Yeah.
Cleaned?
Yeah.
Okay. Now you're going to school today.
I can't, Red.
Shut up and listen. You're going to school and I'm going to work. Just like nothing happened. Just like it was yesterday or last week or last year.
Maybe we ought to get out of town, Red.
Don't be a sap.
But if they'll send us to the chair, if
Not me, they won't. No cop's ever going to take me. Not alive. If they come after me, I'll take a few of them with me before I go.
Red.
I mean it. I got nothing to lose. Not a thing.
Come in, Sergeant. I'll tell Miss Chandler you're here.
Thanks.
Sergeant Lucas is here, Miss Chandler.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. North.
I'll be in Mr. North's study if you want anything.
All right.
Hello, Helen.
Hello, Marty. It's nice of you to come.
I thought maybe there was something I could do for you.
No. No, there's nothing. Is there any news? Have they found the men who...
No, but they will.
In a way, I hope they don't.
Why?
I think if I ever saw those men, just got a glimpse of them in jail or in court or somewhere, I'd kill them if I could.
Helen, don't talk like that. You don't mean it.
I think I do.
Well, you've got to think of yourself, Helen. You still have a life to live.
What kind of a life is it going to be now?
A good one. It can be a good one, Helen. Look, I know it's a little too soon to say this, but, well, I want you to know that Harry wasn't the only one in love with you.
Oh, Marty.
Someday I...
Marty, please don't.
All right, Helen. I won't say any more right now.
I'll answer it. Hello? Why, yes, he is, Bill. Just a moment. It's for you, Sergeant. Lieutenant Wyden.
Oh, thanks. Hello, Lieutenant.
Lucas, the temporary assignment to homicide you asked for has been okayed.
Good.
On one condition.
Yes, sir.
You're a cop, Lucas, and you don't forget it. What you do forget is that Maddox was your friend, that you ever knew him or saw him or talked to him. There's nothing personal about this. This is a murder case.
Yes, sir, I understand.
Okay.
Lieutenant, is there anything new?
Just one thing about the gun that killed Maddox. Ballistics hasn't finished running its tests on the slugs yet, but we know this much. They came from a .38 caliber police special.
Marty?
Yeah.
Did Lieutenant Wyden get in touch with...
Danny here.
Why, yes, in his room. Marty, there's something...
Danny,
What?
come out here.
What do you want?
Come out here.
Marty.
Okay. What's the...
Come on.
Hey, what's the idea? Let go.
Move.
In the kitchen. Let go of me.
Keep moving.
You gone nuts or something? Let go.
All right, get in there.
Martin, what are you doing?
You'll find out. Now open that drawer, Danny. Open it. Now pick up that gun.
No.
Pick it up.
I won't.
What's the matter, you rotten little... You afraid?
Go of me. Let go.
Okay.
What is this all about, Martin?
He killed Harry Maddox
Kill.
with Dad's gun.
Danny.
No, I didn't do it, I swear.
Stop lying.
No. Stop it, Martin. Stop it. Danny, tell the truth. Did you kill Harry Maddox?
No.
I want the truth, Danny.
I was in Bruner's last night, yeah, but
Danny.
I didn't shoot Maddox. It was Red.
Red?
Red Dublin.
I know Dublin. How'd you get tangled up with him?
I met him hanging around Murphy's joint on Burgess Street.
Oh, Danny.
Okay, Danny, get your coat.
What are you going to do?
I'm taking him in.
No.
Ma,
If he says he didn't kill Harry Maddox, I believe him.
whether he's the one who actually shot Harry's beside the point. He was robbing Bruner. He's
He's
just
my
as guilty.
son. My son. That's all I care about. Will arresting Danny bring Harry Maddox back? No. And if it would, Martin, you wouldn't arrest him.
What?
You're glad Harry Maddox is dead.
Glad?
Because of Helen Chandler. You love her and want her, and you always have, and now maybe you can have her. And that's why you're glad Harry's dead.
Ma, you're crazy. Harry was my friend.
And Danny's your brother. But go ahead, Martin. You can prove I'm wrong. That down inside you're not glad Harry's dead. You can prove it very easily. All you have to do is arrest Danny. Well, Martin?
Thanks, Ma.
Don't thank me. I didn't do it for you. I did it for all of us. What's left of us.
Well, Bill, come on in.
Oh, thanks. Glad I found you home, Jerry. Pam, it's Bill.
Bill, what are you doing here?
Looking for Marty Lucas?
Oh, he left here hours ago. What did you want to see him about?
We know whose gun it was that killed Harry Maddox.
Oh, and you arrested the man?
Oh, no, Pam. The man who owned the gun has been dead 12 years.
What?
He was a policeman. Marty Lucas's father.
Father?
Yes. Lucas's father and a man he was trying to arrest killed one another in a gunfight. And as a matter of routine, a ballistics test was run on Lucas's gun. Now, the slug taken from the man Lucas's father killed matches the slugs that killed Maddox.
Well, do you know what happened to the gun?
Well, I understand it was returned to Mrs. Lucas.
Gollies.
Oh, what's the matter, Pam?
Do you think it's possible that Marty Lucas killed Harry Maddox?
Oh,
Well, he could have been carrying his father's revolver instead of his own for days or weeks, maybe, waiting for the kind of situation where he could kill Harry Maddox.
But why would he want to kill Maddox?
Well, I don't know, except, well, he's in love with Helen Chandler.
Now, you're just guessing at that, Pam.
Last night I was, but today I heard Marty Lucas admit it to Miss Chandler. I didn't mean to listen, but...
But you did.
Well, not exactly.
Oh, darling, for a woman who never exactly listens, you hear an awful lot.
Is Miss Chandler still here?
Yes.
Well, I want to talk to her.
Oh, this is fantastic, Bill.
Well, perhaps, but it won't do any harm to ask Miss Chandler a few questions.
Miss Chandler? Miss Chandler? Well, that's funny. Why doesn't she answer?
Well, let's find out.
Well, she isn't here.
Well, she was just a few minutes ago, and she couldn't have gone without us seeing her.
Oh, yes, she could, dear.
The window.
Right. Out the window, across the balcony, and down the fire escape. But why?
I think I know. Come on, we've got to get over to Marty Lucas's right away.
Oh, here we are, Jerry. Pull up. Well, this may be a wild goose chase. I was here about an hour ago, and no one was home. Lucas lives here with his mother and younger brother. Upstairs, second floor rear.
Golly, I heard...
That came from upstairs, Bill. Yeah, come on.
Wait, listen.
It's Miss Chandler.
Miss Chandler, what is it?
It's Marty. He's dead. He's been stabbed to death. And then when nobody answered the bell, I tried the door. It was unlocked, and I came in, and I saw Marty.
And then you screamed and ran out of here and bumped into us.
Yes.
Mrs. Lucas, when was the last time you saw your son?
About 4 o'clock this afternoon.
I see. And where were you this evening?
I went for a walk.
And you, son, were you here when your brother got home?
No, sir.
Miss Chandler, why did you sneak out of the North's apartment?
I heard you and Mr. and Mrs. North talking.
I gathered that.
When I heard Mrs. North say it might have been Marty who killed Harry, I came over to find out for myself if it was true.
Why?
I don't know why.
Well, then maybe I can tell you, Miss Chandler. You came here, hid your suspicions from Marty Lucas, and then when the opportunity arose, you took a knife from the kitchen and stabbed him in the back.
Oh, no, that's not true.
And then when you started to leave, you heard Mr. and Mrs. North and me, and to try to divert suspicion from yourself, you screamed, pretending you'd just seen Lucas's body.
No, I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him.
Mrs. Lucas, do you know of anyone aside from Miss Chandler who had a motive to kill your son?
Well, Ma?
No, Lieutenant. No one.
Oh, Pam, I'm so tired. I can hardly wait to get to bed.
But we have to take Miss Chandler's things to her. We promised.
Yeah. Well, then let's get the bag packed, get it down to headquarters, and get home. I'm dead.
Come on.
Hey, where is her bag?
In the closet.
Well, I'll get it.
Open it up on the bed.
Okay. Now, there we are, Pam. Well, hey, what have we got here?
What?
Hey, look on the suitcase.
Well, for heaven's sake, a gun.
Yeah, one of the cutest snub-nosed, pearl-handled automatics I've ever seen. Miss Chandler obviously didn't believe in traveling light.
Jerry, is it loaded?
Let's see. Oh, like the 5 o'clock subway.
Darling, this proves it.
Proves what?
That Helen Chandler didn't kill Marty Lucas.
Whoa, now wait a minute.
It does. If Helen Chandler had gone to see Marty Lucas with any intention of killing him, she certainly would have taken this, wouldn't she?
Pam, I think you're right.
Well, darling, we have to tell Bill about this.
He sent Miss Chandler down to headquarters with Sergeant Donahue, so we may still be at the Lucas apartment.
Well, on our way, let's stop there first. Come on, darling, and bring that gun.
Danny?
Come in, Mom.
Were you asleep, Danny?
No, I was just lying here, thinking.
I've been thinking, too, Danny.
You can't do it, can you, Ma?
How did you know?
I could tell. Even when you were lying to the lieutenant for me, I knew you couldn't go on lying very long. And even if you wanted to, I wouldn't let you. That's what I've been thinking about.
Oh, Danny.
I shouldn't have let you stop Marty from taking me in. I'm going to give myself up, Ma.
First your father, and then Martin. Now you.
Oh, don't cry, Ma.
Oh, what happened to us?
It's my fault. I kept thinking how you had to work, how we never had nothing after Pa died, and how we never would. You'd never get rich being a dressmaker, and neither would Marty being a cop. I figured it was up to me. But that was just an excuse. I wasn't thinking of you or Marty or anyone except myself. But look, Ma, I didn't kill Marty. I wouldn't have done it. You gotta believe me.
I believe you, Danny. I wouldn't have lied for you if I didn't.
Come on, Ma. I'll telephone Lieutenant Whiting.
Put down that phone, Danny.
Red,
Put it down.
how'd you get in here?
First time I picked the lock on the back door. This time I used the key.
Martin's key.
I see you got yourself a gun of your own now, Red.
Put that phone down, Danny.
Why'd you kill Marty?
I found out he was looking for me. Maybe to arrest me. Maybe just to kill me. I don't know. But I had to do something, so I came up here and waited for him. It's either him or me.
What do you want now?
I just came up to see what the cops had to say.
It doesn't make any difference what they say, Red. I'm giving myself up.
No, you're not, Danny.
He is.
You want him to go to the chair?
He won't if he gives himself up.
You can't be sure of that.
I'll take my chances.
You're not getting any chances, Danny. Remember what I said. I got nothing to lose. You pick up that phone and you're dead.
Well, I don't see Bill's car around, Pam.
Well, let's check the Lucas apartment anyway.
Yeah, okay. I'll get the door.
Thank you.
We probably should have telephoned and found out.
Jerry!
Gunshot.
It came from upstairs.
Come on, Pam, let's...
Jerry, wait, listen. Someone's coming.
Pam, turn off that light.
All right.
What the...
Jerry, it's a man. I can't see him, but...
Yes, and he can't see us. Shh.
Who turned off that light?
Get Helen Chandler's gun out of your purse, Pam.
All right.
Come on. Who is it?
Here, Jerry.
All right, now get back behind the stairs.
What are you going to do?
Quiet, Pam.
Listen. Whoever you are down there, get out of my way. I got a gun.
What do you think I've got?
You're cops.
That shot went into the ceiling, fella, but the next one will be on the level.
Jerry, he's going back upstairs.
You stay here, Pam.
No, I'm coming with you.
Stay where you are, Red. And drop that gun.
Danny.
Drop it, Red. I got Marty's gun. I'm just itching to use it on you.
Pam, listen.
That's Marty Lucas's
Don't
brother.
Don't shoot, Danny. There's cops downstairs. Don't shoot.
Then drop that gun.
All right, there.
Come on, let's get up there, Pam.
Mr. and Mrs. North.
Oh, Danny, you're hurt.
No, I'm okay. Red here doesn't shoot very good unless he's shooting the guy in the back.
What do you mean?
Go telephone Lieutenant Wigan. You'll hear all about it when he gets here.
You think it'll go hard on Danny Lucas, Bill?
Well, it won't go easy, Jerry. Reformatory until he's 21, probably, and then a few years of probation. Yeah, it'd have been a lot tougher for him if he hadn't turned against Red Dublin and actually risked his life to give himself up. Hey, gosh, look at the time. I'd better go.
Oh, wait, Bill. Do you have any plans for dinner?
Well, no,
Well,
but
then stay and have it with us.
Hey, that's a swell idea. And look, I'll be the chef.
You?
You? What's the matter?
Well, I don't like to say this, darling, but you're not a very good cook.
Oh, no? Oh. Well, Bill can tell you differently. Remember the meals I stirred up on our hunting trip last fall, Bill?
Yeah, I remember.
Oh, I'll make another of those hunter stews I cooked up. You remember that stew, Bill?
Oh, yes, very well. We had it for dinner our last night out.
Oh, that's right. Gosh, that was a swell trip. You know, it's too bad you got sick and we had to cut it short. I wonder what it was that hit you the way it did.
Well, I can't imagine.
The Adventures of Mr. and Mrs. North are brought to you through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer, a disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Friendly Divorce Murder Case. It is 8 o'clock in the morning, and in the bustling city, most people are up and about their business. But the attractive apartment of Eric Belden is ominously quiet as Letty Stone, the daily cleaning woman, enters it. And she looks around her in surprise as she moves toward the bedroom door.
That's a funny thing. Mr. Belden's always up at this hour. He's usually finished with breakfast, too, and on his way to the studio. I don't see any breakfast dishes. Bedroom door. It's closed. And the key's on the outside. Well, that's strange. Mr. Belden? Mr. Belden? Are you in there? Mr. Belden? Guess I'd better open the door and see. Might be sick. Oh, Mr. Belden. Oh, dear heaven. Oh, he was shot. He's dead.
What's that? What's the matter?
Oh, Miss Katie, where'd you come from?
Well, I just came into the apartment. You left the front door open, Letty, but what's the trouble? Eric.
He's dead, Miss Katie.
Oh, poor Eric. I knew he'd been depressed lately, but what a horrible thing to do to kill himself that way.
You think he did it himself, Miss Katie? I'd better call the police.
Well, go ahead and call them, Letty, but I tell you it's suicide.
But a little later, as Mr. Chameleon, the astute and dreaded detective, bends over the prostrate body of Eric Belden, he says to Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold, who is with him,
Dave, look at this. Position of the gun. It was placed here too carefully. This wasn't suicide, it was murder.
You think so, Mr. Chameleon?
There was no question of it, Dave. No powder burn at all. This gun was fired at a distance and then laid beside the body. Where are those two women?
Right here, Mr. Chameleon. Letty Stone. Miss Katie, come in here, please.
Mrs. Stone, you're the cleaning woman here?
Yes, sir.
I understand that you found a murdered man.
Murdered? Did you say murdered, Mr. Chameleon?
Oh, he couldn't have been murdered.
He was, Miss Katie. Martha Katie, is it?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Tell me something about this man.
Why, Eric ran the Belden Fashion Studios. He supplied fashion photographs of models for the magazines.
And you are one of his models, I take it?
Yes, that's right.
And you, Letty Stone, when you came in here this morning to clean, was the apartment empty? I mean empty except for the murdered man.
Why, I thought it was, Mr. Chameleon.
But you could have been mistaken. Now, the murderer could have been hiding somewhere. Tell me, what is this key doing on the outside of the bedroom door?
Oh, so you noticed that.
My job to notice things, Letty. When you came in, did you find the bedroom locked?
Oh, well, no, Mr. Chameleon. That's the strange part. It was unlocked, and the key was on the outside. Mr. Belden always locked his bedroom door at night.
You say Eric Belden always locked his bedroom door when he went to bed? From the inside, of course.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Why did he do that, Letty? What was he afraid of?
He said he was afraid of burglars.
You sound as if you didn't believe it. Well, neither do I believe it, Letty. If Eric Belden was afraid of anything, he was afraid of being murdered. And for very good reason. Someone has murdered him, tried to make it look like suicide, but forgot to lock the bedroom door when leaving and take the key along. Miss Katie, what were you doing here at the apartment so early?
Beg your pardon?
I believe you heard me. What were you doing here in Eric Belden's apartment at 8 o'clock in the morning?
I had an appointment with Eric, a business appointment. We were going to Park Avenue, where Eric intended to take pictures of me modeling fall clothes.
And you stopped here first? To meet him, Miss Katie, or to take the key from the lock where the murderer had forgotten it in all the excitement?
Mr. Chameleon, you can't think that I killed poor Eric. Well, why should I? We were simply business acquaintances.
How about that, Letty?
Well, she was here an awful lot. She and Mr. Belden were thick as thieves.
Be quiet, you wretched old woman. And as for keys, you have an extra key to the apartment. You could have let yourself in, Letty, and robbed him and murdered him.
That's a lie, Mr. Chameleon. That's a wicked lie.
Did you have an extra key to the apartment, Letty?
Why, yes. Yes, sure.
Well, let me have it, please.
But I didn't kill Mr. Belden.
I haven't said you did yet. And as for Miss Katie's statement...
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Dave, what is it? What's the matter?
Martha Katie. I just remembered.
Huh?
She was known as the Glory Girl. She's the model who was mixed up in that murder and blackmail case 3 years ago.
Of course, Dave. How stupid of me not to have remembered. Of course, Martha Katie is the same one.
Well, so what? That doesn't mean I killed Eric Belden. Why don't you go after Cherry? If anyone had a reason for killing him, she did.
Who is Cherry?
Eric's ex-wife. She was one of his models, too. He'd reneged on his alimony, and Cherry was threatening him. She and her old battle axe of a mother were both threatening him.
What about it, Letty? Did you know about this?
Well...
Did you?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon. Miss Cherry was here only last night. She and Mr. Belden had an awful row. She said he was a heel, and he was. He's the kind that should have been killed. But I had nothing against him.
Except that you hated him, apparently. Where does Cherry, Belden's former wife, live, Letty?
With her mother, Mrs. Holt. They have another apartment in this building.
What is the phone number, please?
Here it is, on this pad on Mr. Belden's desk.
Thank you.
Now you're using some sense, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh? Why, Miss Katie? Because I'm calling Cherry Belden and you think suspicion is diverted from you? Only it isn't.
Hello?
Hello. I would like to speak to Cherry Belden, please.
Who's calling?
Is this her mother, Mrs. Holt?
Who is calling?
The police. This is Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Eric Belden has been murdered, and I want to speak to his ex-wife.
Well, Cherry's not here, and I don't know where she is.
Oh, really, Mrs. Holt? Is that all you have to say?
What else can I say? My daughter isn't here.
Oh, so you are Mrs. Holt. I was afraid that you might pretend that you were the maid. You don't seem disturbed by the news of your son-in-law's murder. Or didn't it come as a surprise?
See here, you can't speak to me like that. You can't insult me.
I am not trying to insult you, Mrs. Holt. But I want to know where your daughter Cherry is or when you expect her back.
I have no idea. I can't help you.
And we shall have to help ourselves.
Who are you calling now, Mr. Chameleon?
Central Police Headquarters, Miss Katie. The direct line to the police commissioner's office. Any other questions you'd like to ask?
Yes. You talked to Cherry's mother. Couldn't you tell from just talking to her she was a terrible woman?
Miss Katie, in a murder case, it's never smart for one suspect to run down another. It's often...
Hello, Commissioner speaking.
Hello, Commissioner. This is Chameleon. Eric Belden was murdered, and it was made to look like suicide. I want a general alarm sent out for his ex-wife, Cherry Belden.
Good. What's the description?
Letty, you describe her, please?
Well, she's very tiny and blonde and has blue eyes, Mr. Chameleon. She's, in her 20s.
Her 20s? She's 30 if she's a day.
She's between 25 and 30, Commissioner. Blonde, blue-eyed, very small, lives with her mother, Mrs. Holt, here in this apartment building.
You think she murdered Belden, Chameleon?
Well, there's a chance of it, Commissioner. But she's not the only one who might have done it. Far from it. This chap Belden was a fashion photographer, and his life, I gather, was full of women. And I think Dave Arnold and I will pay a visit to his office, to the Belden Fashion Studio, which must have been a clearinghouse for some of the most beautiful girls in New York.
And a little later, we find Mr. Chameleon and Dave walking down the corridor which leads to Eric Belden's fashion studio. And Dave is saying...
You really think we'll turn up any leads here, Mr. Chameleon?
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, Dave, I decided to come down here, but...
arguing with you,
Dave,
Mrs.
listen.
Belden. I don't care what
There's someone in the studio.
silly letters with me, so get out of my way. I'm not moving, Mrs. Belden, till you put those letters back.
Mrs. Belden. That must be Cherry Belden. Come along, Dave. Good morning, ladies. I'm sorry to interrupt a private quarrel, but I am Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters. Are you Cherry Belden?
Why, yes.
And you, young lady?
I'm Beryl Carrington, Mr. Belden's secretary, and Mr. Belden isn't in.
I am well aware of that fact, Miss Carrington. I just left his apartment where he was found murdered.
Oh.
Shot through the head.
Murdered? Oh, no. Eric dead. I can't believe it. Poor Eric.
You really sound sorry, Mrs. Belden.
am Mr. Chameleon. If you're a detective, I suppose you've already learned that Eric and I were divorced, but it was a friendly divorce. We were incompatible, that's all.
Oh, really? And what are those letters that you've got there? I heard Miss Carrington forbid you to take them from the office.
They're nothing, Mr. Chameleon.
I shall be the judge of that. Let me see them, please. No. Well, I see they're written by your mother, threatening Eric Belden. I'd say they're very nasty letters.
Poor Mother was upset. She didn't mean half she said. Eric promised to pay me $250 a month alimony, and he didn't. I haven't been working lately, and Mother got excited.
So did you, Cherry Belden. Excited enough to try and get those letters that your mother wrote and destroy them.
Because I thought they put my mother in a false light. Good heavens, I didn't know that poor Eric was dead.
Cherry, oh, thank heaven you're still
Mother.
here. A detective named Chameleon is looking for you.
And he found her, Mrs. Holt. I'm Chameleon. How do you do?
Oh, how do you do? Well, so you found my daughter. Isn't that nice?
Yes, indeed. You lied to me, Mrs. Holt. You said that you didn't know where Cherry was. Why'd you lie?
Well, I wasn't sure she was here in Eric's studio.
I think you were. You knew that she'd come to get those letters. The letters that you wrote Eric Belden threatening him.
Threats were the only thing that Eric understood. Oh, not that he wasn't a fine man in many ways. It was a friendly divorce, you know, Mr. Chameleon. Just incompatibility.
In this case, Mrs. Holt, the word incompatibility may simply be another word for mother-in-law.
How dare you say that? Do you think I killed Eric? Why, Eric was our source of income. Killing him would be like killing the goose that lays the golden egg.
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Miss Carrington.
I'd like to speak to you alone. Do you mind stepping into Mr. Belden's private office?
What for, Miss Carrington?
Yes, what for? Anything you have to say, you can say in front of us.
Miss Carrington apparently feels otherwise. Dave, you keep an eye on Mrs. Holt and her daughter, Cherry Belden. I shall be right back.
Yes, sir.
Now, Miss Carrington, what's on your mind?
Mr. Chameleon, I happen to know that in addition to the alimony Mr. Belden was paying Cherry, he also took out a life insurance policy in her favor.
A life insurance policy? Mm-hmm. For how much?
$50,000.
Tidy little sum. Thank you for the valuable information, Miss Carrington.
I tell you, I am going in there. I want to know what that Carrington girl is saying to Mr. Chameleon.
Well, I take it that Mrs. Holt would consider it valuable information, too.
Now then, Miss Carrington, what are you saying?
Mother, dear, please, you mustn't be so excited.
Mr. Chameleon, what has this girl been telling you?
Mrs. Holt, I want to ask you about a key. A key that was found on the outside of Eric Belden's bedroom door. The door to the room where he was murdered.
Is that what the two of you were talking about? Keys?
Mrs. Holt, Eric's murderer forgot that key. Now, who was it? Who was in his apartment last night? Your daughter, Cherry, for one.
That's not so. Cherry was with me all afternoon and evening.
Oh, that's very strange. The cleaning woman said that she was at Eric's apartment.
Yes, I was, Mr. Chameleon, just for an hour. Mother, you've forgotten. I went out for an hour around dinner time.
What? Oh, yes, that's right, Cherry. I did forget. I've been suffering a great deal lately from loss of memory.
You sound to me like a woman with an excellent memory. Mrs. Holt, do you or your daughter have a key to Eric Belden's apartment?
No.
Mr. Chameleon, that's not so. Mr. Belden told me that Cherry had a key she wouldn't return to him after their divorce. In fact, he was going to have the lock changed. Meanwhile, he always slept with his bedroom door locked.
Thank you again, Miss Carrington. Where is your purse, Cherry Belden? And on the table. Dave, will you search it, please?
Yes, sir.
This is an outrage.
Mother, you're only making matters worse. And you, Miss Carrington, I don't understand what you think you're doing.
Don't you, Cherry? I understand her perfectly.
Here, Mr. Chameleon. Here's the key. It's even marked. Eric Belden, 507.
Handle it very carefully, Dave. I want to send it in to be checked for fingerprints. Who knows? It might have Mrs. Holt's fingerprints.
That does it. Now I'm going to tell the truth. Mr. Chameleon, I said I understood Miss Carrington, and I do. But I've been too decent to say anything. This girl, Mr. Chameleon, this Beryl Carrington, was Eric Belden's secretary, and she was more than that. She was the cause of my daughter's divorce. She was the woman in the case.
Mr. Chameleon and the Friendly Divorce Murder Case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Friendly Divorce Murder Case. It is a few minutes later, and in the Belden Fashion Studios, Mr. Chameleon stands facing three women who played such a vital part in the life of Eric Belden before he was mysteriously murdered. And he says to Beryl Carrington, Belden's secretary,
"So you were the woman in the case, Miss Carrington. You are the real reason why Eric Belden divorced his wife, Cherry."
No. There was nothing between Eric and me, Mr. Chameleon. Nothing except a business relationship.
That's not true, Mr. Chameleon. Miss Carrington was in love with Eric.
Then why tell me that yours was a friendly divorce, Cherry Belden? Your whole story sounds pretty fishy to me. And besides, you've lied consistently. You've lied consistently. You even told me that you didn't have a key to your ex-husband's apartment. And it was right there in your purse.
I didn't have a key. I don't know how that got into my purse. Isn't that so, Mother? I had no key.
Absolutely, Cherry. You should be ashamed, Mr. Chameleon, to accuse my daughter of murder.
Mrs. Holt, I have a motto. The innocent must be protected. The guilty must be punished. To prove that your daughter or anyone else is innocent, I must first prove who is guilty.
Mr. Chameleon, I didn't quite tell the truth. I know I first said it was a friendly divorce, but that was because I didn't want any scandal. Is that wrong?
It's wrong to accuse Miss Carrington falsely, Cherry Belden.
And that's exactly what she's doing. Cherry and her mother are trying to frame me to get themselves in the clear.
That's a lie, a vicious lie.
Please, that's all for now. You and your daughter may go, Mrs. Holt, but don't try to leave town, either of you. Dave, you show the ladies out, please.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Mr. Chameleon, you'll hear more of this.
I fully expect to, Mrs. Holt.
Well, this is a dirty business, Mr. Chameleon.
It certainly is, Dave. That attempts to frame Miss Carrington here certainly backfired. But I want the best men we have to tail them constantly. Have Davis and McCarthy go over to their apartment.
Right, Mr. Chameleon.
And as for me, I shall be looking for just one little thing, one small detail that I know will trap the killer.
What's that, Mr. Chameleon?
Fingerprints, Miss Carrington. I noticed some on the door of Eric Belden's bedroom. You see, I'm sure the murderer is an amateur. Being an amateur, they wouldn't stop to think of erasing evidence like fingerprints.
My gosh, Mr. Chameleon, everybody, including old ladies in wheelchairs, knows that killers shouldn't leave fingerprints around.
I know, Dave, but an amateur killer is very often emotional. They think of those things too late, like the key in the bedroom door. They forgot that, didn't they? Anyway, tomorrow morning, I'm going to search Eric's apartment. Search it thoroughly for any and all fingerprints.
But why tomorrow? Why not now?
Because first, Dave, I want to check on the past life of Cherry Belden and her mother, Mrs. Holt. So tomorrow is soon enough to look for fingerprints. Miss Carrington, goodbye. And thank you very much for your invaluable help.
If there's anything else I can do, please call on me, Mr. Chameleon.
I will. Oh, in fact, you might go through Mr. Belden's files and see whether there are any more threatening letters from Cherry's mother.
I'll do that immediately, Mr. Chameleon.
Good. Oh, one more thing. Did you know a model named Martha Cady?
Martha Cady?
Yes, I have a hunch that Eric Belden was quite crazy about her.
Yes, I remember her. I had very little to do with her, though.
Mm-hmm. And Letty Stone, the cleaning woman at Belden's apartment. Do you know her?
Yes, I saw her once or twice.
You're frowning. Why? Didn't you like Letty Stone?
She's not young, Mr. Chameleon, and she's a hard-working woman.
Who might welcome a few $1,000s. Well, that's what I figured. And I also figured that she knows Mrs. Holt, Belden's former mother-in-law. Must have known her.
She does, Mr. Chameleon. One of the few times I ever went to Mr. Belden's apartment, I found the two of them in the living room talking away like mad. They stopped the minute I arrived.
All ties in. It's quite possible that Letty, the cleaning woman, could have admitted Cherry's mother to Belden's apartment the night that he was murdered. Well, we'll soon see. Those fingerprints will tell the story. Goodbye, Miss Carrington.
Goodbye, Mr. Chameleon.
You're going to pick up Letty Stone and question her now, Mr. Chameleon?
No, not exactly, Dave.
What the heck? I don't get it. It's not like you to move cautiously. Why not grab her quick and question her?
I intend to, Dave, but not as Chameleon. Going to make an appointment with Letty Stone, that cleaning woman, to meet a special police searcher in Eric Belden's apartment. And I shall be there, disguised as that special police searcher, a very quiet but very thorough cop named Christopher Madden.
And so, that night, we find Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as Christopher Madden, a police searcher, in the Belden apartment with Detective Sergeant Dave Arnold. And with them is the cleaning woman, Letty Stone, a badly frightened Letty Stone, to whom Chameleon is saying, in the voice of his disguise,
Mrs. Stone, my name is Madden. I'm a special police searcher. I came to this apartment to look for further fingerprints. The murderers.
But, Mr. Madden, why send for me? I mean, my fingerprints is sure to be all over Mr. Belden's apartment. I used to come here almost every day and clean.
Well, then you can't be much of a cleaner, Mrs. Stone. You leave fingerprints all over the place.
Well, there'd be sure to be some around. I couldn't help it.
What about Mrs. Holt, Belden's former mother-in-law?
What do you mean? What about her?
Well, you and she were friendly, weren't you? Make a deal. She promised you some of Mr. Belden's insurance money to keep your mouth shut.
I don't know what you mean. I never said 2 words to Mrs. Holt. Now, I got to get home and cook supper for my husband.
At 9 o'clock?
Well, he don't get home from work till 9 o'clock.
All right, Mrs. Stone, you can go. We're leaving immediately, too, right after you. Good night.
Good night, sir. And I don't know Mrs. Holt hardly at all.
Mr. Chameleon, for Pete's sake, you've done it again. Every time you get someone cornered in this case, you let him go.
Dave, it won't be long now before you see a very interesting little drama unfold. I'm going to call the police commissioner. As soon as I finish dialing, turn off all the lights, will you?
Oh, I get it. Letty Stone will think we're gone, and she may come back.
Mm-hmm. All right, you can turn off the lights now, Dave.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, Commissioner. This is Chameleon.
Yes?
We're at the Belden apartment. What is the report on the key to the front door? The key that we found in Cherry Belden's purse?
Just what you thought, Chameleon. You hit the bullseye.
Good. Send the report to the corner drugstore where Dave will pick it up later.
Right. Good hunting.
I think we've got them, Commissioner. Goodbye.
Mr. Chameleon, I think someone's trying the front door.
Yes, you're right. Can you see in this darkness, Dave?
Well enough. Yes, sir. By gosh, the door is opening. Is it Letty, the cleaning woman?
All I can really make out is that it's a woman.
She's got a flashlight, Mr. Chameleon. She's wiping things off with a damp cloth.
Right, Dave.
Shall I grab her?
No. Not yet. Let's see if she goes to the bedroom door. Bedroom where Belden was murdered.
She's going there, all right. Now she's wiping off the door.
Let her go inside. Now, where's the light switch?
Right here.
Turn it on, Dave. Let's have light. Plenty of light. And see what sort of a bird we've snared in our net.
Oh.
All right, Miss Carrington. Put your hands up and keep them up. I have a gun which I shall use if I have to. The way you used one on Eric Belden.
Mr. Chameleon, what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. Only I happen to know what you're doing here, Miss Carrington. I scared you into thinking that you might have left fingerprints. I said I was going to look for those fingerprints tomorrow.
But why should I kill Eric?
Because of Martha Cady. This afternoon, when I mentioned her name, I watched you very closely. A look of complete hatred flashed across your face. Passed very quickly, but I caught it, Miss Carrington. Eric Belden had thrown you over for Martha Cady.
No, Cherry Belden killed Eric. That key was found in Cherry's purse.
You planted it there when Cherry Belden wasn't looking. You must have, Miss Carrington, since it bears your fingerprints.
No.
I just got the report from police headquarters. And besides, I saw a door key in your desk, Miss Carrington. The key to the front door of this apartment, which you used just now. I deliberately didn't mention it, hoping that you'd use it. And you did.
No, you have no evidence.
I have all the evidence that we need. You murdered Eric Belden, Miss Carrington. You murdered him, and your plan was to make it look as if Eric Belden had committed suicide in a locked room. But in the excitement of leaving after the murder, you forgot to lock the door. You left the key in the lock on the outside.
Stop it!
And then when I stated Belden's death wasn't suicide in a locked room, but murder, you tried to plant it on Cherry, a woman that you must have hated as much as you hated the other beautiful model, Martha Cady.
All right, I confess I did it. And all the time you were so friendly.
I thought you believed me.
I know, Miss Carrington. It's the way we cops have to fool people. But what is really amazing is the way a criminal like yourself always believes that he or she is fooling the police.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the Man of Many Faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names and put the orange and blue Rexall sign on our windows. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. A good example of their quality is Bismarex, Rexall's popular antacid. Bismarex often relieves acid stomach within 1 minute. And because its scientifically balanced ingredients vary in the time it takes them to dissolve in the stomach, the relief they give is not only quick, but continuous and prolonged. Quality like that of Bismarex is what we family druggists are talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Come in.
You Mr. Richard Diamond?
That's right, but keep it quiet and we'll split the reward.
Well, my name is Tobias P. Briggs.
He ducked as he edged through the door. If he hadn't, he'd have taken the whole wall with him. Nearly 7 feet, going up with a pair of shoulders that made King Kong look like a before picture for dynamic tension. But being a guy who lives dangerously, I shook his hand, made a mental note to pick up my scattered knuckles, and offered him a chair.
Thank you. Mr. Diamond, how much would it cost for you to help me?
Well, I usually break my back for $100 a day in expenses.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
I break a lot of back. Let's talk some more, though. Guys your size usually don't need help.
Well, I got the money. Been saving. You see, I wrestled 2, maybe 3 times a week at the Universal Arena. I promised Mike I'd put 1 purse a week in the bank. He was saving, too.
Who's Mike?
Mike Burton. He's dead, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, I'm sorry, Toby. Who was Mike?
Well, Mike and me was buddies from the Army. He was a great guy, Mr. Diamond. A real great guy.
What happened to him?
Mike drove a truck for an outfit here in town. Cross-State Trucking Company. We had enough money saved, we were going to get our own truck. Maybe 2 trucks. Do our own hauling. Be in business for ourselves, you know. Last week he was fixing a flat on the highway at night. The car hit him and took off.
Oh, hit and run, huh? Well, it's a lousy deal, Toby, and I know what you're leading up to. But the police will hunt the guy down sooner or later. I don't handle traffic accidents.
Mr. Diamond, I feel maybe it was no accident.
Oh? Well, then keep going.
Well, last week, night before it happened, Mike says to me, Toby, boy, I got a hunch we're going into business real quick now. He said we might be able to buy our first truck right after his next haul. Mike knew we didn't have that kind of dough ready.
What did he say when you reminded him?
He gave me a wink and a punch in the arm. You know, like guys do sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
He's a great guy, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, well, I see. Now, look, Toby, the afternoon's pretty well shot anyway. I'll poke around town a little, and if I can find anything to back up your suspicions, I'll take the case. If not, you owe me 2 tickets to your next match. Is it a deal?
Yeah, sure. But tell me right away if you know something, huh? I'm in the gym every morning right behind the Universal Sports Arena, 8th Avenue. You know where it is.
Oh, sure, yes. Some of my best muscles grew up there. So long, Toby.
So.
When he walked out, the office seemed to shrink back to normal. I counted my fingers, picked the one with the most circulation in it, and put it to work dialing Helen's number. I told her I might be late for dinner, threw her a kiss over the pipe, closed the office, and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station and Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Walt was out of his office, but the king of the jungle, Sergeant Otis, was plopped in his chair. Number 14's crossed and resting on the desk like he was expecting a promotion.
Hello, Shamus. For a guy who don't work here, you certainly hang around a lot.
I could say the same for you, Otis. Where's the lieutenant?
He ain't here.
No.
Well, he ain't.
Isn't.
Okay, he isn't. And you isn't as smart as you think you is.
Oh, hello, Rick. What's up?
Oh, hiya, Walt. Nothing, probably. But I'd appreciate a look-see at the hit-and-run files for the last week. Might be a case.
Now it's traffic accidents. Diamond, is there anything you won't do for a buck?
Sergeant, ask me for the next dance and you'll find out.
All right, cut it out, you two. Here you are, Rick. Take this note to Sergeant for our hit-and-run felony detail. It's down at the end of the hall.
Thanks, Walt.
You bet. Otis.
Yeah?
Sergeant Otis, do you mind if I sit down now?
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry, Lieutenant.
Farrar, in Hit and Run, gave me the case folder on Mike Burton. Except for a few details, nothing different than Toby's story. Only witness to the supposed accident was a man named Roy Cooley, Mike's driving partner. He had made the identification on the car when the police found it deserted the next day. A quick check on the license had shown it to be stolen. So another lead went down the drain. Only the fact that it had been stolen made me think that Toby might have been right when he said it wasn't an accident. I hit the street and grabbed a cab for the Cross-State Trucking Company. From outside the wire fence, there wasn't much to see. A long line of diesel trucks parked side by side. I spotted something that looked like an office and went in. There was a girl inside. Oh, maybe not just a girl. She parked her bubble gum and gave her blonde upsweep a pat.
Can I help you?
Well, if you couldn't, I'd kill myself.
Listen, mister, if you've got some business here, you better...
Honey, I'm looking for Roy Cooley. Know him?
That's a good one. Mr. Cooley's my boss. Believe me, I know him. He's not around right now.
Cooley's your boss? Well, if you don't mind, I'll wait.
What company are you with, Mr.
Diamond. Richard. I am, you should excuse the expression, a private detective.
A private eye? Gee, I never met a private eye before. I thought it was just a kind of story thing.
Well, it is, in a way.
My name's Patty. For Patricia. I'm sort of a bookkeeper stenographer around here.
Sounds like a big job for just one pretty girl.
Oh, you're just saying that. I really was lucky to get such a job, especially when I had no experience. Just 1 week out of business school, and popo, I go to work for a big company at $65 a week.
And what is the secret of your success, Miss Carnegie?
My second name's Jablonski, Patty Jablonski. Between you and me, Mr. Diamond, the job's a snap. See all those trucks out there? Well, mostly they just sit like that. We don't make more than 10 shipments a week. You know something? The company's been in the red the whole 6 months I've been here.
Really?
But I like it here. I can dress kind of casual, sweaters and things.
Yeah. Tell me, dear, did you know Mike Burton?
Gee, I sure did. Did you know him?
Mm-hmm. How come the boss, Roy Cooley, was driving with Mike the night it happened?
He was, wasn't he? Well, I guess that's because Tim Lasco quit a couple of days before. Tim used to be Mike's regular wheel buddy. Mr. Cooley was filling in, I guess.
Any idea why Tim Lasco quit?
Search me. In times like these, when a guy with 5 kids quits his job, he must have had a good reason.
You wouldn't have Tim's address lying around anywhere, would you?
Right on my desk. A mail on his last check out.
I wrote down Lasco's address and paid her off with a few compliments before I left. Tim Lasco's place seemed like the next stop until I saw a couple of warehousemen loading crates into one of the trucks. The crates were marked sporting goods in a big black stencil, And just to keep busy, I found a piece of scratch paper and took down the address they were being shipped to. About that time, a hairy hand reached over my shoulder and made crumpled spitball out of my manuscript. I did a slow turn and saw that the hand was connected to a beer barrel with legs. It talked, too.
Looking for something, mister?
Who are you?
I'm the boss, Cooley.
Oh, well, my name's Diamond. The union sent
You can
me over
forget
to...
that routine. I spoke to the union guys 3 days ago. Beat it, scram.
Oh. How come you were driving with Mike Burton the night he was killed?
Mister, you're asking for it. There's a little sign on the front gate you can read on the way out about trespassers. This is private property. Now, are you going, or do I call some of the boys?
It hurt me to admit that he had the law on his side, not to mention the lump under his jacket from what was probably the new look and shoulder holsters. I figured to do better after a talk with Tim Lasco. 20 minutes later, I was climbing the stairs of a brownstone in Washington Heights. The Lascos lived on the 3rd floor. I straightened my tie and put my best finger forward.
Yes?
Oh, hello. I'm looking for Tim Lasco.
Oh, come right in. My husband is shaving.
Who is it, Mary?
Amanda, see you, Tim.
Okay. All right. Excuse me. Call me shaving. Sit down.
Thank you. Tim, you used to ride with Mike Burton, didn't you?
Hey, who are you? What do you want here?
Well, I'm a private detective. Name's Diamond.
Now, Mr. Diamond, or whoever you are, I don't know nothing. Nothing, you hear? Leave my family and me alone. Will you go away? Please, go away.
Why did you quit the cross-state trucking outfit?
Honest, Diamond, I don't know nothing. Look, I've been a truck driver 15 years. I didn't like Cooley's outfit. Most of the work is at night. Too many long hauls out west. I didn't like the job.
Tim. Won't buy it.
Diamond, try to understand, will you? I got 5 kids. Give me a break, will you?
There was no sense going around again. I told him I'd be back, which he took about as gracefully as a guy learning he had leprosy, so I left. I rode downtown, squatted on a stool in a coffee shop with a good view of the cross-state warehouse. The coffee shop had a waitress who was as ugly as the warehouse.
Got a 75-cent dinner special. You interested?
I'll have a little coffee and...
A lot of donuts.
Oh, well, then coffee and conversation.
Is there any chance of you taking me away from all this?
Wouldn't work out. I drink.
I'll reform you. Want cream?
No.
One black. How come you're staring at that warehouse instead of me? Want to give me a complex? What's the matter? Did I say a dirty word?
We kicked it around until the warehouse was empty, except for a muscle-bound night watchman who chain smoked behind the front gate. It was a short walk to the fence behind the loading dock. A garbage can and some fancy scrambling helped me over. And then I squirreled under the line of trucks until I reached the one they'd loaded that afternoon. The crates were nailed tight, and it took a lot of scratching and pulling before I wedged one open. About then, I heard 3 pairs of feet echoing down the loading platform. I ducked out of the truck, but that half-open crate must have missed me after all the time we'd spent together because it spilled over and turned loose a shower of baseball bats. I grabbed one since it seemed like a good idea and snuggled up against the huge tires under the truck.
Who's there? Hey, Red, you let anyone in?
Not me, boy.
Whoever you are, Buster, you better come out with your hands up. We got guns. Okay, Red, you and Harry stay out in front of the trucks. I'll go coax our visitor out.
He was poking around gun first in each truck and then around it. Sooner or later, he was going to reach my truck. So I sprinted across an open 10 yards until I got into a friendly shadow of the next truck in line.
All right, stay where you are. I can see you.
He was lying, and I knew it because I couldn't even see myself. There were 3 more trucks ahead of me, 3 more open spaces. Then I'd be at the back fence. I closed my mouth so my teeth wouldn't shine like a beaver at a dentist convention and moved. I reached the last truck and waited. The glint of his gun barrel kept coming at me like a one-eyed cat. I held the bat ready. It must have been a well-balanced hunk of wood because it felt like a feather in my fist. The bat cracked wide open like an overboiled hot dog, but it stretched coolly out. I didn't wait for the others to find out what happened, but I took off over that back fence like a kangaroo with his tail on fire. Once I made the street, I caught a cruising cab and relaxed until my breath caught up with me. The broken bat handle was still in my hand. I was about to chalk it up as an inferior bat until a closer look changed my mind. The inside of the bat was as hollow as a politician's promise, and it wasn't for ventilation. It was there to hide something that had to be hidden.
You're listening to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, brought to you by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall family druggist. And here he is.
A lot of people think that during the summer they don't need to worry about the dangers of vitamin deficiency. But the truth is, vitamin deficiency is no respecter of seasons.
You mean we're just as likely to be low on vitamins during the summer as any other time?
Exactly, ma'am. And that's why I tell my customers to continue supplementing their daily diet with Rexall Plenamins.
What?
Plenamins. Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. You see, ma'am, just 2 Plenamin capsules a day give you more than your daily minimum requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established.
Say, that's really vitamin protection.
But that's not all. Plenamins also give you valuable liver concentrate and iron, plus other factors of the vitamin B complex.
Gee, they sound expensive.
On the contrary, Plenamins cost you only pennies a day. But most important, Plenamins wear the Rexall label, and you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
So I had the stump of a hollow baseball bat in my hand and a half dozen theories about why it was hollow. But none of my theories proved any connection between a phony trucking outfit and Mike Burton being killed by a hit-and-run driver. I put the bat under lock and key in my office desk, then stopped at the Hall of Records where Pop McIntyre handles the night watchman chores. Under registered corporations, I found the Cross State Trucking Company and the up-to-now unknown name of Harry Fenner listed as its head. I thanked Pop, then went across town to check through the newspaper morgue at the Tribune. It was an all-night job because I had to dig back to 1926 before the name of Harry Fenner sprang off the yellow pages. He used to be a small-time bootlegger, but I couldn't hold that against him. Some of the biggest bootleggers had gone straight and become used car salesmen. I had breakfast before dropping in at the Universal Gym to see Toby. The king-sized client of mine was being mauled in the center of the ring while a chunky little guy in a black beret was hopping around full of advice.
No, Toby. You're wrestling with King Kong Rabinowitz, not Snow White. Use your knees, on his nose.
Okay. How's this? Oh!
No, don't overdo it. You hide his face from the television camera too long. What's the good if no one sees him suffer?
Hey, Toby.
Oh, hiya, Mr. Diamond. Ziggy will be back in a minute.
I know you're busy, Toby, so I won't waste time.
You found out something about Mike, didn't you? I was right, huh?
Well, let's just say that I'm taking the case. Toby, now think hard. Did Mike ever say anything about baseball bats? Anything?
Baseball bat.
Yeah?
Sunday before Mike was killed. Yeah, he said something kind of funny. He said maybe he'd hit a home run pretty soon. And Mike never played baseball.
Oh. Toby, when you get through here, meet me in my office. I'll tell you what I've got, and we can take it from there.
Okay. See you soon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Diamond. My name is, Harry Fenner.
Oh. Well, who are those 2 bullet-headed characters with you?
They're my business associates.
Oh, you must be in a rotten business. How'd you get in here? I just had the exterminators over last week.
Oh, well, I'm afraid I owe you for a new lock. I'll just add it to the retainer I'm going to pay you.
Oh, you're going to hire me?
I have here $500, which I place on your desk. Earning it will be easy.
Under whose nails do I put the bamboo splints?
I hope your good humor continues. The fact is, Diamond, I collect odd things like antique furniture, marine life specimens, and old bat handles. Someone stole one of my old bat handles. Money's yours if you can locate it.
Something like that would be worth more than money to me. An old bat handle would go just right with my collection of old saxophone reeds and croquet mallets.
Is that your polite way of saying no?
No, it's my impolite way of saying that a certain bat handle is going to win you the hottest seat in Sing Sing. And if you think I'm bluffing, let's see what they think down at the 5th Precinct.
Put down that phone.
Oh! He cracked me across the knuckles with a cane he was carrying, and my left hand took the day off. Then Fenner turned to his two happiness boys.
Gentlemen, Mr. Diamond is stubborn. Unstubborn him.
His two blood collectors came after me like there was a shortage of plasma. I dodged around the desk like a loose guinea pig in a biology class and finally managed to locate a stomach for my one good hand. I sunk it in up to my charm bracelet. But before I could enjoy the reaction, a fistful of dimes creased the back of my head and I came apart. I don't know how long it was before my eyes unglued. I was on my back enjoying a bug's eye view of the ceiling, but that's all I was enjoying. My head felt like a yo-yo being worked by a guy with a DTs. And then something big leaned over me.
Mr. Diamond? Mr. Diamond, you okay?
Oh, yeah, dandy. Oh, Toby, if I felt any worse, I'd be dead.
Oh, that's too bad. It's a good thing I got here. Those guys are doing a swell job on you for real.
Oh, things came back into focus. Fenner's muscle men were draped over each other in the middle of the floor, quietly unconscious. It was becoming.
I had to get pretty rough with them. It was 2 against 1. Them and me, I mean. What's it all about, Mr. Diamond?
I gave Toby a quick resume about Fenner, Cooley, and the phony trucking business, including the hollow bats. As he listened, I saw new muscles growing on his old ones. He wasn't interested in details.
Mr. Diamond, did this Fenner guy kill Mike?
Well, Toby, I think Mike found out that Fenner and Cooley were shipping hot goods, probably jewels, in the hollow bats. If he did, I think maybe Fenner killed him.
Mm-hmm. Where does this Fenner guy live?
Well, wait a minute. It's here on my desk. I was just going to give it to the police when I was crudely interrupted.
No, don't call the cops. Give me that address.
But what's the idea, Toby? We've got the score. It's a cop's job now.
No, I say no. This Fenner, he got lots of dough. If he did kill Mike, he gets a big lawyer and he goes free. I don't want that, Mr. Diamond. I'll find out.
I tried to cool him down, keep him in the office. Then I found myself airborne. He bounced me against the wall, and I decided not to do anything until the room stopped circulating.
Sorry about this, Mr. Diamond, because you're an all right guy. But don't try to stop me on this.
I got up and weaved over to my desk, phoned Walt, and gave him Fenner's address in Long Island.
Why should I meet you there?
Murder, Walt, and bring some friends. Fenner's house was a big white colonial with high French windows looking out on a big garden. The windows were closest, so I moved up and looked in. The room was a library, or what was left of it. Toby had torn it apart and was now concentrating on Fenner. He had him backed up against a tall bookcase, holding him by the front of his smoking jacket, high enough so Fenner's toes pointed down, trying to touch the carpet a good foot beneath. Toby had the jacket pulled tightly around Fenner's throat, and Fenner was trying for the $64 breath.
What'd you kill him for? Come on, what'd you kill him for?
Hey, Toby, let him go.
Oh, he's gonna tell me. You stay out of this. He's gonna tell me or I break his fat neck.
He's too choked up, Toby. Couldn't answer you if you wanted to. Now let him down. Let him down.
Okay. Now, talk, Fenner, talk.
Diamond, get this maniac away from me.
Well, ask me something simple, like moving the Empire State Building. You better talk, Fenner.
I don't know what you want.
You're a liar. You're no liar, not
All right.
That's better. Now, why'd you kill Mike?
He was loading some of the bats. When one broke open and...
Come
on. The diamonds spilled out. He wanted a cut. Big cut. So I had Cooley make the last trip with him. I was following in a hot car. That's it. Now let me go, will you?
Kill a nice guy like that.
He would have framed me.
You're a liar. Now I'm going to kill you.
Toby!
Toby grabbed Fenner, and I grabbed Toby. But it was like trying to put the brakes on a charging elephant. Toby hung on to Fenner's throat and shook me loose. Fenner was dying fast. And it looked like I couldn't do much about it until the door opened and trouble sneaked in from left field. Cooley.
Break it up. Cooley, help me.
You better relax, Toby. That gun in Mr. Cooley's hand gives him the floor.
He's the other one, ain't he, Mr. Diamond?
Cooley, give it to him. Right in the middle.
And then I heard the heavenly sound of flat feet. Cooley half turned for a moment, but it was enough for me to push Toby behind a couch and dive in after him.
Quick! Cooley, let him have it.
Cooley spun back around and tried his luck anyway, but missed. He and Fenner made a rush to the window, but some of Walt's men were waiting for them. They tried to shoot it out. Cooley never got more than 1 foot over the windowsill. Fenner did better, but he was dead when he hit the ground.
Rick, are you all right, Rick?
Oh, if it wasn't, you'd never hear the end of it.
Mr. Diamond, you don't really believe what that punk said about Mike, do you? Mike was a straight guy all his life.
Toby, this clean-cut gentleman standing right next to me is Lieutenant Walter Levinson of Homicide.
Right.
What I tell him is official, so you listen. Look, Walt, Fenner and Cooley were part of a fence setup. Bought stolen goods, sold them out west. The Cross-State Trucking Company was just a blind. Well, that just about cleans it up, Toby. You see, Mike probably suspected something, and they were afraid he'd go to the police. That's why they killed him.
Sure, I knew it was that way. Thanks, Mr. Diamond. Well, I better get back to town. Ziggy's got me matched tonight.
Good luck, Toby.
Yeah, thanks. Say, Mr. Diamond, I'd sure like to have you and the lieutenant come watch me wrestle tonight.
Thanks, Toby. Maybe some other time.
Oh, it'll be a great show. Tonight's my turn to win.
Yeah, well, we'll see. So long, Toby.
So long.
Rank.
Yeah?
That connection between Mike Burton and this racket didn't sound kosher. Was that for the record?
No, Walt. But Toby will never see the record. Helen, honey, please. Cut that Victrola off, will you?
Rick, you still didn't tell me if Mike really intended to get mixed up with Fenner and Cooley.
Well, he did. That's where he was getting the extra money he spoke about to Toby. Oh, excuse me.
Rick, where are you going?
I'm just going to shut this guy off. He's putting me to sleep.
Oh, I suppose you could do better.
Well, you think not? Honey, just sit down and listen to me. Pale hands I loved beside the Shalimar. Where are you now? Now tell me, honey, how do I rate alongside that suffering crooner on the record?
That record happens to be an original release. The suffering crooner is Enrico Caruso.
Oh. Where does a guy go to slash his wrist?
Dick Powell will be back in just a moment. And now, once more, here's your Rexall family druggist.
No faster-acting aspirin made. That's Rexall aspirin. Yes, when taken with water, the 5 full grains of pure aspirin contained in every Rexall aspirin tablet are ready to go to work for you even before they reach your stomach. So next time you have a headache, remember Rexall aspirin. There's no faster-acting aspirin made. Ask for Rexall aspirin at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those who recognize it, the future is for sale. You can buy it now, today. You can buy it by saving. And there's no surer, more profitable means of saving than through the purchase of United States savings bonds. In the first place, United States saving bonds are safe, guaranteed by your country. Moreover, they put your saving dollars to work for you. For every $3 invested today in Class E bonds, you'll receive $4 back in just 10 years when the bonds mature. So make sure of the years ahead with United States savings bonds. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's script was written by Harold Jack Bloom and Joe Moorheim. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. And this is Dick Powell asking you to listen in again next Wednesday at this same time when we do it all over again. Please listen in. I'm going to hit somebody on the head. Good night, everybody.
You have just heard transcribed Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. This is Bill Foreman speaking.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Jack Late tells stories of the underworld, Friday on NBC.
We've got to find that woman, you understand? We've got to find that girl, you hear?
Hey, Inspector Faraday, we can't hear you when you pound your desk like that.
You'll pound a beat if you don't find the Bromley girl, Carlson. And the same goes for the rest of you, too.
Look, Inspector, this is the homicide department. How come the pressure's on us to find her?
Because the pressure's on the whole force. And what's more, this kind of thing leads to murder sometimes. More than sometimes. And we want to get to work before there's a murder.
Okay.
No, it isn't okay. What have we done so far?
Inspector, we've got every radio car in the city in operation. We've called in all off-duty men, canceled all...
I know what we've done, Carlson. And I know what we haven't done, too. We haven't found Millicent Bromley. She's just a 22-year-old, see? A girl who's done nobody any harm, see? And she's in the hands of thugs, see? Now, we're supposed to be great, big, strong he-men. We're supposed to be policemen. We're supposed to protect the people of this city from accidents and crimes. Yet we can't even help a 22-year-old girl. No. Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is Shorty. You know, Shorty, Boston Blackie's place.
Yeah, I know who you are, Shorty. So don't bother me. I'm busy.
Yeah, I know that, Inspector Faraday. That's why I'm calling. I can make you unbusy.
Oh, you can you?
Yep.
Well, isn't that nice? Now, look, Shorty, I've got... no.
But you gotta listen to me, Inspector Faraday. Blackie's out of town.
Oh, Blackie's out of town, is he? That's wonderful. Now, why don't you get out of town, too? Then I'll solve this case the way it ought to be solved.
Inspector Faraday, I just talked to Blackie's girlfriend, Mary Wesley, and she talked to Blackie. He's in California.
You talk to Miss Wesley, and Miss Wesley talk to Blackie. So what? What do I care? I'm busy looking for a missing girl. Now, goodbye.
Oh, gee, Inspector Faraday, don't hang up. I know you're looking for a girl. It's Millicent Bromley, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Millicent Bromley. And I suppose you know right where she is.
I sure do, Inspector Faraday. She's right here in my room.
And now on to tonight's adventure of Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
There's Shorty's door, Carlson, at the end of the hall.
You think he was on the level about having the Bromley girl, Inspector Faraday?
I don't know. If he does, this case is awful easy. I haven't had an easy case in 10 years. We'll know in a minute. Open up, Shorty. It's Faraday. Open up!
Come on in, Inspector Faraday.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Shorty? You're bleeding. Grab him, Carlson, before he falls down.
I got him, Inspector. Thanks. You better sit down, Bud.
Yeah, sure.
All right. There you are.
You know, you guys got here too late.
Hey, what happened to you, Shorty? Where's the Bromley girl?
I don't know, Inspector Faraday.
Uh-oh, Faraday. You said this might be one of Blackie's gags?
Yeah.
No, Inspector. This ain't no gag. She was here, but somebody slugged me from behind, and when I came to, she was gone.
Oh, yeah?
So help me, that's the truth.
Take this down, will you, Carlson?
You're bad, Inspector.
Okay. Now, Shorty, Blackie put you up to this, didn't he?
No.
It's his idea of a gag. Or maybe he's mixed up in this.
Honest, Inspector, all Blackie had to do with this was to tell me to call you up and say the girl was here.
But the girl wasn't here, was she?
But she was, Inspector Faraday. Honest, she was. She was right there on that couch there. when I was talking to you on the phone.
All right, she was right there on the couch. How'd she happen to get here? You grabbed her, didn't you?
No, honest, Inspector Faraday. She was here when I got here. And the professor was here, too. He said she was his niece.
The professor? Who's he?
He's a guy I know. Nice guy, too. He's used my room before, but he's never brought anybody with him before. Especially anybody he swiped.
How did you know the Bromley girl wasn't the professor's niece if the professor said she was his niece?
Well, the professor left and told me to let the girl sleep. I turned on the radio in the other room, and I heard what the Bromley girl was wearing. Now, this girl was wearing the same thing.
Sure.
I went over to wake her up and ask her if she was the Bromley girl, and then I saw she was doped. And then, suddenly, something hit me on the head.
You're lying, Shorty.
If I'm lying, you think I hit myself on the head?
I wouldn't doubt it.
Ah!
I think this whole thing is phony. Now, come on, who's this professor? Is that Blackie? Or is he something else Blackie dreamed up?
No. Honest, Inspector Faraday. The professor's a real guy.
He's real, huh?
Yeah.
All right, where does he live?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't, huh? Well, isn't that convenient? Shorty, you're number one on my suspicion parade. And maybe the charge will be murder, which is another way of saying you're under arrest.
You recovered the Bromley girl from Shorty's room without Shorty seeing you, didn't you, Tommy?
Oh, sure, Professor. He didn't even know what hit him. And the Bromley dame's still sleeping in the next room.
Splendid. Now, I want you and Bill to listen to me very closely.
I think I know what we're going to do next, Professor.
I hope you do, Tommy. But Bill here wasn't present for the initial proceedings. I think we had best...
One thing I don't savvy yet, Prof, is why we stashed the dame at Shorty's in the first place and then had to conk Shorty to get her back.
Well, Bill, I didn't want to bring her directly here to my place until I was certain the police had no description of me. So it was expedient for the girl and I to remain in someone else's abode until I could ascertain whether or not it was safe to lodge her here.
Oh, I get it. Nobody spotted you snatching a dame, so after a couple of hours at Shorty's, it was okay for us to get her out of Shorty's, huh?
Your powers of deduction are brilliant, Bill. But now for your instructions. I managed the girl this far. As Tommy knows, she'll be in your care from now on.
Yeah, sure, Prof.
We keep her here, Prof?
No, Bill. You will take her out to our farm and wait there for the delivery of the ransom money. When you have the money, bring it here to me.
Hey, look, Prof, it's a long way out to the farm. What if the Bromley dame wakes up on the way out and starts yelling?
I don't think you'll have any trouble with her, Tommy, asleep or awake.
Well, if we do...
Oh, no, you won't, Tommy. We'll have none of that.
Oh, but, Prof, if she starts to queer our plans...
The girl is not to be mistreated in any way, do you understand?
Well, I'll see that everything goes all right, Professor.
I'm certain you will, Tommy.
And what about after we get the dough? What do we do with the dame then?
Release her, by all means, and show her the greatest courtesy while she's in your care.
Okay. Now, how do we get the money?
My dog will bring it to the shack.
Huh? The dog, Prof? How's the dog going to bring us some money? Where's the dog going to get it?
The ransom note I have just prepared states that they will find my dog leashed to a tree on the Oxford Road 6 miles west of Havensville.
Yeah?
They are to strap the packages of money, $50,000, in $20 and $50 bills, all old money, to the dog's back and untie him from the tree. And then say, now, go home. The dog will do the rest.
Yeah, but, Professor, won't somebody follow the dog?
Why do you think I'm going to such fantastic measures to procure the ransom money, Tommy? Perhaps someone will try to follow my dog, but it'll be impossible. I have trained him for months to run a devious course at top speed and to duck through thickets and backtrack in the densest underbrush. And parts of the terrain over which he will travel with the ransom money will be impassable to man. No, Tommy, no one will follow my dog. But they're perfectly welcome to try.
Inspector Faraday, I know you're doing everything possible to find my daughter, but can't you do the impossible and get her back?
Mr. Bromley will do anything to find that daughter of yours. But you can help us if you give us the details of the ransom
But
note.
I haven't received a note.
Mr. Bromley, I know exactly how you feel about this. You think you're protecting your daughter by not cooperating with the police because the note says not to
But,
contact the police.
Inspector Faraday, you must believe me. I have not received a note.
You haven't, huh?
No. But when I do, you can be sure I'll contact you, no matter what the note says.
Will you promise me that? Even if the note warns you not to come to us?
I'm no fool, Inspector. I know you can handle these fellows far better than I.
Well, I'm glad you realize that. If more people realize that, there'd be far less crime.
You'll get complete cooperation from me, don't worry. But isn't there anything you can do before I get the note?
We've done all we could on the leads we've had.
Well, this Shorty person, what does he know about it?
I don't know. He tells a story that makes some sense, but not enough to suit me. I still think he's mixed up in this some way. Or Boston Blackie is.
You're holding Shorty?
No, I had to let him go. Not enough on him.
Well, this story he tells about a professor. Perhaps that's your lead.
It is a lead, and we're working on it. But so far, we haven't been able to find any professor.
But certainly this Shorty must know where he lives if he knows him well
Mr.
enough.
Bromley, you don't know underworld people. If Shorty's telling the truth about a professor, he may also be telling the truth when he says he doesn't know where he lives. Well, some of the best-known people in the underworld have hideouts that no one knows about. Not even members of their own gang.
Oh, I see.
Don't worry, Mr. Bromley. We'll find... Come in.
Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Carlson, what do you want?
I've got something you want, Inspector. We got a tip on where a guy they call the professor may be hiding out.
Oh, thank heaven.
You have, huh? Good. Where?
In a brown house on Front Street between Canal and the Bay Bridge ramp.
Front Street, huh?
Yep.
That's near where Shorty lives. Maybe he was telling the truth.
Inspector, now maybe we'll find my daughter.
I hope so, Mr. Bromley. Maybe you'd like to come along with us. I'm going down to Front Street in person to teach that professor a lesson. Here's the professor's house, Mr. Bromley.
Are you sure?
Yes. The tip said it was a brown house on Front Street, didn't it, Carlson?
Yes, sir, and between Canal Street and the Bay Bridge ramp. This is the only brown house on the block. Want me to go in first, Inspector?
No, I'll go first. You and Mr. Bromley follow.
We have to find Millicent here, Inspector. This is our only lead to her.
And there's still Shorty. We can pick him up any time we want to.
Oh, on what grounds, Inspector? We never saw him with her. We can't charge him with anything.
I know that, but we... Well, let's go in and have a chat with this professor.
There won't be shooting, will there?
If there is, Mr. Bromley, I'll start it. My gun's all set.
Hey, why not try the door, Inspector? It might be open.
All right, but watch it. You'd better step back a few feet, Mr. Bromley.
That's all right, Inspector. I'm not afraid.
Door's open. Let's go in. But slowly.
Doesn't look to me as if this house has been lived in lately.
Some people don't care how they live, Carlson.
Inspector, there's a light shining from under that door. There.
Yeah, I just saw it, Mr. Bromley. Come on, let's have a look. Ready with your gun, Carlson.
Ready.
But be careful. He may be holding my daughter as a shield. Please, be careful.
We'll watch out, Mr. Bromley. Okay. I'm going to try the door.
I'm all set. Fling her open if she isn't locked.
And there's our professor. Okay, Prop, put the...
Matter, Inspector Faraday?
Nothing much, Mr. Bromley. But there's a lot the matter with the professor. He's dead.
And now, back to our story. 22-year-old Millicent Bromley is missing, but is later found by Shorty, a friend of Boston Blackie. Shorty learns that the girl is stolen and gets in touch with Boston Blackie, who's out of town. Blackie tells Shorty to contact Faraday of the police. Shorty calls Inspector Faraday, but before the inspector gets to Shorty's room, Shorty is knocked out and the girl stolen from him. Shorty claims a man named the Professor brought the girl to his room, but when the police find the Professor, he's dead. As we return to our story, Shorty has been released by the police, and in the Bromley home, the phone rings.
Hello.
You, Bromley?
Yes.
Did you get our little note about the ransom?
Yes, I just this minute received it. Are you the man who has my daughter?
I'll ask the questions. But I'll answer that one with a yeah.
I got your note. I'll pay your money. Only give me back my daughter.
You'll get her back, Bromley. But did you read that little note real good?
Yes, I read it.
Well, it said, don't tell the police what's in it. Did you read that?
Yes, I did.
Well, remember that, pal. Or forget about your daughter.
Oh, I'll be... Hello. Oh, he hung up. Coming. Yes,
I'd like to talk to Mr. Harold Bromley, if it's okay.
I'm Harold Bromley.
Oh, hiya. I'm Shorty. I guess you've heard of me.
I certainly have.
You got a minute so I could talk to you?
Definitely. Come in.
Thanks.
The police have released you, I trust.
Yeah, but they'll nab me again if we don't find your kid. I'm still in a jam. Look, I just been talking to my friend Boston Blackie long distance, see, and he asked me to come and see you.
Your friend Blackie is going to help me find my daughter.
He's trying to now, Mr. Bromley.
But how can he help me when he's out of town?
Oh, he'll be here tomorrow, but he figured he might help even before he got here. If you tell him what's in that note.
Well, I intend to tell Inspector Faraday of the police, in spite of the fact that I just had a phone call warning me not to. But do you think it's wise for me to tell Blackie, too?
Well, if you're smart enough to spill it to the cops, you sure can't go wrong spilling it to Blackie. You know, Blackie comes up with some shortcut ideas every now and then.
Yes, he does, doesn't he?
Sure.
All right. Here's what the note says. The money, $50,000 in old bills in 20s and 50s, is to be taken by car to a tree on the Oxford Road, 6 miles west of Havensville.
I got it.
There'll be a dog near the tree.
A dog? What cooks?
The money is to be strapped to the dog's back. I am to untie the dog and say, "Now go home." And that will be that.
Why, that's the nuttiest thing I ever heard.
I'm afraid it's rather clever, though, Shorty. They caution me not to try to leash the dog. He'll balk. He won't move. And not to try to follow it. It'll be impossible.
Oh, it is, huh? Well, maybe so. Look, when do you have to kick in with the ransom money?
At midnight, tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night, huh? Okay. Now, I'll tell you what. Just so those guys can't say you double-crossed them, I'll go to the cops. That note sure didn't say nothing about me.
Sunset Parkway. Good evening.
Hello, Harry. This is Shorty.
Oh, yeah, Shorty.
Any more news from Blackie?
Well, there's a telegram here for you.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I guess it's from Blackie telling me what plane he's coming in on.
Well, it got here just 3 minutes ago.
Read it to me, will you?
Okay, just a minute.
Yeah, good.
Here you are, Shorty.
Okay. Read it slow.
Okay, it's from Blackie, all right.
What plane's he coming in on?
Well, here's what his wire says.
Yeah?
Weather impossible. All planes grounded. Phone me here about note as soon as you know something. Signed, Blackie.
Okay, Harry, I'll do that. Blackie says he'll tell me what to do next, huh? Gee, I sure hope so. Yeah, Blackie, I got it. Oh, gee, that's a swell idea, Blackie. But the note says not to tell the cops what's in it. Well, okay, if you think it's okay. Yeah, I'll go see Inspector Faraday right away. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Look, Shorty, you want to spend the rest of your life in this office of mine?
Maybe. Now, look, Inspector. I came here to tell you what was in the ransom note Mr. Bromley got.
He got the note? You know what's in it?
Sure.
How do you know? Did you write it?
No, I didn't. Mr. Bromley told me what was in it.
He told you?
Uh-huh.
Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Because you've been screaming your head off ever since I walked in that door.
Well, I'll scream some more if you wait any longer to tell me what's in that note.
Okay. Here it is. Now, at midnight tonight, we take $50,000 in old bills, 20s and 50s, to a tree on the Oxford Road, 6 miles west of Havensville.
I know, the old gag. Leave it in a hole in the tree, huh?
Oh, no. There'll be a dog there.
Yeah, I thought. A dog?
Yeah, a dog, tied to the tree. We strap the money on the dog's back, untie the dog, and he scrams with the dough.
That's fine. Just how are we going to follow a dog? Those things can run, and they probably got this one trained to break records.
Yeah, I guess maybe they have, Inspector Faraday. But Blackie's come up with an idea how we can trail the dog without following him.
He has.
Uh-huh.
How are we going to do it? Tie rockets to our pants?
Yeah, it's a good puppy.
You better hurry, Mr. Bromley. It's almost midnight. We
Yes,
want to release
Inspector.
the dog here right on the dot of 12.
It's almost done, Inspector Faraday. Bye. My hands are shaking so I can hardly... There. Seems secure enough.
Good. Now, here's where we start fooling these guys.
How, Inspector? We'll never be able to follow this dog by trying to run after it.
No. But we can do something so we can watch where he goes. Now, look around you, Mr. Bromley. What do you see?
Well, nothing but darkness.
Yeah, pitch darkness. But in that darkness are hills. Pretty high hills, too. I have men posted on the top of nearly every hill in the vicinity.
Will they be able to see the dog?
No, they won't be able to see the dog, even using binoculars. That is, not as the dog is now. Shorty, do you have that can of luminous paint?
Yeah, sure. It's right here, Inspector. I'm putting it on the dog's tail now.
Oh, now I see what you're going to do.
Put some on the dog's sides, too, Shorty. A nice wide band of it, huh?
Yeah, I'm doing that right now. Say, this paint won't hurt him, will it?
No, I checked into that. The stuff's non-poisonous.
Good.
We'll get it off after it's served its purpose.
What happens now? Do your men watch the dog through binoculars and then go to wherever the dog stops?
No. They're all equipped with field radios, Mr. Bromley, and they'll radio the dog's progress and eventual destination right here to us. Let the dog go, Shorty.
Okay, boy. Now go home. Hey, Goose. Go on, scram, puppy. Have a good run, boy. Wow, look at him go.
And look how clearly you can see the luminous paint on his tail and sides.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Bromley. Let's go back to my car. See what's on the radio.
This is Sergeant Lawrence in north position. The dog just crossed Highway 6 going due west. I followed him straight west until he disappeared into a path.
This is Carlson, west position. The dog just passed below us, heading up the bank of the Owl River, 7 miles from the Staten Bridge. He's now heading into open country in the direction of Plainfield.
This is Williams on a hill near Plainfield. The dog just arrived at the farmhouse 18 miles north of Plainfield. As I'm watching now, the door has been opened by someone on the inside. The dog has entered the house. All right, Inspector Faraday, it's all yours.
40,920, 40,000.
You know, Tommy, I still don't see why we knocked off the professor.
40,900. Well, Bill, we got rid of the professor because $50,000 splits bigger 2 ways than 4.
4 ways?
Yeah. Yeah, I have a surprise for you, Bill.
Huh?
You, the professor, and I make 3, but the Bromley girl makes 4.
Huh? I don't get it.
This was a deal cooked up by the Bromley dame herself to get money from her tightwad father.
Are you leveling? The prof didn't snatch that dame?
No. Neither did we when we took her out of Shorty's room. Now, that was all a part of the Bromley girl's deal with the professor. The professor said he'd go in with her if he could drug her and keep her in somebody else's joint while the heat was good and hot.
Well, any dame that'd do that to her own father just to get money from him, what...
Hey,
what's happened to the lights?
Oh, what do you think happened to them? They went out.
We didn't touch a thing. We didn't
Hey,
touch...
I don't like this. Let's get out of here.
Okay, but what about the Bromley dame?
Never mind her. Come on. We'll run across the yard to the barn.
All right, you guys. Stay where you are.
Cops. Yeah, a lot of cops.
Don't move either of you. Grab them, boys.
They didn't even have time to reach for their guns, Inspector.
That's a good thing,
Yeah,
Carlson.
we know when to be good boys.
Yeah? Where's the Bromley girl?
Still in the house.
Okay, Carlson. Send one of the men in after him.
Okay. Go on in.
Now we have the men we want, the ransom money, and the Bromley woman. Maybe this was all Blackie's idea, but I did it just as well as if Blackie himself were here.
Police headquarters, homicide.
Carlson, this is Inspector Faraday.
Oh, yes, Inspector. Where are you? The commissioner wants to congratulate you.
I'm home in bed. I just had an idea. You know where Blackie is?
Still grounded on the coast, I hear, but there's...
Well, I want to send him a wire. Take this down.
Yes, sir, but
Here
there's...
it is. Here it is. Recovered Millicent Bromley, who was just pretending to be kidnapped to extort money from her own father.
But,
Men I thought abductors killed Professor, as you said they did. But, I added a touch of my own in capture to protect Bromley girl.
But,
Cut power lines to farmhouse, knowing they would fear trap when house went dark. They ran out of house, and I nabbed them without endangering girl. Who's brilliant now? Sign it, Faraday, huh?
Just a minute, Inspector. I've been trying to tell you there's a wire here for you. Got here about 6 hours ago, according to Desk Sergeant.
6 hours ago, huh?
Yeah.
And that was before we got to the farmhouse. It's probably from Blackie with some crazy, no-good idea. Read it to me anyway.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Here it is, here. From Blackie, all right.
What's he say?
He says, judge from use of dog, kidnappers are holed up in farmhouse or country home. To avoid danger to Millicent Bromley in event of shooting, suggest you cut power lines. Throwing house in darkness will possibly force them outside where you can nab them without risking life of girl.
Don't bother reading the rest of it, Carlson. And don't bother sending my wire to Blackie. And wipe that smile off your face, Carlson. It isn't that funny.
Autolite and its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Van Heflin in tonight's presentation of
Suspense. Tonight, Autolite presents the true story of a reign of terror. The dramatic report of the final moments of a beast, a man without conscience, a professional killer. The last days of John Dillinger. Our star, Mr. Van Heflin.
Hi, Hap. Have a cigarette?
No, thanks, Harlow. Prefer my own brand.
A lot of people feel that way about cigarettes, but when it comes to something important, they accept a substitute and never know the difference.
What do you mean, Harlow?
Well, for example, take the electrical system of a car. If a replacement is needed, such as a contact set or condenser, you'd think the owner would always insist on original service parts, exactly the same as those originally installed by the car manufacturer.
Well, I sure would, Harlow.
And if your car is Autolite equipped, as millions are, you should ask for and insist on Autolite original service parts, which work as a perfect team in harmony with the complete electrical system. So, friends, no matter what make car you own, for safe, smooth, efficient performance, always insist on original service parts, the same as those first installed by the car manufacturer. It pays to buy the best. And the best for your Autolite-equipped car is Autolite original service parts. Remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed Mr. Van Heflin in The Last Days of John Dillinger, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
No more in the name of heaven.
Hold him, Herbie.
Sure. Please.
No. Yeah, let him go.
Sure.
How you feel, Ernie? How you feel, Copper? Come on, tell me so I know. Oh, no, you oughtn't to laugh at him, Herbie. He's hurt. Hey, Ernie, you hurt? You hurt, Ernie? How's it feel to be in the cell of your own jailhouse, Ernie?
Look, Dylan.
No, you look. On your feet and take a look, Ernie. Ernie, or I'll...
Oh, don't hit me anymore.
Take a look. You see the pretty pistol, Ernie? It's wood. Yeah.
Wood?
Yeah, I whittled it, Ernie.
Wood.
Right after I whittled that boat for your kid, I made me this gun. I put some shoe polish on it.
Mine.
Yeah, his niece.
Sure.
And now we got a real gun, yours. And we're going to get out of here. Out of the jail everybody's screaming that nobody's going to break out of. Come on, let's go, Ernie.
Let's go.
Let me tell you something, Copper. From now on, from the second I do this, from just then on, just listen to what I say. Don't repeat it. Just listen to it and do it. I said, let's go. That means we're getting out. I said, keep your mouth shut. It means you say just one word and you're dead. And the last part of it is, when I'm ready to kill you, I'll let you watch. That's fair enough? Now, let's go.
Please.
Shut up. Find a road that don't look too traveled, Herb. Turn into it.
Sure. Don't kill me, Johnny.
No?
Don't kill me, Johnny. Don't kill me. Johnny, don't kill me, Johnny.
Here?
Looks okay. Well, now, why are you crying, Ernie? Real good hostage like you told us where everybody was, where the arsenal was, where the keys to the warden's car was. Well, you're a nice boy.
Don't kill me, Johnny.
Okay, Herb. Out, Ernie.
Don't kill me, Johnny.
Out, Ernie. Now, get up. You want a cigarette? Light? Goodbye, Ernie. Let him walk back, Herb. Let's go.
Don't kill me. Johnny, don't kill me. Johnny, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Don't.
I like you.
I know, I can tell.
It's one of the reasons I like you.
Come on, Johnny, let's scram from this joint. Let's get going.
Give Herbie another piece of your apple pie, huh?
All right. Want some more coffee?
No, thank you, ma'am.
Don't rush Johnny and me, mister. Hi.
Pretty girl like you slinging in a road diner like this.
Don't do that, Johnny.
What?
The truck drivers and the tourists say just what you said. It don't become you.
What does become me, Molly?
Me? Listen,
Huh?
you walked in here half an hour ago, and I said to myself, it's John Dillinger. Fellow whose picture I see in the papers with that smile on his face. Same smile as you got now. And you know what about that smile, Johnny? It means you've been there and you've seen it. Whatever there was to see. And nobody's going to fool you. Johnny, what's down the end of the road?
You want to see?
The way you'll show me.
I'm coming back for you, Molly.
Yeah, I know.
First, I got to see some people up the road, a couple 100 miles up the road. People expecting me.
And you're coming back.
Yeah.
Hey, Johnny. Johnny, why don't you join the dance? Why don't you...
Enjoying yourself, babyface?
Ha ha. The time we teamed together, Johnny, I've been jumping for joy. I just
You're
want you to
dancing on
know...
a grave. Herbie's grave.
Yeah, well, Herbie shouldn't have tried a bank job all alone. He should have come up here to Wisconsin with you and your friends, had a party, had fun.
Yeah, should have had a party. Should have had fun.
You miss Annie, huh? Lonesome for Annie, Johnny? You know, if Annie Sager's here, you...
Yeah, I would. She's waiting for me in Chicago. Real soon I'll drop in on her.
When?
One more day here, then we move out.
Oh, you kidding? Party's only 4 days old. We're just beginning. Where you gonna have it better, Johnny? Look, who's gonna think to look for you in a crummy roadhouse in the Wisconsin woods? We could stay here for weeks. You could send for Annie.
No, I like Annie with Chicago around her.
Don't push it, Johnny. Every cop in Illinois is watering at the mouth for a chance.
So you got a liking for my face?
Huh?
My face, you like it?
Oh, sure, Johnny. Well, sure.
You like my face? Annie likes my face. That Molly and the cops. They like my face.
What are you trying to
Well, there's
say?
a doc in Chicago, a plastic surgeon. For $5,000, he'll make me a new face. Then I don't run. I don't hide. Then I have me a party in Chicago like you never dreamed. Like you never...
Where's Dillinger? Where's John Dillinger? I gotta see John Dillinger. Who's...
I'm Dillinger.
You gotta get out of here, Mr. Dillinger.
Why?
Cops. The back roads is full of them. Cars with cops in them. And plainclothes guys. And they're heading here. I ran all the way through the woods. You gotta get out of here, Mr. Dillinger.
How close are they, kid?
Up at Point Racine. They gotta take the dirt roads detour before they... That's why I cut across the hill and through the woods. I ran all the way.
How did you know I was here, kid?
Everybody around here knows you're here, Mr. Dillinger. The big party you're having, this roadhouse open in the middle of winter, and somebody must have pigeoned on you. Call the cops.
But not you.
No, not me. That's one of the cars, Mr. Dillinger. I just bet it's
Kid.
one. Yes, sir?
You're a good boy, and I'm going to make you one of my gang. You like that?
Oh, sure.
And I'm going to give you my gun. Here, kid, you take it. What's your name?
Paul Harvey.
Well, I tell you what, Paul. You go out there, and if that's really the cops, like the way you said, I want you to stall them.
How'll I do that, Mr. Dillinger?
You'll think of something, Paul, because you're the kind of a guy I got around me. Guys who think of something when the chips are down. Guys like you. Go on, Paul. Do what Johnny Dillinger told you.
You won't get Johnny Dillinger! You won't get Johnny Dillinger!
Quick, out the back window, baby, and bring your gun. Cover me.
Yeah, jump.
Hit the ground. You see him?
No. Yeah, now I see him.
Then do it, baby.
I want him closer.
You two men, get up. Get up and put up there.
See you around, baby face. Glad you had fun at my party.
You like it, huh, Jimmy? You like what I've done to your face? Here, let me wipe off the mirror. You like it, huh?
You're a butcher, Doc. You're a drunken son of a Chicago butcher. You're a slaughterhouse medic.
Oh, you just hold your tongue, Johnny.
Bang, Piquet.
Now, wait a minute. I want to tell you something.
5,000, Doc. That's what you agreed on. That's what you get.
Now, you listen to me. You died there on my operating table. You died for sure. You died stone dead.
What are you talking about?
My sister and that slob that gave you too much ether, and you were dead. And I thought fast, and I grabbed a hemostat and pulled your tongue over your teeth. Then I gave you artificial respiration. You were stone dead, Johnny. And I brought you back to life.
You're a drunken butcher, Doc. Go on, give him the $5 grand PK.
Thanks. Thanks a lot, Johnny. Now, Johnny.
Huh?
Your fingertips. A new face don't do you any good without you got new fingerprints.
That's right, Doc. You're thinking, Doc.
Yeah. I got it already. Right over here. Come on, Johnny. Yeah. Take a look. A bowl of acid, Johnny. All you got to do is...
Let's get it over with.
Sure, Johnny. Now, you just roll back your sleeves. That's it. Now, give me your hand. No, don't hold back, Johnny. Just give me your hand. That's it. And relax your fingers and...
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Van Heflin in The Last Days of John Dillinger. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Hap, ever hear of a person buying cigarettes without asking for a particular brand?
Never did, Harlow.
Well, some of these same folks accept parts for their car's electrical systems without even asking the name.
They don't insist on parts exactly like those specified by the car manufacturer?
That's right, Hap.
Well, then how can they be sure to get top performance, Harlow?
They can't, and they don't, Hap. Original service parts are designed and built to the specifications of the car manufacturer to work as a team in perfect harmony. That's why it pays to always insist on original service parts when replacements are needed.
And that means Autolite original service parts for my Autolite-equipped car.
Right, Hap, because Autolite designs and builds complete electrical systems for many leading makes of our finest cars, trucks, and tractors. And all Autolite units, like the coil, distributor, contact set, condenser, and regulator, are designed to work together as a perfect team. So, regardless of the make of car you own, it always pays to get only original service parts, like those first installed by the manufacturer. And remember, from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Van Heflin in Elliot Lewis's production of The Last Days of John Dillinger, a true report, well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Look at you.
Honey.
Look at you.
Honey.
Hands bandage your face. Get away from me.
All right. All right, I will.
John? John.
What?
You broke Crown Point weeks ago. How come you're just showing up?
I got to explain it to you, Annie.
Or else out.
You heard, Annie, you read the papers.
What happened in Wisconsin? 4 days. Babyface came around, told me all about it. And this crazy operation, how long? A week? 2? Where have you been all this time?
Yeah, like I'm a child.
That's right. Where have you been all this time?
Well, I'm here now, so what?
Another woman?
Oh.
You can tell me, Johnny.
Now, look.
You can tell me anything, Johnny. You know you can. You always said you could tell...
Something happens when I'm around you.
What? Tell me what?
I don't know.
Tell me what, Johnny?
The reason I waited so long to come to you. Why I can't stay away.
Need me, Johnny?
Everything gets so right. It gets warm and nothing's exciting.
Hungry, Johnny?
Funny, up in Wisconsin, I was running away, you know, with Babyface after he let that FBI guy have it.
I'll put
and
some
I was
coffee
running.
on.
Running, and you know what went through my mind? Kind of real crazy. This oilcloth on the table, the patterns in it, the blocks, and How you look at me one way, and then they look like they're coming out from the
Such a
table.
nice piece of pie.
And they keep staring, and they change.
Johnny.
You know what I mean?
Johnny,
Yeah?
don't worry about anything.
Okay.
Everything's going to be all right.
Sure.
And later you can cry. I like to see you laugh, Johnny.
Oh, you make me laugh.
Am I funny? You think I'm funny?
Oh, you're just like a kid. Molly,
Mm-hmm.
you glad you quit that job and come up here to Chicago? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Why you always sit on the floor like that, huh?
Listen to him.
Huh?
Crosby.
I swear you're just like a kid.
Bright-eyed. Bright-eyed, Johnny? Johnny, being here in Chicago and knowing what it's like where the road goes. Johnny.
Yeah?
A man like you. You're like a giant, aren't you, Johnny? Not afraid of anything.
This is Molly.
They're looking for you to kill you, and you're not afraid of anything. John Dillinger.
Come over here.
Johnny. How many men? How many men dead because of you?
13. So?
The sheriff and the deputies and the cops and the FBI and everybody. Looking for you to kill you. And you're not afraid.
Sit here.
Sure, Johnny. Sure, Johnny. Yes? You're Molly? Yes, I'm Anastasia. Johnny? Johnny. Till you blew in. Till a month ago when he brought you here. Ask me inside, Molly, so as we can have a heart-to-heart, compare notes. Share. All right. Come in. I was just having a bottle of beer. You want one? You want one? Sure, honey. 'Cause I can cry in it how pretty you are. You like Chicago? Crazy for it. Your beer. Dull. A real dull. Johnny's a picker, he is. And he gave you Chicago. Drink your drink, say your say, and then get out. I broke up something coming here right at this time, didn't I, Molly? Yeah. Something real nice. And you can't wait till Johnny again. No. Johnny told me about you. Oh? I'm sorry for you. Tell me all the ways you're sorry for me. Only one. But you haven't got with Johnny. And you have. Crazy for it. From the time he walked in the diner where I worked, I was alive. Advice from an older woman, honey. Make it a memory. Get out of Chicago. Leave Johnny. For you? Leave a man like that to leave something... Leave him. Keep away from him. Did you hear me? You... What are you... I just broke my beer bottle, Annie. The way I once saw a man do in a bar I worked in Des Moines. He broke this beer bottle. And he held it close to this woman's face. Stay away from me. He held it real close, right under her eye. First, he made a little scar. Just a small scar. Don't. Like that. You. You get out of here. And you leave Johnny and me alone. Else one day the mood strikes, I'll tell Johnny to kill you. Get out, Annie.
Bureau of Investigation. Cowley speaking.
You want John Dillinger?
Who is this?
Anna Sage. You want Johnny?
You giving him to us, Annie, for the $5,000?
Not for the money. I don't care about the money. I don't want Johnny anymore, that's all.
Sure, Annie. Now, where...
I'll set him up for you. I'll call you later, where and when.
Oh, listen, Annie.
You just stay by your phone, and I'll make you a hero. Johnny,
What?
mind if I take a sip of your beer first?
Don't do that.
What am I doing?
Acting girlish. Sweet. Just don't do it, Annie. Just hand me the beer and...
Here.
Thanks. Oh, I never knew Chicago was so hot.
Why don't we go out, Johnny? Cooped up in here, sweating out the heat, clawing at each other like we do. Why don't we go out?
You crazy.
Well, we're crazy to stay in here. We'd go to a movie, a nice air-conditioned movie. Cool off for a while.
I go out of here and somebody's
Who's going to know you're sitting in a dark movie theater, what you had done to your face, and some dark glasses? Nobody's going to recognize you. Right here in the paper. The Biograph Theater picture with Clark Gable and Myrna Loy. You like Clark Gable, don't you, Johnny? A Disney cartoon.
Yeah.
For a while, you could enjoy yourself and get out of the heat. And Johnny,
What?
you ask Molly to come along if you want.
Annie?
I mean it. You go call up Molly and ask her to meet us here, and then the three of us will go to a movie. And
Yeah, Molly told me you was around. Is that how you got that little cut under your eye, honey? Yeah.
no sense anybody being mad at anybody.
No, there ain't. I'm glad you figured that out.
So why don't the three of us get together for a movie tonight?
Sure, I'll call Molly. Why don't you sit and watch the cartoon, Annie? Where you going?
Get some candy. You want some candy, Molly? No. I got a figure to worry about. Excuse me, then.
Federal Bureau of Investigation. Cowley speaking.
Anna Sage, Mr. Cowley.
Oh, yes?
We're at the Biograph Theater.
Dillinger?
Yes, sir. We ought to be leaving here in 20 minutes or so. Cartoon in the newsreel.
Right.
Johnny's not wearing a coat. Blue sports shirt. Dark glasses and a straw hat.
Thanks, Anna.
That fella Hitler, he's a comer, huh?
Oh, it's hot. Even with the air conditioning, it's so hot.
Let's get out and get some beer. You want to go with us and get some beer, Annie?
No, I'm going home.
Well, we were just talking
Do
about...
what you want. I'm going home. Oh, who's afraid of the big bad wolf?
Oh, boy, he hit you like... You feel it, Molly?
What?
The heat. You feel it?
Yeah.
Well, we'll go someplace and
You
get a...
two go on. I'll go
Johnny?
on.
Johnny Dillinger? FBI, Johnny. Don't go for your
You're
gun.
not going to...
I said don't go for it.
Annie! Annie!
Did you hear him? He called for me. I kind of thought he would.
Hey! Hey, look, it's Dillinger! It's John Dillinger! Hey, look!
Look. It's John Dillinger.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Van Heflin.
This is Harlow Wilcox for Autolite, the world's largest independent manufacturer of automotive electrical equipment. In 28 plants from coast to coast, the men and women of Autolite build over 400 fine products for cars, trucks, tractors, planes, boats, and industry. Autolite contributes its manufacturing experience and skills to the fields of transportation, electronics, agriculture, die casting, and plastics. The Autolite name is famous all over the world for products of unsurpassed quality and performance. In service, too, Autolite facilities are worldwide. Wherever you travel, you'll find trained experts prepared to serve your technical needs. So, for superior products, always look for the name Autolite, because from bumper to tail light, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week, the dramatization of an amazing document in which an unbelievable voyage is chronicled, beginning with that moment when Fletcher Christian led the men on HMS Bounty to mutiny. It's called The Revenge of Captain Bligh. Our star, Mr. Charles Lawton. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliot Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Last Days of John Dillinger was adapted for Suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. In tonight's story, Kathy Lewis was heard as Anna and Michael Ann Barrett as Molly. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Tom Brown, Roy Glenn, Parley Bear, Sam Edwards, Jimmy Eagles, and Joseph Granby.
Van Heflin appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of the picture Three Coins in the Fountain in CinemaScope and Technicolor.
And remember, next week, Mr. Charles Lawton in The Revenge of Captain Bligh.
You can buy Autolite original service parts, Autolite standard or resistor type spark plugs, or Autolite stay full batteries at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Headquarters in his most famous cases of crime and murder. For those who do not know who Mr. Chameleon is, we give a quick sketch of his character. Born of a well-to-do family and a college man, he tried from childhood to live up to the name he bore, Chameleon, by taking on the color of whatever situation in which he found himself. Appearing in endless guises, finally entering the police force where he became known as Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most dreaded man. Throughout this series, the listener will invariably know who Mr. Chameleon is, no matter in which disguise he appears. But the criminal he's tracking seldom does. Tonight we give you Mr. Chameleon and the Brownstone murder case. In some circles, 11 o'clock at night is considered early. At the Carlisle Arms, it is very late indeed, for the paying guests at the Brownstone front in the East 70s, which is now a genteel boarding house, retire around 10. After that, the musty halls are usually deserted. But now on the second floor, outside of one of these rooms, Madame Lorraine is talking to her friend, Mrs. Kramer. And Mrs. Kramer, a timid, rabbity little woman, is saying,
I wish you wouldn't go prowling around. Really, Madame Lorraine, you ought to stay away from that end of the hall.
Well, I don't intend to, Mrs. Kramer. I'm telling you I heard voices last night in the back part of the house that's supposed to be shut up.
It is shut up. It hasn't been used in years.
It was being used last night. Either that, or there was someone in Professor Haywood's room. And the professor is away. His room supposedly is locked. Anyway, I'm going to do a little private investigating.
But what for, Madame Lorraine?
Just to satisfy my curiosity. I've always been a curious woman, Mrs. Kramer. And now I'm a bored one. I'm sick of the old fogies who live in this place. Colonel Robbins, for instance. Speak of the devil. Did you ever hear anything like that radio of his?
Colonel Robbins can't help it if he's deaf. He doesn't play his radio for long.
Well, at least it'll stop anyone from hearing me go down the hall.
What about Miss Darling? You know how queer she is. She's warned everyone not to go snooping around her room. And her room's right next to the door that leads to the empty wing.
Miss Darling is a silly neurotic. A young neurotic. That's even worse than being an old one. She can't scare me. Live dangerously, that's my motto, even after 50. But go back into your room. I'll see you tomorrow.
I still wish you wouldn't.
My dear, indulging my curiosity is the only pleasure I have left in life. Good night.
Good night, Madame Lorraine.
Poor little rabbit. But then all of us here in the Carlisle Arms are pathetic has-beens. Really, that radio. Oh, well, the Colonel has his radio, Professor Haywood has his bridge, I have my curiosity. And here we are. Here's the door that leads into the empty wing. Ah, that's strange. It isn't locked. Well, this is very interesting. Where does that stairway go to? There's a light on the stair. Who closed that door? No! Oh no! Please!
And now at Central Headquarters in the office of the Commissioner of Police. With him is the famous Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, the underworld's most feared man.
So there you are, Chameleon. There are the facts of the case. Madame Louise Lorraine was found strangled this morning in the second-floor hallway of a boarding house, the Carlisle Arms. A piece of wire had been knotted around her throat. The body was lying in front of room number 3, a room that usually was occupied by a Professor Haywood.
What's he professor of, Commissioner?
I wouldn't know.
Oh.
One of the boarders, I suppose. Anyway, Chameleon, it's a brutal business.
And in such refined surroundings, too. Amazing. The Carlisle Arms, a home away from home for gentlefolk. Well, Commissioner?
Get over there immediately, Chameleon, will you? And find out just how gentle those gentlefolk are.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, it's so awful to think this should happen in the Carlisle Arms. I've worked so hard to build up a high-class clientele, and now I'm afraid I'm going to lose them all.
Madame Lorraine lost her life, Miss Carlisle.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was very selfish of me. She was such a person, too. So vital, so alive. She was a former opera singer, you know, and she still had plenty of temperament.
Little too much, perhaps?
Well, yes. She and Colonel Robbins, he's the gentleman in room number 2, they had a few arguments about his radio. He's hard of hearing. He turns it on a little loud occasionally.
Oh, yes. I see what you mean, Miss Carlisle. Who else lives on this floor?
Well, there's Mrs. Kramer and Miss Darling. Miss Darling is a bit eccentric.
In what way?
Well, she's young, Mr. Chameleon, but she wears the most dreadful old clothes. And she never fixes her hair. She never uses makeup. Sometimes, well, she gets a bit hysterical. Oh, but she's really a fine young woman, and she comes from a fine family.
That's fine. Now, let me see. That would be her room over there, wouldn't it?
Yes.
What's the door next to it?
Oh, that's always kept locked. That opens into the wing of the house we never use.
And this room here, this number 3, this belongs to Professor Haywood?
Yes.
Where is the professor?
Right now? Well, I have no idea, Mr. Chameleon. He's always going away for a couple of days at a time, but He's such a nice young man. I assure you
He comes from a fine family, yes.
Yes.
Well, maybe so, Miss Carlyle, but where was he last night when Madame Lorraine was murdered? Are you positive that he wasn't in his room?
Of course, I'm positive. He left on Monday.
Well, he could have sneaked back. Remember, the dead woman was found in front of his door.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, surely you don't think the professor... Oh, here comes Colonel Robbins now. Ask him what everyone thinks of the professor. Oh, Colonel Robbins.
Did you call me, my dear?
Yes, Colonel. This is Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective from police headquarters.
Oh, yes. How do you do, Mr. Chameleon?
How do you do?
Nasty business, what? Fine figure of a woman. Who do you think killed her?
Well, offhand, Colonel, I couldn't say.
Who?
He doesn't know, Colonel, but he seems to suspect Professor Haywood.
The professor? What nonsense. Fine, upstanding chap. Excellent bridge player, too. Never overbids. You really think he did it, Mr. Chameleon?
Colonel, over my desk at Central Headquarters there hangs a motto. The innocent must be protected. The guilty must be punished. If Professor Haywood is guilty...
But he wasn't even here last night.
Well, perhaps not. The coroner tells me that Madame Lorraine died between 11 and 11:30. But you heard nothing, Colonel Robbins.
You're mistaken, Mr. Chameleon. I didn't hear a thing.
That's what I said. You heard nothing in the hall.
Oh, no. As you may have noticed, Mr. Chameleon, I'm slightly hard of hearing.
Mr. Chameleon! Mr. Chameleon!
Oh, Detective Sergeant Arnold is calling you, Mr. Chameleon. He's downstairs.
What is it, Dave?
Come on down here, will you? I've got something to show you. Just drop everything and come on, quick. Mr. Chameleon, I want you to hear them. That is, if they're still going at it, hammer and tongs.
Who is it, Dave?
Two of the roomers, Mrs. Kramer and that Miss Darling. They're in the music room. Music room. Did you ever see such an old mausoleum?
Don't you like the Carlyle Arms, Dave?
It gives me the creeps. Full of poor old dodos, most of them just waiting to die.
Well, one of them did die, Dave. It's possible that she died because she had more life and vitality than the others.
Wait a minute, Mr. Chameleon.
You have no right to talk to me
Yep,
like that, Miss
they're
Darling.
still at it.
I have, Mrs. Kramer, and you're going to listen.
Take a look at that Miss Darling. A cute little trick, isn't she, Mr. Chameleon?
At least she's young, Dave.
Yeah. And what good is it doing her?
I know perfectly well you saw Madame Lorraine last night just before she was murdered.
No, I said good night to her, and then I left her.
And she told you what she was going to do. She told you where she was going.
No.
You're lying. Mrs. Kramer, you're going to tell me what Madame Lorraine said to you before she went to her death. You've got to tell me.
I won't.
All right. But let me tell you one thing. You keep away from my end of the hall. I warned Madame Lorraine, and I'm warning you. You keep your distance or else.
Or else what, Miss Darling?
What?
Well, go on. What will you do to Mrs. Kramer if she doesn't keep away from your end of the hall?
Who are you?
This is Mr. Chameleon. I told you he was on the case.
Oh, of course, the great Chameleon. Mrs. Kramer, we're honored. This is the famous detective I'm sure you've read about.
How do you do, Mr. Chameleon?
How do you do?
But I don't know anything about it. All I know is there's something horrible going on in this house, and I'm afraid. I'm afraid.
Well, now, don't be afraid. But, Mrs. Kramer, if there is anything that you can tell us...
No, just let me go to my room. Though I'm afraid to even go through the halls alone.
Well, Detective Sergeant Arnold will go along with you. You go ahead, Dave.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon. I'll be seeing you before you go back to headquarters.
And remember what I told you, Mrs. Kramer?
Miss Darling, just why are you threatening that poor woman?
Because she knows more than she's telling, Mr. Chameleon, I'm sure of it.
Well, what has that got to do with her keeping away from your room?
Nothing, except that I like my privacy. I've got a phobia about privacy.
Tell me, aren't you pretty young to be living in a place like this?
Mr. Chameleon, I live exactly as I please.
Oh.
Maybe I like this atmosphere of creeping death. Anyway, it happens to be none of your business.
Everything that happens in this house is my business, including you, Miss Darling. Where is your family?
I have no family. They're all dead. Anything else you want to know, you can find out on your own.
I will.
Oh, I'm sure you will. After all, you're the amazing Mr. Chameleon, aren't you? The famous detective, always turning up in all sorts of disguises.
That's right.
Must be fascinating. Though you're so attractive, it seems a shame to cover it up.
Thank you so much, Miss Darling. But I'll tell you something about a disguise. You work from the inside out. You see, you feel differently, so you act differently. That's what does it.
How interesting. I read that you'd even posed as a woman, everything from a prince to a street beggar.
Oh, you compliment me.
Well, let's see what you can do here, Mr. Chameleon. Let's see what you can get away with at the Carlyle Arms.
I'll do my best. What about this, Professor Haywood?
Professor Haywood, he's all right. Rather vague, but bearable. Why?
I wondered where he was at the time of the murder. And I wondered just when he was coming back. What's the matter, Dave? Glad to get out of the Carlisle Arms?
So help me, Mr. Chameleon. I can't stand that joint. Oh, Miss Carlisle's okay, but some of her guests, boy, there's something awful funny going on there.
There's been something funny going on there for quite a while, Dave.
What do you mean?
Madame Lorraine's death was only the beginning. I'm very much afraid there's more violence to come.
Well, Mr. Chameleon,
better get back in there immediately tonight, perhaps. No, this afternoon might be better.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't tell me that place is under surveillance.
Yes, it is, Dave. We've kept it quiet, but we've been watching it for weeks. I've a very good idea what's going on there, but no evidence. Now it's up to me to bring in the evidence, and fast.
Well, I still don't see... Hey, Mr. Chameleon, what's that? That in your hand.
What is? Oh, that's a key from the Carlisle Arms. Room number 3.
Room number 3? But that's Professor Haywood's room.
Yes, Dave. I'm Professor Haywood.
Mr. Chameleon and the case of the Brownstone murder continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Brownstone murder case. It is late afternoon, and in front of the Carlisle Arms, Detective Sergeant Arnold has accosted a man of indeterminate age, with rumpled clothes and thick glasses. And as he climbs the steps carrying a suitcase, Dave Arnold says to him,
Hey, wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
Why, to my room, of course. I happen to live here, Detective Sergeant Arnold.
Huh? Chameleon?
I beg your pardon. The name's Professor Haywood.
Gee, I'm sorry, but no kidding, you sure look different.
Well, take it easy, Dave, and follow me upstairs.
Professor Haywood, I was afraid we'd never see you again.
Why not, Miss Carlisle?
Why not? Haven't you read the papers? Don't you know about Madame Lorraine?
All that, yes. That must have been ghastly. Poor woman, I liked her, though she was a bit overwhelming.
Just how well did you know her, Professor?
Is that any affair of yours?
Please, Detective Sergeant, can't you leave my guests alone? For years I've worked to build up a nice clientele, and now the police are driving them away.
Oh, I don't suppose the murder had anything to do with it, Miss Carlisle.
Well, isn't that one of the worst aspects of murder, that the police come butting in?
Is that supposed to be a joke, Professor?
Yes, aren't you clever?
Quite a card, aren't you? Well, let me tell you, Professor, and you too, Miss Carlisle. A little later, we're searching this place from top to bottom, including the unused wing.
Detective Sergeant Arnold, I'm just as anxious as you are to find Madame Lorraine's murderer.
Well, what are you laughing at, Professor?
I beg your pardon? I was just thinking that is rather amusing. I mean what I just said, that the worst aspect of murder is the police butting in.
Miss Carlisle, is he quite right in the head?
The professor, of course he is. And it's your manner I object to. I don't mind your searching the house. But to think that all my nicest people may be driven away...
Who, for instance?
Well, Mrs. Kramer, for one. She's packing right now. She's leaving first thing in the morning.
Oh, dear, that is too bad. She always made our fourth at bridge.
Is that all you can think of?
Detective Sergeant Reynolds.
Arnold
Reynolds, whatever it is. Do you mind very much if I take my suitcase to my room?
Not if you don't mind if I go along with you.
There isn't very much I can do about that, is there? But, Miss Carlisle, please don't worry. I shan't be leaving.
Oh, thank you, Professor. I'm very glad to hear that.
I'm just wondering, if Mrs. Kramer is leaving in the morning, do you suppose she'd still be willing to play bridge this evening? I've been looking forward to having a little game with her and Miss Darling and Colonel Robbins. Okay, Dave, we can talk, but keep your voice down.
So Mrs. Kramer is trying to clear out of here, is she, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, Mrs. Kramer is terrified, Dave, and she has reason to be terrified.
Well, what do you want me to do? Keep her here?
No, let her think that she can get away. And let other people think that she can get away.
Yeah, but look, Mr. Chameleon, does it occur to you she might have murdered Madame Lorraine? She could have.
You're quite right, she could have. But let things rest as they are. Just search this place with a fine-tooth comb, especially that empty wing that's been untenanted for years. Oh, you know something? I wouldn't be at all surprised if I found out more than you will over the bridge table this evening, in my role of the professor.
It's your bid, Professor.
I'm well aware of that fact, Miss Darling. I was just thinking.
I make it one, no trump.
I haven't bid yet, Colonel.
I thought you said a spade. Sorry, my dear boy, sorry.
That's quite all right. I pass.
What did you say, Mrs. Kramer? Mrs. Kramer, please keep your mind on the game.
How can I, Miss Darling, with the police upstairs? Why are they taking so long to search the place? And why isn't that Mr. Chameleon supervising the search? He was so courteous, so attractive.
Did you say 2 hearts, Mrs. Kramer?
Mrs. Kramer said nothing, Colonel. Her hands are shaking so she can hardly hold her card.
I can't help it. All I want to do is to get away from here to... Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
What is it, Mrs. Kramer?
The ace of spades, Professor. Right here in my hand. The ace of spades means death.
Oh, for heaven's
Well,
sake.
it does mean death.
It also means a redeal. Shuffle them, Professor.
No, wait. Colonel, that detective sergeant is right behind you.
Really? Is the search all over, Sergeant?
Yes, the search is over, Colonel.
Well, what did you find out?
Nothing, judging from his face.
Maybe more than you think, Miss Darling. Professor, may I see you alone?
Oh, yes, certainly, Detective Sergeant.
Professor Haywood, he's not taking you away, is he?
No, he just wants to see me alone. Will you excuse me, ladies? Well, Dave?
We didn't find a thing, Mr. Chameleon. Not a blasted piece of evidence. We went through everything, every room, including that empty wing. Whoever the killer is, whatever is behind this, someone is awful smart.
But not quite smart enough.
Well, how did you make out? Did the cards tell you anything?
They told Mrs. Kramer that death was very close. And maybe they told me something, too. This is a case, Dave, where the culprit has to be caught red-handed.
But when, Mr. Chameleon?
Tonight.
Tonight?
Mm-hmm. Things are going to start happening tonight. And I'll know when there's going to be a signal, and I'm pretty sure I know what that signal will be. Colonel Robbins! Colonel Robbins!
Did someone call?
Yes, Colonel.
Oh, Professor. Come in, my dear boy. Come in.
I saw your door was open.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Your door is open. I wondered, would you mind very much not playing your radio just for tonight?
You want to listen to the radio?
I want you to turn it off. I've a bad headache and can't get to sleep.
I sleep better too, Professor, if I listen to music late at night. What are you doing?
I've turned the radio off, Colonel.
But you can't do that. I'm listening to my favorite program. It'll be over within 15 minutes. Half an hour at the most.
Half an hour will be too long. Even 15 minutes.
Well, I'm sorry, Professor, but I intend to hear my program.
Turn that radio off, Colonel.
I will not. A man's home is his castle, Professor. I realize I may have it on a little too loud, but since I'm slightly hard of hearing...
Are you, Colonel?
Am I what?
Hard of hearing. Tonight at bridge, I said as softly as I could, that detective sergeant is behind you, and you heard me perfectly.
Why, yes, I did.
You're not deaf, Colonel Robbins, not at all. Please turn off that radio, or I'll turn it off for you. There, that's better.
Turn it on immediately.
Why, Colonel? What have you been covering up with all that noise? What do you expect to cover up now?
Are you out of your mind, Professor? Get away from that radio.
Oh, that's it. That's what you hope to drown out. All right, Colonel Robbins.
Professor, where did you get that gun?
Part of my academic equipment. Keep your hands up and keep moving ahead of me fast. Scream came from Mrs. Kramer's room.
Who are you? I'll turn you over to the police.
Think it may be the other way around. Here we are. Miss Kramer, you all right?
Yes, Professor. But Miss Darling here tried to kill me. I woke up and she was bending over me in the dark. Then Miss Carlyle rushed in and saved me.
Well, how could you tell if it was dark, Mrs. Kramer? Maybe it was Miss Darling who rushed in to save you.
That's ridiculous. No, it's not. It's true, Professor. It was Miss Carlyle who intended to murder Mrs. Kramer.
She's lying, Professor. But I don't understand. What are you doing with that gun? Colonel, why is he pointing that gun at you?
The Professor is an imposter, my dear.
Yes, I am an imposter. We all are, in fact, including Miss Darling, whose real name is Evans, Madeline Evans, plainclothes policewoman. who was sent here to keep an eye on this house.
What?
Yes, I looked you up in the files this morning. You're a very pretty girl under normal circumstances, Madeline.
Yes,
You see, the powers that be thought it was best that we shouldn't know we were working together under the same roof.
What the devil?
Chameleon! You're Mr. Chameleon!
But that's not possible. Yes. Yes, he is Mr. Chameleon. Why didn't you recognize him, Colonel?
Why didn't I recognize him?
Well, I'll tell you why. Because you'd known me for weeks as Professor Haywood. You were accustomed to Professor Haywood's mannerisms, his personality. You'd accepted him and catalogued him as being perfectly safe.
But we've done nothing. Why should you be watching this house?
Miss Carlyle, you and Robbins both have prison records.
What?
Go way back, of course. But later, you decided to operate a hiding place for criminals on the lam. You had a wonderful front, a highly respectable boarding house. Perfect hideaway for men wanted by the police.
Mr. Chameleon, do you mean that Madame Lorraine, that most of the guests here are criminals?
No, indeed, Mrs. Kramer. Only Colonel Robbins. But every once in a while, haven't there been odd-looking transients? Of course there have. They were hidden away in that empty wing.
And spirited out during the night, I suppose.
Exactly, Colonel Robbins, with your radio drowning out any sounds.
Then Madame Lorraine, that explains her murder, Mr. Chameleon. That's where she was going, to try the door of that empty wing. She'd heard voices. She told me.
Well, she tried the door. The chances are she even went through it, to her death. They were going to kill you, too, of course, Mrs. Kramer, because you knew where she was going.
And just how can you prove all this, Mr. Chameleon?
Miss Carlyle, there is the wire lying on the floor. You had to drop it before you had a chance to use it on Mrs. Kramer. But I'm sure that same sort of wire strangled Madame Lorraine.
No, that's not true. I had nothing to do with killing Madame Lorraine.
Well, then who did?
He did, Colonel Robbins.
You filthy liar! Chameleon, she's the one who planned the whole thing. All I did was to play my radio.
No, he killed her.
She slipped the wire around Madame Lorraine's throat. She used a pair of pliers to tighten the wire. They're in her pocket now.
Shut up, you fool.
Okay, Miss Evans, look for the pliers. And then we'll all of us take a ride down to Central Headquarters. And, of course, as you know, Mrs. Kramer, the pliers were in Miss Carlyle's pocket. Immediately afterwards, Robbins, confessed to everything. Anyway, my dear lady, it's all over now, and you can draw a free breath.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, if it hadn't been for you, I'd be dead.
Oh, nonsense. We cops simply did our job. Didn't we, Miss Darling? I mean, Miss Evans.
We did. And, Mrs. Kramer, I hope you'll forgive me for threatening you. It was the only way I had of warning you to keep away from that door to the empty wing.
My dear, you saved my life. Well, goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Well, Mr. Chameleon, go ahead and say it. Tell me how bungling, how incompetent I was not to penetrate your disguise. That's what you're thinking.
I was thinking how very attractive you are, Miss Evans, and what an excellent operator. The only thing is, the next time when I ask to have you assigned to work with me, let's see to it that we play bridge as partners, not as opponents. You're much too good. And I'll tell you a secret. I hate to lose.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at the same time for Mr. Chameleon, the Man of Many Faces, in the case of Death and the Dependent Husband. The part of Mr. Chameleon was played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. Mr. Chameleon, the new mystery drama, will be heard in another performance next Wednesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, welcoming you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we believe in the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company and confidently recommend them to our customers. A good example is Plenamons, Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. Handy, economical Plenamons give you more than your daily minimum requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established, plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. Ask for Plenamons at Rexall drug stores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Guard against throat scratch. Enjoys smoother strangling.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, I'm disgusting.
No, only when you're too busy to stop by and see me.
Well, I was just going to call you, Helen, baby.
Oh, I'll bet.
Cross my heart. Hope to lose my skate key.
You mean New York's gift to the detective world was really thinking about rural me?
Rural you is a mighty interesting subject for rural me to think about.
Well, why don't you stop being so spiritual and give your thoughts the benefit of some action?
And just what exactly do you suggest? Spend the bottle? Post office? A romantic ride through Central Park in a hansom?
Yes.
How'd you like to go to the theater tomorrow night?
Inside, or are we going to stand out in front and get a between-acts descriptions from the usher?
I only made you do that once, and from all reports, it was a pretty bad play.
What's the one we're seeing?
Very bad, but I was given 2 tickets.
I refuse to sit in the back of the balcony again. I keep getting the bends.
Oh, 4th row center.
Must be a bad choice.
I got a couple of friends working at it. Going to close in 2 days.
Mr. Diamond?
Hold it, Helen. People are running in.
My name is Diana Campbell.
Client?
Well,
Rick?
It was hard to say. That's a wonderful thought. I'll see you tonight.
I'll bet it's an attractive girl.
You win, hands down. Bye. Now, Miss Campbell, what can I do for you?
Mr. Diamond, you've got to help me. Something terrible has happened. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing by coming here, but I had to do something.
I'm sorry, Miss Campbell. Now, if you'll put the symptoms in alphabetical order.
You must promise not to go to the police after I've told you.
Oh, one of those.
It's for her sake, not mine.
Whose sake?
Promise me first.
I promise to say goodbye if I'm not interested.
Mr. Diamond, my aunt is Mrs. Martha Campbell. You've probably heard of her.
Martha Campbell? Oh, isn't she the old gal who sells all that silver to Fort Knox?
Yes, that's right. Martha Campbell is my aunt.
Well, goody for you.
She's been kidnapped.
Why didn't you go to the police?
Oh, no, we can't do that. They threatened to kill her. I received the ransom note early this morning. They want $50,000 left at a location in Central Park tonight.
Why'd you come see me?
My fiancée, Ira Stewart, has offered to deliver the ransom.
Oh, I see. You're afraid that Ira might try to get his name in the papers and wind up under obituaries. Is that it?
Yes, I'm afraid. He has a gun permit, and, well, I've never seen a man get as furious as Ira did when this happened. I want you to go with him and see that he comes back safely.
Yeah. But tell me, why is this Ira so concerned over Aunt Martha's welfare?
Well, you don't understand. Ira loves Aunt Martha as much as I do. And now that he's practically part of the family, will you go with Ira and see that he does nothing foolish?
No, the truth is, the whole thing is a little foolish. Miss Campbell, if you told all this to the police, they'd reserve a few cells in Sing Sing, and the rest would be routine.
I'm not interested in the money or catching the kidnappers, Mr. Diamond. Can't you understand? I just want Ira and my aunt safe and alive.
I'm sort of shy around people who aren't interested in money. In fact, when she dropped 5 new $100 bills on my desk, I positively blushed. She briefed me. I was to be at her aunt's home by midnight, ready to squire Ira Stewart around Central Park. Then she explained exactly where the payoff was to be made. Of course, I had to promise all over again not to tell the police. I promised. Diana Campbell left, but her perfume lingered on. I could have sat around and let that order drive me to a cheap neurosis, but there were things to do. And the first thing I did was to break my promise to Diane. Well. If it isn't Sergeant Otis, and I'd be happy if it wasn't. Otis. Wake up, Sergeant. Up with the buttercups. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh, hello, Shamus.
Otis, you'd make a hibernating bear look like an insomnia victim.
Well, I'm tired. I've been working hard.
I guess you got a right to be tired. If I had to drag those 2 feet of yours around all day, I'd have a nervous breakdown.
No.
Hiya, fatty.
Who's dead?
Well, there's been a nasty rumor going around about your sergeant.
No, stop clowning. It's too hot. What's on your mind?
No. Well, it's not your department. I need somebody I can trust. Kidnapping. Martha Campbell.
The Martha Campbell?
Yep, she's been snatched, and the retail price is $50,000. The old dame's niece hired me to take care of her boyfriend when he makes the payoff tonight.
Where?
Central Park, 2 a.m. Come as you are.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Bring me a map of Central Park. Get Lieutenant Davis. Tell him I want every detective available tonight. Prepare a special message to all units of...
Hey, wait a minute.
Prepare a special message to all units of...
Hey, wait a minute. What should I do first?
Resign, melonhead. Get that map.
Walt and I went to work on the map. We circled the payoff area and set up watch points for an army of plainclothesmen. Nobody going into the area before 2 a.m. would be stopped. But anybody coming out after that time was going to need a good story. It looked great on paper, but Walt was sadder than a Scotchman being held up. If anything went wrong and the news broke, the kidnapping of a woman with Mrs. Campbell's prestige would really upset the commissioner. I left Walt, taxied over to Park Avenue in time to have half of Helen's dinner, spent the rest of the time before midnight with her, and then left to keep my date at a graystone mansion on the west side.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, I'm glad you're here. Come right in. My fiancé's in the study.
What did he say about my coming over here?
Well, I haven't told him yet. I thought it might be better if...
So don't you ever do anything the easy way?
Ira, I'd like to have you meet Mr. Diamond.
What? Oh. Diane, tonight of all nights to have a guest over. Mr. Diamond, I'm very glad to meet you, but, well, you'll have to go now. I'm sorry.
Ira Stewart was a blonde, well-built young guy in loose brown tweeds. He seemed to have trouble finding a place for his hands, and I half got the idea he'd like to try my jaw.
Ira, Mr. Diamond is here to help us.
What?
I hired him to go with you tonight. He's a private detective.
Even my best friends don't know. Glad to meet you, Mr. Stewart.
Diane, have you gone mad? Do you know what would happen to Aunt Martha if those men found out?
Oh, relax, Stewart. Nothing's going to happen to anyone unless you force me to make an exception.
Diamond,
Ira, please, darling. I couldn't stand the thought of you going to see those men alone. We didn't know how many there are or what they might do.
I've got all the protection I need right here in my pocket.
Famous last words. Look, Buffalo Bill, I'll give you a clue. The kind of guys you got a date with tonight don't take 10 paces before they turn and shoot. You could be buried in that suit, gun and all.
Now, look here, Diamond.
It's getting late. I'd better get the money.
We followed Diane up a winding staircase and into Mrs. Campbell's bedroom. This little nook was somewhat smaller than Grand Central Station, with an acre of bed in the middle. The bed had talent, because all Diane had to do was push a little button, and it slid about a yard away from the wall and exposed the neatest little wall safe this side of the First National Bank. Diane fingered the combination, and a minute later, I found out whose picture is on a $1,000 bill. There were 50 prints.
Here, Diane. Put the money in this bag.
It's $130, Stewart.
I'm ready.
Ira, please be careful. Please, both of you.
Glad I made the team. Let's go. Central Park by moonlight. Bad night to be stag.
Well, we're almost there. I'll have to park here. Must be among that clump of trees up ahead.
Now, keep close, Stewart. And don't get any ideas about shooting anybody. It might turn out to be me, and I'd squeal on you. We both went into a crouch and edged forward. There was a small clearing between the trees, which the moon had turned into a silver pancake. I might have enjoyed it, except that Stewart was as nervous as an old maid looking at a calendar.
Did you hear anything?
Oh, sounds like a revolution in the insect world. You stay here. I'll go through this hedge and have a look.
Maybe I'd better come with you.
No. You stay here.
Diamond!
Ooh! Something caught me hard and neat behind the ear, and I jackknifed into a face full of Mother Earth. Don't let anyone tell you it's nice to get away from things for a while. I didn't like it a bit. I was far, far away. I don't know how long my beauty nap lasted, but the first thing I felt was an elevator starting around my heels and roaring up. When it burst through the top of my head, I awoke. For the next few minutes, I felt like my head was a ball and the rest of me was a drunken seal trying to keep it balanced. Then I saw Stewart, stretched out the way I had been. The copycat. He was bleeding from what was going to be a nasty scar on his forehead. A hunk of pipe was lying nearby. I went to work on him. All right, Stewart. Rise and shine. Oh, come on. You're just not used to it. I make it a point to have my head cracked at least once a week.
What happened?
Last one out talks first, and that's you.
Yeah. Now I remember. There were two of them. One started for you, and I yelled.
Check.
Then I heard one of them say, "Get him, Bob." And then you were shaking me. Diamond, the bag. The money's gone.
So it was. It was time to give Walt part of my headache. Stewart and I stumbled back to the car. There was someone in the front seat. I pulled the door open and found myself face to face with the kidnapped Mrs. Martha Campbell. She was dead.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
There are two important facts I'd like you listeners to remember about Rexall aspirin. First, each Rexall aspirin tablet contains 5 full grains of pure aspirin. And second, there's no faster-acting aspirin made.
But what exactly do you mean by fast-acting?
Well, ma'am, aspirin itself is too fine to hold together in tablet form. So it has to be bound with an ingredient that will quickly disintegrate. That is, break up the tablet. So the aspirin itself will immediately be free to do its job.
You mean the aspirin doesn't do any good until it's free from the tablet?
Right. And that's why Rexall scientists developed a binder so low in moisture content, it begins to break up the very second it touches water. Now that means that when swallowed with water, the aspirin in a Rexall tablet is free to go to work for you, even before it reaches your stomach.
Well, that's fast enough for me.
And it's fast enough for 10,000 family druggists. Quality like that is what we're talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Finding Mrs. Campbell dead in the front seat was the ugly end of another beautiful day. I hadn't known the little gray-haired woman personally, but from her reputation, I had the hunch that some of this town's best charity groups would be in mourning come tomorrow. And just in case I wasn't feeling bad enough, Stewart was right in there to help me.
I never should have let you come. It's your fault she's dead. You did it. You did it.
Thank you, Sherlock Holmes. Now shut up.
You were going to protect me. You were going to...
I slapped 5 fingers of artificial sunburn into his face and shut him up. Then I checked Mrs. Campbell's corpse. She'd been murdered at least 24 hours before. I lifted her featherweight body and stretched her out in the back seat. Ira was still rubbing his cheek when I pushed him into the car. Now, what about those 2 guys, Stewart? Oh, now I slapped you back there for your own good. Did you get a look at those guys?
It was too dark. One was big and heavy, the other was thin.
Could you identify them if you saw them again?
Yes, I think so. What's that on the road ahead? Someone's waving a light.
That's the police.
Just step from that car quietly, you.
Otis, it's me, Diamond.
Rick, that's you? No sign of any kidnappers yet.
Not kidnappers, Walt. Murderers.
Huh?
Exhibit A is on the back seat.
Come on, Otis. Open the door. Oh, vicious. Head bashed in.
What are the police doing here, Diamond? I thought...
Don't brag. You didn't think. Otherwise, you'd have gone straight to the police in the first place.
What about the money?
I don't care about the money. Mrs. Campbell is dead, and that's all that matters.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Mr. Stewart. Look, it might be a good idea for you to be with your fiancée, Miss Campbell, before she hears the news on the radio. We'll take care of things here.
Oh. Yes, of course, Diane. Yeah, I'm sorry, Lieutenant, about my behavior. You understand. And Mr. Diamond,
Oh, forget it. I've got a head that knows just how you feel. Once Stewart was gone, I gave Walt the lowdown, and we settled down to work. We gave the two killers an hour to try a break, and then Walt passed a signal along to his men, and the ring began to close in. We beat the bushes, turned lights in the trees, and kicked over rocks, even the small ones. But by the time we reached the payoff spot, we'd found nothing out but each other.
Now, that's impossible. Are you men sure you didn't miss anything?
Double-checked all down the line, Lieutenant.
They couldn't have gotten through.
Take it easy, Walt. Time now for cool heads and dull little dragnets.
Otis, I want you to start picking up mugs wholesale.
Right, Lieutenant.
Anybody who even thinks twice before he answers, bring him in. I want this town covered from the Harlem River to the Battery. Now do it.
Otis waddled away, and I drove back to police headquarters with Walt. Soon, Manhattan Island was tucked under a blanket of blue as the biggest police force in the world went to work. The next day, I took a stroll through Central Park for another look at the spot where Stewart and I had been slugged. I found one possible witness, but he wouldn't talk. Probably because he didn't know how. He happened to be an English sparrow. Late in the afternoon, I dropped back to see Walt. He was in his shirt sleeves, hunched over a desk piled high with notes, reports, and cigarette butts. Neither of us had gotten any sleep the night before, but he was advertising it.
Oh, Rick, I could kick myself. I ought to turn in my badge. We should have had those guys.
Nothing in the lineup?
No, I've been looking at drunks, ex-cons, and two-bit hoodlums all day, and they're all clean. If someone tried to sell me an Invisible Man routine, I'd be willing to listen.
Walt, if you keep banging your head against a stone wall, your eyes are going to register tilt. You need a breather on this case. Look, I got 2 tickets for a play tonight. What about it?
Are you kidding? I've got work to do.
Oh, but Walt, the play is a musical murder mystery. The cop on stage is bound to have more troubles than you.
Yeah, I bet. Well, maybe you're right. Sure, I'll go. Thanks, Rick.
I'm glad Walt didn't ask any more questions because my supply of answers was down to one sorry shrug. However, this last maneuver didn't go over too well on Park Avenue when I dropped in to tell Helen she was being stood up.
Rick Diamond, this time you've gone too far.
Now, would it help any if I said it was business?
No.
Well, I suppose there's nothing I can do.
I spent all day buying a new dress and getting my hair done, and then you walk in at the last minute and tell me you...
Helen, baby.
Now, you stay away from me, Rick. Rick, let go of me.
No, in a minute.
Rick. You dog.
Walt was ready when I dropped in at the precinct and we took off to the theater. After the show was over, we meandered backstage to see my friends of the cast. Turned out to be an interesting evening. The next morning, I called up Ira Stewart from Levinson's office.
Yes?
Hello, Stewart. This is Diamond. I'm calling from the 5th Precinct Police Headquarters.
Anything turn up?
Well, it looks that way, yes. The police picked up 2 guys who may have killed Martha Campbell. Can you get on here right away?
Certainly. I'll leave right now.
Well, then run. Do not walk. When Stewart showed, we took him into the lineup room. The 2 suspects had their backs against the marked wall. Under the hot lights, they looked about as ugly as a draft notice on a honeymoon.
What do you think, Stewart?
They look like the men, Lieutenant.
We didn't do nothing.
This is the parade.
On you guys, it looks good. What do you want to do, live forever? Now, Stewart, These guys are Willie the Knife Foster and Bloody Bob Ferguson. They've been indicted on 3 kidnap raps, but always managed to get off. Now, if you recognize them, you're an eyewitness, and they're cooked.
Well, tell the big one to say, get him, Bob.
Say it, Bob.
What for?
For the sake of your dear old mother in Alcatraz.
Never mind what for. Say it.
Get him, Bob.
Now the other.
You heard him, Ferguson.
Get him, Bob.
That's the man, Lieutenant. I'm sure of it. Let me get my hands on him. I'll kill him.
Now, Stewart, calm down. State of New York will take care of them.
This is a lousy frame. You can't pin this on us. He was babysitting that night.
Okay, lock him up, Otis.
Right.
Book him on suspicion of murder. Stewart, come into my office. I want to get your statement.
After getting his statement, Walt told Stewart the case was closed. We congratulated each other and shook hands all around. Then Stewart walked out. We gave him enough time to get into his car and start away. A moment later, Walt and I jumped into an unmarked police car and played Follow the Leader.
Rick, this case turned right side up too quick to suit me. What made you tag Stewart and plant your actor friends in the lineup?
Walt, the trouble with you is that you're too modest. You set an airtight man trap for 2 unknown kidnappers and then blame yourself because the net came up empty.
Well, he had you fooled, too.
That's true. I'm ashamed to admit. But Stewart had a good plan. He kidnaps the lady himself, sends Diane a phony ransom note. Then, with a reputable private detective present, that's me, he gets the $50,000 and even bops himself on the head to make it look kosher.
You'd have made a perfect alibi for him, Rick. But where did the old lady's body come from?
He probably had it in the car trunk when we drove into the park the night of the supposed payoff.
Hey, he's turning at the park.
Mm-hmm. Soon comes the part we don't know yet.
We should have nabbed him back at the station. I'd like to sweat him for a few hours.
On what? The identification? So he claims it was a mistake. Could happen. The jury would think so. No, Walt. He's put on too big an act to fold under questioning. He's been acting ever since he made Diane believe he loved her, just to gain Martha Campbell's confidence.
He's parking up ahead.
Yeah. Now let him answer the $50,000 question. And where did he hide it?
He's heading toward that same grove of trees.
We took off at a fast trot until we reached a hedge not too far from where we expected to find Stewart. We saw him all right. He was standing around right under the same tree he'd led me to a couple of nights back. A family of picnickers were close by, so he was acting like a guy out for some air. We ducked behind the hedge to watch, though I had to hold Walt back a few times. Finally, Stewart tipped his hand. He reached up past the nest of my sparrow friend into a hollow of the tree. It wasn't eggs he was after. The stuff he pulled out had that fascinating color known as currency green.
That's enough for me, Rick. Okay, Stewart.
Duck, Walt.
Oh.
Are you hurt, Walt?
Yeah. One of his shots creased my shin. Hurts like blazes, though. Let's get that guy.
He's running for the zoo. I'll get him, Walt. Put a tourniquet around your neck and sit tight.
Oh, watch out for the crowd, Rick.
What the shooting did to that crowd, a skunk couldn't do in a bargain basement. They suddenly decided there was no place like home. Stewart was dodging between the animal cages now and still using his gun to discourage me. I sprinted after him, but he disappeared. That bullet went right through my only hat, but I saw him now. He was climbing along the rock barrier that backed up the bear pits. He made a lousy target because those jagged rocks and overhanging ledges gave him plenty of cover. He was trying to reach the road on the other side, and if I didn't do something about it, exit Mr. Stewart. I took aim. My shot clipped a hunk of rock just as he was reaching for it. Stewart pulled back too quickly and tried to step on some air, which never does work too well. He went over and down. He never hit the ground because down in that pit, waiting for him with open arms, was a giant polar bear that had never forgiven the man who brought him from Alaska to New York.
Rick, I'm glad you and Helen could make it to the cast party.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks also for the great acting job you and Willie pulled off at police headquarters.
Anytime, Rick. Glad to help out.
Yeah, that's a nice tune. Is that a song for the show?
Nah, just fooling around. After a show flops, there's nothing like a little get-together to bolster one's spirits.
Well, I certainly like the taste of your bolster. So I'll mix myself another later.
Rick, what are you doing by the piano as if I didn't know? You don't want to look bad in front of all this talent, do you?
Oh, honey, not a chance. Just happens that Bob's playing around in my key.
Well, let's do it.
Let's do it then. Count every star in a midnight sky. Count every rose, every firefly. For that's how many times I miss you. Heaven knows I miss you. Count every leaf on a willow tree. Count every wave on a stormy sea. Count every star, and darling, when you do, you know the times I have cried for you. Thank you. I'm sorry, but due to previous commitments, I'm only available for stage, screen, radio, television, and parade.
Rick, you are becoming a ham.
Me becoming a ham? Oh, my dear, really?
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
If you suffer from acid indigestion, remember that Bismarex often neutralizes excess acidity in less than 1 minute. But more than that, Bismarex gives relief that's continuous and prolonged. Its scientifically balanced ingredients work in sequence, easing gastric distress and leaving a soothing, protective covering on irritated stomach membranes. Ask your Rexall druggist for Bismarex. He'll tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Joe Morheim and Hal Bloom, with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Mary Shipp, Dick Ryan, and Hy Averback. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Incidentally, Dick's turned writer this week. Pick up a copy of the August issue of Radio Mirror from your dealer tomorrow. Read The Adoption Racket by Dick Powell.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Sarah Berner will delight you with Sarah's Private Caper tomorrow on NBC.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam, I got it.
Got
what, my pet?
A bank book, Sam.
Well, you must advertise in the Lost and Found right away, Effie, and find the owner. There might be sickness in the family.
Oh, but it's your bank book, Sam.
What?
Uh-huh, it has your name on it. Samuel Spade, account number 4.
It's a forgery. Somebody's trying to pin something on me. Lock it up and don't touch it until I get there.
Oh, all right. Did you make a lot of money on this one, too?
Got the check right in my pocket, $500.
Oh, Sam, we're making more money than a movie star.
Well, almost.
And all honestly, too. 600 last week and 500 this week.
Yeah, how about that? And Life gives a 3-page spread to I Spy Moulton. But we mustn't let it turn our heads, Effie.
No.
We gotta stay in there pitching. I'll be right down to pitch my report on the Adam Fig Caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You've heard the saying, you never know until you try. Well, you'll never know how handsome your hair can look until you try Wild Root Cream Oil. See for yourself how neatly and naturally Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair. Note how effectively it relieves annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. You can get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic in either the big economy-sized bottle or the handy tube. Or you can ask your barber to use it on your hair. But by all means, try it. Don't delay. Get it today. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Oh, you're going to love it.
Well, we gotta watch these expenses, Effie. There's always something.
Yes, but this will be saving. It saves confusion. It saves fretting.
Now, this gadget here, what is it?
It's a Minorobot.
A what-a-bot?
It's for busy men like yourself, Sam, so you don't have to burden your mind with petty details. You see, it has this dial on it, right here. And you drop these little cards in this slot. You don't have to worry about that. That's for me to take care of.
Oh, good.
Then, when you come into the office, and supposing you have an appointment with Mr. Jones at 2 o'clock, and you forgot about it, you just dial 2 o'clock, and the little card pops out. And it says Mr. Jones on it.
How do I remember to dial 2 o'clock?
Oh. Well, maybe it's in the instruction book. But anyway, now go ahead, Sam, please. The card's right in there. Now, dial 2 o'clock. Go on, Sam.
Let's see.
Just like a telephone, Sam.
Now what do I do?
Well, give it time, Sam. It's thinking.
Must have forgotten. Jones. Mr. Jones. Effie, do you think it's dead?
Oh, Sam, I don't understand it. It was working perfectly. Well, I'll take it straight back first thing in the morning.
You'll have to. It'll never find the way itself. You got your book, sweetheart?
Yes, Sam. I don't understand. It was working perfectly.
Well, that's all right, honey. It doesn't matter. Date October 5, 1947, to Hillary Exxon, Esquire, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Oh, honey, it's only a Memorobot. Subject, the Adam Fig Caper. Dear Mr. Exxon, October 2nd in San Francisco was one of those days that you see blown off the calendar by a gust of wind in the movies to denote the time is passing. It was a day for scraping off the minutes with a fingernail file and wondering whether the display ad I'd paid for in the classified section of the phone book wasn't just a waste of money. It certainly wasn't the day I'd expect a leprechaun to walk into my office. He said his name was Adam Fig. He said he was the butler at Exxon Manor in Los Nidos.
The limousine, Mr. Spade, is waiting to take you away. We mustn't keep them waiting, must we?
Of course we mustn't. Who mustn't we?
Why, Mr. Hillary, of course, sir.
Oh, Mr. Hillary.
And old Mr. Exxon. The old gentleman is very ill.
Dr. Feige's office is down the hall. Turn to your right, second door.
Well, I assure you, sir, that Mr. Exxon is the best of medical care. Your duty will be simple, to prevent his death.
Do I donate blood or just frighten away the evil spirits?
Oh, it isn't quite that, sir. Someone is trying to kill Mr. Exxon. He's a very sick man, and I'm sure he'd prefer dying from natural causes.
I get $25 a day in expenses.
Here is an ample amount in advance. But you should know, sir, that the old man is a nasty, cantankerous, villainous, crooked, intimidating...
$500? Please, Fig, you're talking about the man I love. Los Nidos was at least an overnight caper, so on my way out, my lovely and charming secretary, Miss Perrine, handed me a brown paper bag which contained A, one pair of socks, darned, B, one shirt, ironed, and C, the apple which she always polishes for me the night before. We arrived at your large Southern-style mansion 2 hours later.
Pig! Oh, Pig, where the devil have you been?
To the city, sir.
I can't find the keys to the liquor closet. Where are all the maids? What happened to that cook we hired yesterday? Who is this man, and why is he wearing that necktie?
This is Mr. Spade, sir, the detective.
I'm Hillary Exxon. Come in, please. Go on upstairs, Fig. See what that girl is doing to my father. I don't believe she's a nurse at all.
Very good, sir.
In here, Mr. Spade. Pardon the condition of the house. The old man has been firing the servants again.
Your father, you mean?
Yes. Every time he gets shot at, he fires all the servants.
He gets shot at pretty often?
About once a year, in the fall.
You always hire a detective?
No. Oh, dear.
I'm not keeping you up, am I?
No, excuse me, please. It's much worse this time. I can't get any sleep. Guns going off in the middle of the night. The whole household disturbed.
When and where was he last shot at?
Yesterday morning at about 1:30. I dug the bullet out of the woodwork myself, a .38 caliber, embedded in the door frame that leads to Miss Kaywood's room. That's his nurse.
Was she with him at the time?
No. No, Dad sleeps like a baby, full of sedatives. She sees to that.
Shot come from outside?
Yes, but we found nobody on the grounds. No traces of anybody. I don't know whether Dad knows who shot at him or not. He's such a closed-mouth old devil.
You don't care very much for your father, do you?
To be frank, Mr. Spade, if hating weren't such an effort, I would despise him. He is without a doubt... Well, listen.
Get out of here!
There, that's just a sample. Well, come on, let's see what's eating him now.
Get out!
Talk to me like that. I tell you I won't stand for it.
Well, you don't have to stand for it. Take that silly painted face out of my sight.
Don't you dare to.
Get out!
I'm quitting, Mr. Exxon. I can't stand it another minute. Yelling, screaming, throwing things at him.
You must have done something to set him off.
I tell you, I didn't.
This is Mr. Spade, Miss Kaywood.
Oh, a detective?
Will it make you happier to know that I'm a private detective, Miss Kaywood?
Well, Mr. Spade, I only hope you can prevent a murder. If there's any way at all that I can help,
Thanks. I'll see you downstairs after I've talked to the old man.
You'd better go in alone, Spade. Oh, Miss Kaywood, do you have a throat spray downstairs? I seem to be congested.
Oh, go away. Go away. Go away. Oh, well, wasting ammunition. Who are you? If you're a total stranger, come on in. Well, don't be afraid, son. Come on over where I can look at you. It's hard to keep my eyes open. Oh, I mustn't do that. Oh, so you're the detective, eh?
That's right, Pop. If you want to take a little nap or something, I'll come back later.
What did I say just now? Come back later? No. There's no reason for you to come back later. I'll say everything I have to say right now. The shot woke me. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. I've got a million enemies. I can't remember the names of any of them.
Why don't you try to remember? I could have them checked.
You're wasting your time, Sonny. In my day, I've wiped out 100 men, and I'll outlive anybody who's gunning for me now.
You must be proud of your past, huh?
Proud? Sonny, a past like mine is the finest thing an old man can have. I've swindled my partners and betrayed my friends. I've turned state's evidence just to see my associate get sent up for 20 years. And they say my wife died under peculiar circumstances, and I got rich off her insurance. Now I'm done talking. Do me a favor, son, please. I've got to get a half hour, 20 minutes sleep alone. You'll keep them out, everybody. Please, will you?
Sure, Pop. Go ahead. Go on, sleep.
Oh, thank you. That's it.
He closed his eyes, rolled over, and fell into a heavy sleep. I stood there a moment, looking down at the frail, wasted old body. Then I cased the room. In digging the bullet out of the door, Hillary had done a good job of ruining any chance there might have been of proving the direction it had come from. I strolled out on the balcony. It was a pretty night. I lit a cigarette and took it in. Then I heard the door open and close softly behind me. Nurse Kaywood was at your father's bedside. She was filling a hypodermic from a small vial of bluish liquid. He didn't awaken when she jabbed it into his arm. Then she saw me standing in the doorway. She hastily dropped the medicine vial into her uniform pocket and came around the bed to meet me.
Oh, Mr. Spade, oh, thank heaven. Why, when I saw you standing there in the half-night, I thought you might be...
Thought I was who?
Why, the man who fired the shot.
It was a man?
Well, I don't know. I didn't see it happen. I just assumed that...
You shouldn't have done it. I warned you, Eleanor.
Oh, we're disturbing him. Let's talk outside.
Okay.
Oh, it's good to breathe something besides sick room air.
I thought you got used to things like that in your profession.
Why are you so unfriendly, Mr. Spade? Nurses are human, aren't detectives?
Try me, sweetheart.
Oh, I know what you're thinking of me. But after a week in this horrible house, that poor old man, he's frightened. He's really frightened.
What of?
By the shots.
38 caliber or hypodermic?
Surely you don't think that He's supposed to be under sedatives. The doctor's orders.
Sorry, sweetheart. It's my job to suspect everybody.
Can't you forget your job, even for a moment?
Sure. If you don't mind the fact that I know you're a liar, that I'd make book you didn't come here primarily as a nurse, and what's worse, your act's not even convincing.
Oh. Is it that bad, Sam?
Yeah. Almost bad enough to be good. Come here.
Oh, I hate you.
It was a very satisfactory love scene for both of us. For reasons of her own, Barbara wanted to keep me out of that sick room for a while, and she did. For reasons of my own, I wanted to get that medicine vial out of her uniform pocket, and I did. Then, as suddenly as we had fallen into love, we fell out again. After she'd gone to her room, I went back to my sentry duty around the house. Under a light on the front veranda, I examined the bottle from which Barbara had taken the injection for your father. It was labeled sodium thanatol and had been dispensed by a firm called Ibis Chemicals Limited in Cairo, Egypt. A scream filled the house, high and frenzied. I started running toward Barbara Kaywood's room. I slammed the terrace door open and found the light switch. Barbara was sitting upright in the center of a bed. Her face jerked up so abruptly that it seemed her neck had snapped. She clutched both hands to her chest and fell face down among the bedclothes, staining them with her blood. I don't know whether I went through, over, or around the screen that stood between her room and the old man's. I circled Exxon's bed. He lay on the floor on his side facing the window. I went outside. A .38 automatic lay on the ground a few yards away from the building. I put that into my pocket and listened. No shadows moving. Nothing. Then he was on me before I could be sure he wasn't a medium-sized tree.
Break your back. Be the light.
The warm stuff on my cheek might have been the thing's blood or mine. It gathered me up and bent me back and tore at my throat. Then I remembered that hands are stronger than fingers. I started with his thumbs. He lay there for a moment, then his huge body began to twitch. He was holding his fingers and sobbing like a baby. I pulled him up to his feet, poked him in the back with the flat of my hand. I followed him through an opening in the hedges and down a long, pitch-dark lane toward the lights of a squat brick house set on the top of a slight rise. As we approached it, a door opened and light streamed out onto the porch. The tall man framed in the doorway was the last person in the world I expected to see.
Ah, Marcus, you brought him. Oh, master, very delightful service, but have much pain in fingers.
Always complaining, Marcus. Welcome, Mr. Spade. Come in, my dear fellow. Come in. I've been expecting you. Family fortune by blackmailing me.
And if you don't remit, Exxon could have you booked for forgery, blackmail, definition of character.
Oh, my dear fellow, please. This is most painful. But if I had but the original letter, I could destroy it and go back to the Felt. Ah, the Felt.
What happened to it?
That fig, that stinker stole it. He burgled my home.
Are you taking pot shots at old Exxon?
Well, don't be a fool, man. I want Exxon to stay alive. I must find out some part of his life which will have an exchange value that will cancel out what he has on me. By the way, old thing, You met Miss Kaywood.
Mm-hmm.
At the present moment, she's milking me for $150 a day.
Oh?
She's supposed to goad the old man by whatever means necessary into talking about his past. And that information she is to bring to me.
Well, that ought to be easy. Exxon brags about his past.
Now, so far, I've learned that Hillary Exxon stole 2 heifers at a livestock show in Abilene in 1906.
I feel for you, Captain. That wouldn't get much on the current market, would it?
My dear fellow, I've a proposition to make to you. Should you ferret out anything that would be of value to me, I'll reward you handsomely.
Well, maybe something can be arranged, Captain.
Good, excellent. May I have your word on that?
Well, there isn't much time, Captain. I'd better trot on back.
I'll show you to the door, sir. And let me warn you, Mr. Spade, for your own good, should you ever hear the thrum of Ibis wings, run, flee.
I assured him that I would heed his warning, bade him good night, and started back down the lane in the direction of Action Manor. Business was going on as usual. There were no shots this time, only the scream. When I got to Barbara's room, you and Adam were standing at her bedside trying to quiet her down.
Well, Mr. Spade, is this the way you guard the house against intruders? Where have you been?
Ask Adam.
What does he mean by that, Fig?
I'm sure I don't know, sir. I've not left the house, sir.
What happened here?
Oh, she woke up screaming. She said someone had come into the room and torn off her bandages. A nightmare, of course.
Please, I want to talk to Mr. Spade alone. Oh, please go. Adam, you go too. Please, Hillary, you go too.
Good. Some questions I want to ask you, sweetheart, alone.
Oh, but look here, Spade, look here. She just had a terrific shock. She shouldn't be questioned.
Well, the code of detective transcends that of the medical, Mr. Hillary. Perhaps he should have a few minutes alone with Miss Kaywood.
Oh, very well, Fig. I suppose you know best.
Remember what the doctor said, Miss Barbara. Not too much exertion.
What happened, Barbara?
Well, it could have been a dream. Somebody was standing over me in the darkness and peering down at me. And then he started to rip off my bandages, and I screamed. And when Fig came into the room and he turned on the lights, he was gone. It could have been a dream, Sam, and I could have been clawing at the bandages myself in my sleep.
But you weren't. It wasn't a dream. I've been talking to Captain Sherry.
And then I thought... Oh, well, how much do you know?
That you've been feeding the old man truth serum to get him to talk in his sleep.
Oh,
How much talking has he done?
well, plenty.
How much you told Sherry?
Well, just as little as possible.
Why?
Because, Sam, if we can keep that old man alive and out of jail long enough to sell what we know to Sherry for what it's really worth, we'd be fools not to do it.
What makes you so sure you'll stay alive long enough to collect, sweetheart?
Well, because you're going to help me, aren't you, Sam?
So I helped her, but not for the reason she thought. I made a lot of noise leaving her room and going to mine. Going back, I didn't wear any shoes. I slipped into a clothes press in her room so quietly that even she didn't hear me. I left the door slightly ajar and waited. Time passed, and I was stiff from standing still. It happened at about 3 a.m. The crazy, feverish glare of his eyes told me that the threat of the gun in my hands meant nothing to him. I jumped to his side, twisted the knife away from him, picked him up in my arms, and carried him, kicking, clawing, and swearing, back to his bed. He lay there, breathing hard. Then he smiled.
You're a smart one, Sonny. You had me figured out the first time you came in here, didn't you?
Not quite, Mr. Exxon. The gun under your window was the clincher.
That gun? Sure. I had it under my pillow all the time. I got tired of shooting into door frames.
Look, you're dying, Mr. Exxon. There's no use trying to make up stories now.
You're right, Sonny. I knew that nurse would sit up in bed after I fired tonight. And then I let her have it right through the screen.
Why?
You know why well enough. She was doping me up and sneaking in here at night, listening to what I was babbling about.
Maybe you weren't saying anything important, Mr. Exxon.
I might have, Sonny. I might have. 14 years ago, I killed my wife. I wanted to carry the secret to my grave.
You nearly made it at that.
Spade! What's happened?
Is he dead?
He's dead.
Did he say anything, sir? Did he confess anything?
You must
tell me if he said anything.
I didn't hear him say a word.
Ah, well. Yeah, Mr. Spade. Shards with a certain texture, a significant quality.
There's a certain smell, yes.
Ah, an omen. You can inhale it, sir. Journey thou to Nairobi on the veldt. Tarry 7 days, and you will collect the fabulous golden skull of Wizami, king of the Bojamas. Aha! Marcus!
Yes, master.
Unhook the hooker. Pack the marmalade. We are off to the veldt.
Just then, a flock of birds broke across the horizon, screaming. There must have been thousands of them, but not ibis, Mr. Exxon. Vultures. I suppose if you're going to pay any attention to omens, it's a good thing to know your birds. Period. End of report.
Right now, I have something to say to every man who doesn't use a hair tonic, to every man who says, I don't believe in it or I don't need it. That all depends on what you mean when you say hair tonic. If you mean the old-fashioned greasy kind that leaves your hair smelling like a perfume factory, you're absolutely right. But remember, Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic is nothing like that. Wild Root Cream Oil is an entirely new kind of hair grooming preparation. There's not a drop of alcohol in Wild Root Cream Oil, and it contains soothing lanolin that's like the oil of your skin. Most important, Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair the right way, neatly and naturally, never leaves your hair sticky or greasy. Get the big economy-size bottle and the handy new tube that's economical, easy to pack when you travel, and grand for the bathroom cabinet. Don't delay, get it today. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, Effie,
Sam, the memo robot worked after all. I told you it would.
Yeah, it just takes a little time, sweetheart.
Oh, read the card, Sam. Now, you see? You'd know you were supposed to see Mr. Jones at 2 o'clock. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, this card doesn't even mention Jones.
Huh? What does it say, Sam?
Well, it says, journey thou to Friskin's Drugstore, wager $5 on Ira W. in the 3rd at Belmont Park.
Oh, Sam, it's psychic.
Tarry but a moment.
Yes?
Thou wilt lose $5.
Oh. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. This is Dick Joy reminding you that next Sunday, author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. Smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, for quick, good grooming and to relieve dryness between permanents. Mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Andrew Cord. Johnny, how'd you like to go to San Francisco?
What's up, Andy?
Well, we've written a lot of insurance for an independent contractor out there, a man named Arnold Bennett.
Uh-huh.
Last night, his latest project went up in smoke. An office building he completed a month ago.
How much is the policy worth?
There were 5 companies involved. They took it on at $100,000 apiece and turned it over to us.
$500,000?
Yep. I talked with the arson inspector for National Fire Underwriters in San Francisco. He said the fire looked phony.
I'll pack my things.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Four State Fire Insurance Corporation, 4065 Spear Boulevard, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Bennett matter. Expense account item 1, $15, flowers for my girl. I wasn't able to keep our date. Instead, I met Four State Fire Investigator Andrew Cord at his office, and we made immediate arrangements to fly to California. Item 2, $25.06, one raincoat. Item 3, $144.15. Air transportation, Hartford, New York, San Francisco. En route, Andrew Cord filled me in on the details concerning Arnold Bennett.
Oh, Johnny, as things stand now, Bennett hasn't filed claim yet, although I imagine that'll be coming through pretty fast, if I know him. I met him once when he was in New York getting money to finance one of his big subdivisions.
Yeah, it seems I've heard of him.
Oh, he's made time and life a couple of times each.
Oh, yeah.
When I met him, I said to myself, Andy, look well on this man. He may be the last of his kind.
Oh, how's that?
Well, Arnold Bennett must be past 60 now. He's been everything in his lifetime. Sailor, soldier, lawyer, financier, bootlegger, gun runner, Lord knows what all. Talked fast, worked hard, and what he couldn't get one way, he got another. All in all, he's done pretty well. It shows all over him. I didn't like him, Johnny.
Well, go on.
Well, maybe I was just jealous of his aggressiveness, or maybe it's that I've just heard stories of how he ran roughshod over big and little. About this new building of Bennett's that burned down.
Yeah.
Well, the man in San Francisco is pretty sure the fire was of incendiary origin.
Well, can he prove it?
Well, that'll be up to him, and you, and me. Four State and National Fire Underwriters are going to handle the investigation. Federal, Great Atlantic, and Tri-State Underwriters aren't going to send any men at all. They figure it's best not to clutter things up.
But proving the fire was incendiary may not be too easy, Andy.
Well, we'll see when we get there. There's a standoff motive in the whole thing. We can start with that.
What's that?
Bennett's in financial trouble, big trouble. Taxes, so on. The fire was an out.
I see. Well, who's the arson man in San Francisco?
Billy Underwood.
Oh, good. Bill Underwood's one of the best arson men in the business.
Well, it's going to take all of us to get Bennett, Johnny. Now, we'll split it 3 ways. We'll let Underwood handle the fire evidence. You can play front force with Bennett, and I'll comb around in the financial situation.
Yeah, well, we sure got our work cut out for us. But listen, Andy, you sound sort of scared of this guy, Bennett.
I am, kind of.
Why?
Nobody's ever beat him.
Expense account item 4, $7.50. Incidentals upon arrival in San Francisco. Andy Cord and I checked in at the Fairmont, then went downstairs, rented a car, and drove out to the scene of the fire. Bill Underwood was already there, had been there all day. We all shook hands, and then Underwood broke it down. Bill was a bit of a pedant, had things pretty well organized for us.
Now, it's this way. The watchman on duty saw a man loitering in the vicinity of the building when he came to work at 6 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
3 other witnesses remember the same man. A druggist, a filling station attendant on his way home from work, and a newsboy.
Got a description?
Mm-hmm. I did. Male, Caucasian, 25 to 30, medium build, approximately 170, dark hair, dark complexion. That's it. Have you talked to the police yet?
Haven't had a chance, Billy.
You know they got 8 men on this?
Well, with that much of a description, it might make it easier.
I sure hope so. So far, the description hasn't fitted anyone in the files yet. The newsboy swears that he saw this man sneak around the side of the building about 6 o'clock. The fire broke out about 6:30.
Anybody see him leave?
Mm-hmm. The newsboy says he saw him catch a bus on the corner right before the fire broke out.
Might help us.
But the bus driver on the line wasn't any help. He's pretty busy that time of night.
Have you had a chance to go over this yet?
Well, we started. I'm working with a fire inspector on it. And as soon as we come across anything, I'll let you know.
We can't overlook any possibility on this, Billy. Any.
Yeah. I know about Bennett. He's been out here asking me who I am, what I'm doing. He doesn't like it.
Oh, he doesn't?
Yeah. He learned to swear somewhere along the line. Oh, has he filed claim yet?
No, we haven't heard.
It's a professional firing job, I'm sure of it.
You're sure?
Well, I haven't got what I need in the way of concrete evidence yet, but I'll find it. Somewhere in these ashes. The place burned too well and too fast to be anything but professional. It was drafted. The fire got hot and going before anybody even spotted it.
Well, this is a little out of my league, Billy. Tell me more, will you?
Well, you see, an amateur will mess it up generally. It'll smoke a lot and somebody will spot it. Now, a bug, a nut, he'll do as good a job as a professional.
Oh?
But he'll stick around and watch it burn. Stand a good chance of getting caught. He might even call up somebody and tell him how happy he is. But this bird, the one the newsboy saw getting out of here fast, well, he sounds like he knows his business. Mm-hmm. It's business with him.
Then it'll be my job to connect him and Bennett somehow.
And that's the tough part.
Yeah. All I got to do is play around in the ashes. Oh, Johnny.
Yeah?
Watch your step with Bennett.
Sure.
He doesn't care about anybody.
I spent another 2 hours with Cord and Underwood covering the ruins of the 10-story office building that had been gutted the day before. Underwood acquainted Cord and me with all of the necessary details, all he could. That night we sat with the 3 witnesses at a special show-up in the Hall of Justice. 60-odd suspects were paraded out. There were no identifications. The next morning, while Cord and Underwood carried on with their part of the investigation, I went out to Arnold Bennett's real estate office near the Presidio. Remember that old saw, how a woman in love is always beautiful? When I walked in, I had no idea Elizabeth Bennett was in love and no idea that she was beautiful. Her sallow face without makeup, framed in a wisp of stringy blonde hair, wasn't flattered by the shapeless black dress and low-heeled shoes she was wearing. Certainly not the going idea of beauty. Now, did her conversation reveal anything to indicate love?
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Mr. Bennett, please. My name's Dollar.
Dollar? D-O-L-L-A-R?
He's not expecting me.
Your business, Mr. Dollar.
Four State Fire Insurance Corporation. It's about the fire that destroyed the office building.
Oh, yes. Just a moment, please.
Well, what is it, Liz?
Mr. Dollar is here, Uncle Arnold.
I don't want to see anybody today. I told you that, you idiot.
Mr. Dollar's from Four State. It's about the fire.
Oh. Well, send him in. And go out to lunch.
Yes, sir. It's all right, Mr. Dollar. Straight ahead.
He always like that?
He's nice today.
Thanks, Elizabeth. That's your name, isn't it?
Yes. I'm Elizabeth Bennett. Go straight ahead.
Dollar?
That's right. Mr. Bennett?
Come in, come in. I'm not going to ask you to sit down. I know why you're here. You have insurance investigator written all over your face.
Well, in that case, we can get right down to the business at hand.
What caused the fire?
I don't know yet.
It was deliberate.
What?
Somebody started that fire, that's what. And I know who. Get him and you'll save yourself some work. Tony Midas.
Tony Midas? Who's that?
The crackpot that set fire to my building. He's out of prison now, and he swore he'd get me.
Well, now, look, maybe you'd better tell me just who he is and why he'd want to get you.
Tony Midas worked for me once. I caught him stealing money, and I prosecuted him. He was sent to prison for 5 years, and he's the one you want.
You seem pretty certain of that.
Of course I'm certain of it. I know what enemies I have, what friends. Don't tell me I'm going to have to pussyfoot around with someone like you and get any place in this whole affair.
Well, there are some witnesses who got a look at the man who started the fire, or at least it's a good bet he's the one we're after. So tell me, what does this Tony Midas look like?
I don't remember. I hardly ever remember faces.
But you remembered his threat.
You bet your last nickel I remember his threat. And he's the kind of screwy punk to carry it out. Last week there was a small story in the newspaper that he was being released from prison.
Well, and we'll certainly look him up and have a talk with him.
That's very good of you, I'm sure.
Oh, now, look, this can be a very difficult thing all the way around, or we can all cooperate, Mr. Bennett.
I'll cooperate. I know why you're in town. I know who you came with. I met that glorified fire inspector yesterday. Underwood, you people don't fool me, and I'm not trying to fool you. Get Tony Midas, and you've got your man.
Did you tell the police about Midas?
No, I was waiting for some bird like you to walk in here with your high-handed attitude. Now I've told you, now you can get out and get busy looking for him.
Arnold Bennett lived up to all of his advance notices, and then some. I'm paid very well to stand and take what I have to find out what I want to find out. Sometimes it's not enough money. A review of the trial and proceedings in which Tony Midas had been convicted of grand theft, His threats at the time of his trial substantiated Bennett's information. That didn't surprise me. What did surprise me was that one of the three witnesses identified Tony Midas's mug picture as the man seen in the vicinity of the building the night of the fire. An APB went out for Midas. The San Francisco police began to turn the town upside down looking for him. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the other two witnesses had made up their minds that he was the man they had seen after all. The case against Midas became stronger. It was imperative that he be located. Johnny Dollar.
This is Elizabeth Bennett, Mr. Dollar. Remember in my uncle's office?
I remember.
Mr. Dollar, you're looking for Tony Midas, aren't you? You don't have to answer. I know you are. I think I can help you find him, but he's not the one you're looking for.
Look, if you turn him in...
Let me finish, and then we'll talk about him. I live at 1038 Mirada Drive. I'll be home in an hour. We can talk there.
2 minutes later, when I was putting on my coat, I received another phone call. This one from Bennett's lawyer. He advised me that Arnold Bennett had filed claim and would bring suit if his claim was not honored in the prescribed length of time. I thanked him for the information and went downstairs and began to look around for a cab. A police car careened into the driveway, and a familiar hat on top of a familiar head leaned out.
Hey, Johnny! Go!
Yeah, Andy Cord.
Hustle up, kiddo. Hop in.
Okay.
Mr. Inspector Truck and Inspector King.
Hi, what's up?
Somebody shot Arnold Bennett 10 minutes ago.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the trail gets so rough, a couple of people just fall off dead. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Billy Underwood, Johnny. They're trying to get you all over town. The hotel said to call you at this Skyline number.
I'm out at Arnold Bennett's house. He's been shot.
What?
That's right.
Well, who shot him?
Don't know yet. I think I'm a transfusion here before they take him to the hospital.
Uh-huh. Look, Johnny, I got something to show you.
Now, what?
Some ashes we just analyzed. The Bennett building was fired by a pro. He used celluloid and a wick made out of paraffin. I can prove it.
I hope Bennett lives to hear that.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Fourth State Fire Insurance Corporation, 4065 Spear Boulevard, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Bennett arson fraud. Arnold Bennett was removed to the hospital where he was given a 50-50 chance of recovering from a .38 slug that had entered his chest. There was no weapon lying about and no witnesses in the remote, hilly section of San Francisco where he lived to give any information concerning the attempted murder. The police were more anxious than ever to find Tony Midas, the man Bennett had put the finger on earlier. Their reasoning was that if he could burn down a building worth $500,000 to get back at Arnold Bennett, he also might shoot him. I told Andy Cord about Underwood's findings when the police car got us to the scene of the shooting.
Celluloid and paraffin wick, did you say?
Yeah, that's what Bill Underwood said on the phone.
Well, then it would point away from Tony Midas. He was an embezzler, not an arsonist.
Maybe. Who's that policeman over there?
Oh, that's Inspector Dickens.
Well, I talked to him about it for a while. He said Midas lived in San Quentin with a man named Hanley, a professional burner.
Yeah?
Well, Hanley could have taught Midas a few tricks of the trade.
Yeah, it's possible, Johnny.
I don't know. At least Underwood is sure that he can prove it had an incendiary origin.
Well, that's the first hurdle. Maybe we can't tie it to Bennett at that, Johnny, if Midas did it.
Now, let's wait and see what Bennett has to say when he can talk.
I think I'll get on over to the hospital.
Okay.
Oh, here's something that came up.
Yeah?
Now, you said Bennett attributed everything to this Tony Midas.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there might have been something personal in it, too. Midas is married to Bennett's niece, Elizabeth.
He's what?
Yeah, she married him a month before he was convicted.
Well, that might explain some things. Yeah, she called me tonight and said she had some information for me about Midas. I was on my way to see her when this happened.
Oh, you haven't talked to her yet, huh?
No, let's see. It is 1038 Murata Drive. Wonder if that's far from here.
No, Johnny, not far at all. This happens to be 1038. Right here.
Oh. Well, we better tell the police about her, Andy. Andy Cord went on over to the hospital to await results on Arnold Bennett. I spoke to the inspector in charge and told him the information about Elizabeth Bennett. The police added the name to the APB already out for Tony Midas. And that's the way the case stood at midnight. By morning, the hospital reported that Arnold Bennett would recover from the gunshot wound. Elizabeth Bennett had not been located, nor had her husband, Tony Midas.
I always fix my own dinner. Poached egg and half, ulcers. Name's Dollar?
Yeah, that's right. Insurance investigator.
You want something, do you? Coffee, maybe?
No, thanks, Mr. Engel.
Mind if I finish?
Go right ahead.
What led you to me?
The notations about the trial, Mr. Engel. You were the defense attorney for Tony Midas. We're anxious to talk to him.
I defended him, yes. I don't think I'm going to be much help, Dollar. I haven't seen him since he got out. I've no idea where he is.
We'll find him, Mr. Engel.
What's it all about?
Well, Tony Midas has been identified as the man who started a fire in the Bennett building. Or at least who was seen in the vicinity of the building when it went up.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Are you, Mr. Engel?
Tony Midas was a nice kid who got in a little trouble. Everything was against him at the trial. Bennett poured it on. He didn't have to, but he did. He could have let him off.
You were Midas's lawyer. Did you try to talk Bennett into letting Midas off?
No, I didn't. Nobody talks Arnold Bennett into anything.
Oh?
Tony never would admit taking the funds. He said he was framed, but he didn't have a prayer with all the evidence against him.
Yeah, I read a transcript of the trial.
Then you know Tony Midas pleaded not guilty in the face of everything, and he went up. I wanted him to make a guilty plea and rest on the mercy of the court. It was his first offense.
Well, he's out now, and it looks like he's trying to get even with Bennett for prosecuting him.
All for a lousy $10,000.
Yeah. Did he ever get in touch with you?
I told you, no.
No phone call?
No.
Do you have any idea where he'd be in town, Mr. Engel?
No, I don't.
Okay. Then I guess I leave you to your eggs.
Dollar.
Yeah.
If you find Tony Midas, I'd like to know about it.
Why, Mr. Engel?
Oh, just curious. I'd like to see him. I'd like to see what 5 years in prison does to a kid like that.
Mr. Engel, Arnold Bennett was shot in his home last night.
No.
That's all you have to say?
What else is there to say?
Well, you could have asked, is he alive or is he dead, for one thing?
Suppose I don't care.
Okay, he's still alive. They think he'll pull through. Who do you think shot him, Mr. Engel?
I don't know.
They're looking for Tony Midas for that, too.
Oh?
Did you know Bennett's niece?
Elizabeth? Yes, I met her.
Well, they're looking for her, too. She's married to Tony Midas.
Yes, I knew about that.
Sit down, Mr. Engel.
What is this going to be, an inquisition?
That egg and that half and half doesn't interest you, no matter how much you look at it.
Well, you ought to leave me alone and go find your firebug.
Come on, let's have the story.
I don't know any story to tell you.
Was it spite that sent Tony Midas to prison because of him and Elizabeth Bennett?
No, they proved him a thief.
I'll throw one more thing at you, Engel. Bennett wasn't always too good about paying his taxes.
Now, look here,
Our accounting man has him pegged him for exactly what he is, an opportunist, a dodger. A man out to get what he can for as little as he can, no matter what. Yeah, we cover everything in a case like this.
You'll never get Arnold Bennett. He's too good for you, Dollar. Too good for your insurance company, your fire investigators, everybody. No man stronger ever lived.
We've already got evidence that proves the building was fired. I'm here to get all the story, and I think you're the man who can tell it.
Why me?
Because you work for him.
I never worked for him, never.
All right, we'll let that go for now. But you can tell me this. Was Tony Midas the kind of man who'd start that fire? You can tell me if he really was an embezzler. You can tell me if he tried to kill Arnold Bennett.
I can't tell you anything for a fact, Dollar. All I have is my own personal opinion.
Well, that's what I want. I want that. I'd like your opinion. Now, there's something about Bennett's niece being married to Midas, isn't there?
A wife can't testify against her husband. Everyone else in Bennett's office testified against Midas. She didn't.
I see. Now the opinion. Oh, come on, Engel. Come on.
You're right, Dollar. I have got ideas. All of them make me sick inside. Tony Midas stood there and told me he was innocent. He said it 1,000,000 times if he said it once. He said he thought Bennett was framing him.
To cover up for income tax shortages?
It's just surmise, but it fits. Midas was a green kid hired into the company by Bennett. He might have been hired to be framed on a phony embezzling charge that'd give Bennett a good excuse on his taxes for a while. I've been fooled a lot of times.
Did Tony Midas fool you?
I don't know. I wish I could have gotten him off. I tried, Dollar. Believe me, I tried to get him off. You come here to me and say he's out of prison now and getting even. He's burnt down a building and tried to murder Arnold Bennett. Tony was a nice boy, Dollar. But now his whole life's gone, and for what? I hope you don't find him or her. I hope they go far away and stay away and don't have to talk to anybody ever. They deserve that. I hope nobody ever finds him.
But we did find Tony Midas. He was right under our noses all the time. When I got back to the hotel, there was a message for me to get down to the county hospital. Cord was waiting for me there. They took us downstairs, and then we were both standing in a room looking at Tony Midas before they took him across the hall to the morgue.
It's a funny thing, Johnny. There's been an alarm out on this guy for 36 hours. Everybody's been looking everywhere for him, and he turns up right here. Only he's dead.
Yeah. What killed him?
TB. He had it awful bad up in San Quentin. It's in the sick ward his last 2 years. When his time was up last week, he made them release him. But he wound up here and died in this hospital. It's rough. He's just a kid.
Yeah. Up until that time, there had been some kind of a case against Tony Midas. But obviously, since he had been dead almost 2 days, it was impossible to connect him with the attempt on Arnold Bennett's life and the firing of the building. So we were right back where we started from, trying to make a case against Arnold Bennett, who still lay in his hospital room and refused to talk to anybody who came near him.
All right, Johnny, now what?
Bennett's going to be hard. We'll have to work around him. His niece is the best opening I can think of.
But where is she?
Police haven't located her yet.
No, not a trace.
Andy, she had some information for me when she called last night. I still want to get
Hi,
it.
fellas.
Hello, Bill.
We got a break. George Foley's in town.
Who's that?
Best celluloid and wick man in the country. If you happen to want a building burnt down. One of the policemen at the hospital spotted him in the lobby trying to see Arnold Bennett.
That'd tie it, Johnny.
Where is he now?
They followed him to an address on Barengo Street. They aren't going to move in until we decide something.
12 minutes later, Andy Cord, Bill Underwood, and I were standing in front of a decrepit-looking boarding house on Barengo Street talking to the 3 policemen from the San Francisco Police Department.
Dollar? Underwood?
Hi. Hey, what's the story, officer?
Well, the way we see it, Foley's still trying to get part of his money for burning the building. He took a chance coming to the hospital tonight to see Bennett.
No kidding.
He'll probably make another try.
You boys have more at stake here than anybody. If you want to talk to him, try to make a deal with him to turn on Bennett. Now's the time.
Now, what do you say, Johnny?
Now, wait a minute. We aren't sure of anything about him.
Well, he fills the bill, Johnny. Paraffin and wick jobs are few and far between. With nothing more than that, I'd stake my rep on Foley being our boy.
For what it's worth, all three witnesses now pick his picture instead of Midas.
Oh, well, a good defense attorney get that thrown right out.
What do you want to do?
Oh, well, let's shake him up a bit, okay?
Go ahead. We'll be covering the back and front.
Come on.
We know he's in there, Johnny. Let's bust it.
No, wait. Watch out, Andy. All right. That's enough. You okay, Bill? Andy?
Okay.
Yeah. All right, tough boy. Get on your feet and let's get out of here.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, we have an arsonist right in the palm of our hands, with very surprising results. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Andrew Cord, Johnny.
How's it going, Andy?
All the police have been talking to that arsonist, George Foley, all night long. He won't admit a thing. Won't talk about anything. They're wondering now how long they can hold him.
He's the man who fired that building, Andy.
Well, we've got to have something more for the district attorney, Johnny. We haven't tied Foley to Bennett at all. If we can definitely charge him with firing that building, then we'll have a lever to go after Bennett.
I got an idea.
What?
Meet you in an hour.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Four-State Fire Insurance Corporation, 4065 Spear Boulevard, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Bennett arson matter. Expense account item 6, $1, 2 drinks. Andrew Cord and myself in Cookie's Place, a half a block from San Francisco's Hall of Justice. Andy's a good insurance man, thorough.
Well, it's pretty certain they'll have to release Foley unless he admits something. Or we can find more evidence against him.
How about Bennett?
Still no word. Johnny, you can see what we're up against.
Yeah. Want one?
No, thanks, Johnny. Let's go on.
Listen, we had this case tied into Tony Midas until he turned up dead. A vengeance motive against Bennett for sending him to prison 5 years ago.
Yeah?
All right. Now we know it wasn't Midas, and we're sure it's this George Foley. At least according to Bill Underwood, and Bill certainly knows the arson racket.
Yeah, no man better.
All right, then. Who shot Bennett?
Oh, I don't know, Johnny, but that's not our worry at the moment.
Think, Andy, think. It might have been Foley. It couldn't have been Midas. But there is someone else.
You mean Bennett's niece?
Sure, his niece. She had a reason because of what Bennett did to Midas, who was her husband. And she's got a reason to help us.
Yeah, but nobody can find her. Nobody knows where she is.
They'll find her. And I want to make a deal.
You what?
Sure. If I find her, I'll ask her what information she can give us about Bennett and Foley. Possibly she has something. She said she did once. Now, look, if she shot her uncle, she'll have to stand for assault and attempt to kill. Can we give her legal help in her case?
Johnny, I don't know.
I want to know if I can promise her that if I see her. Can I?
Well, you can tell her that we'll do what we can, the very best that we can.
Okay, good. Want another drink?
No, thanks, Johnny.
All right, I'll try and get in touch with Elizabeth Bennett.
How? The police haven't gotten anywhere.
Oh, I've been here 2 days, and I got friends all over this town. Expense account item 7, $1.05, cab fare. From the Hall of Justice to the apartment house of Marty Engel, lawyer, philosopher, and egg poacher.
Again?
Yeah. You better close that door and lock it, Mr. Engel.
It's awful late for this. Are you drunk?
Nope.
Locked. Now what?
You asked me if I ever found Tony Midas to tell you about it. We found him, Mr. Engel. He's dead.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And he didn't do any of the things we thought he might have done. I'm here to find out what you might have done.
How did he die?
Tuberculosis. He's had it for 2 years. Didn't know.
No, I didn't know. I didn't know about it.
I don't know how to figure you, Engel. I haven't been able to ever since I met you. It doesn't make any difference what I think of you, but it does make a difference how you answer one question. A lot of difference to you.
What is it?
Did you help Arnold Bennett frame Tony Midas and send him up to San Quentin?
You say Tony is dead. Now, what difference?
Did you help Bennett frame him?
No, I told you I defended Tony Midas in court. I tried my best to get him off. That's the truth.
You're sure of that?
I'm an honest man, if not a successful one. I told you the truth.
All right, then, if that's the truth, you're not in any trouble and you can unlock that door. But if it's not the truth, you might get yourself killed.
Why do you say that?
Because somebody took a shot at Arnold Bennett last night. But he was lucky. It didn't kill him, but it came pretty near. You know who that somebody was?
Elizabeth?
That's a good guess. She hasn't got anything to lose now. She lost her husband. She might be out getting even for him if he was framed. And she thinks you helped frame him.
I tell you, I didn't frame him. I defended him. I think Bennett stacked everything against him. I told you that once. I think Midas was an innocent man, but there was nothing I could do.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
Shh. Who are you expecting?
No one.
Ask who it is. Go ahead, ask who it is.
Who is it?
Elizabeth Bennett, Mr. Engel.
Tell her just a minute.
Just a minute, Elizabeth.
Okay, over there. Go on, get down fast.
All right.
No, you don't!
Engel, call the police. Hold it. Hold it, Elizabeth. Hold it up. Are you hurt?
You?
Are you hurt?
No, I'm all right. Did I kill him? Did I kill him?
Oh, Elizabeth, you didn't kill him.
Well, he ought to be dead.
You don't know what you're talking about. He didn't have anything to do with framing Tony. He just told me.
And he was lying. He should be dead. He and my uncle.
None of this will bring Tony back to you. Come on now. Come on. Let's get back.
How many tramps have you met in your life, Mr. Dollar?
A few. Come on. Come on.
When you met my Uncle Arnold, you met a real one. He stole money from himself and made it look like Tony did it. And that one in there helped him. Why didn't you let me kill him?
You're wrong about Engel. He didn't help your uncle. He tried to help Tony, honestly.
Well, then I'm glad I didn't kill him. How's my uncle?
He's getting better.
Will he go to prison?
We have to prove he hired somebody to fire the office building.
He hired George Foley. I know that.
Would you swear to it?
Yes.
Can you?
Yes. He blamed it on Tony. When I went over to see Tony last month in the prison hospital, he was dying. Oh, I knew it. He had that look in his eyes. Helpless. And he knew what my uncle had done to him, and he couldn't do anything about it.
But you figured you could. You shot your uncle when you found out Tony was dead. And you came here to kill Engel.
I thought he helped Uncle Arnold send Tony to prison. I thought he helped kill Tony. They did kill him, you know, when they sent him to prison. They killed him as surely as if they'd shot him down. 5 years I waited for Tony to get out of that awful place. I waited to hold him in my arms and tell him it was all over. 5 years I waited to help him forget his hate and my hate. Loving him so much every day that... Now he's dead. What can you or I or anybody do about what they've done to Tony? Look at me, Mr. Dollar. I'm not what you'd call beautiful. I'm not even pretty. Nobody ever looked at me twice until Tony. He looked at me and he loved me. And now he's dead. And I'm dead inside. I'm dead inside, and I'll be glad when I'm dead outside.
Shooting in this neighborhood? Wait a minute, officer.
What's that?
No one's hurt. Come on, Elizabeth. Elizabeth Bennett made a statement down at the Hall of Justice admitting she fired a shot at Arnold Bennett, hoping to kill him. She also admitted the assault on the lawyer, Marty Engel. Charges were immediately filed, and she was held in the women's section of the city jail. In a separate statement, she told how she had seen Arnold Bennett meet George Foley in a downtown bar. Foley still maintained that he had nothing to do with the fire in the Bennett building and denied any connection with Arnold Bennett. I gave Elizabeth Bennett's statement to Andy Cord, and he took it to the assistant district attorney. I was still in the Hall of Justice when Marty Engel came in.
Dollar?
Oh, hello, Mr. Engel.
How is Elizabeth?
They're holding her.
I'm not going to press any charges.
Well, that's pretty decent of you, Mr. Engel.
She's a pretty unhappy girl. I'd like to help her.
Her uncle will probably press charges against her.
I'd like to defend her.
What?
She needs a lawyer. I didn't do very well for her husband. Maybe I can do better for her.
I hope so.
Funny world, isn't it?
Not tonight, it isn't.
No, I guess not. Yeah. Well, I'll see you, Mr. Dollar.
Right.
Johnny?
Oh, Andy, hi.
Well, kid, you ought to pat yourself on the back. They're going to go ahead against George Foley for the arson job.
Enough for them now, huh?
That's a pretty good case against him, whether he opens up and talks or not.
A statement from him would still be better.
Always. But he's been around, Johnny. He hasn't given anybody the time of day yet.
Yeah.
Oh, about Elizabeth Bennett. I can arrange counsel for her.
She's already got a lawyer, Andy.
Okay, then we'll pay his fee.
He doesn't want any fee.
What's the matter, kid?
Boy, maybe all this has been a little too much. Hey, what time is it?
10:15.
There's a plane out at midnight. If you don't need me anymore, I think I'll be getting back to Hartford.
Sure, Johnny. Sure, I'll look after things here.
Expense account item 7, $49.65. Hotel and meals in San Francisco. Item 8, same as item 3, transportation back to Hartford. I caught the midnight plane and was in Hartford at 2 o'clock the next afternoon. I went directly to my apartment and went to bed. I was awakened the following morning about 7 o'clock. What the... Johnny Dollar.
San Francisco calling, Mr. Dollar.
Okay.
Is this Mr. Dollar?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Andrew Cord is calling. One moment, please. Go ahead, please.
Johnny,
Hi.
can you come back to San Francisco right away?
Should I? Well, I just got home.
We need you again. Jake Eggleston is going to defend Foley in court.
Eggleston?
He's already got him out on a writ.
What?
This case is worth $500,000 to us, Johnny. If anything happens that Foley gets off, we won't have a chance to get Bennett.
You sound scared.
I am. Somehow, Bennett's holding the best cards again.
We got a good case against Foley. Once that's settled, we can get Bennett.
I want to make sure.
Okay. I'll get the first plane.
Thanks, Johnny.
Even as I hung up the phone, I was thinking of Marty Engel's words. You'll never get Arnold Bennett. He's too good for you, Dollar. Too good for your insurance company, your fire investigators, everybody. No stronger man ever lived, he said. And somebody had to prove Engel was wrong.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a fight against a strong man and one of the cleverest lawyers in the country. Join us in court. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Andrew Cord, Johnny. Did you have a nice trip back here to Frisco?
I slept most of the way. How's it going?
Good and bad, Johnny. Good that we've got George Foley on trial for setting fire to the building. Bad that we haven't connected him to Bennett yet. And Bennett's the guy we want.
Well, once you get a conviction on Foley, you can go after Bennett.
A lot of expert testimony's been thrown around here, and the jury's been sleeping through most of it. Besides that, Foley's got one of the best defense men in the business, Jake Eggleston.
Yeah, I've heard of him. He's pretty slick.
He's going to make us lose this case, Johnny.
Not if I can help it.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Four State Fire Insurance Corporation, 4065 Spear Boulevard, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Bennett matter. Expense account item 9, $124. Air transportation, Hartford back to San Francisco again, and the Bennett case, which I thought was finished with. I was at the Hall of Justice by 9:30. I met Andrew Cord outside of the Superior Court.
This may be the last day of the trial, Johnny.
Anything new since I talked to you on the phone, Andy?
Well, I may be worrying for nothing, since Finley's handled it all pretty well for the state. He's one of the assistant DAs, but Foley's still holding on to a not guilty plea.
Well, isn't that just coaching?
Well, maybe. You remember Foley didn't make any statement when we took him, and the police got nothing out of him at all.
Foley had something like 28 arrests besides 2 convictions. He knew the ropes.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay here?
Sure. Oh, just in time.
Yeah, seems to be the clerk now.
Yeah.
Court is now in session. His Honor, Judge William J. Bainbridge presiding. Everybody stand. Be seated. John Dollar.
Hey.
Well, I didn't think they'd call you first.
No.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Be seated.
As you know, I'm Charles Finley with the District Attorney's Office. State your name, please.
Johnny Dollar.
State your occupation, please.
I'm an insurance investigator.
How long have you been engaged in your profession as an insurance investigator?
10 years or more.
Now, tell us, please, prior to that, what kind of work did you do?
I was in the United States Marine Corps for 4 years. Before that, I was Detective Sergeant 2nd grade with the New York Police Department.
Do you have any papers or letters in your possession that verify your professional status, Mr. Dollar?
Yes, I do. I have letters of reliability from 13 insurance companies and adjustment bureaus I've been associated with, and my record as police officer.
Thank you. Will the court clerk please hand these papers to counsel for the defense so he may examine them?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, tell us what your connection with this case is, Mr. Dollar.
I was employed by the Four-State Fire Insurance Corporation of Hartford, Connecticut, to conduct an investigation in regard to one of their policyholders.
Arnold Bennett.
Yes, Arnold Bennett.
Will you please tell the court what the results of that investigation were?
The Bennett building was destroyed by fire. I worked with arson experts from my own organization and with the police here to determine the cause of the fire.
Go on, please.
At the scene of the fire, our expert, William Underwood, located certain items which we recognized as part of the paraphernalia generally used by professional arsonists.
Will you please state what those items were?
A scrap of celluloid and a paraffin wick.
Anything else?
Samples of the ashes, which were later analyzed and proved to be celluloid ashes.
I wish to remind the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that the public fire adjuster, the gentleman from the Skyline Laboratories, and the 2 gentlemen from the Fire Inspection Department have previously testified as to the identity and uses of these items. Will you continue, Mr. Dollar?
Well, these particular items suggested that the fire was of an incendiary origin. The next problem was to establish the exact method used in starting the fire.
Were you able to determine that method?
Yes, sir.
In order to refresh the minds of the jury, would you mind describing what was established?
A heavy woolen wick.
This one, Mr. Dollar?
That one, or one like it.
Exhibit C. Please continue.
This wick had been soaked in paraffin and then stuffed into a paper sack that was filled with celluloid. It's a simple method. The wick is lit and takes anywhere from 3 to 10 minutes to burn down to the celluloid. Now, once that happens, the celluloid flares up and fires anything combustible in the vicinity.
And that is the method you determined caused the fire in the Bennett building?
Yes. And I'd like to qualify that by saying the arson experts from my own company and the gentlemen from the police and fire departments here in San Francisco determined it definitely.
Mr. Dollar, by this means you connected the defendant, George Foley, with the fire you were investigating?
Yes, we did.
How?
George Foley improvised the method I have just described.
Improvised? You mean it is his method?
I object, Your Honor. The prosecution is putting words into the mouth of the witness.
I'll rephrase for Mr. Eggleston. Is this method identifiable with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Will you explain the identification?
The police files here show that Foley has been convicted of setting 2 other fires in this state. On both occasions, he employed that method of fire.
Your Honor, I object.
The career of the defendant as a professional arsonist is a matter of public record.
The defendant's previous record has no bearing on this case. I object.
Mr. Dollar, will you rephrase and delete any reference to the defendant's criminal history?
The procedure in locating an arsonist is to first establish the method of operation. In this case, where the wick celluloid method was used, the defendant's name came up immediately. The defendant made an attempt to call on Arnold Bennett in the hospital. The defendant was positively identified by 3 witnesses as the man they had seen near the Bennett building prior to the fire.
I remind the jury of the testimony of those witnesses. Go on, Mr. Dollar.
The police crime laboratory examined all of the clothing Foley was wearing at the time of his arrest and all of the clothing in his room. There was definite evidence that he had been in the Bennett building.
Will you tell us what sort of evidence, please?
Well, paint smudges on the soles of his shoes and metal filings and cuffs of his trousers, compared with samples that were still available in the building, where certain painting and metal work had been in progress.
You connected him with the improvised method of firing. You proved that paint smudges and metal filings came from the Bennett building. The defendant attempted to contact Arnold Bennett. What else?
Arnold Bennett's niece, Elizabeth Bennett, informed me that her uncle, Arnold Bennett, hired the defendant to fire the building to collect insurance. I was on the stand all the rest of the morning. When Finley ended his questioning, he turned me over to defense counsel Eggleston. Eggleston contested every bit of established testimony and recommended that my remarks be stricken from the trial records. The summations came right after that, and then the case went to the jury. Expense account item 10, $3, lunch for Andrew Cord and myself.
Foley has to be convicted or we'll be on the defense when Bennett's insurance claim comes to court. And we'll probably get stuck with it.
Hey, while the jury's out, why don't I go over to the jail and talk with Foley?
Now, what good would that do, John?
Well, Foley must know they'll give him the works if he admits something
He'll
to us.
admit nothing. He sits there in court like they were talking about someone else. Oh, Johnny, it's too late.
Yeah, but if he did, you could go ahead and file criminal charges against Bennett. Beat him to the punch.
Well, I'd like that.
Oh, we get Foley and we've beaten Bennett, and I like that. The job of getting to a prisoner who's standing trial isn't an easy one, especially when he's under the surveillance of a smart defense attorney like Eggleston. I talked to Judge Brainbridge in his chambers and told him what I had in mind. I broke down the case against Foley as the insurance company saw it, and the possible case against Arnold Bennett if Foley was found guilty. Judge Brainbridge arranged for me to see Foley. He was sitting on his cot. Eggleston was standing nearby.
Hello, Dollar.
Hello, Eggleston.
Hi, what do you want?
Well, I thought we ought to talk about this thing while there's still time. If it's okay with you, Mr. Eggleston.
It's okay with me, Dollar. I'll be right here.
Still time for what?
To get you part of a break, Foley?
Oh, that's a real good one, that is. You sit on a witness chair all morning, you tell them what a bad boy I am, then you walk in here and tell them you want to give me a break.
I do.
Go away.
Now, wait a minute, George. It won't hurt to listen to him.
Oh, you're a great one, you. I'm the guy who's sitting in this cell. Both of you can walk out of here and have a good steak for dinner tonight.
All right, George. Listen to him. This isn't a courtroom.
When you were first hauled in, Foley, you could have made a statement telling us Bennett hired you to fire that building, waived a jury trial, and thrown yourself on the mercy of the court. But you didn't do that. You made everybody work hard to give it to you. And that's exactly what they're going to do. That jury will come out pretty soon and throw the book at you.
Hey, is that true?
I'm not so sure of that, Dollar. Tell us precisely why you're here.
You both know my company's after Arnold Bennett. He's filed claim against us for not paying off his fire policy. Foley, we know he hired you to fire that building.
Yeah?
And if you're smart, you'll send for the guard and make a request for the court to come back in session before the jury returns. You can tell them Bennett hired you. You can change your plea to guilty and throw yourself on the mercy of the court. It'll probably save you 5 years on your sentence.
And so I turn hero and make everything nice for you to go after Bennett. Huh?
If you do that, his claim will be thrown out by the insurance commission and we'll prefer charges against him.
And he'd be right up there with me, huh? Making little ones out of big ones.
That's right.
You're overstepping your province here, Dollar.
Oh, now, look, there isn't much time.
Dollar,
Foley, this man can advise you to wait until the jury comes in, and that won't be very long. But then it'll be too late for you to help yourself.
I don't like this high-pressure stuff.
I don't care what you like or dislike, Mr. Eggleston. Now, listen, Foley. They've got an 8-point case against you in there.
Is he right, Eggleston?
It doesn't make any difference. The jury decides.
You say it'd save me 5 years on my sentence?
Yes.
George.
What do you think?
Up to you, George. I've told you what I think.
Ah, swell spot, swell.
Oh, come on. What is it?
I'll risk it.
You're crazy.
There's a chance those 12 clunkheads will walk out and tell everybody I'm not guilty. Come on, get out.
Those last 5 years will be pretty hard ones. Guard.
Thank you for the offer just the same, Dollar.
You don't use your head much, Foley.
If it hadn't been for you, I wouldn't be in here. So don't worry too much about what happens to me.
If it weren't for guys like you, I wouldn't be in business. And I'm not worried.
Dollar?
Yeah?
Yeah, I hope they let me loose on this one. For your sake.
Don't plan on it.
On account of... I'd like to kill you or something.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a verdict in and out of a courtroom. The wind-up. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Hi, Johnny.
Andy, I saw George Foley. I wasn't able to make him change his plea.
Well, it was a good try, Johnny.
Jury's still out?
Yeah, that means they're arguing all the technical evidence.
I was just thinking. No one really believes we'll get Arnold Bennett.
What do you think?
I think we will. I know we will.
Well, if we can get Foley, we can get Bennett. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, the jury foreman just sent for the bailiff.
I'll be right there.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Four State Fire Insurance Corporation, 4065 Spear Boulevard, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Bennett arson fraud. Expense account item 11, 10 cents, one phone call to the hospital. The report on Arnold Bennett substantiated the newspaper story that he was recovering from the gunshot wound inflicted by his niece.
Well, one thing, Johnny, he'll be alive for us if we can go after him.
Oh, I wish it'd work with Foley. I think I could have made it work if that lawyer Eggleston hadn't been there.
Well, it's after 4. You know, that jury doesn't come in with a verdict pretty soon. They'll have to adjourn for the night.
Yeah. Want to smoke?
Yeah, thanks, Johnny. I would like one.
Here you go.
Thanks.
Hey, they're coming back in.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
It's stuffy in this courtroom.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Court is now in session. Be seated. Has the jury reached a verdict in the case of the state versus George Foley?
We have, sir.
Will you please read the verdict on this card?
We, the jury, find the defendant, George Foley, guilty as charged.
That does it.
Dollar! Dollar! See me, Dollar! Come see me! I got some things to tell you now.
Who's this with you, Dollar?
Andy Cord with the insurance company. Oh. Now, look, I haven't got any deals to offer, Foley. You know that.
Yeah, I know. So I took a chance. It's a lousy 5 more years.
What about Arnold Bennett?
You're a little anxious. I want some information first.
They only gave us 10 minutes, Foley.
Where's Bennett now?
He's still in the hospital. He's going to be all right.
He's out and I'm in. That's a break.
Oh, come on, Foley. Let's have it if you have anything to say.
Can you get Bennett? Can you really get him?
I'll tell you frankly. We think we can get him with or without your help now. It doesn't make too much difference. Maybe it'll take longer without your help, but we'll get him. The fact that the court is going to convict you for having set fire to Bennett's office building is the lever we've needed. We can go after him now.
You want to help us, Foley?
I don't want to help you or your stinking insurance company, but I hate the idea of Bennett. Mr. Know and do everything, running around eating good food and sleeping in his nice bed while I'm rotting away in prison. Sure, he hired me to fire his building. He paid me $2,500 to put the torch to that lousy building of his. He said he could throw all the blame on a guy named Tony Midas if it ever came up.
We want the facts, Foley. How'd he first contact you?
I got a friend who knows things, see? And my friend told me to contact him.
When?
A couple of days before the job.
Come on, Foley. Who's your friend?
I'm not going to tell you everything.
Did you talk to Bennett in person about firing the building?
I talked to him on the phone after my friend told me about it. Bennett said he wanted the place to go down because he's having money trouble, taxes and all, and he offered me $1,000 for the job.
Now, wait a minute, Foley. You just said you got $2,500.
I did. I hung up on him when he offered me the $1,000. I called him back later on and told him I wanted $4,000. Well, we argued about it and then finally hit on the $2,500.
Did you meet him then?
Sure. No, I never met him. I saw him once and I walked by the building to look it over, but I never met him.
Bennett's niece said she saw you two together, Foley, a sworn statement.
Yeah, she's a liar.
How about the money? How'd he pay it to you?
He left it for me in the check stand at the bus terminal over on 4th Street. I told him how to do that and when to leave it.
Now, let me get this straight, Foley. You made the deal to fire the building over the phone. And you went ahead and looked at the job. You never talked to Bennett in person?
That's right.
And you made arrangements for him to pay you $2,500 by leaving it in the check stand at the bus terminal?
Yeah.
When did you make these arrangements?
The day before the job.
How'd you work it?
I just told you.
I mean the money.
Oh, half of it the first time, and after the job was over, he left the other half for me.
And you got it all?
Sure, in cash.
Why were you trying to see him in the hospital after he was shot?
Try to shake him down for another 5.
Oh, brother. Come on, let's start over.
Well, what do you mean?
Oh, you're trying to sell us a bill of goods here. For what reason, I don't know, but I know this. You had to meet Bennett. You had to see him, Foley. You had to talk it over with him personally.
I just told you I picked up the money in the bus terminal.
I don't believe that. Bennett wouldn't have left the money for you to pick up. You could have just gone away with it. And after the building was burned, if it had been that way, Bennett didn't have to pay you the balance. Now, when did you see him? It's pretty important to know when and where and how many times you and Bennett got together.
Thought you said you could get him whether I told you anything or not.
We can, brother. Don't ever doubt that. But if you tell us some facts, we can get him faster. All right, now. Where did you first meet him? Was it in a restaurant? Someplace with people around?
No. I met him in his car. He was parked on Market Street near 5th. That's the way we arranged to meet each other over the phones.
Did anybody see you meet him?
People on the street, I guess.
When did this meeting happen?
Night I torched his building.
He paid you then?
Yeah.
The whole $2,500?
Yeah, all of it.
What'd you do with the money?
Never mind.
Do you still have it?
Never mind.
Oh, this is a waste of time. You aren't telling us anything.
Well, why should I?
Well, why'd you call us here if you didn't have anything to say?
Well, I'm saying something. You guys aren't listening.
We continued questioning Foley about his association with Arnold Bennett. Each time he explained it, it was a different story. The only thing he admitted was that Bennett had hired him to fire the building. As far as the details of it were concerned, they were lost in a jumble of contradictory answers he gave us. Expense account item 12, $5.60, dinner for Andrew Cord and myself. The next morning, we returned to the Hall of Justice to question George Foley once more.
All right, Foley. Now, how much did you say Arnold Bennett paid you for the job?
$1,000.
You told us $2,500 one time. Another time you said $5,000. Now, come on, what was it?
$1,000.
And when did he pay you?
Right after I'd fired the building. I met him right afterwards down on the street in his car. He asked me if it was all set, and I told him to listen for the sirens. And pretty soon somebody put in the alarm and the fire engines come out. He paid me then, all right. The place was 3/4 gone by that time. He knew I did a good job.
Where was this you met him now?
A couple of blocks from the building.
Did anybody see you together?
No.
Where did you telephone him from?
From my place.
The same night you started the fire?
Yeah.
And he brought you the money that night, and you cased the building that night, and you started the fire. All this in one night.
Now, you got it now. That's the ticket, boy.
It became increasingly evident that Foley was attempting to convince us that he was mentally deranged. In spite of the fact that he'd already been tried and found guilty and was slated to appear at 10:30 the following morning for sentencing. It's an old trick, and with arsonists, where sanity is questioned from the beginning, a good one. However, Foley had been examined by 3 psychiatrists appointed by the court. I waited in the jail cell with Foley while Andy Cord went out to get copies of their findings. When he returned, we showed them to Foley. Okay, good.
Here you are, John.
Well, what do you show me these things for?
To let you know there's no way to get out of it now, Foley. These are from psychiatrists. All of them had a good look at you. You're sane. You're all right. You remember when they looked at you?
No.
All right, look at the dates on the paper. You can read, can't you?
Sure.
January 15th, January 16th, January 21st. Witnesses were around for all the examinations. Well?
Well?
Are you through playing games now?
Okay, Dolly, you guys win.
Come on, give us the story.
I met Arnold Bennett at the Hopkins bar about a month before the fire. I made sure I'd meet him there.
Now, what do you mean, Foley?
Well, I've been setting fires for a living for a long time now. I always have a list of people like Bennett who could use a fire. They get around. I knew he was in trouble 4 or 5 years ago with the income tax people. They sent a guy to prison for cover-up.
Tony Midas.
Yeah, it's Tony Midas. I figured he'd be needing another one pretty soon, so we had a drink. I brought it up.
Who paid for the drinks?
He did.
Who saw you together?
The bartender. His name is Alfred. There was a maitre d' there, a couple of people at the table. I put the proposition up to him. How'd he like to have his building burnt down and collect his $500,000 to get himself out of trouble? Well, he said he'd like that fine. I told him it cost him $5,000 in advance. He said he couldn't raise that much, but he did manage to get $3,500 together. I took it, and I did the job.
What'd you do with the money?
I still got it.
Where?
It's not going to do me any good now. I buried it in a gallon can in a vacant lot over by the tower. I can show you where.
Okay. We'll get you to do that.
Swell, I'll be glad to. Hey.
What?
I can send Bennett up the same way you're sending me up.
Huh?
I can testify against him at his trial.
The next morning at 10:30, George Foley received the maximum sentence. 2 hours later, charges were filed against Arnold Bennett, naming him for conspiracy, arson, attempted defraud, and collusion. A warrant was issued for his immediate arrest, but it was never served. Arnold Bennett died in the hospital that night. In a way, you could still say that no one ever beat him. He beat himself. Expense account item 13, $87.50, hotel and board in San Francisco. Item 14, another $125, transportation back to Hartford. Item 15, $35, miscellaneous. Expense account total, $1,440.37. Remarks? Nothing. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, there'll be another intriguing story for you beginning next Monday night.
Next week, the Fathom 5 matter. Death on the high seas. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Lillian Buyeff, Stacey Harris, Chet Stratton, Will Wright, Marvin Miller, Hans Conried, Edgar Barrier, and Parley Bear. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
Maybe you love me, maybe you think of me, maybe I like it, but I don't. Maybe. Come in. Oh, hello, Jimmy. Come on in, come in.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Carter?
I sure did.
Well, it's about the $50,000 I owe you. I don't have it.
Oh, well, in that case, Jimmy, maybe you shouldn't be allowed at the roulette tables again till you've paid up, huh?
Oh, but Mr. Carter, you can't do that to me. My luck will change. Oh, give me a chance, will you?
A chance? Oh, come now, Jimmy. You're into me for $50,000. But, I'll tell you what I will do.
What?
Your brother Sammy is one of the best baseball players in the league, right?
Well, sure, but what's he got to do with this? Look, I don't want him to know, you understand? I don't want him to know I've been gambling.
Oh, he won't. He won't, Jimmy. Now, if you introduce your brother to a certain young lady, I'll forget that you owe me a dime. How's that?
Just to introduce my brother to a girl, and you'll tear up my IOUs for that?
Yeah.
Gee, I don't get it.
You don't have to. But I don't get my $50,000 either. What do you say?
Golly, Mr. Carter, I don't know what this is all about.
But you'll do it, huh? Ah, that's being a good boy, Jimmy. That's being a smart boy, too. Yeah, maybe the smartest you've ever been.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Come in. Hello, Joe.
Oh.
Hello, Carter.
Maybe you're surprised to see me, huh?
Oh, no, I'm glad to see you, Carter. I thought you were sore at me.
Maybe I forgot what I was sore about.
That's good. I hoped you would.
Sure, Joe. I don't hold a grudge. Guys got a right to make a mistake once in a while. Of course, you overdid it, but... What are you doing, writing a letter?
Well, I was...
Ah, that's pretty typing. Nice and clear.
Yeah, I'm using a brand new ribbon. I just put it in.
Maybe you're going to write a long letter, huh? Too bad you'll never finish it.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. Maybe Joe wouldn't want to be caught dead with this paper and his typewriter. And maybe he won't mind if I use his phone. Maybe I'll hold you just as I told you. Maybe you'll like it, but why is it maybe he's the moment.
Hello?
Oh, Mike, this is Carter. Has Jimmy arranged for his brother to meet that girl?
I'm going to make you very happy, boss. It's all set.
Maybe we're in business again then, Mike. I've taken care of everything here, too. But guess what Joe was doing when I walked in?
I'm not good at guessing, boss.
He must have known he was in a jam. He was typing a letter to Boston Blackie.
To Blackie, huh?
To Blackie, I've taken the paper out of the typewriter, and I'm going to burn it. Oh, by the way, maybe I was with you for the past 2 hours, Mike.
Huh?
You see, somebody just killed Joe Ash, and I don't want to be blamed for killing him. Just because I did.
You should have seen Inspector Faraday's face when I walked into his office, Mary.
Oh, now, Blackie, why do you tease the inspector? You know you like him.
Sure I do. And I like working on his police cases, but I can't help needling him. Honestly, I can't. He practically asks for it just because he's on a case and he hasn't asked for me.
Oh, now, Blackie, if that's Inspector Faraday at the door, I don't want you to tease him.
Well, I'll try not to. Come in.
Well, Boston Blackie?
Yes, come in.
Blackie, I'm Jimmy Saunders. You don't know me, but you heard of my brother, Sammy Saunders?
Slamming Sammy Saunders, the rookie baseball sensation?
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you bring your brother along? I'd like to meet him. Oh, excuse me. This is Miss Wesley, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Saunders?
I do.
Well, what's in your mind, Jimmy?
Well, Blackie, I'm in a jam. You know Rolly Carter, the gambler?
What about him?
Well, I owed him $50,000, but he canceled a debt because of a favor I did him.
You can do someone a $50,000 favor? You're in a bigger league than your brother.
Blackie, all I did for Carter was introduce my brother to a girl named Catherine Gray. And now I'm sure I did something wrong.
You sure did, Jimmy. Carter's probably working on your brother to keep his eyes on Catherine Gray and off the ball.
You mean throw games?
That's right. But I'll put a stop to that. Your brother will really start swinging his bat around when I start throwing my weight around.
Well, hello, Harry. You going 2 for 4 again today, Harry?
2 for 4, Sam? It's nothing to you. You don't go 4 for 5, you think you ought to be benched. Oh, hey, I almost forgot there's a man outside the locker room wants to see you.
Somebody to see me? Well, now, what's somebody want to see me about?
I wouldn't know, son.
Well, I'll find out.
Yeah, you do that. This guy probably wants your autograph.
Gosh, I hope so. Well, hello. You want to see me?
Yes, Sammy, I sure did. I'm Boston Blackie.
Boston Blackie? Well, this sure is a mighty great pleasure. I sure have admired you, Mr. Blackie.
Thanks. But, look, you're heading for trouble, Sammy. Yesterday you met a girl named Catherine Gray, didn't you?
I sure did. And she sure is good to look at. She can cook, too.
Sammy, listen. That girl is being hired by Rolly Carter, a gambler, to talk you into throwing games.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That's a lie. And you say anything else like that about Miss
Sammy,
Gray.
wait a minute. Use those hands of yours to swing a bat, not to swing punches.
Well, nobody's saying anything against Miss Gray. And nobody's saying I'll throw any ball games. Because I ain't throwing a ball game for anybody. And you're lucky I don't throw you right out that door.
inside for a count of 2-2. It's the last of the ninth inning with the score tied at 2-all.
Golly, this is Blackie.
In fact, this entire game is at twos for the moment.
Hello, Mary.
Oh.
I finally made it. How's the game going?
Oh, I don't know. It's tied or something. And your friend Bill Slater's talking about 9-something.
Well, Slater means the ninth inning, Mary. Tied, are they? Well, let's see what happens now.
What do you expect to happen?
I expect Saunders to throw the game if he gets the chance.
Jones rounds first.
Hey.
Now here comes the throw in from left. It's a
Hey, did you hear, what Slater said? It's the last half of the ninth, and Jones is on second base with a winning run.
Is that good?
It's perfect. Saunders comes to bat now, and let's listen.
Yes, it's the last half of the ninth, and the score is tied at 2-all. New York has the winning run on second base with 2 out, and slammin' Sammy Saunders is coming to bat.
Oh, Blackie, is this where Saunders can throw the game?
There's a wonderful opportunity for him not to win
Now, a
it.
hit here means the ball game for New York, and Saunders is overdue.
Cross your fingers, Mary.
All right, but I wish I knew what for.
Yes, a hit now, and it's all over. Now, here comes the pitch. And it's a long drive to left. It's going. It's up against the wall.
Well,
that's it, folks. Saunders smashed to left to sent Jones across the plate with the winning run, and the ball game is over.
Oh, that's that. Mind if I turn the radio off?
No, go right ahead.
Yes, it's New York by a score of 3-2, thanks to that.
Well, Blackie, he didn't throw the game.
No, he won it, Mary, and that's bad.
I thought you didn't want him to throw it.
I didn't. That would have been bad for the game, but because he got that hit, it's going to be bad for him.
Oh.
Carter will kill him for that double cross. Unless
what?
Unless I don't know what this is all about. Maybe I don't. Maybe I am wrong about... Come in.
So the homebudy's home.
And nobody's come to see him. I'm in Faraday, but you're getting out.
Sure. When I'm ready to leave.
Oh, now, Blackie, you promised you'd be nice to Inspector Faraday.
What, and spoil a beautiful friendship?
What friendship? Blackie, do you know a guy named Joe Ash?
No, I don't know him. I don't feel a bit badly about it. Why?
Well, he knew you. He was starting to write something, but your name was all he wrote. If you didn't know him, why did you kill him, Blackie?
Well, what makes you think I killed him?
Your name on that typewriter ribbon. He was typing the name of his killer. Of course, you were smart enough to destroy the paper Joe Ash was writing on, but you forgot about the ribbon. Only I was smart enough to think to look at the ribbon and read what was on it.
Don't you think I might have been smart enough to think of the ribbon, too, if I saw what he was writing?
All right. You didn't kill him. But even if your name was on that ribbon, I don't want you on this case. Now, don't leave your apartment, see? Did you hear what I said? Don't leave.
Well, Mary, you heard what Faraday said, didn't you?
Yeah. He said don't leave. Hey, Blackie, where are you going?
Me? Oh, I'm leaving.
Oh, Sammy, you're a darling to help me with the dishes.
Oh, I'll do the chores all by myself if you'll let me, Miss Gray, honey. Oh, that was a mighty fine meal you cooked, especially that cake.
Oh.
Sure will miss you when we go on the road after tomorrow's game.
Well, I'll miss you, Sammy. Where's the team going first?
St. Louis? I like it in St. Louis. I get home runs there.
Well, I hope you get lots of them, darling. Would you do me a favor?
Well, I'm mighty glad to do anything for you, Miss Gray.
Well, I have a friend in St. Louis. She used to live with me and loved my cakes. Would you bring one to her?
Why, sure, mighty glad to. Just bring it down to the ballpark tomorrow.
Oh, I certainly will, and thanks. Well, all the dishes are done, thanks to your help, Sammy.
Mighty nice of you to let me help you, Miss Gray, honey. Well, now we got lots of time to sit and talk, ain't we?
It's getting rather late, Sam, and there's an important game tomorrow.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. I'll just go out the back way here. It's closer to the bus. Night, Miss Gray.
Good night, Sammy, and thanks for helping me.
Thanks for letting me. Sure was a pleasure. Night.
Maybe you love me. Maybe think of me. Maybe I like it, but I don't mean maybe. He's gone, honey. Or should I call you Mr. Carter when we're talking business?
Maybe you should. Everything worked out all right, huh, baby?
Oh, we have him just where we want him, honey. He'll never know what it's all about.
Maybe nobody else will ever know either. Everything's wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, certainly is.
Yeah. Joe can't double-cross us because he's dead. And Boston Blackie's going to take the rap for his murder. And best of all...
I know, sweetheart. our hopeless hitter of home runs.
Yeah. Best of all, Sammy Saunders is up to his batting eye in a racket. And he doesn't have any idea what it's all about.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Jimmy Saunders loses $50,000 at roulette. Ruley Carter, owner of the gambling house, cancels Jimmy's debts when Jimmy introduces his ball-playing brother, Sammy, to a beautiful girl named Catherine Gray. Blackie suspects that Sammy is being railroaded into throwing ball games. But even after meeting the girl, Sammy continues to hit. Meanwhile, a man named Joe Ash is murdered by Carter, and the evidence indicates Boston Blackie might be the killer. Inspector Faraday, however, is convinced of Blackie's innocence. And as we return to our story, Blackie pays a visit to Ruley Carter's gambling den.
I'm thinking you're not smart, Jimmy. I'm telling you. You know you can't beat the roulette wheel.
I can if I get lucky, Mike. That's why I came down here at noon before anybody else got here. Maybe alone I can do something for myself.
You're betting against the house, kid. I'm telling you, the house always wins.
Oh, I'll get a win.
Stop that
Don't
wheel,
worry.
Jimmy. Stop it.
Oh, hello, Blackie.
I'm familiar with the face, but I haven't seen it in here before. What do you want, Blackie?
Two very simple things, Mike. First of all, I want to see Ruley Carter.
He's not here.
Oh. Well, then, I'll at least get the second thing I came for. Something that occurred to me as I stood in the doorway and watched Jimmy play the wheel here. And your right foot go to work.
What do you mean, my right foot go to work?
Simply that this wheel is crooked. You can control the number you want the ball to stop at.
What?
Oh, it's an old gimmick, Mike.
Why, they've been cheating me.
They certainly haven't been giving you a fair shake. Look, Jimmy. See that little ball that goes around?
Uh-huh.
There's a metal...
Stop wising up the sucker, Blackie. Nobody's going to love you for that.
I'm so worried. Jimmy, listen.
Yeah?
There's a magnet in this table. When Mike touches a button with his foot, the magnet attracts the ball and falls into a space nowhere near the number you're betting on. Want me to show you?
Yeah.
Here, bend down with me.
Blackie, I told you nobody's going to love you, and I wasn't kidding. I'm going to mess you up for this, Blackie.
You mean you're going to try it? Sucker.
Blackie, maybe we just made some trouble for ourselves.
Well, that wasn't trouble, Jimmy. That was fun.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh.
Blackie.
Hello, Carter. I was told you weren't in.
What brings you down here, Blackie?
A little workout, that's all. I think your stooge, Mike, is a little under the weather. And the table.
What's the real reason, Blackie?
I'll tell you. Joe Ash is dead. You knew him, didn't you?
Yeah, just hang around, I think.
That's one of the things he did. Everybody knows he also fenced stolen jewelry.
I wouldn't know about that.
I suppose you're going to tell me you didn't even know him.
Maybe I've met him.
Maybe you had a little run-in with him, too. That's why I came down here. I thought you'd be happy to know he's out of circulation.
Maybe I am. And maybe I don't like guys coming into my place without an invitation. And maybe you know what this is in my hand, Blackie.
Yes, it's a gun, and maybe you know what's on my mind, Carter.
I don't know, and I don't care. So suppose you get out of here and stay out. And when I say stay out, that's one time I don't mean maybe.
Hello?
Hello, Mary.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Hey, I've been waiting for your call.
For how long?
Well, I'm 23 years old.
And 23 is cute. Mary, I found out something, and I want to find out a little more from a certain Miss Catherine Gray.
Hey, Blackie, you stay away from her. I understand she's beautiful.
Possibly, but Mary, Carter is using Sammy Saunders in some kind of a racket, and I've got to find out what it is.
Well, if you're going to find out from Catherine Gray, I'm going with you.
Oh, no, you're not. One beautiful girl at a time is all I can stand. Goodbye.
Now will you beat it, Blackie? I got introduced to Sammy Saunders because I wanted to meet him. Now, that's all.
I'm sorry, I can't believe that's all, Miss Gray. What's cooking? And I don't mean what's up.
I'm baking a cake.
Oh, the domestic side. You don't look it.
The complaint department is closed. Goodbye, Blackie.
I'll say goodbye if you'll be a good girl and tell me why Carter wanted Sammy Saunders to meet you.
Oh, company.
Now,
I hope it's who I think it is. Maybe he'll shut you up. Come in.
Well, howdy, Miss Gray. Oh, it's you again, huh?
Yes, me again.
Sammy, throw this guy out of here.
Yes, I sure will, Miss Gray. This fella tried to say I'd throw a baseball game. Well, I'll
Take
Oh.
it easy, Sammy. Take it easy. I admit I was wrong about that. That hit you got yesterday won the ball game.
Yes, it sure did. Well, Miss Gray, you ready to go on down to the ballpark with me?
I would have been ready before, but this guy kept bothering me.
Oh, bothering Miss Gray, huh? Well, Blackie, I'm going to be mighty nice to you and just warn you this time. But next time, I'm sure going to let you have it.
Sammy, I still think that you're making...
Before I go, I might knock the cover off you, Blackie. Yes, sir. Now, Miss Gray, you got that cake ready for me to take to St. Louis with me tomorrow?
Uh-huh. It'll be ready in just a few minutes. Oh, you've decided to leave, have you, Blackie? So soon?
I've heard all I wanted to hear, Miss Gray, and that's all I wanted to know. Hi, Bill. Busy?
Blackie, well, hello there. No, I'm not busy. Just waiting for the lineups. Come on in, fella. Glad to see you.
Thanks, Bill. Just dropped in to say hello.
You want to sit up here in the booth with me when the game starts, Blackie? You can watch me broadcast the play-by-play, and I might even put you on the air between innings.
Today's baseball by Bill Slater and Boston Blackie? No, thanks, Bill. You're on your own. Who's going to win today?
Who's Slammin' Sammy playing for?
I see what you mean. Bill, do you know a guy named Ruley Carter?
Well, just well enough to hate him by his first name. Why?
I imagine he comes out here to the game every day. Know where he sits?
Sure. He's got a box of his own. Straight down the line there toward home plate from this broadcasting booth. Why?
I'm going to want to see him later. Thanks for the dope, Bill.
Well, it's no trouble at all. Drop in again, Blackie, any old time.
Thanks, Bill. I'll do that. So long. So, Ruley Carter was...
Hey, why don't you watch where you're going?
Well, if it isn't Inspector Faraday.
You, huh?
And if it isn't, I've got bad news for whoever you are because you look like the inspector.
Blackie, don't you remember I told you to stay in your apartment till I found out who killed Joe Ash?
Yes, I remember it, Faraday, but I also remember that there was a ball game today, and I can't resist a ball game any more than I can resist solving your cases for you.
Oh, I suppose you know who killed Joe Ash, huh?
Stay right here with me, Faraday, and I'll not only tell you who killed Joe Ash, I'll show you a racket that will simply kill you.
Your attention, please. Your attention, please. This is Bill Slater with the batting orders for today's game. For New York, Roswell, first
Maybe you should have given Sammy Saunders that cake before the game. Want me to take it?
I don't mind carrying it, Roley. Besides, if it was left in the locker room, the players might have helped themselves.
You might have a point there. Oh, here we are.
Oh,
Certainly going to enjoy this game. Maybe you are, too, huh?
with everything worked out to absolute perfection? Oh, I should say so, darling.
Don't you want me to put that cake under the chair?
No, Roley. I'll hold it in my lap. It'll be safer.
Maybe it'll be safer in my lap.
What?
Come on, Faraday.
I'm here.
Oh, Blackie, you again?
Yes, but for the last time, I think. I'll take that cake.
You'll take nothing.
Look out, Blackie. Carter has a gun.
Well, let him have something else.
Maybe this'll do.
Nice going, Faraday. That sock took the cake, and now, Miss Gray, I'll take this cake.
No, you don't. Let go of that.
Sorry. I'm awfully sorry. There we are. Now, let's see what kind of a cake this is.
Blackie, this is no time to look at a cake.
This isn't any time to look at a cake, Faraday. It's time to look into one. I told you I'd break this case for you, and I'll start by breaking this cake.
No, don't. Really, don't let him.
Let him try to stop me. 6 strawberries on top. Well, that must mean 6 of something inside.
What do you mean, Blackie?
Maybe he doesn't know what he means, Copper.
I won't tell you. I'll show you after I break it open. There. Look what's inside the cake. 6 beautiful blue-white diamonds.
And what diamonds?
Check these, and I think you'll find they're stolen, Faraday. I've got an idea the cold icing on this cake covered some awfully hot ice.
Gosh, this is sure mighty good cake that Miss Gray baked. Sure you don't want some of it, Blackie?
No, thanks, Sammy. Go ahead and enjoy yourself.
Oh, this is mighty good cake. You want a piece, Miss Wesley?
Not me. I've got to watch my figure.
Yeah, sure is something to watch, Miss Wesley. This is good cake.
Sammy, don't you understand? I found 6 stolen diamonds inside that cake.
Yeah, so I heard. Funny place for diamonds, ain't it?
Very good place for them when they're stolen, Sammy, and need to be taken to a fence.
What's anybody taking a cake to a fence for? All a fence is good for is to knock home runs over it.
Now, Sammy, the kind of fence Blackie is talking about is a person who buys and sells stolen goods.
Oh, is that right? Well, I never heard of that kind of fence.
And I've never heard of a more perfect way to move stolen goods around the country than the one in which Carter was trying to use you.
Mr. Carter was trying to make me do something wrong? Why, I'll bat that guy to the scoreboard and tell him what
I'll say he was trying to use you, Sammy. And no one would have ever suspected you of working for him either. You see, a ball player is just about the only person who can, well, you can count on and being in a certain city at a certain time.
On certain days you play in St. Louis, and on certain days you play in Chicago. On other days you have to be in Boston and Philadelphia and Pittsburgh.
Well, I sure can hit home runs in Pittsburgh.
You can be met by someone buying Carter's stolen goods in Pittsburgh, too. And no one has to worry about whether or not you'll be there, because where the team goes, you go, and everybody has access to the entire season's schedule to know beforehand just where you'll be.
So, you see why Mr. Carter was using you to carry and deliver his stolen jewelry and those cakes, don't you?
Nope.
No? Well, he always knew where you'd be, and his fences always knew where to meet you, and since you were there because of a ball game, why, no one would ever suspect you were traveling for Mr. Carter, too.
Well, I wouldn't do anything for that, Mr. Carter. I was carrying those cakes for Miss Gray. She was mighty pretty. Mighty near as pretty as you, Miss Wesley.
Well.
Don't let good looks fool you, Sammy. Miss Gray was mixed up with a murderer, you know.
Yeah, I read something about Mr. Carter killing a Mr. Ash.
Well, Ash was killed because Carter formerly used him to take stolen jewelry out of the city, and Carter thought Ash was about to double-cross him.
Well, gosh. Sure am glad you found out all this, Blackie.
But Carter made one mistake. He tried to frame me. You know his box score? No hits, no runs, 1 error.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Brought to you by the makers of genuine Bayer aspirin. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Perfect Maid Murder Case. The scene opens in one of New York's most fabulous mansions, the home of Raymond Colby. And we see a young woman about to leave. Her hand is on the knob of the front door when she is interrupted by a maid whom we hear saying the words that lead to a gruesome, fantastic murder.
Excuse me, Miss Laura. Can I see you a moment before you go?
I haven't any time now, Fanny.
But this is important, Miss Laura. Terrible important.
Well, what is it then?
I want to give my notice, Mum.
Your notice? You mean you're leaving? Why, I thought you were a fixture in this house, Fanny.
But that's just it, Mum. I am a fixture here.
Then what's this talk about giving notice? What's wrong? If it's more wages...
Oh, it's not that, Mum. It's that...
Yes?
It's that I'm going to marry your father.
Your what?
Going to marry your father, that's what. Oh, well, it don't seem to set very well with you, but...
Are you completely and utterly mad? This is the most outrageous thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, it is it? Well, let me tell you, I'm as good as you are.
Pack up your things and get out of this house as fast as you can.
I'm not packing, and I'm not leaving. I'm marrying into this house. Just put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Get out instantly, I say.
I'm not going any further than my own room. You'll find me there if you want to be coming up later and telling me you're sorry. Ta-ta, dearie.
John! John, come here! John!
Don't shout, Laura. I heard it all. Great heavens, what a mess.
We can't let Father do this. He's gone mad. Ooh, that cheap, terrible creature.
I tell you, Laura, hysterics won't help. Besides, we don't want to wake the old man up and get him on our necks. We've got to think fast.
But what are we going to do? What can we do? Oh, this is too dreadful.
Listen, Laura, listen.
Yes?
You stay right here, Laura, and watch every door. Be as loud as you can if anybody comes.
You mean Father or that horrible Fanny?
Anybody. I've got the combination to Father's safe.
His safe? What are you going to do, John?
I know he keeps his will there. That's the first thing to do. He may have changed it in Fanny's favor. If he did, I'll burn it up.
And sometime later, we hear the Commissioner of Police assigning another famous murder case to the astute and feared Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces and disguises.
Oh, here you are, Chameleon. A murder in Park Avenue.
Oh, top drawer case, eh, Commissioner?
Well, that's for you to decide, old man. The murder occurred in the Raymond Colby house.
You mean the mysteriously rich Raymond Colby's been killed?
No, not Colby himself, Chameleon. A maid in his house. A girl named Fanny Bilkins. Throat slashed open. Better get out there.
Righto, Commissioner. I'll take Detective Dave Arnold with me. Yep. Oh, here you are, Dave.
Yes, sir.
You come with me, please. Bye, Commissioner.
I suppose the case we're on is that parlor maid murder at Raymond Colby's house.
Yes, that's it, Dave.
I guess it'll be one of those jobs where the chauffeur killed some poor girl because he was in love with her and caught the butler getting away with it.
I've no idea, Dave. Let's get the car and buzz out there. Oh, personally, I'd be more interested if old Colby himself was the victim. I hear he's a queer character, the absent-minded professor type. He invented something somewhere that made him fabulously rich.
Here's the house, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, with a very pretty girl already holding the door open. Come ahead.
Oh, I'm so glad you came. You are from the police, aren't you?
Yes, my name is Chameleon. This is Detective Arnold. And you are...
I'm Laura Colby. Come in, Mr. Chameleon.
Thank you.
I'm rather surprised to see you here.
Surprised, Miss Laura? Why?
We didn't expect to see such a famous detective as you on an unimportant case like this.
Murder is always important.
Judy O'Grady or the judge's lady? I see.
I understand the girl who was murdered was a housemaid in your father's house, Miss Laura. Do you know anything about her?
Practically nothing, Mr. Chameleon, except that she was a perfect maid, really marvelous, and that she had perfectly wonderful references when she came.
When was that?
Oh, I don't really remember. A couple of years ago. You know how those things are.
Who found her body? One of the other help in the house, I suppose.
No, as a matter of fact, my father did. He and my brother John, that is.
Yes?
Well, what actually happened was that one of the other servants, our cook, became annoyed when Fanny didn't turn up to serve breakfast this morning. She thought she'd overslept. But when she knocked on Fanny's door and she didn't answer, she became alarmed and called my father.
So he and your brother went up there?
And when they opened the door, they found her dead. Father was very much upset, and so was my brother.
Odd that the cook didn't open the door herself when she got no answer to her knock.
Why, I hadn't thought of that. Oh, but I'm sure the cook wouldn't have killed her just because Fanny overslept.
No, scarcely, Miss Lauder. Dave.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon?
You go to the kitchen and talk to that cook. Find out what you can.
I'm sure Cook can't tell you any more than I have, Mr. Chameleon.
One never knows, Miss Lauder. She may be concealing something from you.
I'll talk to the cook now, Mr. Chameleon.
I don't. In the meanwhile, Miss Lauder, perhaps your father or your brother will take me up to see the murdered girl's body.
John's in the drawing room, Mr. Chameleon. This door here. Oh, John, this is Mr. Chameleon, the famous detective.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Chameleon? Horrible thing, isn't it? But one never knows what will happen with servants these days, does one?
What happened here, however, is a bit out of the usual run. Your sister says that you lead me to the murder room.
Well, of course, Mr. Chameleon. I don't like the job, but just follow me.
Thank you.
Here are the servants' stairs.
By the way, John, do you know anything about the murdered girl? I mean, do you ever notice anything strange about her? Signs of being afraid of something, upset, anything like that?
It's a funny thing, Mr. Chameleon. I never notice any servant particularly. To me, they're just faceless people. All I know is that my sister always said Fanny was the perfect maid. Laura's all in a dither. Says she'll never find another one like her. Oh, but here's her room.
Just about the size of a cell.
What?
Nothing. Poor girl. A horrible sight. Her head is almost severed.
If you're finished with me, Mr. Chameleon, I'd like to get out of here.
Oh, yes, I understand, John. I'm sorry. I forgot that we policemen are more accustomed to sights like this than people like you. Yes, you go back to the drawing room. I'll see you there presently.
Thank you, Mr. Chameleon.
Poor Fanny. Poor child. Well, if the dead can hear, you'll hear me promising to bring your murderer to the execution chamber.
Mr. Chameleon? Nothing from the cook except what Laura Colby already told us. But get this.
Yes, Dave?
Just as I was talking to the cook, the girl's father came in.
The murdered girl's father, Dave?
Uh-huh. A man named Ed Bilkins. He started accusing everybody of murder. He's pretty wild. I told him to stay put, but you'd talk to him.
Poor devil.
Wait till you get a load of him, Mr. Chameleon. He looks like a bad customer to me. Not so sorry as he acts. But that don't mean I think he killed the girl.
Dave, you call the morgue and have this body picked up. And here is the knife that slashed her throat. You send it in for prints.
Okay, Mr. Chameleon.
And then hold the murdered girl's father down below. I want to talk to John Colby and his father first. Well, John, feeling a bit more steady now? Forgive me for bringing you back to the murder room.
It's all right, Mr. Chameleon. Took a drink and feel better. Well, this is my father, Raymond Colby. Father, this is Mr. Chameleon.
Ah? Mr. what? Didn't catch the name.
Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters, Mr. Colby.
Police headquarters, you say? John, what's a police officer doing here?
Investigating the murder of your maid, Fanny Bilkins, Mr. Colby.
Oh, to be sure. You know, things slip my memory, sir. And you say your name is,
Chameleon, Mr. Colby. Chameleon.
Unfortunate thing here, Mr. Canston.
Chameleon.
Oh, yes, Chameleon. Last thing I ever expected in my house, murder. Just one of the servants that probably got herself into trouble. Queer lot, servants. Queer lot. Never know about them.
But still human, Mr. Colby. They sing and sigh, laugh and weep, feel happiness and sorrow just like you and me. Only probably suffer more.
Quite right, quite right. I didn't think policemen thought that way, though. Well, what can I do for you?
Tell me any little thing that you might know about the girl who was so inconsiderate as to be murdered in your quiet home. Why do you think, for instance, that she was killed?
I've no idea. Never paid any attention to her, no attention at all. My daughter Laura runs the house. You better ask her.
I did, and she told me just as little as you and your son John have, Mr. Colby. But I'll...
Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, Dave?
You'd better come downstairs and talk to the man I told you was here. He's got something for you, something plenty hot.
What man, Mr. Chameleon?
After I see him, I'll tell you, John.
He's going to tear this case wide open, John. Wide open.
Tear it open, Detective Arnold? That's ridiculous.
Never mind, son. I fancy it's someone of Fanny's own class, and that it'll all turn out that a grocer's clerk or delivery boy killed Fanny.
Perhaps, Mr. Colby. I'll see you later, Mr. Colby.
John, get Laura in here right away.
What for, Father?
If you don't manage to hold yourself in, you and Laura will find yourselves up on a murder charge. Our Mr. Chameleon's one of the most penetrating men I've ever met. Up to the time you revealed excitement, our story was going down perfectly. Now be careful, my boy. I beg of you. I don't want to see my children convicted of murder.
What did the murdered girl's father tell you, Dave, to make you think he'd break this case wide open?
You better hear it from his own lips, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh?
He's here in the butler's pantry.
Oh, all right, Dave.
Mr. Bilkins, here's Mr. Chameleon. Now tell him what you told me.
It's fair terrible I ever brought my innocent daughter to this country, Mr. Chameleon. That's how she was done in.
What do you mean, Mr. Bilkins? Brought her to this country?
Didn't this here busy tell you, Mr. Chameleon?
Detective Arnold wanted me to hear the story direct from you, Bilkins. Now, let's have it, please.
Fanny and me come from Australia, where we should have stayed. And then she'd never have gone into service in this old duffer's house.
Well, I still don't know what you mean, Bilkins.
What I'm trying to drive home, sir, is that Fanny wouldn't have got herself engaged to marry the old man.
Do you mean to say that your daughter, Fanny, was going to marry Raymond Colby?
I'm not lying when I say it, Mr. Chameleon. I warned her proper about marrying out of her class. But Fanny had got American ideas into her head quick. Wouldn't listen to her father. And it all wound up in her being killed. Butchered like an animal.
Are you certain that your daughter was going to marry this fabulously rich man?
Look here. Here's your wedding license, Mr. Chameleon.
Huh?
She gave it to me, saying Mr. Colby didn't want it round the house, feared his son or daughter might find it. But they must have caught on some other way, sir. And that's why they killed her.
Dave, this is astounding. This license is genuine. Fanny Bilkins, age 24. Raymond Colby, 56.
It's on the up all right, Mr. Chameleon. I had it checked myself.
I'm taking the blame for Fanny's murder on myself, Mr. Chameleon. I'm her father. I should have given her a good thumping and made her leave this house. The likes of her thinking of marrying the likes of him. I always say that everyone stay in his own class.
Mr. Bilkins, come with me.
Where to, sir?
Upstairs to the drawing room, where I think we'll find Mr. Colby and his son, John.
Don't make me face him now, Mr. Chameleon. I can't face my daughter's dirty murderers. I can't do it, sir. I can't.
I understand, Bilkins. You wait here, then. Detective Arnold and I will go up alone.
You're a real gentleman, sir. Thank you. I'll never forget your kindness, sir.
Dave, come along.
If ever I saw one for the book, Mr. Chameleon, this is it.
If it's true, Dave, if it's true.
What? Well, don't you believe it? You saw the marriage license, didn't you?
Yes, indeed, Dave. And I also saw the shifty look in the bereaved Mr. Bilkins' eyes. If I were looking for a babysitter, and it wouldn't be Bilkins. Oh, here's the drawing room now. I expected to find your father and brother here.
They're in Father's study, Mr. Chameleon.
I've just talked to your murdered maid's father.
So they have fathers, too.
Just as you and I, Laura. But tell me.
Yes?
When was your father, Raymond Colby, going to marry Fanny Bilkins?
Oh, I didn't realize detectives on duty kidded people, Mr. Chameleon.
Then you didn't know?
Know what?
You know what. Answer the question.
If you expect me to answer a ridiculous question like that, Mr. Chameleon... Are you serious? Imagine Father marrying a housemaid. It's too silly.
At the door to the study, Laura?
Why, yes. I'll tell Father you want to see him.
Don't trouble, thank you. I'll go in alone. And you stay here. I hope I'm not interrupting, Mr. Colby. Oh. I see you have your safe open. Something lost?
Father has an idea he misplaced his will, Mr. Chameleon.
I'm on the forgetful side, Mr. Chameleon. I'll find it later.
Why not look in the fireplace, Mr. Colby? Wait a second.
In the fireplace, Mr. Chameleon?
Yes, John? Yes, here is what is left of your father's will. All but the top burned away, though. Do you mind telling me why you tried to destroy it, John?
My son didn't, Mr. Chameleon. Probably did it myself. I do such utterly stupid things without thinking.
Like arranging to marry your housemaid, Mr. Colby?
What is this, Mr. Chameleon? Father planning to marry that...
That murdered girl, John. Murdered.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, what in heaven's name gives you the idea Father was going to marry her?
This marriage license, John.
Marriage license?
John, I told you before that Mr. Chameleon was a very penetrating man. Trying to deceive him would be unfair to him and us.
Then you were going to marry her, Mr. Colby?
Oh, no, not at all, Mr. Chameleon. I really don't know why I took out that marriage license.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't done simply to keep a perfect maid. Come, Mr. Colby, don't you think it's time to stop trying to protect your children?
Why should he try to protect Laura and me, Mr. Chameleon? We didn't kill that girl.
In my entire experience, I've never met with a clearer motive for murder. Never. Dave?
Right here, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh.
What do we do, arrest John and Laura?
No, not now, Dave. Bring the murdered girl's father in here immediately, and then we'll...
That's what I came up here to tell you, Mr. Chameleon. Bilkins slipped out of the house while I went into the kitchen to get a drink of water.
What?
I sent out a general alarm for him.
Have this house guarded, Dave. And get this straight, Mr. Colby. If either your son or daughter attempts to leave here, they'll be taken in on suspicion of willful murder.
Mr. Chameleon and the Perfect Maid murder case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the Perfect Maid murder case. Fanny Bilkins has been viciously murdered in the home of wealthy Raymond Colby, where she worked as a housemaid. Mr. Chameleon has discovered that Colby had planned to marry Fanny in spite of the bitter protests of his son John and his daughter Laura. During the investigation, the murdered girl's father, Edward Bilkins, has disappeared from the Colby home. But an hour later, when Mr. Chameleon impatiently paces his office at headquarters, he suddenly finds that no general alarm was required to bring in Bilkins. For a strange surprise awaits him as Detective Dave Arnold rushes into his office saying,
Mr. Chameleon, I just brought in Fanny Bilkins' father in an ambulance.
In an ambulance, Dave?
He's got a knife cut straight down his left cheek. Didn't miss his throat by half an inch. But the ambulance doc patched him up on the way in, and now he's squawking loud to see you. He says...
Get him in here, Dave.
Come in, Bilkins.
Bilkins, what happened? Who tried to get you? Now get down to the point without wasting words.
Very good, sir. But it was a near one. Not satisfied with cruelly murdering my daughter, Fanny.
Who?
Raymond Colby. Well, I mean his son, John. But the fact is, I don't know for sure.
Where did the attack take place, Bilkins?
In the old duffer's study, that's where.
What were you doing there?
Nothing, sir, nothing. Just nosing around.
It won't do, Bilkins. Out with it.
Mr. Chameleon, here's a bag the boys took off Bilkins on the way in.
Give it to me, Mr. Copper. I never seen it before. Fanny gave it to me.
Looks like about $500,000 in jewels, Bilkins. And they look familiar. Very familiar.
But I don't know anything about them.
Dave, put Bilkins on detention. I got the answer to this case.
Look here, Chameleon, I got rights. Those jewels were planted on me.
Come along, Bilkins. Killed your own daughter, did you? I'll be right back, Mr. Chameleon.
Right on. Hello?
Mr. Chameleon, this is John Colby.
Yes?
Most of my dead mother's jewelry has been stolen.
Who discovered the loss, John?
Our butler did. Caught the robber in the act, but he got away. Can you come out here right away?
Not just now, John. You said only part of your mother's jewelry was stolen?
The butler came in the room just in time to save the rest.
I have got the stolen jewels, John. And the robber, too.
You've got the jewels and the robber both?
I'm pretty positive I have, John. But I want to make sure before I definitely charge the man that we're holding.
Well, what do you mean, Mr. Chameleon?
Instead of coming myself, John, I'm going to send one of our expert jewel men out there. And he'll bring the jewels I have here out, too, for identification.
I wish you'd come yourself, Mr. Chameleon, instead of... What's that, Father? All right, I'll ask Mr. Chameleon. Sorry, Mr. Chameleon, but Father suggests...
Yes?
Father's worried about anybody coming but you, Mr. Chameleon. So is my sister, Laura. Can't you come yourself?
I'm sorry, I'm not a jewel expert. I'm sending our head man, Pierre-Antoine, out right away. And then I'll follow later. Goodbye, John.
What's all that about, Mr. Chameleon? Are you going out to Colby's in disguise?
Right you are, Dave. Disguised as Pierre-Antoine, the police department's chief man on jewels. Now, you will come with me. And the instant we get there and you introduce me, arrest John and Laura Colby on my orders.
Well, orders are orders, but I don't get you, Mr. Chameleon. Why not pinch them and be done with it?
Because I need the evidence I think their father, Raymond Colby, will give me, Dave.
And so, a little later, we find Detective Arnold with Mr. Chameleon in his disguise as Pierre-Antoine at the murder house, as Dave Arnold says.
Evening, everybody. This gentleman is the police department's jewel expert. Mr. Chameleon sent him out.
Pierre-Antoine at your service. You, Mr. Raymond Colby, monsieur?
Yes, Mr. Antoine. This is my daughter, Laura.
Mademoiselle.
How do you do?
And my son, John.
Monsieur Jean. May we all sit down? Or perhaps you, Mademoiselle Laura, will be so kind as to bring the remaining jewels from the robbery for me to see?
Sorry, Monsieur Antoine, but Mr. Chameleon ordered me to arrest this lady and her brother and bring them back to headquarters.
That is absurd, Detective Arnold. Surely Mr. Chameleon is making a mistake.
Mr. Chameleon is a fool.
We won't go, Laura. Detective Arnold can't arrest us without a warrant.
Here's the warrant, John. Better come quietly.
John, you can only cause yourself and Laura trouble by not going with Detective Arnold.
But, Father...
You've got the right idea, Mr. Colby. Now, come on, John and Laura. No point getting tough about it.
My compliment to Mr. Chameleon, Detective Arnold. And be good enough to express my opinion that he is making a most stupid blunder. Arresting two such charming young people.
Stupid or not, I'm taking them, Monsieur Antoine. Good night.
Good night. Oh, a dreadful contretemps, Monsieur Colby. I thought better of that Chameleon. But there is your police mind.
Mr. Antoine, did you bring the jewels recovered from the man who robbed my safe?
In this very bag, Monsieur Colby. The robber was the father of the housemaid murdered here today. Your fiancée, I'm told.
Hand over those jewels, Chameleon.
What?
Shut up, Chameleon. I'm doing the talking now. Give me that bag, quick. They're the only evidence you've got that I killed that infernal housemaid, Fanny Bilkins. Now, let's have them.
When I take you in, Raymond Colby, it'll be for 2 murders. But, anyway, here are the jewels.
You're not taking me in.
No?
By the time they find your body, Chameleon, I'll be out of the country. Got any last wishes, cop?
Mm-hmm. I'd like to tell you how I caught up with you, Raymond Colby.
I'm interested, but hold your gab to 3 minutes.
Through a careful study of police records extending from New York to Sydney, Australia. You murdered the woman who owned those jewels, Lady Ashton Burl, in Australia 5 years ago.
That's past history, Chameleon, but suppose I did.
The one living man who knew you did was your murdered housemaid's father, a petty criminal named Ed Bilkins. And he followed you here, forced you to hire his daughter Fanny as a maid in your house, and then blackmailed you into a promise to marry her with your mysteriously and criminally acquired wealth.
Anything else, Chameleon? You've got 30 seconds left.
Only this, Raymond. Don't move, Colby. You hear me, Colby? I said don't move. That's odd. He doesn't answer. Colby? What? Oh, why did I have to become a policeman? Police headquarters? This is Chameleon. Connect me with Detective Arnold, please. Dave? Listen, Dave. Send the dead wagon out, please. Yes, the dead wagon. Well, I'm afraid I killed a man. Yes, the murder of Fanny Bilkins. I hit a fatal spot by mistake. I know, Dave, it's all in the line of duty, but still...
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at the same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Frank Hummert from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. The members of our cast join with our sponsors in wishing all their listeners a Merry Christmas. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.